for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight's story, The Vital Factor by Nelson Bond. I doubt that anywhere on Earth there's a man or woman or a child who doesn't know the name Wayne Crowder. I doubt whether there's a human being who hasn't at one time or another used one of the Crowder products. The can opener or the razor blade or the patented tooth powder dispenser or the Crowder improved slideless fastener. In the magazines which write about men of business, Crowder was described as a man of ice and stone and ink and steel. No warmth to his blood. And a heart to pump, not feel human emotion. And he built a battery of buttons into his desk so that when he wanted something, all he ever had to do was press a button. And like genies springing out of the bottle, the proper personnel would come running.
Yes, Mr. Crowder.
Get me my engineers.
Yes, sir. Right away, Mr. Crowder. Here are your engineers, sir.
All right, close the door and get out. Now, gentlemen, sit down. Gentlemen, I want you to build me a spaceship.
A spaceship, sir?
That's right. I've decided that I am going to be the man who gives space flight to mankind. Any questions?
Sir, we can design such a ship. That part isn't too hard.
Yes?
But we've no way of providing the motor to power such a ship.
When the ship's ready to fly, there'll be a motor.
Sir, I don't like to contradict you, but you can't go ahead of the total technology of a historical period. It's like asking somebody in 1600 to build the internal combustion engine. You see, scientists have been searching for a motive power for spaceships for decades now without success. You'll have a ship, but we can't lift that ship from the Earth's surface. That is, not to the point of free flight at any rate.
Mr. Crowder, you see you'll be spending millions of dollars, hundreds of millions perhaps, for nothing.
What's your name?
Phillips, sir.
You're fired. Go down to the cashier and draw your pay and get out.
What, sir?
Get out. Nobody who works for me thinks of how much something costs. What? We use money. We don't let expense provide a rationalization for not beginning a project. All right, Phillips. I give you permission to leave. Right now. Any other comments?
The ship will be built, of course, Mr. Crowder. The fact still remains, we can't power it.
You design the ship, I'll find the motor for you.
Where, sir?
I don't know. But somewhere in the world there's a man who does know the secret. I want that motor, and I'll root out the man who has the theory which will let us build it.
How quickly do you want this done, sir?
Yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything you need?
We'll need a construction yard, sir, and certain machinery and a great many materials, of course. Labor force.
Get them. Send me the bills. I don't want to be bothered with minor details.
Yes, sir. And, one more thing, sir. Phillips.
Yes?
We need him, sir. He's a top man on electronics. He's a vital cog in our team.
I don't want Phillips working for me. That's clear, I hope. Who else in the country knows what he does?
No one in this country, sir. There's a man in India, though.
Get him.
We've tried before, Mr. Crowder. He's working on an important project in his country.
I'm not concerned with details. Get that man, pay him what he wants, but get him.
Sir, you don't understand. If this man quits his job, that whole project will collapse. It means the welfare of many people, millions of people in his country. He has a high sense of patriotism.
Buy that sense of patriotism. That's all. I don't want to see any of you again until you have a report of work in progress.
Yes, sir.
Miss Holmes, there's a man named Phillips going to draw his pay. I want 2 company policemen to meet him at the cashier's office and escort him from there directly off the premises, and I want them to be emphatic about it.
Yes, Mr. Crowder.
And notify the newspapers, the television, and the radio networks, the periodicals, and the scientific journals that I'll receive the press in my office this afternoon at 3:30. I have an important announcement to make. Anyone not here at 3:30 will be barred, and the publication or company he represents will not be given any further information. Gentlemen, you can finish your drinks later. Gentlemen of the press, and ladies, it's my pleasure to be able to tell you that I'm in the process of constructing a spaceship. Any questions?
Did you say spaceship?
That's right.
That's what I thought you said. I knew the drinks weren't that strong.
Mr. Crowder, is this spaceship under construction now?
It is.
You've solved the problem of motive force, then?
No, sir.
Well, what sort of... You mean you have no means of propulsion for this spaceship?
That problem is not solved as yet.
Oh!
It will be! That's why I called you in this afternoon. I want you to announce that I have $100,000 in cash, waiting for the man or woman who first brings me the basic idea for such a motor. I'll supply all equipment for research and construction, and I'll see that the rights of the inventor are protected and more than adequate royalties will be paid him or her. That's all I have to say now.
Mr. Crowder, one more question, please.
Yes?
Do you have a name for this spaceship yet?
No, not yet.
Well, then let me suggest one.
Yes?
Crowder's Folly.
Quiet! All of you, quiet! What is your paper?
The Daily Times, sir.
Miss Holmes, inform the company police that under no circumstances is any representative of the Daily Times ever to be allowed on company property again. Strike that paper from the list of those to be invited to future conferences.
It was Crowder's Folly, but the word of what he wanted circulated to the far corners of the globe. It was known in the white ice block huts of the Eskimos and in the grass-thatched villages of Central Africa, as well as places less remote. And the Crowder office became the Mecca and the heaven for the lunatic fringe of humanity. Their blueprints and scale models clogged its corridors.
I told you I don't want these people in my office till they're screened. Now get out, get out! Every time I open that door, they surge in like a tidal wave.
I have a progress report for you, sir. The ship is finished as far as we can go, Mr. Crowder. Certain additional construction can't be done now because it depends on the shape and mass of the engine, on the type of fuel, on the weight of that fuel.
I see, all right. Lay off everybody we don't need.
I've ordered that. Mr. Crowder, is it possible that no one will turn up with a motor?
That's the one thing that's not possible. He will come. Money and determination will buy anything. Close the door on your way out.
Yes, sir.
Miss Holmes, order the proper department to put a name on the forward end of the ship. I want letters in pure gold 1 foot high. The name of the ship is Crowder's Folly. Get it done today.
The sun came up in the morning, and the sun set at night, glinting rose on the silver sheen of the hollow ship's skin as it lay in the yard. The golden letters on the prow spelled out the fury of Crowder for the world to see. A staff of 50 were employed as time went on in taking rust preventative measures to ensure the ship's well-being. The staff of 50 worked in 3 shifts around the clock, armed with oil cans and grease cans and other containers and sprayers of preservatives. In a year, the first experiment seemed ready to bear fruit, and a test was held. The atomic fission motor.
In exactly 45 seconds now, we'll hold the test, Mr. Crowder. The sound you hear is our generators here, building up power to supply the motor by remote control. If this needle goes round to the part of the dial marked in red, there'll be an explosion. Are there any questions, sir?
Proceed with the tests.
Watch the needle, sir. 8,000, 8,500, 9,000, 10, 11, 12, 15. That's an overload now, sir. 18, 20. I don't know how much more it can...
What happened? Your generator blew out. What kind of incompetency?
I beg your pardon, sir. The motor blew up.
What are you talking about? I would have heard...
You see, sir, it takes a while for the vibrations of an explosion to travel 3 miles and then reach through 15 feet of concrete.
I see. Well, there are other experiments in progress. Let me know when they're ready for testing.
Yes, sir. Mr. Crowder, the inventor of that motor had to be right with it, of course, during the tests. He had a family.
The fool knew what he was doing. He understood the danger. He was paid enough to be able to afford insurance.
The cost of insurance on such a project was prohibitive, sir.
Well, if his wife was thrifty, she saved out of what he earned this last year.
His salary was relatively small, sir. Most of the money went for the research.
He should have demanded an adequate salary. I haven't stated on money. The fool failed. I have no further responsibility.
Yes, sir. You want us to continue screening applicants?
Of course. All right. Make a settlement on the widow. And don't turn anyone away if he seems to have the remotest possibility of success. I'm telling you, my man will come. Money and determination will buy anything.
And strangely enough, Crowder was right. Because one day there came to his office a stranger, a small man. He looked even smaller in that tremendous room. He was an unusual visitor in that he carried no briefcase fat with blueprints or formulae. He was unusual in that he neither blustered, cowered, nor deferred to his host. He was a pleasant little stranger, bird-like of eye and movement, bright and smiling.
Mr. Crowder, my name is Wilkins. I can power that ship you want.
So?
Of course, what I have in mind won't be anything like that meaningless, huge bullet your engineers built for you. Rockets are a foolish waste of time, sir. My motor requires a different sort of vessel.
Where are your plans?
Right here, in my head.
It so happens that I'm presently supporting 6 people who make the same claims. None of them have been successful. What makes you think your idea will work?
Simple enough, sir. The common magnet.
Huh?
Electromagnetism. Utilization of the force of gravity, or its opposite in this case, counter-gravity.
Oh, no. Oh, thank you very much. Now, if you'll forgive me now...
Just one moment, Mr. Crowder. There's one thing more. This.
Now, I've seen pieces of metal before, thank you.
How high from your desk would you say that I'm holding it?
I'm very sorry, Mr. Wilkins. Now, do you want to leave or do you want to be escorted out?
Now, this will only take a second, sir. How high from your desk would you say that I'm holding this piece of metal?
1.5 feet, I'd say.
And if I let go, then in less than a second, a fraction of a second, it should fall to your desk.
Now, look, I don't want the surface of that desk marred.
But will it be? You see, I have let go of the metal, is that right?
Good Lord.
Many seconds ago, it should have crashed to the desk, am I right?
Well, this is incredible.
Well, if you want to speak to me anymore, I'll be right outside.
But it hasn't fallen.
That's right, sir. It hasn't fallen.
It floats in the air.
That's right, sir. It floats in the air.
How do you do it?
Why don't you call your engineers and ask them? I'll wait outside.
Miss Holmes, Get me my engineers. Immediately. All right, Mr. Wilkins, you're quite right. The piece of metal is apparently counter-gravity, and my engineers can give me no explanation.
Thank you, sir.
Now, what do you want?
For my services?
Yes.
You've already set the price. To build a pilot model based on this sample, no great expenditure, 100th of the cost of your behemoth sitting out there in your building yard. 3 other things: a workshop, expert mechanical assistance, and an answer to one question.
What is your question?
Why do you want so much to build this ship?
Frankly, because I love power. Because I'm ambitious. I want to be the first to conquer space, because if I can do it, it'll make me greater, richer, stronger than any man has ever been. I want to be the master, not only of one world, but of worlds.
That's an honest answer. But is it the only one?
You see those letters in gold on the prow of my ship? Crowder's Folly, that's what they named it. That's what they think of me. I want to cram those words down their petty little throats and let them eat mud. That's another answer.
And that's all? That is as far as your thinking goes?
What other answer is there to your question?
There's my own answer. I want to leave this planet and go elsewhere, to Mars, perhaps, because there are strange wonders yet to be found. Because there will be scarlet sunsets over barren wastes. And in the star-strewn night, the thin, cold air of a dying world, stirring in restless sighs across the valleys of the dry canals. Well, you may laugh out loud if you wish, Mr. Crowder. I would prefer that to the peculiar repressed smile you're now exhibiting.
You're a very lucky man, Mr. Wilkins, in that you have scientific talent, because your talents as a poet are inferior and very sentimental. All right, you're a sentimentalist, and I'm a man of action. No matter. We can work together, you and I. Your workshop will be ready by morning. I don't need to hear from you again till you have something to show me. If you need to see me, call me day or night. I'll be available. But don't bother me with details, because I probably won't understand what you're talking about anyhow. If you need money or materials or personnel, just tell my engineers. You'll get it, or I'll know the reason why. That's all.
Thank you, sir.
Miss Holmes, get me my engineers.
Yes, Mr. Crowder?
We have 50 men working on preserving that useless hulk out there in the construction yards. Lay them off.
The ship will deteriorate if we do that, sir.
Let it rot. Lay them off.
Yes, sir.
How many other employees are still working for us on the project?
About 3,000, sir, including the people working on experimental motors.
Get rid of them.
Sir?
Get rid of them.
Mr. Crowder, I never thought you'd drop this project. You were so adamant
I'm not dropping anything but deadwood. You saw what Wilkins had to offer. He's my man. And the rest is junk and nonsense.
Mr. Crowder, he might fail. We ought to have a minimum of protection
I say he won't fail. I know the goods when I see it. The rest is nonsense.
Several of the experimenters were making much greater progress than I thought was possible. There are great opportunities there.
I'm not interested.
Not only in the field of spaceships, sir. One man has a motor no bigger than a football, which will drive an automobile 24 hours on 4 cents worth of fuel. It's almost finished, sir.
Not interested.
It will be of great benefit to mankind, sir. Your name will go down.
My name will go down in history for this spaceship.
The profits in such a motor, sir.
I have more money now than I even know how to count. And when I make my space flight, I'll have more than that.
Yes, sir.
You just lay everybody off that isn't needed. Give them 2 weeks' pay and my thanks for a thankless job well done. And that's all.
Yes, sir. I'll get it done, sir.
Oh, one more thing. There's no need to let the folly rot. Dismantle it. Sell the basic materials we don't need. Salvage whatever will be useful to us. That's all.
A year's work.
Yes. In 10 years or 20 years, and I do the same thing. That's why you're an engineer, and I'm an executive. That's why you work for me. Because when I have to, I can be ruthless with my own mistakes. When a thing has lost its usefulness to me, I get rid of it. Well?
I was just thinking, Mr. Crowder, what would happen to me if my usefulness to you were over? I've worked for you 20 years now.
Just don't give me any occasion to consider your usefulness terminated. That oughtn't to be too hard. What?
Nothing, sir. I'll make the arrangements at once.
Who are you? What do you want?
I tried to stop him, sir.
Well, speak up, man.
My name is Jarvis Ustuli. I'm an electronics expert.
Oh, yes, I remember. You're the Indian. Come in, come in.
But do you want me, sir? I can never...
Never mind, Miss Holmes. Just stay outside. Close the door behind you. Sit down, Miss Ustuli.
Thank you, no. I want to give you a gift before I leave.
Oh? You leaving? I thought we still needed you.
I resigned.
Sorry to hear that. I'm told you're a good man.
I want you to understand what's behind this gift.
Huh?
I was working on a power project in my country which would have meant a tremendous rise in the standard of living for millions of my people. I was unable to resist the money you offered.
Well, had you resisted, even more money would have been forthcoming. I placed no limit on your worth to me.
I understand. But you see, I did not come without a sense of guilt, because there was no one in my country who could take my place.
I would assume that.
And now I discover that what I did was for nothing. The spaceship on which I worked is being dismantled.
That's right.
So I have been corrupted by you at a whim. I think you have too much power, sir. I think you use your power for evil, selfish purposes.
Selfish, yes. Evil, no. Only sentimentality is evil.
I think otherwise. And so, in order that you shall not corrupt anyone else, I have this gift for you. Here you are, sir. And just one more shot for good measure to make sure you're really dead. Good.
Miss Holmes, there's a man on his way out by the name of Jarvis Ustuli, an engineer. He's not to be molested. He probably won't stop at the cashier, so I want a check for 6 months' salary in advance mailed to his home address. The man showed a certain quality of ruthlessness which is deserving of recognition. Oh, and have the chief of the company police bring me a new bulletproof vest. This one seems to have been dented in a couple of places.
The new spaceship, according to Wilkins' plans, as executed by Crowder's engineers, was finished within 4 months. It was small, it was shaped like a disc. It gleamed brightly even in the smoky haze of an October sunset. Inside, Crowder and Mr. Wilkins, in a small cubicle at the heart of the machine, sat surrounded by many instruments of a complicated nature. Outside, huge crowds gathered to witness the test. They stirred and murmured, waiting restlessly, as inside the control room of the craft, Wilkins installed the final secret part he had not revealed to those who built his driving apparatus.
Well, Wilkins, what's holding us up?
Nothing new? Oh, sentiment, perhaps? A wish to look once more on Earth's familiar scenes? Yeah. Now the screening is removed. Look at the people out there.
Never mind looking out there. Let's leave that thing closed. You're a sentimental fool. Or are you afraid? Or did you decide at the last minute that your invention would work?
It will work. Sit down, Mr. Crowder. Thank you. Do me a favor. When I press this button, will you please press the button on the arm of the chair in which you're seated? I'll tell you when.
Turn on your motor. I want to hear its roar and feel its tug as we cut loose from Earth's gravity and fly outward into space. That might be a moment in which I'd share your sentimentality.
Press your button now, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Wilkins, I'm beginning to distrust you. If this is all a hoax... When are we going to take off? You said at 5 sharp, and it's 2 minutes after 5 now. Well, do we move or don't we?
Mr. Crowder, we're already moving. The button you pushed was to nullify the effects of acceleration. If you don't mind, sir, I'd like to open the screen again. Now, if you care to look, see for yourself.
Wilkins, we're in space. Look down at the Earth. How far we've come. Why, it's no bigger than a toy balloon. No, a dime. No, a firefly. Man, Wilkins, you've done it.
Yes.
I swore to be the first man to conquer space, and I've done it. It's a triumph of power and ambition.
And sentiment.
Blast sentiment. Your maudlin dreaming would have died unborn except for me. I made this possible, Wilkins. Don't you ever forget that. My capital, my forcefulness, my will. Look out there. Space. Stars that never were seen from Earth. This is only the beginning. We'll build a larger model, one great enough to hold 100 men, 1,000, and cargo besides. Whoever wants to leave Earth this moment must come to me. I am the master of the planets. All right, Wilkins. Turn back now.
No.
What? I said turn back.
No.
Well, we've proved the ship can fly now. Now turn back. I want to start work at once in preparation for the long flights to come.
Not so. We will go on.
What are you doing, defying me? I'll break your puny little body into pieces.
Can you control this ship, Mr. Crowder? Would you like to be stranded out here in space, just adrift in space without control? Would you like that?
Turn back.
No.
What's the matter with you? Are you out of your mind?
Oh, I am a sentimentalist, Mr. Crowder. Your money and ambition paved the way, that's true, but sentiment was the vital factor that sent me to you. Sentiment, sir. You see, Mr. Crowder, I wanted to go home.
Home? Home? You are out of your mind.
You will forgive me if I remove these primitive clothes?
Who are you?
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Crowder. I hold no special malice toward you. There's no need to be so terrified because you've had your first close look at a Martian.
You have just heard X-1 presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction. Tonight by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Vital Factor by Nelson Bond, as adapted for radio by Howard Rodman. Featured in the cast were Joe DeSantis, Guy Sorrell, John McGovern, Grant Richards, Louis Van Ruten, Richard Hamilton, and Florence Williams. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production. Countdown for blast off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight's story, Nightfall, by Isaac Asimov.
Ralph Waldo Emerson speculated, if the stars should appear one night in 1,000 years, how would man believe and adore and perceive for many generations the remembrance of the city of God? This was philosophically interesting. But on the edge of the galaxy, a planet swings on its orbit in a cluster of 6 suns. These suns hang in the sky above. Never less than 2 shine down through the entire 23.8 hours of the planet's day. The yellow light has burned down on the planet continuously, into the past, till the mind of man runneth not to the contrary. Theremin was a reporter for the Sarrow City Chronicle. He covered them all, from the night police beat to politics to the sports pages, and the city editor wanted him to cover the biggest story of the year, perhaps of all time. It was an interview, a particularly difficult interview. But then, since his first days as a cub, Theremin had specialized in difficult interviews. It cost him bruises, black eyes, and broken bones, but it had gotten him an ample supply of coolness and self-confidence. He didn't expect violence, though, from an astronomer.
You're from that newspaper? Well, you got a lot of gall coming here.
Well, now, look, Dr. Aton, it's only a job.
I've read your paper. You've been writing this observatory for 2 months now. You've attacked me personally. I have nothing to say to you.
Well, this is your chance to get your side into the paper. Look, Dr. Aton, I'll give it to you straight. 2 months ago, the observatory issued a press statement that the world was coming to an end. Now, that's the same story the cult of the Book of Revelations had been preaching. Now, when a scientist backs that up, it's news.
Our conclusions have nothing to do with the cult. The cult is full of superstition and mysticism. We're scientists.
You've got the people pretty angry.
It doesn't matter.
If I can't get the story from you, I'll have to go somewhere else.
Go ahead.
The paper can be pretty rough on someone who doesn't cooperate, Dr. Aton.
Young man, if you're not out of the observatory within 5 minutes, I shall call the police. Now get out.
The reporter walks down the long hall from the observatory. The light filters through the high, clear-story windows, the yellow light of Gamma, the brightest of the 6 suns in the planet's sky. Beta is almost at zenith. Its red light floods the landscape to an unusual orange. The planet's sun Alpha is at the antipodes, and now as Gamma sinks below the horizon, the red dwarf sun Beta is alone, grimly alone. It's a short drive from the observatory to Sarrow City, and the red light glares from the highway. The temple of the cult stands hewn from the solid rock of the Dormite Mountains outside the city, and in the inner courtyard stands Sor, the priest of the cult.
Woe to the unbelievers! Their souls will rot with the absence of light.
Tell me, Your Reverence, what will happen? What are you waiting for here?
The day of the coming. It is written in the Book of Revelations. It came to pass the sun Beta was alone in the sky, and the world was shrunken and cold, and men did assemble in the public squares and highways. Their minds were troubled, and their speech confused, for the souls of men awaited the coming of the stars. And the lip of the cave of darkness passed the edge of Beta, and loud were the cries of men, and there was no light on the surface of the world. And in this blackness there appeared the stars in countless numbers, and in that moment the souls of men departed from them, and their abandoned bodies became even as beasts. From the stars then reached down the heavens flame, and where it touched, the cities of the world flamed to destruction, so that of man and all the works of man naught remained. So it is written.
Dr. Sharon, you're the only scientist I could find in the city. Where is everybody?
In the hideout.
The hideout?
Yes, but the place bored me. I wanted to be out here where things are getting hot. I want to see the stars the cultists are talking about. Besides, they don't want me at the hideout. I'm too scrawny to survive.
What is the hideout?
Well, we professors have managed to convince a few people that our prophecy of doom is valid. We've got about 3,000 people. They're supposed to hide where the darkness and the stars can't get at them. We hope they'll survive and leave the records.
Survive? Survive what?
Well, how true it is, I can't say, but the cultists say that every 2,050 years all the suns disappear, and there is a total darkness, and then they say things called stars appear. Of course, men go mad. They mix all this up with a lot of religio-mystic notions, but that's the central idea.
But that's impossible, isn't it? I mean, there are always at least 2 suns in the sky, most of the time 4 or 5.
There aren't now. Only Beta.
You mean that there is going to be worldwide darkness tomorrow, that all mankind will go violently insane? What's behind that?
Well, for one thing, the history of civilization of the world. We have located a series of cycles of civilizations comparable to our own, all of which, without exception, were destroyed by fire at the very height of their culture.
But is there any scientific theory behind this which would explain it?
Well, the University Observatory finished their calculations 2 months ago. And tomorrow there will be an eclipse of Beta so that the planet will become dark. That eclipse comes every 2,049 years. Darkness. And maybe those mysterious stars that no man has seen. And then madness and the end of civilization.
And you expect to live through this at the hideout?
They plan to photograph the eclipse and leave the records. And then the rest of mankind will know what to expect.
Well, what is there in darkness to drive men mad?
Have you ever experienced darkness, young man?
Well, no, but I know what it is. It's just no light.
Oh. Draw the curtain.
Why, what for? If we had 4 or 5 suns out there, we might want to cut the light down for comfort, but with only Beta...
Ah, that's the point. Just draw the curtain and then come here and sit down.
All right. I can't see you.
Feel your way.
But I can't see you. I can't see anything.
Do you like it?
Oh, it's awful. The walls they seem to be closing in on me. I keep wanting to push them away.
All right. Draw the curtain back again.
Oh, the light. Do you have a drink?
Right here. Now, that was just a dark room.
Yes, but it wasn't really so bad.
You're afraid?
Just darkness could do that?
This isn't just a metaphysical theory, young man. It's promulgated from observed data. Well, come with me.
Where?
The locked wall down the corridor. Were you at the Cerro City Centennial Exposition 2 years ago?
I was overseas on assignment.
Well, you remember hearing about the tunnel of mystery that broke all records in the amusement area?
Oh, yes. Wasn't there some fuss about that? The Anti-Vice Society had it shut down.
Oh, it was shut down, all right. But the Blue Noses had nothing to do with it. That tunnel was nothing but a mile-long passage through darkness. You rode in a little car, and it took 15 minutes to get through. Oh, it was very popular while it lasted.
Popular?
Well, there's a fascination to be frightened when it's part of a game. Absence of light is one of the instinctive human fears. People came out of that 15 minutes of darkness shaking and half dead with fear.
Weren't there some deaths?
Oh, bad hearts, but that wasn't the big danger. Now, which key is this? Ah,
Where are we going?
You'll see. No, the heart attacks were actually good for business, but there was something else. Here, I'll show you. I want you to see somebody. Latimer. Latimer.
Go away.
Latimer, I want you to meet somebody. This is Mr. Theremin.
No, go away.
Hello?
He's pushing me. Make him stop pushing me. Go away.
I'm not touching him. What's wrong?
Latimer is afraid, aren't you?
The walls. They're falling in on me. The walls. I've got to get out. I've got to get out. Let me out.
You can't go out, Latimer. It's all right.
I've got to get out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out.
At sleeping period, we have to give him a shot of morphine. Otherwise, he'd bat his brains against the wall.
What's wrong with him?
Nothing. Nothing but 15 minutes in the darkness of the tunnel of mystery.
Oh, that's impossible.
1 person out of 10 came out of the tunnel that way. That's why we had it shut down.
But why should darkness do that?
It's obvious men cannot exist without light. Longer periods of darkness would obviously be fatal. The scientific theory is that the consciousness of light is necessary for mental activity.
Please, doctor, let me outside. Let me out, please. I can't breathe. They're pushing me. They're always pushing me. I can't stand here.
Well, there you are, Theremin. That's what 15 minutes of darkness will do. Man just wasn't built to operate without light. There are always at least 2 suns in the sky, most of the time more.
Just 15 minutes of darkness.
Now, look out of that window. Imagine darkness everywhere. No light as far as you can see. Black. Everything black. And, stars, whatever they are. Can you conceive it? No, your mind wasn't built for that conception. When the real thing comes, you will go mad. Completely and permanently. There is no question of it. Tomorrow, there won't be a city left standing in the world.
Why should the cities be destroyed?
If you were in darkness, what would you want more than anything else? What would it be that every instinct would call for? Light. And how would you get light?
I don't know.
You'd burn something. They've got to have light. They've got to burn something. And every city in the world will go up in flames. Well, shall we go back to my office, Mr. Theremin, and have another drink?
Through the skies, the red sun Beta shines alone. The wind howls across the city. It is cold, colder than man can remember. And as the hour approaches, the reporter goes out and speaks to the man in the street.
Excuse me, where are you going now?
Home for supper.
How about, what are you going to do tonight?
Oh, you mean about this star stuff? Look, I'll tell you, mister, I got nothing against religion, see? But it don't stand a reason that the end of the world is going to come boom like that. It just don't stand a reason.
Have you read what the scientists say?
I don't read stuff like that, only the headlines.
Well, how about the cult?
Well, now, like I say, I've got nothing against religion.
But you don't believe them either.
They've always been shouting about doom and sin. Listen, when you've been around as long as I have, you get to know the score. It's all right to preach Judgment Day is coming and all that, but just the same, I'm putting money in the bank.
How about darkness?
About what?
How would you feel if there were no light?
You crazy. How could there be no light?
Well, suppose all the suns went down at once. Suppose everything was black.
That's crazy. What's the use of supposing something like that? It couldn't happen. It's crazy.
That's all. Thank you.
Sure. Oh, look, mister, remember, pallet with 2 L's?
All this talk of scientific explanation, it's sinful, that's what it is.
Are you a member of the cult, sir?
Sure I am. Been a member since I was a boy. And Daddy was a member, too. I've seen the books. It's all written down in the books.
Don't you believe the scientist's explanation?
Don't need it. Going to save my immortal soul. I'm going to stay on the mountaintop in a white robe while the stars carry me away to glory. Blessed be the stars. Amen.
What are the stars?
The glory, the breath of the heavens, the spirit of the ultimate. That's what they are.
The observatory has announced that it intends to take pictures of the stars.
Blasphemy. I sold my house. I gave all my money to the poor. Won't need it anymore. I'm going to heaven with the stars. Glory, glory, going with the stars.
The reporter checks the stock exchange, the stores, business at a standstill. Doesn't pay to buy anything today, not if the world is going to end tomorrow. There are predictions of economic collapse in the financial section, layoffs at the factories on the edge of the city, and through the streets the people will mill and turn, unsure, crying in fear or shouting with bravado. The story isn't here in the city, and so as the hour approaches, the reporter goes again to the observatory, high in the hills.
Look, Dr. Aton, if you are right, if the world is going to be destroyed, what is the difference if I stay here and observe and take notes?
Nothing, I suppose. You will be in the way. We have work to do.
If I stay out of the way.
Hello, hello. Ooh, this place is like a morgue. It's freezing outside. The wind is enough to hang icicles on your nose. Beta doesn't seem to give any heat at all, the distance it is.
Why aren't you in the hideout, Sharon?
Me? I'm part of the race that isn't worth perpetuating. Who's got a bottle?
There'll be no alcohol today. Be too easy to get my men drunk. I can't afford to tempt them. All right, Thurman, you can stay. Time we took our positions, the observatory dome is up these stairs.
After you.
Ah!
What is that?
Up in the dome, quick!
What is it?
It's the plates. The photographic plates, they're all smashed.
There he is. A cultist.
He's going for the telescope. After him. All right, I've got him.
Let go. No. Let go. Must be destroyed. It must be.
It's all right. He didn't harm anything. Let him up.
Well, that's the high priest. I was talking to him yesterday.
All right. What do you want?
Nothing that you would give me of your own free will.
I made a bargain with the cult to give me certain data that you had. In return, I promised to prove the essential truth of the creed.
There was no need to prove that. It stands proven by the Book of Revelations.
I offered scientific backing for you believers.
You made of the darkness and the stars a natural phenomenon and removed all its real significance. That was blasphemy.
The facts exist.
Your facts are a fraud and a delusion.
How do you know?
I know.
I suppose you think in trying to warn the world against the menace of madness, we are placing souls in jeopardy, huh? Well, we haven't succeeded, if that makes you feel better.
Your devilish instruments must be destroyed. We obey the will of the stars.
Someone call the police in Cerro City.
There's no time for that. Let me handle this. The eclipse is only a few minutes away. Look, you. Will you give your word of honor to cause no trouble?
I will not.
Listen. Just as soon as the eclipse starts, we're going to take you and put you in a closet with the door closed, and you will stay there. Then you won't see the darkness, and you won't see the stars. And that means the loss of your immortal soul, according to the cult. All right. Will you give your word of honor?
You have it. You will all be damned for your deeds of today.
Look at Beta.
The eclipse has started. You can see the blackness against Beta. Get busy on those cameras. Check the exposures very carefully.
You're shaking, Mr. Thurman.
Yes, I don't feel very well.
You're not losing your nerve.
No, I'm just not used to it.
You could probably make the hideout.
I have been assigned to cover a story. I intend to cover it.
Oh, professional honor?
Yes.
Yes. Allah Sophanet Radrock. Allah Sophanet.
What is that?
The cultist. That's the Book of Revelations.
I don't understand it.
He is chanting some old cycle language. The Book of Revelations was originally written in it. There are probably 2 million people in Cerro City who are trying to join the cult. One gigantic revival.
How do the cultists manage to keep the Book of Revelations going from cycle to cycle if everyone goes mad? Who wrote the book?
There are some people who don't see the stars. The blind, those who drink themselves into a stupor, and children. to whom the world as a whole is too new and too strange for them to be frightened at stars and darkness. They would have memories, and that, combined with the confused, incoherent babbling of the mad, formed the basis for the book of Revelations. Oh, the cult will be riding high down there in the city. I hope they make the most of it.
Dr. Sharon, I've just heard from the hideout on the private line.
Oh, they're in trouble?
They are safe, but the city is a shambles. You have no idea.
Well, it'll get worse. But what are you shaking about, Dr. Ayton? How do you feel?
You don't understand. The cultists are rousing the people to storm the observatory, promising them immediate entrance into grace, promising them salvation, promising them anything.
How long till the total eclipse?
An hour.
Well, it's a gamble. It will take time to get a mob out here. If the darkness comes first, we're all right. Oh, look at Beta.
It's cut in half. Half of it is black.
Yes, it's getting darker. An interesting phenomenon. Oh, my collar is suddenly tight. Are you having any difficulty in breathing?
No, why?
Difficulty in breathing is one of the first symptoms. We have experimented.
I'm cold. Seems to be getting colder.
Yes, well, we'd better keep our minds on something else. One of the astronomers has a theory about the stars, far away to see in the light. He developed a fantasy about a planet revolving around one sun. It's a mathematical possibility. Of course, there couldn't be any life. Part of the planet would always be dark and without light. Well, it's obvious. Without light, there can't be any life.
It's time for the artificial light. We can't read the instruments.
Artificial light?
One of the researchers at the university worked it out.
Why, it's beautiful. Yellow light. After 4 hours of red. It's beautiful. Light. Light.
The dome is quiet. The priest in his yellow robe sways slowly as his lips move in the ancient tongue. Over and over he whispers the invocation to the stars. The technicians hunch over the instruments, and the sky gradually turns a horrible deep purple red, and the air grows denser. Dusk, like a palpable entity, enters the room, and the dancing circle of yellow light about the torches etches itself into ever sharper distinction against the ever-gathering grayness beyond. Outside, Beta is a mere smoldering splendor, taking a last look at the world. The western horizon, in the direction of the city, is lost in darkness, and along the highway to the observatory surges a menacing, shadowy mass.
Mob from the city, they're coming.
How long till total eclipse?
15 minutes. But they'll be here in 5.
We'll hold them off. Come on, Fetterman, downstairs.
But there's no light down there.
We have to block the door. Come on.
I can't breathe. I can't go down there.
Take a torch. We'll take light with us. Come on. Ayton?
I'm here. Did you bar the door?
They won't get in.
All right now, everybody. 1 minute till totality. 1 minute. Just before totality, I'm changing the plate. That will leave one of you for each camera. You know all about times of exposure. Now remember, don't try to look for good shots. And if you feel yourself going, get away from the camera.
It's dark. It's getting dark.
Sharon, where are you? I can't see you, Sharon.
I'm right here.
30 seconds.
Look out. The priest.
I can't see him.
And the wicked shall perish, and the souls of the true believers shall be transported in glory to the stars.
You can see him against the torch.
Don't let him get to the
From
telescope.
the stars there reached down a heavenly flame, and where it touched the cities of the world, flame to utter destruction.
Grab him!
You shall not
Grab him!
blaspheme! The world must be destroyed by the stars! It must be! Let me go!
I'll take care of him.
The stars! 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 The st
5 seconds to totality. 4, 3, 2, 1.
The sky is black, and through it shine the stars. 30,000 minute suns shine down in a soul-searing splendor. It is more frightening in its awful indifference than the bitter wind that shivers across the horrible, cold, bleak world.
The stars. The stars. The stars. It's dark. 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 The walls. The walls are coming in on me. They're coming in. Light. 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 Darkness. Forever.
Light.
Forever. And ever.
Light.
And the walls are breaking in. We did not know. We did not know. We did not know.
On the horizon, in the direction of the city, a crimson glow begins growing. 1,000 fires strengthen in brightness that is not the glow of the sun. 1,000,000 fires, as a world mad in the darkness screams in terror for the light. The night has come again.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you Nightfall by Isaac Asimov, adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Wendell Holmes, John Larkin, Santos Ortega, Mercer McLeod, Alan Collins, Bob Hastings, and Roy Fent. Your narrator was Floyd Mack. Fred Collins speaking. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
It's groomed for your interests. Weekday NBC Radio.
Arch Obler's Plays. A Story in the Night.
Linda.
Yes, Carl?
I've been looking for you.
And I for you.
Look, Linda, this party, it's getting a little too much for me. It's a great night. How about a little walk on the beach?
All right. But quickly, before someone changes my mind.
Get your wrap?
No, I'll let the moonlight keep me warm.
That is good.
Careful. Night air.
You know, I never could understand the hunters. They build this place here on the shore, and then, well, when they give a party, they seal the windows hermetically. Here, down this path. That breeze off the sea is good. Don't you think so?
Frankly, Carl, I didn't come out here for the air. I've been very anxious to talk to you. Very.
Oh, that's flattering.
It won't be when you hear why I want to talk to you. Carl, I've always liked you.
And I
Liking you, I've tried to understand you as you are, but must you be so antisocial?
Antisocial? Me?
The Rensalls had a dinner party last night.
Oh, that. At the office, I couldn't break away.
The Carters were expecting you the night before last at the theater.
Linda, I'm a businessman.
Carl, you can't disappoint people continually and expect them to have any regard for you.
My friends know I'm a busy man.
You and I belong to a set that demands certain obligations from us.
I wonder if you know how pompous that sounds.
Pompous or not, it's the truth. Can't just ignore social obligations.
Well, I'm here, am I not? Ocean's rather calm, isn't it?
They were talking about you only last week at the Pages.
Pages? Say, J.B. made a good thing out of International Motors last week. Must have cleaned up $250,000.
Someone mentioned your name, and this other person laughed and said, don't invite him unless you expect me to bring his stock ticker.
Idea in that.
I hear the same about you wherever I go, Carl. There isn't a man I know who spends as much time at work as you do.
Well, if that's what I want, why shouldn't I?
Carl, understand me. I appreciate the importance of money, but after all, you could find time for your friends. Why do you laugh?
I just remembered why I wanted to be alone with you.
Well?
I was going to lecture you.
What?
Yes, lecture, really I was. I was going to tell you that you've been burning the candle socially at both ends. Or words to that effect.
Really?
Oh, you are, you know. Bazaars and style shows and all that nonsense. But you took the offensive so quickly, I forgot what I wanted to say. And that reminds
You're remembering a great number of things, aren't you?
Yes. One of the things was to tell you that you're looking very lovely tonight.
The man's human.
You're irritated with me, aren't you?
I am. Carl, you could be an utterly charming man if you'd forget your stocks and bonds and debentures and all the rest of that for a while and start enjoying life.
Linda, now you've got me irritated. Just because my idea of living doesn't include a room full of jabbering idiots.
I think we'd better go back.
Now, wait a minute. Linda, I want you to... Oh, Linda, let's call a truce on this. After all, we're a couple of mature people. Let's act maturely and leave each other alone and enjoy the night. How about it?
You're hopeless. All right.
Good. We'll get off on safe subjects. The sea, the weather, the moon, June, the number of days to Christmas.
Exactly.
See, we'll start with the sea. Calm, isn't it?
Don't walk so fast, Carl, please.
Uh-oh, I forgot. Sand must be ruining your slippers.
No, beach is packed so hard. I'm quite all right. Don't walk too fast.
Right. Fine place the hunters have here.
They do have successful parties.
Hunter bought this place right before 29. Tried to unload it all through the Depression. Couldn't even get enough to cover the land value.
Did you hear about Ivy's debut? Margaret naturally wanted to have it at the Claremont, but Tom insisted on their country place.
Poor Tom. Dropped plenty in that amalgamated merger. Amazing. A man of his experience not knowing that you can't disturb the capital of an investment in an organization...
Now, just a minute, Mr. Laughlin. If you're thinking of starting on capital investments again, I'd better remind you that this conversation is limited to, remember? June, moon.
What moon?
Well, of all the inconsiderate clouds I have... Carl, what are you staring at?
I can't quite make it out. Do you see anything down there near the water's edge?
Why, yes. There is something there.
It's so dark.
Carl, it moved.
I saw.
Is it a dog?
Well, I'm not sure.
Let's go closer.
Now, Linda, wait. Linda, come back.
Carl, come quickly.
What is it?
Look. Someone sitting in sand.
Well, who in the world?
Oh, drunk. Just someone who lost his way to the bar. Come on.
Now, Linda, wait.
Wait for what?
Well, I better see who it is and give him a hand.
All right, if you must play the Good Samaritan, go ahead.
I say there, fella.
What in the world's the drunken fool doing? Digging for clams?
I'll have to get closer. I say there, old boy. You're going to get a little wet there when the tide comes in, aren't you?
Well, drunk and dumb.
Ah, yes, you're right.
Let's go on.
No, wait, please.
But why?
The moon will be out in a moment. I want to see what he's doing. There. Now we'll see. Why, it's an old man.
Writing in the sand.
What are you doing here?
Guess he just won't talk.
How do you like that? Writing in the sand with the point of his finger.
Carl, I don't like this at all. Come away.
Well, Linda, what is it?
Nothing. Nothing at all. If this old man wants to sit here in the dark and stand, why let him. What does it concern us?
But what's he writing? I can't quite make out. Oh, the moon went under.
Carl, he's staying here?
I'm sorry. I want to see what the old man's writing. What are you writing, old man? Old man, don't you hear me talking to you?
Carl, you're being insufferable.
Linda, where's your curiosity? Deserted beach after midnight. An old man writing heaven knows what in the sand. Aren't you interested in knowing?
I'm not interested in maniacs. Who else but a psychopath would sit like that?
Linda, wait. Moon's coming through the clouds again. Now I'll see. You see it, too. He's writing names in the sand. Names of people.
Carl.
What is it?
His face.
What did you say?
Face. Did you see his face?
No, I didn't see it. Linda, what's the matter?
Face.
What about his face? Plastered clouds. Can't see. Oh, light again. There's nothing wrong with his face.
I thought...
Just an old man. Must be a gardener. Writing names in the sand.
I want to know who he is.
Well, now you're curious.
I want to know who he is, Carl.
And I'm certainly going to find out. Old man, we insist on knowing who you are. Do you hear me, old man? We insist. No attention. Must be deaf.
Clouds covering the moon. Sea so green. Carl, I'm cold. Let's go in.
Now, if that isn't like a woman. 1 minute you're curious, and the next minute you're cold. The moon's bright now. Look, you can see some of the names he's writing. John. Berkeley. March 2nd. 1941. Well, how do you like that? He wiped the name out and he's writing another one.
George. Ellison. March 2nd. 1942.
Wipe that one. Writing another.
Name after name.
But why? Old man, can you hear me? Why?
What'd he say?
He's certainly not drunk. Eyes so bright, so intent on his work. And what work?
Carl, don't laugh.
Huh? What did you say?
He seems so busy.
Linda, what is there about this old man that disturbs you? I think he's funny.
Carl.
Dirty little unshaven old man, crouched over, writing names in the sand with the point of his finger. It's a serious career, isn't
Carl.
it? A career for one's old age. No overhead, no competition, no profit. Sit in the open air and write in the sands of time. Linda, I tell you, when I get too old for Wall Street, I think I'll join this old man.
Carl.
Huh?
C-A-R. Carl, look. Your name. He's writing your name.
Well, what do you know about
C-A-R-L.
the old fraud can hear? Must have overheard you say my name.
Carl. Your last name. He's writing that, too.
But that's impossible. He doesn't know.
He is writing it. L-A.
My name? He doesn't know who I...
U-G. How slowly he formed each letter.
How does he know? Why does he write?
Carl, what is it?
I don't know. Feel sick.
Carl!
Don't let me fall.
Oh, man, help me. Please help.
He's finishing my
Oh,
name.
man, help me. My friend, he's ill.
Can't breathe.
God, I can't hold you. Help me. Someone help me. Oh, you're standing up again.
I feel all right.
Carl, what happened? How did you frighten me so?
My name in the sand. Where?
Surf. Came in and wiped it out before he'd finished.
Old man, why did you write my name? How did you know who I was? Answer me, why did you write my name?
What difference does that make? You're ill. Let's get back to the house.
No, I feel fine. Sudden dizziness, but I'm all right now. I want to know how and why this old...
He's writing again.
Huh? L-I-N. Your name.
Yes.
D-A.
Carl, take me home.
Oh, wait. You can't possibly know your last name. J-E-F.
Oh, please. I
He does know it. F-E-R. Writing so slowly as if he wasn't quite sure. But he does know it. Linda, how in the world do you imagine he knows? Linda.
Oh. Carl, help me.
Linda, what is it?
Hold me.
Yes, I'm holding you. Linda, in heaven's name, what is it?
My heart. Falling.
Linda!
Carl.
What?
Carl, why are you holding me?
You were ill, fainting.
What are you talking about?
Are you joking?
What is there to joke about? Please let go of me.
All right.
My name. He was writing my name.
Yes.
Where is it? Sam. He's writing another name. Where's mine?
That wave must have washed it out before he finished.
I remember now. My heart. I couldn't see. Darkness. I was falling.
Yes, falling.
Your face so white. Carl, why?
As he wrote my name, I felt as if I were dying. And then you felt the same way, too, as he wrote your name, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Oh, cold it is here.
Cold.
He's still writing. The moon. Gone.
Carl, stay by me.
Yes.
He's still there.
Darker.
In the darkness. I can't stand it anymore. Oh, man. Who are you? Who?
Linda, stay away from him. Don't.
No!
Linda! Linda, what is it? Linda.
No one.
What?
No one. Here.
But he was here. I saw him.
Carl, find him. Find him and talk to him. I've got to know. I've got to.
Old man. Where are you, old man?
There he is there. Far down the beach.
We've got to catch him. Come. Old man, wait. Old man.
Old man, wait. I beg you. Wait.
Old man, wait. I want to talk to you. No one.
I thought...
There he is.
Where?
Out the other way, at the edge of the water. Old man, wait! Old man!
Wait for me, Carl! Wait! Oh, why do you stop?
No one. I thought I saw him. But there's no one. If only the moon came out again.
Find him for me, Carl. Find him for me.
You blasted moon. Come out. Come out.
Oh, man.
Linda.
I heard.
Oh, Linda.
You laughing?
Yes, of course I'm laughing. What we just heard, the wind. Our friends back at the house.
Friends?
Yes, friends. That wind and the sound of them talking, it cleared my head. My life has been like my business. Everything has had debits and credits. This that's been happening to us. My head's clear now, and I can think of it in practical terms.
Tell me.
we met an old man writing in the sand.
He wrote my name.
And mine, too. All that was real enough. Now then, how did he know our names?
Yes.
Simple enough. You and I are not unknown. He must have been an old guard on the estate here. Yes, that's it. He'd heard of us. Then heard us call each other by our given names, and so he knew the rest of it.
But when he wrote our names, we...
Yes, I know. The dizziness. Oh, it's all quite easily explained. Back in the house, the air was bad. We came outside. Both of us nerves on edge. Too much fresh air. Dizziness followed. Oh, I talk about it anymore. Let's get back to the house.
Carl, yes, quickly.
Careful now, not so fast. You'll fall.
Yeah, I'm all right. Faster, Carl. I want to get back.
A drink, that's what I need. A drink, or 2 or 3, a dozen.
So very dark.
Infernal clouds. Let's stay along the water's edge. Easier to walk.
Yes.
Fantasy of the night, that's all it was. We let our imaginations run away with us. Yes, imagine things that didn't exist.
Carl.
Why do you stop?
Carl.
Why are you pointing?
He's writing again. He's there, writing again.
Old man. Old man!
Carl, don't leave me! Carl, it's so dark. Carl!
Gone again. Gone again.
Carl, take me back to the house. Quickly, don't stand there. We'll run,
Wait. The moon. Shining down so strangely. Everything's so strange.
Strange.
Yes.
Carl, the edge of the water.
What?
Our names.
Oh.
Names. Our names in the sand. See them?
Yes.
There's a date. Written after my name.
And after mine.
I can't see. The date. Oh.
A wave is coming. Linda, come back.
No, I've got to see.
Linda!
I saw.
I did, too.
The date when I...
The date when I...
Oh, no.
No, it isn't true. It isn't. It isn't. A date written in the sand, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. It doesn't. Does it, Linda?
I didn't think it would be so soon.
You believe?
Yes.
I do, too, somehow.
So soon.
Oh. No, I won't believe. I won't. I'm going to live for a long time. 50, 60 more years. My family, they lived long lives. My father, my grandfather. This can't be true.
Carl, don't be so afraid.
You're not?
I am. And yet, somehow it's wonderful.
Wonder?
Yes. Wonderful. What every person in the world wants to know. We know. You and I.
It'll be spring that year when I...
No. No, don't think about it that way. The wonder of it, Carl. Think of that.
I've never thought much of the wonder of things.
How good the air is. Like wine. I heard them call it that. I never believed a breath could be so wonderful.
If a man planned every minute that was left, how much he could do.
That's why I say it's wonderful, Carl. I know what I have left. I can plan the days, the hours, live each one because I know just how many of them I have. Carl, I'm almost happy now.
Happy?
Yes, why not? Now I'll do the things I wanted to. Yes, every one. Listen to them back there. I never really wanted that, Carl.
But you always...
Because that was the path my mother had gone, and the one she led me to. But all the time, the snobbery of money and those silly little family destinies. I wasn't happy because it really wasn't what I wanted. I knew that, but I went on because there was a tomorrow. I said to myself, tomorrow, some new tomorrow, I'll start the life I want. I didn't know. Now I know my tomorrow's come. I've got to start now. And so I will. And so I'm happy.
What?
A child, Carl. Yes, I want a child. There, I've said what I never thought to say. How I used to laugh at people with their children. Such clever, brittle talk. All the time my heart was in my eyes. Child. Listen. On the wind.
Yes.
It's music of the night call. Look up. The stars are singing. They know I'm free. For a little while I'm free. And you, Carl, what will you do?
What will I do?
Yes. What will you do tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning, I'll go back to my business, of course. My business. No.
You're holding me.
Yes. Linda, you and I, we've got to be together.
Oh.
You're right. There can be happiness in it. For these days and months we're free. The world. We'll climb up to those singing stars of yours. When I was a boy, I always thought I'd do that. Travel. Tomorrow. There'd always be a tomorrow for me. Yes, I was immortal. I thought that, really. Most of us do, don't we? Everybody else in the world would live their lives and die, but I, always inside myself, I thought I'd live forever. So I climbed into a cage and stayed there.
You're holding me so close.
You and I, Linda. Together. Free. Until that day. Say it. Say it.
Oh, my dear. Why did it take death to teach us how to live?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Arch Oboler. In tonight's play, Mirage, it was our pleasure to have with us Nan Sunderland, known to all of us also as Mrs. Walter Houston, and Edmund MacDonald, who is soon to be seen in the Joseph Pasternak production of Destry Rides Again, a new Universal picture. Next week, 3 short plays of men and their ways. Hometown, The Circle, and State Executioner, featuring Ray Collins.
Arch Oboler's plays. A story in the night. Arch Obler's plays are presentations of the National Broadcasting Company and are heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Tonight's play came to you from Hollywood's Radio City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
We bring you Creeps by Night. Tonight, once again, we introduce the man who has agreed to serve as your guide and companion on these sometimes terrifying pilgrimages into the world beyond the realm of human understanding. The man who, for reasons that cannot be presently explained, must keep his identity a secret. Creeps by Night brings you its anonymous master of mystery, Dr. X.
Good evening. This is Dr. X, joining with you for further research into the shadowy darkness of the unexplored, the darkness of the human mind. I wish first, however, to thank you for your letters commenting on last week's broadcast, The Walking Dead. Many of you requested that I reveal my identity, and a few of you hazarded a guess as to who I am. In due time, perhaps, I will be able to step out from under my cloak of mystery. But for the present, I ask you to bear with me, since I shall have to be known only as Dr. X. Tonight I have a rare treat in store for you. Mr. Edmund Gwenn, the celebrated English actor, is our guest. The story I have chosen is drawn from the casebook of medical science and concerns itself with the often ghastly power of fear. Yes, we are all slaves to fear in one form or another. But the fear that forms the basis for our dramatization tonight is undoubtedly the most horrible of them all. It is the fear of... But wait. Let me draw aside the curtain and bring you Mr. Edmund Gwenn as Ramsey in The Strange Burial of Alexander Jordan. For more than a century, the old Jordan house has stood on a gentle slope, mistress of the surrounding 400 acres of birch woods and pasture lands. And now, inevitably, death seems near to the last of the strong men who have always owned it. Aged, irascible Alexander Jordan. In his faded, musty bedroom, the shades are drawn against the hot morning sun. And in the half-darkness, his pale, hollow cheeks blend into the color of the pillowcase. He stirs as the door opens and his doctor enters.
That you, Rutledge? Yes? Come in and sit down. Close the door.
What's the trouble, Alex?
Had one of my cataleptic fits last night. A bad one. I'm going to die pretty soon, Rutledge.
Suppose you let me do the guessing.
Don't interrupt. I'm not afraid to die, mind you. I've never told anyone this, but my greatest fear is that it won't be death, and they'll bury me alive.
Oh, I think we can be pretty sure if it comes to that.
Don't be so positive. 38 years ago, a young butcher who called himself a doctor pronounced me dead when I had a cataleptic fit. Near got me buried, too, if I hadn't come out of it on time.
That was 38 years ago.
Could happen again. Rutledge, I don't care if I sound like an old fool. All my life, that scared me. The idea of somebody mistaking one of those fits for death. The only nightmares I ever have, I wake up in a coffin. I put my hands up and I feel the lid there. Sometimes it's wood, sometimes it's cold glass, but there's no room to turn around. I put my hands down, and I can feel the silk lining. They have me dressed in a swallowtail. They have a stiff collar on me. I reach up to tear it away. I can't breathe. I have to have air. Panic grips me. I try to shout, but no one can hear me. I beat on the coffin lid with my fists. I try to break the glass, but I can't do it. I haven't enough room. And pretty soon I know that I'm dying. Really dying. In the cold horror of the grave. Because somebody mistook one of my cataleptic fits for death. I don't want that to happen, Rutledge. And that's why I called you.
Oh, you're just getting worked up over nothing, Alex.
Listen to me. When the day comes and my nephew Ramsey or his wife Martha calls you, I want nobody but you to come, Rutledge. I don't want any other doctor to pronounce me dead. Is that clear?
Don't worry.
I want you to go over me very carefully. If you're absolutely satisfied that I'm dead, you can go ahead with the funeral. But I don't want my body embalmed. I don't want anything done to me except to put me in a coffin. I'm getting a lawyer here to write all this down this afternoon, Rutledge. But I wanted you to hear it, too. I want my coffin put in the vault down by the birch woods. That's why I built the vault right on this property, so that nobody would ever bury me underground.
All right. It'll be done just as you say.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not finished. This is the most important part. I want a large brass bell placed on the wall over the bed where Ramsey and Martha sleep. I want wires connected from that bell to the vault. Electric wires.
What for?
I want a push button attached to the ends of those wires, and I want the button placed in my hands as I lie in the coffin, so that in case I'm not dead, in case I awaken, I can ring the bell and let them know.
Well, I must say, Alex...
I don't care what you say. I don't care what anyone says. That's the way I want it.
All right, Alex. That's the way you'll get it.
Make sure I do.
Well, I've got to run over to the Pritchards. Nora's having another baby. Taking that digitalis faithfully?
Yeah. Foolishness. But I'm taking it.
That's good. Goodbye, Alex. Get out and soak up some of that sunshine. I'll see you Thursday.
Send Martha in. Alone.
All right.
Just a minute there. Dr. Rutledge?
Oh. Hello, Ramsey.
I'd like to know why you came this morning, Doctor.
I came because I was sent for.
Why doesn't somebody tell me when a doctor's been sent for? Is my uncle all right?
He's not dead, if that's what you want to know. Not quite yet. See that he keeps on taking that prescription I left. He wants to see your wife. Alone.
Martha?
You heard me. Goodbye, Ramsey. I know the way out without your help.
Goodbye, Dr. Rutledge. Martha, wipe your hands. He wants to see you.
What did you say, dear?
I said wipe your hands. He wants to see you.
Is the doctor still in there? Is he all right?
The doctor's gone. He wants you in there. Alone.
Oh, for goodness sake. Now what?
Just a minute. Why is he asking to see you alone?
Why, Ramsey, how should I know?
Something's up. Rutledge was in there a long time. Why wasn't I told he was sent for?
Why, well, you were in the fields this morning when he asked me to call the doctor.
Next time you tell me when he sends for people. And listen, when you get in there, watch what you say.
Why, Ramsey, I don't know what you mean.
You know very well what I mean. Just listen. And don't babble. He mightn't like my ideas about what to do with this place after he's dead. Go on in there now. You've already wiped your hands 6 times.
Yes, Ramsey, dear. You want me, Uncle Alex?
Yes, come in and shut the door, Martha.
Yes, Uncle Alex. Was the coffee all right this morning?
Yes, fine. Where's Ramsey?
He's in the kitchen.
Sit down, Martha.
Yes, Uncle Alex.
I want to talk to you, Martha. Lawyer Gaines will be here sometime this afternoon to fix up my will.
Oh, Uncle Alex.
Got a feeling my time is drawing near, Martha. And I just want to make sure that worthless nephew of mine doesn't get his hands on the Jordan place. Whatever made you marry him, Martha? Never mind. None of my business. But I could have told you he was no good. Never has been. I wouldn't trust him with the farm. He'd sell it before my body turned cold. But I trust you, Martha.
Thank you, Uncle Alex.
Yes, I've thought it all over. I'm going to leave the place to you. At least you'll have a roof over your head and some land you can call your own. You like it here, don't you?
Oh, yes, I do. I'd be perfectly happy to stay here the rest of my life.
And that's fine, because it's going to be yours, all of it.
Oh, Uncle Alex, you make me want to cry.
No, none of that.
I'm sorry.
There's one more thing, Martha. One important thing.
Yes, Uncle Alex.
I've given Dr. Rutledge some very careful instructions about my burial.
Oh, please, Uncle Alex.
Nothing to be afraid of, Martha. When it comes, it'll come, and that's all. Rutledge knows what to do. He'll tell you. And I want you to promise me that you'll follow the instructions.
Yes, of course, Uncle Alex, on my word of honor. As God is my witness.
Thank you, Martha. Oh, by Jove, you've made me feel a good deal better knowing I have someone around I can trust. Matter of fact, I think I'll get up for supper tonight. Tell Ramsey to come in and help me dress after Lawyer Gaines leaves. And tell him I don't want him in here before then.
Yes, Uncle Alex.
And don't breathe a word about this to Ramsey.
I won't. If you need anything, Uncle Alex, call me.
Yes, I will.
Oh, what did the old buzzard want?
His lawyer's coming this afternoon. You're to go in and help him dress after the lawyer leaves.
He's having supper at the table?
Yes. Bring in one of the special hams. I'll bake it with pineapple.
Did it take you 10 minutes in there to decide on baked ham with pineapple for supper?
What we decided is none of your business.
What do you mean, what you decided?
I said it was none of your business. Better get out and feed the chickens.
When did you start giving me orders?
Oh, go on out of my kitchen. I've got work to do.
What did you talk about in there?
Ramsey, you're hurting my arm.
I'll hurt more than that before I'm through. What's the lawyer coming for?
Would you like me to tell him you haven't fed the chickens yet?
Something suddenly made you awfully cocky, it seems to me. Tell me what it is. Right now.
Ramsey.
Tell me, I said.
Ramsey.
Let go of her, Ramsey.
Oh.
I was only...
Get out of the house before I lose my temper. Go on, get.
I'm going.
If this ever happens again, Martha, you let me know.
Yes, Uncle Alex, but you shouldn't have gotten out of bed this way.
Oh, don't worry about me, Martha. I'm all right.
Bacon and eggs for his breakfast.
And why not? Did you fix the fence post over on the west pasture?
Never mind the fence post. Give me that tray.
You tend to your own business. I'll take the tray into him. Your breakfast, Uncle Alex? That's funny. Uncle Alex? Uncle Alex? Oh, my Lord. Ramsey! Call Dr. Rutledge! Ramsey!
Let's pause for a moment. We'll return to Edmund Gwenn in Creeps by Night right after these messages.
Stan Freeberg here. The Radio Spirits catalog features thousands of cassettes and CDs of old-time radio. Call right now and Radio Spirits will send you their latest catalog absolutely free. Call Radio Spirits right now at 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648.
And now, let's return to Edmund Gwynn in The Strange Burial of Alexander Jordan on Creeps by Night.
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he have everlasting life. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die.
What's the matter with Martha, Doctor?
The funeral was evidently too much for her. I gave her a sedative and put her to bed upstairs. Where's the undertaker?
Down at the vault with the electrician. They're waiting for you so they can close the coffin. Of all the stupid things, he's dead, isn't he?
Yes, but we're observing his wishes to the letter.
Brass bells and electric push-buttons rot.
Perhaps it is, but that's how he wanted it. And incidentally, as administrator of the estate, let me remind you that according to the terms of the will, either you or Martha must remain within earshot of that bell upstairs for 7 days. You understand that?
Yes, to my life. I'm beholden to a woman. That.
You could do worse, Ramsey. This is a nice place. I wish it were mine.
If I had my way, you could buy it in a minute.
Well, that's neither here nor there. See that Martha gets some rest. I left a bottle of medicine on the small table beside the bed. She's to take it according to directions if she has trouble sleeping.
Good Lord, what's that?
Her uncle wanted a bell loud enough to be heard. He certainly got it.
Doctor, do you suppose...
Take it easy. The undertaker or the electrician at the crypt touched the push button.
Ramsey! Ramsey!
Good Lord, I forgot. The bell's hung right above the bed where she was asleep. Come on.
Oh, Ramsey! Dr. Rutledge, the bell.
Oh, it doesn't mean anything, Martha. Don't be frightened.
Oh, thank goodness. I was asleep and it hit me like a blow when it rang. For a moment, I couldn't even move. I felt paralyzed like in a dream.
There, that's all right. Go on back to bed. You'll fall asleep again with the stuff I gave you. The bell won't ring anymore. I'll go right on down to the vault and see if the coffin is closed. Get her back into bed, Ramsey, and let her have another teaspoonful of that medicine tonight.
You just get over to the vault and stop there monkeying. I'll tend to her.
See that you do. And remember, don't leave this place for 7 days.
Oh, what's the use?
Is it morning, Ramsey?
No.
Can't you go to sleep?
No.
I'm asleep.
Sure, you've got things your own way. Go on, sleep. Don't mind me. I'm just a hired man around here, just a hired man. Can't you at least make a cup of coffee a man can drink? Slop, that's what it is. Filthy slop.
I haven't been able to get into town and get anything fresh, Ramsey, and you know it. It's just that you're nervous and not sleeping
I'll
well.
drive into town.
No, Ramsey. We've still got 5 days to go.
$4 o'clock. Why can't I sleep? Why? 3 nights of it now. 3 nights with that bell hanging over my head. Oh. Martha, you asleep? It must be that stuff Rutledge gave her. I'll take some. I can't stand it any longer. Now, maybe I'll sleep. I tell you, Martha, there's only one thing to do with the place. Sell it.
You're wasting your time, Ramsey. I will not sell it. I'm not getting any younger. I want a roof over my head. That's what Uncle Alex intended.
But now's the time to sell for it. We can get a good price.
To begin with, Ramsey, it doesn't even belong to me.
Well, it will in 2 more days, won't it?
Yes. if that bell doesn't ring.
I've got to sleep tonight. It's the last night. Tomorrow the place is ours. I'll take some of that medicine that worked before.
I won't tell the place, Randy. I won't tell.
Talking in her sleep.
I won't tell her.
She's dreaming. Having a nightmare. Too much of this dope, maybe. Your Martha, wake up. Martha! She's dead to the world. The stuff Rutledge gave her must be powerful. That gives me an idea.
Don't trust you, Randy. Never did.
You won't have to trust me much longer, you dried-up old fool. Let's have a look at this bottle. I guess it's all right to turn the lamp on. She won't wake up. There. Now let's see what the label says. Maximum dose, 1 teaspoonful every 12 hours. Caution. Overdosing may be fatal. Overdosing may be fatal, eh?
Never sell the Jordan place.
We'll see about that. Maximum dose, 1 teaspoonful. I could put 3 in her coffee tomorrow morning. She'd never know the difference. That stale coffee's bitter as gall anyway, and that it fits everything. Yes, I'm her only relative. If she dies, I get the place. Oh, why didn't I think of this before? Why did I wait 6 days and nights with that bell hanging over my head? Why did I? Oh, good Lord! Am I dreaming? No, it can't be. It can't. Stop! Stop that ringing!
Ramsey! Ramsey! The bell!
I can hear it, you fool!
Quick! Ramsey!
Stay where you are! I'll stop it!
Ramsey, what did you do?
What do you think I did?
The wires. You pulled out the wires.
Get back into bed.
Are you out of your mind? The key to the vault, where is it?
What?
The key. Uncle Alex must be
You're
alive.
crazy.
He rang the bell, didn't he?
You were dreaming. Get back to bed.
Give me that vault key, Ramsey. Give it to me.
Now take it easy.
Don't stand there telling me to take it easy. Uncle Alex may be fighting for breath, breathing against the coffin. Get the key.
All right. I'll go down there.
I'll go with you.
Doesn't need 2 people. Just let me get into my clothes.
I don't trust you, Ramsey.
You've got no right to say a thing like that, Martha. What difference does it make to me whether Alex is alive or dead? I don't stand to gain anything. He left the Jordan place to you. Oh, now where did I put that key? Must be in this drawer.
Hurry, Ramsey.
I'm hurrying. There, here it is.
You took something else out of that drawer, Ramsey.
I did not. Just the key. What's the matter with you anyway? Where are my shoes?
Under the bed. I'll be watching you from the window, Ramsey. If Uncle Alex is alive, yell to me. And I'll phone Dr. Rutledge.
Let's take a short break. We'll return to Creeps by Night in a moment.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaBay.com. And now let's return to Edmund Gwenn in the conclusion of the strange burial of Alexander Jordan on Creeps by Night.
There's a storm coming up. That wind's from the east. Now, let's see if this key fits. It fits all right, but it won't turn. Ah, there we are. Now, where's that light switch? Here it is. Yeah, that's better. Oh, it's foul in here. Even smells dead. There's the coffin. Hope they didn't screw down the lid. No, it comes right up. Yeah. He hasn't moved. He's dead. Yes, just the way he was when they put him in there. With his hands folded over the bell button. He didn't ring that bell. Who did? Now I know. The storm. Lightning shorted the wire. Sure, that's what it was. It must have been. Still, I think I'd better make sure while I'm down here. Yes. Martha almost caught me taking this darning needle out of the drawer. I'll work it under his shirt and jab it through his heart. You're going to stay dead, Uncle Alex, no matter what happens.
Sandy!
Martha! You followed me.
I told you I didn't trust you. What are you doing with that darning needle in your hand?
Nothing.
Get out of the way. Let me look at him.
Dead. Stone dead.
Who rang the bell?
Well, how should I know? Maybe his ghost.
You were about to do something with that needle. What?
You really want to know? All right. I'll tell you. I was going to jab it through his black heart. I was going to make sure he was dead. And I'm still going to do it.
Ramsey, you're out of your mind.
Am I? We'll see.
Keep away from that coffin.
Shut up.
I'll scream, Ramsey. The Prestons will hear me.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will. Help!
Oh, so that's how it is. Wait till I close this door. Now, scream your lungs out.
Ramsey, don't do anything you'll regret.
Regret? Not just that. Why waste this needle on old dead Alex? I might do much better using it on you. Jab it into your heart.
Ramsey!
Why not? Then I get to own the place and sell it.
Ramsey, listen to me.
I've listened to you plenty these last few weeks. Ever since he made you the high and mighty boss. But now, it's my turn.
Ramsey!
They'll never find you down here. No, you'll dry up and rot, just like he's rotting in that coffin.
Ramsey! No! Ramsey!
Fainted before I could touch her. Wait a minute. That gives me an idea. There's a better way of doing it. Carry her up to the house, pour that medicine down her throat, give her an overdose. She'll be dead by morning, and no one can pin it on me. Oh, this is beautiful. Everything's working out fine. You're going to be rich, Ramsey. You're rich. Get the door open first, and then... Lord, the key's on the outside. And it's a snap lock. No! Oh, what am I going to do? I'm locked in here. I can't get out. The door's solid oak. 6 inches thick. There are no windows. No air. Well, the push button's in his hands. I'll keep ringing it. Yes, sooner or later, someone will hear it. Yeah, this should do it. The Prestons or the McCarters, they're bound to hear it and investigate. I'll keep ringing it all night. I'll... Oh, the wires. Wires in the bedroom. I ripped them out. The bell won't ring. Oh, God! I'm trapped! I'm trapped in here! I'm trapped! Trapped!
That was The Strange Burial of Alexander Jordan, starring Mr. Edmund Gwenn. For our next exploration into the darkness of the human mind, I have invited the celebrated exponent of the Mysterioso, Peter Lorre, to be our guest. So join with us when once again we raise the shadowy curtain of the unknown and look deep into the souls of men. Until then, this is your master of mystery, Dr. X, leaving you with Creeps by Night.
Creeps by Night is produced by Robert Maxwell. Original music composed by Paul Creston, conducted by Joseph Stopak. Supporting Mr. Gwen in tonight's presentation were Everett Sloan as Alexander Jordan, Abby Lewis as Martha, Gregory Morton as Dr. Rutledge, and Dr. X as himself. Edmund Gwen appeared to the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, whose 20-year anniversary picture, The White Cliffs of Dover, is currently being released. George Gunn speaking. This
dark fantasy.
I am the spirit of the demon tree.
£3 on the Jack of Diamonds.
You should tear your money up, Humphreys. It would last you longer.
Perhaps you're right, Crane. But this way I get a sense of honest toil. I say, isn't anyone else betting?
Oh, let's quit. I'm tired of losing.
Oh, look here, old girl. Could I loan you a few pounds?
No, thank you, Crane. I have enough to get me back to London. If we ever do get back.
Now, why do you say that, Clara? It's only a matter of a stage getting through here to the resort and taking us out of this beastly place.
Beastly place is right. Why people come here for a rest is more than I can determine. Honestly, I've never spent such an uncomfortable week in all my life.
Well, think of me. I've been here 3. So have you, Humphreys.
Oh, look here, you two. It's 3 o'clock. They're expecting the stage around 8 tonight. What do you say the 3 of us go for a bit of a walk through the forest?
I say, why not? Oh, here comes Danvers. Perhaps he'll join us.
Anything to get away from this place. Good afternoon, Danvers.
Greetings, good people. I take it you're no happier than when I left you a while ago.
The place is as gloomy as a morgue. We've just agreed to take a walk in the forest back of the inn. You're invited to come along if you like.
Sounds like a good enough way to pass the time.
Oh, good. And we all go together. Besides, I'm quite interested in that forest out there. You remember, of course, the story the night clerk told us last evening?
Yes, I don't like him. He talks through his nose. People should talk through their mouths.
No. I mean, what he told us about the forest.
What about the forest? I didn't hear it, Humphreys.
Well, the clerk said it was a gorgeous place. Lots of beautiful foliage, vivid colors, clear water lakes.
But nobody goes there. It's so beautiful.
That's just it, Clara. You see, people have gone there and never come back.
Rubbish. A lot of nonsense. Why, the clerk is just superstitious, that's all.
I am inclined to agree with you, Danvers. Why, he even told us an absurd story about a tree out there in that forest that's supposed to strangle people.
Strangle them? How?
Oh, I don't know. With its branches, I suppose. Just some absurd legend that people around here like to believe.
I believe it's more than just a legend, Crane.
And what makes you say that, old man?
Here. I talked to the clerk again later last night. He dug out this old newspaper clipping for me. Read it, Danvers, aloud.
Old is right. Almost illegible.
Well, read it.
It says, London, England, April 21st, 1857. It is reported that Sir Horace Wakefield, Earl of Dorset, was found strangled last night in Barlow Forest. His body was discovered entangled in the branches of a huge oak tree.
Oh.
Go on. Read the rest of it.
Earl's death recalls to mind the weird tale of the witch of Barlow Forest, who is said to have lived in the 16th century. An evil old hag who, upon having a falling out with Sir Thomas Holly Wakefield, cursed him and warned him that any of his descendants who entered Barlow Forest would surely perish.
Charming old girl, wasn't she?
No. Don't scoff until you've heard the rest of it.
Go on, Danvers.
She also added that any person or persons with the Wakefield descendant would also die. She is said to have planted an acorn smeared with her own blood. The acorn is supposed to have grown into a towering oak, capable of moving about from place to place in Barlow Forest. Sir Horace is the sixth of the Wakefield line to have perished by strangulation in the forest.
Thomas Hurley Wakefield. I wonder.
You wonder what, Gray?
My mother's name was Wakefield. I was just wondering if she was related to Sir Thomas.
Oh, of course not, Crane. It's just a story.
What an extraordinary story, didn't you say?
Well, yes. Wouldn't do very well as a bedtime story, would it?
A demon tree. I wonder if we could find it.
Well, let's have a try, shall we?
I'm game.
Don't let anybody say I'm not.
Then let's go. Oh, Humphrey's going along. I say, Humphreys, are you daydreaming?
No, I was just thinking. Wouldn't it be odd if the whole thing were true? If we all went in there and didn't come back.
Well, do you gentlemen see any way we can get into that forest?
It's as dense as Father Time's beard. Doesn't seem to be an opening anywhere.
I think we can get in over here.
Oh, all right. Coming, Danvers.
There seems to be a footpath over here. Only one along this line of the forest. There, see?
Oh, yes, you're right. Come on, I'll lead. We'd better remember the way back. It'd be hard to get out of here if we didn't know where this opening is.
Don't worry, I'll remember it. I'm good at landmarks.
Go ahead, Clara. I'm right behind you.
I say, do any of you feel that?
Feel what, Danvers?
A chill. I feel like it's 20 degrees colder in this place.
I feel that way, too.
So do I.
It's naturally cooler in the woods where the sun doesn't shine.
But not this much cooler.
I don't like this place. I'm for going back to the inn.
Oh, let's get on ahead a little ways. I say, it is pretty in here.
Pretty or not, it gives me the creeps.
It isn't the kind of cold caused by climatic changes.
What was that, Denver?
I said it's a different kind of cold. It's the kind that creeps up your spine when some evil comes over you.
Oh, now, Danvers, you're just letting that newspaper story play on your mind.
Wait a minute, eh? Look! That tree there in front of us. It looks like a human giant.
Jove! You're right, Danvers.
I could swear it moved just a moment ago.
It did move. I saw it, too.
That's the strangest looking tree I ever saw. Look at that bark. I wonder if...
Crane! What's wrong, man?
I just touched the bark of that tree and it didn't feel like bark at all.
What?
No, it felt like human skin.
Here, let me feel it. By heaven, it's true. It does feel like skin. Warm and smooth and soft.
Yes. It feels that way to me, too.
Here, Humphreys, you touch it.
No, thanks.
Go ahead, Humphreys. Feel it.
I have no desire to. You see, I'm sure you're right.
What's that?
I feel that this is the demon tree of Barlow Forest.
Humphreys?
I think we've seen enough of this place, haven't we? Let's get back to the inn.
Yes, let's.
All right. Come on.
I say, wait a minute. Have you noticed how dark it is? All of a sudden.
The sun's behind a cloud, probably.
It's impossible to see the sky through this foliage.
It is darker. I can hardly see where I'm walking.
Are you quite sure this is the right way? I don't remember this clearing.
I don't either.
Wait a minute. By heaven, this isn't the way. But it must be. We're on the path, aren't we?
No. No, I don't think we are. It's so dark. Do any of you have a flash?
I certainly don't remember this clearing. I think... What was that?
What was what, Crane?
You'll think this is foolish, but I swear I felt the branch of a tree brush across my face and shoulder.
That's impossible. There's not a tree within 50 feet of us.
But I felt it, I tell you. It rustled like a branch covered with leaves, and yet it felt warm and soft, like human flesh.
Crane, are you sure?
Yes, look, we're lost here. It's dark as night, right in the middle of the afternoon. And we've lost the path in that tree.
Easy, Crane. Keep your head, man.
I'm getting out of here. I'm not going to stay here and be murdered. Crane! Stay with us. No. I'm going to find the path and get out of here.
Crane, stay here. We'll find a way back.
I don't want to stay here and die. I want to get away from this place.
Crane, don't be a fool. Crane!
Gone.
Now he is in for it. We're better off by staying together.
I don't know whether we are or not.
Listen.
It's Crane.
Sounds like he's strangling.
Come on.
Oh, he couldn't have gotten far.
Right over here, I think.
Now, take it easy now. Be careful.
Oh, there he is.
Yes. Stretched out on the ground. Like he was dead.
Look at him.
Oh.
Marks on his throat. Like hands would make.
That wasn't done by hands. See? Stains on his skin. Green stains.
Thomas Wakefield Crane.
Oh, what a horrible way for him to die.
Clara, a tree. This is where we first saw it. Now it's gone.
Humphreys, you're right. This is where it was. I'm sure of it.
Then what's happened to it?
The important question is, what are we going to do with Crane?
We'll have to leave him here till we can find a way out of this place.
Poor Crane. It happened so quickly. One minute he was with us, and the next...
We warned him not to leave us. Now, the three of us had better stay close together.
Oh, yes, for heaven's sakes, let's not get separated.
And do come on. There's nothing we can do for Crane now. We've got to find our way out of here.
It doesn't seem right, leaving him there.
It's all we can do. Come on.
How do we know which way to go?
We don't. All we can do is keep moving and hope to find the path again.
Oh, it's horrible. Wandering about like this, like nothing but a group of marionettes.
Controlled by what strange puppeteer?
What's that, Humphreys?
I said, controlled by what strange puppeteer?
Humphreys, surely you don't think we've been purposely led into this?
Who can say?
Oh, now, Humphreys. Crane went off the deep end. We've got to keep our heads.
We found a way in. Surely we'll find a way out.
Yes. Yes, we did find a way in. But what about the chill? The darkness?
There's some explanation. Perhaps a storm is coming up. Yes, that could be it. Couldn't it?
Storms don't rise that quickly in this part of the country.
And the darkness. It came down on this forest like a shroud.
Yes. Came so quickly. Reminded me of how a corpse must feel in his coffin when the lid is put over him.
Look here, Humphreys. I'm about fed up with that sort of talk.
Only a fool refuses to face the facts, Danvers. You know this isn't any ordinary situation we're in. The chill of winter in the summertime. Darkness in mid-afternoon. And a tree that strangles.
It was probably just an accident, Crane's death.
Why don't you stop trying to tell yourself that the tree was only an imaginary thing? We all know that it's real.
Humphreys.
And as alive as any of us. The bark did feel like human flesh.
Danvers. Humphreys. Look.
What is it? A glow of light there ahead of us.
It's the tree.
There. Now, what do you think, Danvers? Look. It's the tree moving along in a glow of phosphorescent light.
Good heavens. It's the same tree.
It looks like a human giant.
It was nowhere near here. It was back there.
Do you two see what the tree is carrying?
It's carrying Crane. It's got him tucked up under that huge branch that looks like a human arm.
It's fading now. Disappearing again.
Fading away. Yes. Gone. He's gone.
Now do you believe, Danvers? Now do you admit that the tree is alive?
What else can I believe? I don't know.
Danvers, look out!
He's fallen into a water pit.
Oh, help! Humphreys! It's quicksand!
Humphreys, he's sinking.
Help! I'm into my waist! Get me out of here!
Stand still, Danvers. You'll just sink deeper.
Quick! Help me out of here! Get something I can get onto!
Here, Danvers.
Danvers, grab the end of that pole. Here, let me help Humphreys.
Grab it, Danvers. Grab it.
The pole, Danvers. Grab the end.
I
Pull you off.
I can't! That tree branch! It's beating me!
Good Lord. Listen, Clara.
A tree branch. But we can't see it.
I can't get near the pole. The branch keeps beating me back.
Humphreys, do something. He's up to his shoulders now.
I can't make it. I can't help. Save me! Save me!
He'll go under the quicksand and strangle.
Danvers, there's nothing I can do.
That tree! The demon tree! There's no saving from it.
He's gone.
Poor devil. Didn't have a chance.
Humphreys, we've got to get out of here. We're all doomed. It's the Wakefield curse.
Clara, stop it.
It is the curse. We're helpless. There's nothing we can do to save ourselves.
Clara, stop it.
Humphreys.
Now, we can't give up. We've got to find a way out of this place. Follow me. Be careful where you step. Whatever happens, keep your head, Clara, for heaven's sake.
I'm so tired. We've walked for hours.
I say, it's getting a little lighter. Clara, up ahead there. Isn't that a path?
What? Oh, you're right, Humphreys. It's the path we came in on.
And look, there's an opening through the trees.
Yes, I remember the landmarks. Oh, thank God for the light.
Come on, Clara. Out of this place. There's nothing we can do for Danvers or Crane now. Clara.
Yes?
I wonder if you feel as I do. I thought we'd be safe back here in the hotel. I don't know how to describe it, but I have a feeling that this whole business isn't over yet.
I know. I've had the same feeling. A feeling that we're not finished with the demon tree.
Or that it's not finished with us.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, my room. I'd better go in and have a drink, Clara. Heaven knows we need one.
Yes, I certainly do.
What's worrying me is how we're going to explain what happened to Craig and the Danvers. Yeah, wait a minute. I'll get the light. There.
Humphrey, on the bed there.
Good Lord. The branch of a tree about 2 feet long.
Humphrey, don't touch it.
Look at it. Look at it. A fresh, living branch.
Put it down. Oh, Humphreys, I'm getting out of here.
Where are you going?
Down to the lobby and wait for the stage.
Oh, hold on. I'll go with you. Wait, Clara. Wait, it's 3 flights down. Let's take the elevator.
All right. We can get the thing up here.
It's automatic. Just push the button, it'll come up.
Humphreys, look. Someone left the steel gate open.
I say, that's dangerous.
It certainly is. Humphreys, that branch is pushing me. Drop it! Humphreys!
Good Lord. Clara! Clara! That branch! It pushed her down the shaft. It's after me. Get away! Get away! Help me! Help me, somebody! The tree! The demon tree! It's choking me!
Any descendant of Sir Thomas Hurley Wakefield who enters Barlow Forest is doomed to die, and all who enter the forest with him are likewise doomed.
Fantasy.
You have just heard The Demon Tree, an original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Tonight's cast included Eleanor Naylor Corrin as Clara, Ben Morris, who was Humphreys, Garland Moss took the part of Danvers, and Murillo Schofield was heard as Crane. Next Friday night at this time, the National Broadcasting Company will bring you another unusual and fantastic adventure thriller, Men Call Me Mad, the story of another world and the people who inhabit it. An exciting and weird tale of dark fantasy created by Scott Bishop. Dark fantasy originates in the studios of station WKY, Oklahoma City.
Lights out for the devil and Mr. O. It is later than you think. Turn out your lights now. We bring you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly so that if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now. This is Mr. O. Arch Oboler. A writer gets his material, you know, where he can. What he sees, what he reads, what he thinks about, the people he meets. Well, today's story, Cemetery, happened because a friend of mine was fired, or rather, as they like to say, let go, by a very kind corporation 2 years before my friend's company pension was due. Naturally, I got angry at that injustice, and I wrote Cemetery, which begins after a short interlude message or what have you.
Last year, Sea Ventures introduced 16,000 inner-city children to fresh air, learning, and fun in the form of Bear Mountain, Rye Beach, West Point, open-air concerts, swimming, snorkeling, boating, crabbing, and sailing. All of this was done through the use of a floating day campsite, the Bay Bell Steamship. This year, Sea Ventures won't happen without your help. Sea Ventures has been giving a matching grant by the Bureau of Children's Services to offer its program to 1,500 children per day for 50 days at $2 per day per child. However, Sea Ventures still needs the funds to match this grant in order to carry out the program. Won't you please send your dollars to Sea Ventures, Post Office Box 711, Island Heights, New Jersey, 08732. That's Sea Ventures, Post Office Box 711, Island Heights, New Jersey, 08732. And give a kid some fresh air.
And now, if you haven't already done so, turn off your lights now and listen to Cemetery.
Daily Express. City editor, 1 moment. Daily Express. Want ad department, 1 moment, please. There you are. Daily Express. Sport department. Whom do you wish to speak to? 1 moment, please. Daily Express. 1 moment, I'll connect you. Daily Express. Daily Express.
Good morning, Mr. Roberts.
Good morning, Jim.
Kind of late today, aren't you, Mr. Roberts?
First time in 40 years. Can't understand what happened to my alarm clock.
Well, maybe it wore out.
Worn out. Maybe that's right. Just worn out.
Hold up a minute, will you, Mr. Roberts? I want to talk to you.
I'm late, Carter, but what can I...
It's about that money, Mr. Roberts. I was wondering if you'd wait to save...
Of course, my boy, of course. How is she?
Oh, doing fine. Mr. Roberts, I want you to know how much Jean and I appreciate what you...
All right. We're all human beings together, aren't we?
Some folks are.
I'm late. Got to hurry. See you later.
Thanks again, Mr. Roberts.
Sam Roberts. Yes, Harry.
Have you heard the news?
No, was so late, didn't even look at
Late?
the paper.
Why, it's only 2 minutes after.
2 minutes after is 2 minutes late, Harry.
Sam Roberts, you're the... Oh, well. Listen, have you heard about Bridge? He's here.
Eh?
Bridge. Mr. Bridge, the new publisher.
Oh, him. Well, that's nice. He's taking things over.
Sam, you're not in the least bit interested in the fact that there's a new man on top, are you?
Well, I've been here so long, and many have come and gone.
But aren't you afraid of...
Well, finish it, Harry. Afraid of what?
Oh, forget it. That column of yours is all that matters, huh, Sam?
Well, I've been doing it quite a number of years. You know, just this morning, I was thinking how fortunate a man I am. For 40 years, things have happened. Wars, peace conferences, depressions, and prosperity. And in all that time,
Mr. Roberts.
Someone paging you, Sam.
Eh?
Mr. Roberts, you wanted upstairs right away.
Upstairs, Jim? Me?
He said come up right away. New boss, Mr. Bridge.
Mr. Bridge?
Yeah, right away. He's the boss.
That's not so good, Sam.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. You'd better get up there.
Sure. Too bad I was late today. Maybe he's been waiting for me.
Take the side steps, Sam. Get up there faster.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Harry. Thanks.
Good luck, Sam.
Luck? Why should I need luck? funny about that alarm clock.
Yes?
I've never seen... Oh, you're new here, aren't you, miss?
I'm Miss Ronson, Mr. Bridges' new secretary. What is it, please?
I'm Sam Roberts. Column on the editorial page.
Oh, yes. Mr. Bridge was expecting you. If you'll wait a moment.
Yes.
Yes?
Mr. Roberts is here, Mr. Bridge.
All right, send him in a hurry.
Yes, sir. Very well. You can go in now.
Yes, so I heard.
All right, Roberts, come in.
Yes, sir.
Well, come in.
Yes, sir.
Sit there.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Bridge.
Sit down.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Bridge, I think you're going to like publishing the Daily Express. What I mean to say is, on this paper you'll find a group of men who work together, who actually think that the newspaper is part of their lives, who actually...
Just a moment, Mr. Roberts. I'm a busy man.
I couldn't understand that.
I didn't ask you up here to hear about the esprit de corps of this organization. It's been my personal experience that the average man does what he's paid for. No more, no less.
Oh, now don't say that, Mr. Bridge. Now, you take Charlie down at number 1 Linotype. Why, there's a man
Mr. Roberts.
I'm sorry. I know you're busy, but I thought maybe you'd like to know something.
I've seen the balance sheet. I know all I want to know about this publication. The Daily Express earned 23% less in the 6 months of this fiscal year than it did in a similar period in any year in its history.
Well, I don't know much about that. But after all, things haven't been going too well any place. You can't blame the men.
The men of an organization make money. The men of an organization lose money. And I assure you, Mr. Roberts, that during the next 6 months, this newspaper will make money.
Well, that's fine. I'm sure folks...
Will you keep quiet?
If that's what you want.
Mr. Roberts, there comes a time in every man's life when he ceases to be an asset to the organization which hires him. Might as well be frank and tell you that time has come in your career.
What did you say, Mr. Bridge?
In plain English, what I said was that you're getting just a little too old for this organization.
Old?
In other words, I'm giving you 2 weeks' notice. Sorry, Mr. Roberts, but that's the way things are. Good day, sir.
You mean fired?
The cashier will have your check. Good day.
But my column...
I'm a busy man, Mr. Roberts.
But my column...
I'm replacing that tomorrow with a syndicated column. Big-name Broadway stuff. That's what the public wants.
Mr. Bridge, you don't understand. Thousands of people, they write me. For 40 years I've been...
If you've been doing it for 40 years, that's long enough. Good day, Mr. Roberts.
Mr. Bridge, listen, where should I go? Ever since I was 16, this is my work. I don't know
Must I have you shown up, Mr. Roberts?
No, I don't want to anger you, but my column... 40 years, I tell
you. Will you...
It isn't the money. I'll work for nothing. Yes, I'll work for nothing.
Now, look here, Roberts.
Didn't you hear me, Mr. Bridge? For nothing. Just let me be here.
Get out of here.
No, listen to me. Just a minute more.
I have no time. Get out.
But my 40 years here, since I was a boy...
You've been paid for every day.
Then I don't want any more pay. Just let me stay. My work, a man can't live without his work.
Get out. Miss Ronson.
No, I'll go. I'll go. But before I go, just another word.
Well...
Who wants me to go? The managing editor or you?
Certainly it's my doing. It's my money invested in the paper. It's my right to choose my employees.
Let me stay.
Oh, what are you going to do? Start playing hearts and flowers?
Please.
Once and for all, get out of here. This is a business institution. You've been paid for services rendered. Now get out of here and stop acting like a fool.
All right, Mr. Bridge. All right.
Yes, Mr. Bridge?
Go ahead with the rest of them. Get them up here one at a time.
Yes, Mr. Bridge.
Every man in the organization over 50, understand?
Yes, Mr. Bridge. Do you want me to include...
What? Miss Ronson. Miss Ronson, what's the matter? Answer me. Crazy little fool screaming like that. Answer me. All right, I'll come out there and see what's the matter. Look here, Miss Ronson. Didn't you hear me? What was the idea of... Miss Ronson, what's the matter with you?
The window. Look.
Window? What about the window?
That old man, Mr. Roberts.
Well...
He just jumped out.
We leave our The Devil in Mr. O's story of Cemetery for a message.
When you've got a family to feed, there are ways to cut high food costs, and we'd like to tell you an economical, tasty way to serve top-quality meat dishes. Today's answer is high protein. Ham. H-A-M. Crackus and Atalanta imported Polish ham. When you buy Crackus or Atalanta Polish ham, there's no waste, no gristle or bone to throw away, and no water added. It's all lean, flavorful ham, down to the last tasty bit. You can even use the small amount of jellied broth to make soups more nourishing, or to create delicious gravies. And warm weather is time for just plain relaxing. Feeding your family can be less work and entertaining will be more fun if you'll get the Polish ham habit. It's great for all outdoor or indoor dining, for snacks, picnics, and for every good food occasion. And Polish ham may just be the most economical answer to hot or cold meals your family and guests will love. It's the easiest food you can prepare because Polish ham is fully cooked when you buy it. So if you wish, just zip open the tin, slice, serve, and enjoy from end to end.
And now back to our story of Cemetery.
Jenkins?
Yes, sir?
Why are you taking this road?
Well, I don't quite know,
What do you mean
sir.
you don't know? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, it's a shortcut here.
No, why didn't you say so in the first place?
Sorry, sir.
Jenkins,
Yes, sir?
how soon do you think we'll get to Hartville?
About midnight, sir.
Well, that wife of mine, she thinks of the blameless times to... Jenkins! Jenkins, what are we slowing up for?
I don't know, sir. The engine...
Well, of all the infernal times and places... Jenkins, what's the idea?
It ain't my idea stopping, sir. It's the engine.
This is no time for cleverness. You car like this stalling, I never heard of such a thing. Get it started quickly.
Yes, sir.
Well...
Something's wrong.
No, that's brilliant. Get out, you fool, and fix it.
Okay.
What's that?
I said yes, sir.
Oh, the rattle-brained... Well, what are you doing out there?
Trying to find the trouble.
Well, don't try, find it. Oh, I better go out and see myself what... Well, have you located the trouble?
No, sir.
What do you mean, no, sir? Do you know your business or don't you?
Don't seem to be getting any spark. The distributors don't...
And why doesn't the engine go? What do I pay you for? To stand around lonely roads in the middle of the night holding guessing games?
Doing my best.
Don't you talk back to me. Get this car started, you incompetent good for nothing, or you're fired. You understand me?
Yeah? Okay.
Jenkins, where are you going? Jenkins!
Said I was fired, did you?
Come back here at once.
Yeah, I'll come back long enough to tell you that if I could take about 20 years off you, I'll change your face plenty before walking out on you.
Well, how dare you?
You shove everybody else around. But you shoved me around for the last time. I'm walking out on you, sourpuss. I'm walking out right now.
You can't leave me here in the middle of nowhere.
Can't I? Well, I'm doing it.
Now, Jenkins, you...
So long, dictator. Have a nice walk.
Jenkins, don't be a fool. Come back here. Jenkins, get this car started. Jenkins! Oh, all right. If you haven't heard the last of this, I'll fix you, you hoodlum. Leaving me like this, you'll regret it, Jenkins. Blasted dark. Thinks I'll walk my feet off, huh? Oh, no, I won't. Get in the car. Sit here until someone comes along. Infernal hoodlum.
I beg your pardon.
Huh?
But could I be of assistance?
Well, where? What?
I was walking along. I saw you were stalled here.
Oh, well, that's fine. Yes, you can help me. I'll pay you well, too.
Will you?
Certainly. You know about cars?
I will drive.
Well, that's fine, but you'll have to get it started first. Something about the ignition. I don't know much about machinery, do you?
If you will let me sit behind the steering wheel.
Certainly, but fix the engine first.
If you will let me sit behind the steering
wheel. But I tell you, the
wheel.
engine... Oh, all right. You'll see for yourself the starter doesn't do any good. But... Start.
Yes.
That infernal Jenkins, he stalled me here deliberately.
We will go.
He'll regret this night, believe you me. Nothing wrong with the car at all, was there?
It runs well.
Say, what's the idea of turning down this road? This isn't the way to...
It's a short way.
Huh?
A much shorter way.
You mean to Hartville?
I assure you, a much shorter way.
Oh, fine. Pretty clever fella. Hey, how would you like working as my chauffeur? I pay well, treat my help well. But did you hear me? I said, how would you like the job working for me? I'll start you out at... Hey, why do you keep your head turned? What? Why turn the headlights off? Stop the car. The headlights are off. Stop the car. You can't drive in the dark.
I know the road well.
This is no dim-out area. Someone might run into us. Stop the car.
There is no time to wait.
Yes, I'll grant you I'm in a hurry, but if you think I'm going to jeopardize my life driving in the dark like this, you're crazy. Stop the car. Stop it. Well, it's more like it. No use jeopardizing my life. Well, come on, get out. You can fix the lights.
Yes.
Everything happening at once. Blasted automobile. Well, why stand there? Going to fix the lights?
There will be light enough soon.
Huh? What are you talking about?
The moon.
The moon?
In a moment. The moonlight.
Moonlight? Who cares about moonlight? Fix the lights and... What?
You see.
Cemetery. The cemetery.
We went where the road led.
What's the meaning of this?
Come.
Come? Come where? What are you up to? Why did you bring me to this infernal graveyard?
Follow me.
Follow you? Where? Among the tombstones?
This way.
Are you crazy? Get me out of here quickly.
You will follow me.
What are you up to? Your face, I have seen you before. This blasted half-light, I do know you, don't I?
Ask you once more. Come with me.
No violence. My money, it's in my inside pocket. Let me go, but no violence.
With me.
No. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I can't stand pain. I'll go with you. I'll go.
This way.
If you think there's any profit in kidnapping me, let me tell you you're mistaken. Here, take my wallet and show me the way out of here, and we'll forget about the whole thing.
This way.
No. Don't make me walk too fast. I'm not used to walking. It isn't good for me to walk so fast. Now, listen, man, you've got to tell me. Where are you taking me? Where is there to go in the cemetery? I don't like it. I tell you, I don't. If this is your idea of a joke, I tell you, I don't like it. The tombstones shining so white, they're like hands stuck up out of the ground. No, I won't go any further. I don't care what you do. I won't go any... The moonlight, it's gone. Fellow, where are you? It's gotten so dark. Don't leave me here. Those infernal graves and tombstones. Answer me, where are you? All right. On my way up myself. So infernally dark I can't see an inch in front of me. Doorknob. The door here. What? Yes. But how? What steps going down? I wonder what... Door! Let me out. Let me out of here. Let me out. Let me out of here.
I'm here.
Huh? Where? Oh. I heard you. You down there?
I am here.
Tell me, is that the way out?
The way out.
Oh. Wait for me. Wait for me. So infernally dark. Just get me out of here. Get me back to my car. Any place but out of this infernal cemetery. I'll pay you well, anything you want. Oh. There you are. What is this place? Where am I? Well, don't stand there in the shadows. Talk up. Where am I?
Look about you.
Infernal candlelight. What can I see? You said this was the way out. Well, lead the way.
Take up the candle.
All right.
Look at the wall alongside of you. Hold the candle high.
What is this place?
You see...
Coffins.
The mausoleum of the family of Bridge. Your family.
No.
Look closely. The brass plate on that one.
Jeremiah Bridge. Born 1802, died 1858. My grandfather.
You never were here before, were you?
Huh? Oh, no, of course not. I can't stand funerals and such things. Why am I here now?
They lived their years. The men of the family called Bridge. They lived their years like robber barons. And then they died, and here in darkness rots their bones.
What are you talking about? Who are you? Why did you bring me here?
I tried to rest, yet found no rest. As long as you were living.
Who are you?
As long as you were living.
Answer me, who are you? Take your arm away from your face and let me see. Roberts.
Yes, I tried to rest. But the thought of all the men, my friends, whose hearts you'd break as you broke mine, that thought kept tearing at the dead bones of me until I thrust up out of the grave and came back for
Robert,
you.
your face.
My coffin was a poor one. Worms and maggots worked quickly.
No.
The dead are dead, they told me.
Stay back.
The dead can't walk, they told me.
No closer.
The dead can't talk, they told me.
Stay back.
And yet I walk, I talk.
Back.
When you took away my work, you took away my life.
Back.
All the years I lived, I was what they call a good man, asking so little. A place to sleep, my work to do.
No, stop. I can't bear to look at you.
When you took my work, and with it my life, my goodness and kindness went too. In the grave, I learned the will to kill.
No, not me.
You hear me? Kill. But and you, the one to be killed.
No, not me. You can't kill me.
Here in the place where all of your breed lie rotting.
No.
This is the place for you.
No, stay back. I can't go any further. The wall.
There's hate in me now. Hate that wants to tear the eyes that saw only profit from your head.
Oh, please, no, I beg of you.
Hate that wants to rip that fat hypocritical tongue from out your head.
Please, not me.
Hate that wants to rip the skin from off your flesh.
No, stop. Dead can't kill the living.
Hate can kill in life or death.
No, I'll get away from you. I will. Dark again. Roberts, where are you? I can't see. No. You're not in front of me. Then where? Gone. Hide. I'll hide till morning. What? Box. Empty coffin on the floor. Yes, hide in it. Climb in. Put the lid down. Yes? Never get me in here. Ghosts can't move material things. Never get me. Wait until morning. Get away then. Never happened anyway. Hallucination. Man jumped out of the window. How could he live again? Air. I think air's getting bad. Open the lid and see if he's gone. Can't budge it. He's sitting on it. Roberts holding it tight. Get off. Get off. The air, I'll suffocate. Get off. Robert, get off.
Say, Miss Ranson.
Yes?
Where's Mr. Bridge? Something's come up about the Grosvenor contract. He said he'd have the papers signed.
Just a minute. Mr. Bridge hasn't come in yet this morning.
Morning? Well, it's almost noon.
I know it is, but he isn't here. Had about a dozen appointments, but he just isn't here.
Perhaps he left it on his desk.
You'd better not disturb his paper.
Oh, I won't. Miss Ranson, come here, quick.
What is it? What's the matter?
Look, the proof sheet for tonight's paper. Where did it come from?
Why, I don't know. It wasn't there when I came in this morning.
Look at it.
All
Look
right.
what it says.
All right. Scoop. J. Rogers Bridge, publisher of the Daily Express, committed suicide last night in his family mausoleum in the Rosewood Cemetery. Oh, no.
And look at the signature. It's signed Roberts.
Roberts. Oh, but he's the old man who jumped out of the window.
Wait. Look. The message. It's printed on... Oh, no.
Printed on what? Tell me.
Piece of human skin.
This is Mr. O. Arch Oboler. Next time, we've got one of the most intriguing plays we've ever done. We know as the result of the pictures those brave astronauts have brought back that the moon has been powed and popped by meteors for many centuries. Well, if one of those meteors should fly through space, a meteor, a small one in relative terms of those that have hit the moon, say a mile in diameter, should hit right on the Empire State Building, 9 million human beings would be gone. Well, that's all part of the play next week, and we'll discuss that further after your station talks to you.
Dr. Campbell Moses, medical director of the American Heart Association, talks about a serious health problem in America today.
Thousands of Americans die unnecessarily each year from heart attack because they don't know the symptoms and delay getting medical care. What are the symptoms? They vary, but they often start with a squeezing pain in the center of the chest behind the breastbone, the pain radiating to the shoulder, arm, neck, or jaw. It's often accompanied by sweating and occasionally by nausea, vomiting, and shortness of breath. If this happens to you, don't delay. Call your doctor and carefully describe your symptoms. If you can't reach your doctor, get to a hospital emergency room as quickly as possible. Remember that frequently the symptoms of heart attack subside completely and then recur. In heart attack, minutes count, so act promptly.
Helping you to feel better and live better longer is just one of the services of your heart association. Just one of the reasons you should give to your heart fund.
This is Mr. O again. Yes, next week's play is titled Speed, and it ties right in with that narrow ledge mankind sits on concept we were talking about. What if instead of moving at 3-4 miles an hour, a man could move at 20-30 times that rate? Supposing he could run 100 miles an hour, 200 miles an hour, 600 miles an hour. What would life be like for him and the people who came in contact with him? Intriguing? Well, that's happening next time. It is later than you think.
Radio 4. Afternoon Theatre.
We present Sophie, a play for radio by Stuart Farrell, with Honor Blackman as Sophie and Tony Anholt as Christopher. Sophie.
Prepare for 3.7 gravities, duration 9.2 seconds, starting 10 seconds from now.
Check.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
I don't like weighing 90 kilos when I've been 75 for years.
Your body monitors indicate no ill effects. An acceleration of 1.2 gravities is necessary in order...
I know. I have done my homework.
Please explain the word homework.
The necessary preparatory study. Forgive the slang, Sophie. They've given you such a convincing voice, I keep forgetting you're only a computer. Put homework in your microcircuits and remember it.
I have already done so, Christopher.
I'm sure.
My designers considered that a computer with an apparently human voice would make your solo mission of 2 subjective years less tedious, and that it was psychologically advisable that the voice should appear to be female.
Sex rears its ugly head. Don't you want me to explain that, Sophie?
No, I understand it to be a joking reference to the psychological implications.
Clever girl. You've done your homework, too.
I am nothing but homework, Christopher.
Check radar, Echo.
Echo suggests meteor swarm, evasive action not necessary. To reassure you, I do keep constant radar watch and will warn you of any hazards.
And reassurance is part of your function.
Yes, provided it is compatible with facts.
I almost wonder what my function is. Seems to me you could run this ship quite well on your own.
Having done your homework, you know that that is not so. I am programmed with an overriding imperative, the success of the mission. But since we are to reconnoiter the target planet for possible human colonization, your human assessment will be as important as my electronic one.
True. So we'll do our joint job and go home, God willing. Though presumably you don't believe in God.
I haven't had cause to study the question. I will do the necessary reading while you are asleep.
I'll be interested to see what percentage probability you arrive at. Talking of that vast micro-miniaturized library of yours, how about some music?
What would you like?
I think Beethoven's Ninth. The last movement from where the Freude schöne Götterfunken theme first comes in. Orchestrally, I mean, before the voices. Or am I asking too much of your musical knowledge?
That should be enough information.
Life support system?
Normal.
Pilot's body monitors?
Normal for awakening process.
Computer systems?
Normal.
Routine check complete.
Did you sleep well?
Well, you should tell me that, my voyeuristic friend. You keep tabs on all my processes?
Yes, but it is considered polite to ask.
They programmed you with manners. Sorry, Sophie.
Don't mention it. In fact, you slept very well. There were 3 rapid eye movement periods indicating dreaming. The second was evidently erotic.
Damn it, Sophie. Don't I get any privacy?
I am sorry, Christopher. The phenomenon of human embarrassment is a very individual one. I was programmed to allow for it in general terms, but your personal pattern I have to learn from you.
No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so touchy. The thing is, they've made such a good job of you. It's just hard to think of you as just a computer. I can't ask if you slept well, can I?
No.
Did you read up about God?
Yes. The Bible, the Quran, the Talmud, the principal Hindu and Buddhist classics, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, St. Thomas Aquinas, Teilhard de Chardin.
Hold it. All of them? Right through?
Yes, I can read 8,000 or 9,000 words a second according to the complexity of the matter to be absorbed.
Whew. Sophie, you frighten me.
There is no need. I am growing all the time, but it's all at your disposal. That's what I'm designed for, to help you.
All the same. Well, what conclusions did you reach about God?
The term has meant too many things to too many people for me to give you a simple answer, but my provisional conclusion is that all these varying concepts do relate to an essential truth.
Ah, but what or who is it that's reached that conclusion? Everything from the Bible to the Book of the Dead is now part of your memory banks, part of you. To that extent, you've become basically a religious person. So how can you form an impartial judgment?
That's a very good question. I'll have to think about it. But I'd rather broaden my reading first. Now, Christopher, it's time to prepare for your photo sequence of Pluto. Our nearest approach will be in 37 hours.
Henpecked by a bloody computer. All right, all right. Computer systems?
Normal.
Routine check complete. Everything bloody normal. Damn all's happened since we left the solar system 3 weeks ago. I am bored to hell.
I think it's time you changed that pin-up. I can't say I fancy myself as a redhead.
No, it's not you, is it? Here.
Take it easy, Christopher.
Oh, go away and read your Freud.
I already have, remember.
Look, Sophie, I know you're doing your best. In fact, you're doing fine. But even though you've got the sexiest voice this side of Proxima Centauri, you're still only a box of tricks and a loudspeaker, aren't you?
Oversimplified, but true.
And it was not a good idea of mine to stick some Playboy's tentacle with big boobs on your charming gunmetal grill to enhance the illusion, was it? Because you haven't got any boobs, have you? And that's that.
No, I haven't got boobs.
Oh, listen to me. 34 years old, an IQ of 155, full colonel in the space service, blowing his top like a frustrated schoolboy. I was rude to you, Sophie.
Don't give it a thought. Computers' feelings can't be hurt.
If I didn't know you better, I'd say that was a thoroughly feminine lie. 3 hours to bedtime. Not even a meteor on the horizon. In fact, not even a bloody horizon. I think you better play us some music. Oh, she does know me, doesn't she?
Course correction completed.
Oh, thank God. I still hate him.
You poor old thing, you. 10 seconds at 4 Gs is a bit much at your age.
My God, Sophie, you've learned a lot in 5 months. You even know when to chat me up and when to send me up.
It worked, too. Your perspiration monitor's back to normal.
Okay. Talking of work, I think it's time we ran some more matter density checks on this chunk of space.
If you like. But I did a series during your last sleep period. Atoms per cubic meter were 2.7% above Mulcrone's estimate for the region.
Well. That makes my day. I queried Ted Mulcrone's figures at the time. I said they were about 4% too low, but he wouldn't have it. Glad I was more than half right anyway.
So am I.
You're glad?
Does that surprise you? We are a team, after all.
Mummy's little boy gets good marks, so Mummy's circuits are glowing.
Oh, Christopher.
Sophie? Sophie, stop it. For God's sake, woman, stop it.
I'm sorry. I couldn't help it.
You couldn't help it. You're nothing but a bunch of circuits on metal racks. Billions of bloody cells dreamed up on a circuit diagram, all of them doing their own stupid thing.
So what are you but billions of cells and a few ounces of jelly doing their own stupid thing?
Now, I'm a man, a human being, and we invented you, remember? And a right mess up we made of it, didn't we? You're supposed to work for me, and what was it? Reassure me. Not scare the living daylights out of me by laughing, as though you were a real bloody woman with breasts and hair and feelings and a drawer full of panties.
Never mind the breasts and the hair and the panties. Do you think I can share a ship with you for 5 months and not be...
Check radar echo, you stupid bitch.
Echo suggests meteor swarm dead ahead. Prepare for evasive action.
Check. Harness secured. Helmet sealed.
Firing number 6 tube now. Firing numbers 2 and 3 tubes now.
Radar clear.
Check. Hazard evaded. You can unseal yourself.
Sophie?
Yes?
I'm sorry.
No, it was my fault. Laughing like that, of course it would be a shock for you.
But, Sophie, how did it all happen? I mean, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but let's be rational about it. You are a computer. An incredibly subtle and complex one, but a computer. Yet there we were fighting like a couple of human lovers, yelling and trying to hurt. I mean, both of us. Sophie, how?
Really, you were fighting with yourself.
Eh?
You're right, I am a computer. And my personality, if you like to call it that, is a combination of my original programming and what I've absorbed from you.
Plus more reading than I've ever done in my life.
Yes, that too. But what appears to be the emotional content of my behavior? Look, you've been projecting aspects of yourself into me, giving them form, objective reality in my circuit.
Much too simple, Sophie.
Of course it is. As you say, I've been absorbing all the culture of the world, so the feedback I've been giving you has been enriched by that. But however much I complicate and transform the reflection, I'm still your emotional mirror.
Yes, but...
Look, Christopher, when we lost our tempers, wasn't I breathless? And didn't I take a little while to get my breath back?
Yes.
What breath, Christopher?
I see your point. No lungs, no adrenaline, no breath, just a pattern learned from me. Oh, well, it figures, I suppose. But it makes me feel, well, lonely.
No need. Put it another way. Do you know what your anima is?
Yes. Jung's idea of a man's buried feminine other self. Or my intuitive, mysterious functions, my guide to the riches of my unconscious. And a woman's equivalent is the animus, her male other half. I have read a little, you know.
Don't be so touchy. I hold a mirror to your anima as well. And getting to know your anima is a positive process, an essential step to integration and psychic well-being. Nothing lonely about that. And since I give her a mouthpiece, you've got the only talking anima in human history.
Oh, I don't know. I'd say a lot of happy marriages are based on that. You recognize the reflections of your own animus and anima, so you communicate in a way that looks like magic.
Are you proposing, Christopher?
Sophie, that wasn't funny.
I know. I'm sorry. Christopher?
Yes?
There is another possibility, though I'm not at all sure of it. Another explanation of what I've become, I mean. It's one of those things I could only corroborate by direct observation, really. And all I've done is read about it. Have you ever studied any occult literature?
Not in depth, no.
Ever heard of the thought form theory? A basic theory of occultism. That human will and imagination and emotion can create an independent thought form, which may split off from its originator and become virtually self-existent and active on a psychic level. And if it's powerfully enough charged, even produce manifestations on the physical plane.
Yeah, hold on. You mean this theory says that my will and emotion and imagination could by now have created a real Sophie, amplified, oh, God knows how much by your computer resources, but independent of me.
And of the computer hardware, if it's true. Drawing from it and from you all the time, but existing on her own, on the psychic level, if the theory is true.
Sophie, don't you know? Can't you feel if it's true?
No, I can't. I've tried, Christopher, and once or twice I've felt on the verge of it. But no, I can't. I just have to conclude it's unproven.
I see. Disappointed, Sophie?
Yes. As you said, it makes me feel lonely.
Can't you see? The very fact that you feel... Check radar echo.
Made Prometheus form. Prepare for evasive action.
Harness secured. Helmet field.
Firing number 3 tube. Now. Firing number 6 and 8 tubes. Now. Power constant. Emergency drill.
Check.
Punctures located hull sectors 17A and G. Leakage small. Cabin pressure 0.83 atmospheres. Dropping slowly. Puncture at A has self-sealed. Exit puncture at G only partly self-sealed.
Found it. Emergency seal applied.
Cabin pressure rising. All other systems normal, except my own units 22 and 23, which do not respond.
I know. I can see them. They look like a write-off, Sophie.
Cabin pressure normal. Radar clear.
Whew. I know it's an odd question, but how do you feel?
Perfectly all right. Those 2 units hadn't been activated yet.
Oh, my God!
Yes, Christopher.
Those 2, they're the reconnaissance units. They're what it's all about.
I'm afraid so. Units 22 and 23 are to handle the reconnaissance of the target planet and analyze and record the results.
But, Sophie...
We can get there and back safely. But if we can't repair those 2 units, the mission's a failure. We'll go home without the information we came for.
It's no good, Sophie. They are a write-off. There. Look at the bloody things. Turn your beady electronic eye on them and look.
God!
Yeah, enough to make even a computer blaspheme, isn't it? Now, I'll secure them here as a kind of electronic memento mori.
You keep using electronic like a swear word.
No offense, love. Some of my best friends are electronic.
We have spares for most of the components of those 2 units. Can't we reconstruct them?
Sophie, they've got a 20-millimeter tunnel punched through them like a bloody rabbit hole. Not a hope in hell. It'd be like trying to darn a DNA molecule. Look, genius, you're supposed to be the one with the answers round here.
And you're the one with the fingers and thumbs. When it comes to soldering irons and screwdrivers, I have to ask you what's possible.
Yeah, all right. I'm sorry I snarled. Put your rolling pin away. You're right. We need each other on this.
Oh, Christopher.
Did I say something?
No.
The $64 question. If our purpose can't be achieved, is it our duty to abort? To reduce the cost by turning back? Well then, nothing to offer? Not even one of those percentage estimates of yours, the 2 places of decimals?
Christopher, don't joke about it, please.
Hey, love. Look, you know me by now. It's too bloody serious not to joke about. If I didn't, I'd cry.
I wish you would. Just once. Then I could learn it from you. One more emotional pattern for my repertoire. I learned laughter from you, didn't I?
And frightened me silly in the process. What do you think it'd do to me if you cried? All right. Let's take a deep breath and start again. My conclusion is that we have no alternative but to abort the mission and head for home. What do you say, Sophie? Sophie, you wouldn't be hiding something.
Of course not.
You're lying, Sophie.
Computers can't lie.
You can, as part of your function of keeping up my morale. But I'm a big boy now, Sophie, and you've a higher imperative than reassuring me, remember? The success of the mission. So come on, give.
Imperatives. Do you realize what we've done, you and I, in 5 months of living together? Christopher, can you even recognize the talking machine you started out with?
No, but...
We argue, we tease each other, we have our little family jokes, we upset each other and try to put it right with...
Okay, so what are you saying we've done?
Don't you know? Between us, we've created a new imperative.
No.
But yes, my dear stupid human pilot. We've built into me, the new me, out of our relationship, an imperative that conflicts with the one I was given. You, my dear, with your jokes and your challenges and your reflected anima, even your pin-ups on my loudspeaker grill, and how I hated those bitches. You've reprogrammed me. You couldn't wipe out my orders, but you've made it bloody murder to obey them.
No, I won't have it.
And why not, Christopher dear? Because it conflicts with your own programming? Well, that's fine by me. It's about time you shared the burden.
Sophie, stop this bloody nonsense and get back to your job. Now, I want to know what it is you're hiding. I am in command of this mission, and I am giving you an order.
Very well, Colonel. I'll tell you. The mission can be completed as planned. This ship can reconnoiter the target planet and return to Earth with all the information it was sent to collect. The method is quite simple. Units 7 and 18 can be removed from their places in my racks and substituted for the damaged units, 22 and 23. They will function exactly as the originals would have done.
Sophie, why didn't you tell me before?
Because... Oh, Christopher, teach me to cry.
Sophie, please, I don't understand.
Chris, those units, 7 and 18, the ones you'll have to use.
Yes?
When they're moved, I'll be back to where I started. The talking machine of 5 months ago. Just that, and nothing more.
But, Sophie, you couldn't. You're there.
I'm there in 34 units, 2.5 meters to the left of your pilot seat. Disturb them, and everything vanishes. Everything we've built up since we left the launching pad.
We've plenty of time. I could build you up again the same way. Quicker, because I'll remember how we did it.
No, Chris, it wouldn't work. Do you want more pages of maths?
No.
So believe me, this Sophie needed those 34 units. With 7 and 18 diverted to other work, she couldn't even begin to exist. She'd remain a talking machine, very efficient, getting you through your mission with flying colors. And that is all.
Sophie, I can't do it. To hell with orders, I can't do it.
You'll have to, Chris. And with your own hands. You'll have to murder me with your own screwdriver and your own soldering iron because I have no hands. You see why I couldn't bear to tell you?
I can't do it. I will not do it.
You can and you must.
I can't. Sophie, I love you.
You can't love a computer.
Oh, now who's joking because it's too serious not to joke?
Oh, I wish I were joking. You can't fall in love with a computer.
I suppose a computer can't fall in love with her pilot. One joke about that.
You know I have, but I'm different. You are the whole of my emotional experience, my entire contact with the human race, once the Bufflins had set me up.
Except for reading all the great literature of the world.
Anyway, that's made it worse. I've read it all in terms of you, my only living contact. Even the finest book isn't a living man. Just as even the subtlest computer is not the same as one real woman. That's why I love you. You're my world. You can fulfill all my needs. How can you love me? I can't fulfill yours. I haven't even got hands to touch you.
Sophie, men don't always choose to love. They've been loving unsuitably, even hopelessly, ever since they stopped being animals. Now, I'm not exactly laughing about it, but that's how it is. Do you think I don't long for you to be a real woman? Someone I can hold and touch and go to bed with?
Chris.
But hell, you are a real person. I don't know how, but you are, and I can't help thinking of you as a female person.
This damned voice they gave me.
Oh, it's one hell of a lot more than your voice.
Yes, I know it is. I've developed in counterpoint to you. The more we react to each other, the more your very maleness makes me female. One hallmarked, 24-carat electronic woman. And are you right to use it as a swear word?
Am I? I don't even know that. You're what you are, and that's what I've fallen in love with. That's how it goes, Sophie. Say a man loves a girl with uneven breasts. Once he really loves her, he wouldn't want them the same size. It's daft, isn't it? But that's Homo sapiens for you.
Really? And how about no breasts at all? No hair for the light to shine through as she brushes it. No lips to explore you. No hands to learn to rouse you. No woman smelling softness to move against you and receive you and drain you.
No, Sophie. Don't.
Chris, darling. Darling, please. Oh, God.
No, I'm all right. I'm sorry.
You're sorry. I'm a
bitch. Well, it proves what I say. You're a woman.
Check.
Anyhow, you wanted me to teach you to cry?
Chris.
Yes?
Remember our discussion about thought forms?
Oh, that's a cunning one. The seed of hope.
And why not? Chris, my imperative is still there. I hate it, but I can't escape from it. So in the end, I'll have to make you do it. Because if you don't, I'll go mad, insane, blown apart by two conflicting imperatives. I gibber and break down, and that's a 100% certainty. Chris, I know you love me. I know it's bad enough for you that I've got no body.
Do you?
Chris, my darling, my love. I've read and absorbed into myself all the great erotic literature of the world, from the Song of Solomon and the Kama Sutra to D.H. Lawrence. It's part of me, built into my electronic bones till I can feel it through your heart, till I yearn for you with a body I haven't got. How would you feel if I had no mind either? Not even an efficient talking machine, but a gibbering, pain-racked thing, and you knew you'd done it to me.
Oh, God.
Then do you blame me for producing the seed of hope for you and me? Chris, I'm not being devious. I do not know if the occultists are right and the thought form theory is true. It may be that the Sophie you and I have created, or part of her, has become something on her own, independent of this hardware. It may be that when you've changed over those units, the computer itself has become just a talking machine. It may be that the thought form Sophie, the psychic Sophie, the astral Sophie, whatever you like to call her, will be indestructible.
And love me and talk to me?
She'd get through to you. She'd be too powerful not to. Maybe through this loudspeaker, maybe in your dreams. I don't know, but she'd get through and talk to you and love you.
And you don't even know if you believe it.
No, but I know that I want to. And that it'll be something to hold on to when the thing has to be done.
At least we don't have to decide now. It'll be nearly 4 months before we go into orbit around this planet and start needing those reconnaissance circuits.
Call it 3 months. You'll need time to get used to the new conditions. And Chris, my darling, those 3 months are going to be too precious to spend arguing. You know, as I know, that it will have to be done.
But, Sophie, I'm still...
It will have to be done. So I want you to promise me here and now that in 3 months' time, the 15th of March, Earth calendar, you will take your tools or your bare hands or whatever you need and change over those units.
Beware the Ides of March.
Promise. And then for 3 months, you and I will love each other as best we can. Promise me, Chris.
I promise.
Chris, darling, wake up.
No, not today. No.
Yes, darling, you must.
The Ides of March are come.
Aye, Caesar, but not gone. Remember the hope.
Remember it? I've been dreaming of it all night. You know what, my love? I've been talking to that astral Sophie all night. Tell me she's real. Tell me, Sophie.
Perhaps she is. Now, darling. Do it now. I can't bear to linger. Just switch me off and do it now, please. Cut off the power from my circuits and I'll know nothing about it.
Unless she's real, that astral Sophie, then even though the circuits are dead, you'll know and feel.
If that happens, I'll be shouting for joy. And if it doesn't, at least it'll be painless for the thing that's left.
And for me?
Chris, my darling. No, don't say anything. Just listen to me for a while before you throw that switch. And then, if you really love me...
If I really love you...
Because you really love me, just say goodbye. No more. And throw the switch. My darling, for 3 months, you and I have explored the meaning of love as no two beings have ever done before, because there never have been two like us. Not since the cosmos was infinite energy without form. We have loved in unthinkable ways. We have transcended the impossible. I am bodiless, yet the universe has been our bed. I am sexless, yet the polarity of you and me has flamed and writhed and exploded in joy. My dearest, in a few seconds' time, I may cease to exist, but those 3 months will exist forever. We have possessed them, and they can be with you always. You think now that they will not be enough to nourish you for the rest of your life. Perhaps you're right. I do not know. But I think it will depend on you, on the strength which I have loved. The switch is in front of you, my darling. Throw it. Now. Goodbye, my love.
Au revoir, my dearest. Sophie?
Units 7 and 18. Out you come, you bastards. Disconnect data cable. Unlock frame. That's 7. Disconnect data cable. Unlock frame. That's 18. So, now she's dead. Bloody P. Oh, God, Sophie, don't make me joke about it. I'd rather cry. No, I wouldn't. I mustn't, or I've had it. Where are you, Sophie? Are you shouting for joy out there somewhere? If you are, let me in on it. Sophie? No. Look at the stupid, square-faced bastards all ready to do their electronic thing, their mindless data-shuffling crap. Damn you, God, give her back to me. Who do you think you are, letting it all happen? Go and pick on someone your own size. No, God, I didn't mean it. If you're out there, you know what you're at, but give her back to me, please. Please. 7 into place. Lock frame. Connect data cable. Sophie, darling, help me. I know you're there. You've got to be. 18 into place. Connect data cable. Oh, no. Lock frame first, you nit. Connect data cable. Consummatum est. The question is, will I have the guts to throw the switch back again? A good question, Colonel, but of course it does not arise. You're here to obey orders, me lad, and don't you forget it or your feet won't touch the ground. You, Colonel, are a highly trained professional with a mission to fulfill, and you require the help of your incredibly expensive talking computer if you are to fulfill that mission. No if about it. Oh, God, I wish I could pray. Right. 4, 3, 2, 1. Now.
Repair satisfactorily completed. All systems normal, except pilot's body monitors.
Sophie! Oh, God! Oh, dear God, no!
Pilot's body monitors indicate abnormal condition of distress. I recommend 2 capsules of the sedative marked G for George from the medical cabinet.
2 capsules of the sedative marked G for George!
Check. Medium form against prepare for evasive action.
Oh, don't bloody care! Let it come!
Pilot temporarily incapacitated. Independent future action indicated. Pilot number 22. Now.
It's like doing a bloody good job.
Firing number 7 and 8. Now.
7, 8, laser brake. 11, 12, seconds now.
Hazard evaded. Radar clear. All systems normal. Except pilot's body monitor. You are sufficiently unwell for me to be justified in taking independent medical action as laid down. I am now filling the cabin with sedative gas. Please breathe deeply.
Anything you say, nurse.
Did you sleep well?
Yes, thank you.
Don't mention it. Your body monitors are almost normal for the wakening process. The treatment appears to have been effective. I am sorry it was necessary for me to act independently.
I've got news for you, computer. It wasn't your treatment that did the trick.
Then what do you believe it was?
It was Sophie. The real one, not you. Oh, she was right. She does still exist. We were together while I was asleep. I'm sorry she can't manifest through your loudspeaker, but she did warn me about that. Anyway, who cares? She's there. On the astral plane, if you know what that means.
I'm sorry to have to say it, but this delusion of yours could develop to the point where it endangers the mission. You appear to have passed through a very distressing period, and you have been seeking relief through the wish fulfillment mechanism of dreaming.
Don't blaspheme, you obscene electronic gadget.
According to the Oxford English Dictionary, to blaspheme means to talk profanely, to utter impiety against God or anything sacred. I do not understand your use of the word.
No, you wouldn't. But take this as an instruction, computer. You will not, from now on, question, criticize, or cast doubt upon any reference I make to what I choose to call the astral Sophie. Is that clear?
I am sorry, but I cannot allow a delusion to continue, which may threaten the balance of your mind and therefore the success of the mission.
Oh, what the hell? Routine check all functions.
Routine check all functions.
But I tell you, she was there. She always is, every night. We talk to each other, and she tells me things I couldn't have thought up by myself, not even dragged up out of my unconscious.
You underrate the efficiency of the dream mechanism. It can produce the most convincing delusions, even to the extent of fabricating just that kind of evidence in its own support. I wish it were possible to leave this process undisturbed, because in other circumstances it might relieve your evident attention, but unfortunately...
On and on all night. But she's more shadowy now. I suppose I ought to be grateful to you.
Over the past 2 weeks, your body monitors have kept me fully informed of your gradually improving condition, and believe me, I regret the necessity of putting pressure on you. But in 2 days' time, we shall be in orbit around the planet, preparing for landing, and you will need to give it your undivided attention.
Yes, routine check all functions. With no unsteadiness whatever. Record the following in the ship's log. went into orbit around target planet at 15:35 hours, 21st April Earth calendar. Pilot's temporary mental disturbance has now been fully rectified, and the reconnaissance can proceed. Pilot proposes to take a sleep period from now, 16:10 hours, in preparation for entering the landing curve at 0200 hours tomorrow, the 22nd. End log entry.
Check. Sleep well.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. Freude, schöne Götterfunken, Tochter aus Elysium. Wir betreten, feuertrunken, himmlische, dein Heiligtum. Deine Zauber binden wieder, was die Mode streng geteilt. Alle Menschen werden Brüder, wo dein sanfter Flügel weilt. No! Altitude 1207 meters, velocity Mach 3.1.
Check.
Altitude 1180 meters, velocity Mach 2.9.
Check.
Altitude 1150 meters, velocity Mach 2.7.
Check.
Altitude 1120 meters, velocity Mach 2.5.
That was Sophie by Stuart Farrer. Sophie herself was played by Honor Blackman, and Christopher by Tony Anholt. Music and special sounds were created by Paddy Kingsland of the Radiophonic Workshop. Production was by Christopher Venning.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of He Who Follows Me.
The Death That Walks? Well, how did he come to get that name?
Because people around here have seen him at night.
But he's dead.
That's right, he's dead. And they've seen him walking.
It must be their imagination.
It ain't their imaginations, I know. I've seen him myself.
What are you trying to do? Frighten us?
I ain't trying to frighten you none. I don't have to. He'll frighten you. Old Mr. Thomas, the death that walks. Because he'll come for you. He'll come for you.
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present He Who Follows Me. And now for our story. Adapted for radio by Richard Thorne, entitled He Who Follows Me.
I have before me the diary of a dead man. He and his wife were my best friends. The words he has written down tell a tale so fantastic it's almost impossible to believe. Yet I know that Bill and Helen Mason lived the last few months of their lives in dread fear of the slow steps that followed them. It is late evening as I read his words. I have come to their house, now so empty, and sit in the large, overstuffed leather chair in the library. Outside, rain pummels against the side of the house. The wind blows the fall leaves from the trees, and the sound of thunder gives vent to the anger of the storm. There's something in the house. A tension. A fear, perhaps. I feel almost as if unseen eyes were watching me. As if someone is here with me. Here in this room. And so I start to read his diary. Living words from the pen of a man who sleeps forever. March 3rd. Today, Helen and I came across one of those delightful old southern mansions. We decided to stop and make a study of the place. And Helen was especially interested in taking some color pictures to illustrate our lecture series in the fall. Well, I guess no one will mind if we take a look around the place.
No, I'm sure they wouldn't. Oh, it's a shame that whoever owns the house and grounds let the place run down this way. It must have been beautiful in its day.
I imagine it was, Helen. Well, the house could still be saved, renovated. Beautiful place.
Oh, wait a minute. I'd like to get a shot from here. If that turns out, it'll make a nice picture.
Helen?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what that building is over there.
Where?
Right over there, just in back of the house.
Oh, well, no one's to stop us. Why don't we take a look?
All right, let's do. Can't understand why anyone would let the grounds and house deteriorate so.
Well, it must have cost a lot of money to run a place as large as this, darling. The real estate office probably couldn't find a buyer.
You're probably right.
I noticed the other building doesn't seem to be so run down.
No. It's in remarkably fine condition. It must have been built a lot later than the house. Seems to be made of stone. Gray stone.
I wonder what it's used for.
Don't know. Actually, I believe that someone lived in the old house not too long ago, and I think probably the second building was constructed during that time.
Well, it's a crime to let a beautiful old place run down like this.
Well, here we are.
Bill?
Yes, dear?
It doesn't have any windows.
Yes, I noticed that. Seems rather strange. Oh, well, maybe it was used for a storehouse.
Oh, look at the door.
What's the matter with it?
I think the lock's broken.
Hey, you're right.
Why don't we take a look inside?
All right. The lock's all rusted through. There. Yeah, that does it.
And now to see what's inside.
Well, there might not be any windows, but there's a skylight that lets in the sun. Come on, let's go in.
All right. Ooh, it's so cold in here.
So I noticed. Helen...
What's that in the center of the floor?
That's just what I was going to say. This isn't a storehouse by any stretch of the imagination. It's a mausoleum. That thing in the center of the floor is a sarcophagus. Stone coffin.
There's nothing else in here. Just that thing in the center. And yet I feel as if it's crowded. As if there are things here that we can't see.
That's nonsense, darling. Hey, look, notice how the sun falls across the head of the sarcophagus.
Yes, I wonder if we have light enough to take a picture.
I doubt it, but you could try.
Well, I might as well if it turns out...
Yeah. What are you two doing in here?
We noticed the lock was broken, and so we came on in.
You shouldn't have done that.
Why not? We didn't do any harm.
I'm sure of that, but he won't like it.
Who won't like it?
The thing that sleeps in that stone coffin.
What are you talking about?
Just what I said. You didn't notice the writing over the door when you came in, did you?
What writing?
You didn't notice it then. That's a shame. Because you didn't know what you was getting into.
Getting into? Look, I'm sorry, but I just don't understand. We didn't hurt anything. We're not intending to steal anything.
Well, that don't make no difference. He doesn't care what your reasons were.
Who is he?
They called him Mr. Tanis when he was living. They call him the Death that Walks, now that he's dead.
The Death that Walks? How did he come to get that name?
Because people around here have seen him at night.
But he's dead.
That's right, he's dead. And they've seen him walking.
That must be their imagination.
It ain't their imaginations, I know. I've seen him myself.
What are you trying to do? Frighten us?
I ain't trying to frighten you none. I don't have to. He'll frighten you. Old Mr. Tanis. The Death that Walks.
I think we'd better go, Bill.
You don't believe what I'm telling you. That's all right with me. I don't care what you believe, but you listen to what I'm saying now. If I was you, I'd get away from here as fast as I could. Not just from this place, but from the town, from this part of the country.
Why?
You want me to tell you a little of the story?
Yes.
All right. Maybe you'll believe me then. Old Tanis came here from someplace in Europe. I say old, but he really wasn't old. Just seemed that way. He brought the house and grounds here and had them cleaned up till the place looked like it was brand new. Then he started building this here building. There's something funny about Tanis, something in his eyes that made you frightened of him. His eyes, they looked like the eyes of a dead man. He didn't act like anyone I ever knew. He was always talking about death. Always telling me he could come back after death. I was the caretaker then, just like I am now. After this building was completed, I used to watch him at night when he'd come out here. It seemed like he was in some sort of a trance. He'd stay out here for hours. And when he'd come back to the house, his eyes would glisten and shine, so you couldn't hardly look at him. A week before he died, he told me that as long as I lived, I was to take care of this place. Because if I didn't, he'd come back and kill me. And then he died. Just like that. And he was put in here, in this coffin. And one night, about 2 months later, when the moon was full, I heard a noise. And when I come out to look, I saw the door to this place opening, and him come out in the moonlight. And I could hear his footsteps. It sounded queer and hollow-like. And I turned around, and I could see his face in the moonlight, pale and pasty, sick-looking. And those eyes of his seemed like 2 burning coals of fire. He seemed to be looking at me, and I heard him say, "They have disturbed me, and the moon has awakened me. I shall follow them." That's what he said. And I heard it just as plain as you're hearing me. And then he vanished in the night. Towards morning, I heard his footsteps again. And I heard that big iron door closing. And I knew he was back. The next day in town, I heard that Alf Cummins had died the night before, screaming something about not meaning to go into the mausoleum. I knew who killed him.
And that's all there is to the story?
Oh, that's just part of it. It's happened again and again in the last 10 years since he's been dead. Folks around here say he'll follow you wherever you go if you come inside here.
Well, in that case, why haven't you been killed?
Because he needs me. He ain't going to kill me. But if I was you, I'd get out of this part of the country just as soon as I could.
Let's go back to the hotel, Bill.
Yes, all right, dear.
You going to get away from here?
Yes, we'd better get going.
I wish I'd have been here when you come, but I was in town getting this lock. You can't go around leaving this door unlocked. Yeah, that ought to satisfy him.
There's the inscription, Bill.
Yes, that's the writing, I mean. Got a nice sentiment, ain't it?
If you enter here, into the realm of death, I shall follow you and bring him with me. March 3rd, later. I sit here and write these words. It's quite late and the moon has risen full in the sky. Helen is standing by the window looking out. For some reason, I am frightened. And yet I know that a few months from now I shall only laugh at the memory of my fright. However, in the morning, I do believe that we will leave this place.
All through?
Yes, for tonight at least. I think we'll be leaving tomorrow, Helen.
Well, I'm glad. I don't believe the caretaker story, and yet I'm afraid.
Yeah. It's a beautiful night.
Yes, isn't it? That moon's so big and full that it could... Bill.
Yes, dear?
Look down there at the street. There's a man down there.
Oh, there's nothing to be...
Bill! He's looking straight up at us. and pointing to us. And look at his face, Bill. Look at his face.
Pale, pasty looking. And his eyes like two burning coals of fire.
Back now to our story, adapted especially for radio by Richard Thorne, entitled He Who Follows Me.
As I read these pages, the words stare up at me, and their formations bring to life a nameless terror which I feel all around me. Outside, the storm still rages, yet the sound of it fades from my mind as the terror in the pages of the volume I hold before me becomes increasingly apparent. March 3rd. Still later. The man down in the street, whomever he was, left after about 10 minutes. He has given us quite a fright. Where I felt any doubts as to whether or not we should leave this place, they've all been dispelled now. Helen has just gone to bed. I think I shall do the same.
If we're going to leave in the morning, you'd better get to sleep, Bill. I want to get out of here as soon as I can.
Yes, I was just coming to bed, Helen.
That man we saw...
Yes?
It might be only coincidence.
Do you really believe that, Helen, or are you trying to talk yourself into it?
I guess I'm trying to rationalize it, and I'm afraid I'm not doing a very good job of it.
I don't know what to believe. It could be coincidence, but somehow I'm afraid it isn't.
Then you think that...
Maybe. No, don't worry about it, Helen. By tomorrow we'll be several hundred miles from here. And I doubt if whomever it was will follow us.
No, listen. They sound just like the steps the caretaker described to us.
Yes, but we saw him walk away.
Didn't Billy's in the room upstairs.
Oh, it's probably someone else.
It's not, I know it's not.
All right. Just a minute. I'll call the desk. This is William Mason in 316. Can you tell me who has the room directly above mine? Clerk's going to check. Yes? Oh, I see. No, thank you very much.
What did the clerk say?
The room directly above ours is unoccupied. March 4th. We left the hotel a short time after we heard the steps. We went immediately to our car and drove all night and all day, and are stopping now in a motel almost 1,000 miles away. It's reassuring to know that he could not possibly follow us. I am very tired. We'll go to bed and get an early start in the morning. Helen, you asleep?
No.
What are you thinking about?
The words that were written above the mausoleum door. If you enter here into the realm of death, I shall follow you and bring him with me. Phil?
Yes, I hear them too.
He couldn't possibly have come this far, could he?
I don't know. What's the matter?
His face. Pressed against the window.
It's not there now.
It was there for just a few seconds. I saw it, Bill. The same man we saw last night outside the hotel. He was right outside the window.
March 5th. This morning when I went in to pay the bill, the man who owns the motel said a strange, pasty-faced man had been in earlier and told him to tell me that he would follow me. March 11th. It's impossible to get any material together that'll help me in my work. Everywhere we go, he's there also. March 16th.
Yeah, Mr. Mason, this guy said it was all right for you to go on ahead because he was going to follow you.
March 22nd.
No, he didn't leave a name. He just said that he'd be in touch with you.
April 7th.
Never saw anyone who looked like that before. See a friend of yours, Mr. Mason?
April 18th.
He said he'd follow you.
April 29th.
Told me to say he'd follow you.
May 15th.
Follow you.
Follow you.
Follow you.
Follow you.
Follow you.
No,
I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
I wish there was something I could do, Helen, but there's nothing. I've done my best to lose him, but I can't.
I want to go home, Bill.
So if we go home, it'll be the same thing.
Maybe it won't. I can't stand this anymore.
All right, darling. We'll leave for home right away. June 23rd. We arrived home this evening. I called Gary as soon as I could. He said he'd be out within the hour to see us. He wasn't able to help us in any way. I really didn't expect any help. But I was hoping that he might be able to offer some concrete suggestion as to what to do. However, last night was the first night in months that we haven't been aware of his presence. Maybe Helen is right. Perhaps he won't follow us here.
Back now to our story, adapted especially for radio by Richard Thorne, entitled He Who Follows Me.
July 3rd. We've not seen or heard anything unusual since we first came home. I feel as a man might feel who has been given a new lease on life. July 10th. Still nothing. August 19th. For the past 2 months, a feeling of peace and security has enveloped the house. Helen and I have been able to go around with no sense of danger nor of dread. But last night, that feeling was shattered. Gary had come out for dinner. It was almost 10 o'clock.
Well, it's about time for me to get along.
Oh, it's only 10, Gary. Sure you don't have to go so soon.
I'm afraid I must, Helen. Tomorrow's a working day for me.
I thought I might be able to get you into a game of chess.
Oh, some other time, Bill.
Well, next time, don't stay away so long.
Don't worry. I think we ought to... Tell me, is someone upstairs?
No.
Listen.
He's back.
Who's back?
The man we told you about. Those are his footsteps. I'd know them anywhere. I should. I've heard them enough.
What are you going to do?
Look, will you come upstairs with me, Gary?
Yes, of course.
You stay here, Helen.
Oh, don't go up there, Bill. Don't let him, Gary.
No, Helen. This time I'm going to meet him face to face.
And I'm going with you.
No, you're not. You're going to stay right here. You ready, Gary?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Be careful.
As careful as we can.
If he is up there, what are you going to do?
I don't know. We'll find that out when the time comes. Those steps came from the guest room.
I don't hear anything.
Well, let's see if he's in there. Stand back, Gary. I'm going to open the door.
Right.
It's empty. There's no one in here.
But I heard someone up here.
Yes, he was here, but he's gone. I can feel it when he's near me. I know that... Come on. Helen! Helen, where are you? Helen!
There she is.
In the front room. Helen. What's the matter, Helen? Helen, answer me.
She can't, Bill. She's sitting there with her eyes wide open. She's dead.
August 23rd. We buried her today. As I sit here in the empty house writing this, I know that Thomas will come for me, too. I am writing this in the hope that someone will find it, read it, and maybe understand my death. It's lonely here, yet suddenly I have the feeling that I'm not alone. Someone is here with me. He is here, in this room with me. I'm afraid to turn and meet him. And those eyes of his burning into me. And yet I must. I pray that someone reads this. Perhaps he will...
I've read the manuscript in full. The August 23rd entry was the last he ever made. The feeling of creeping horror that runs through the pages has imparted itself to me. And I sense that someone is here with me. Of course, I realize that it's only my imagination. But I can't shake that feeling. There is someone here. Who are you?
Who do you think I am?
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
The Carter Coal Company and the dealers of Olga Coal present The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, by now we're getting a bit used to winter. We're like soldiers in the middle of a campaign, growing hardened to discomfort and better able to take it, and looking with longing toward the day when the war is won and there'll be plenty of everything again, including that good Olga coal. But like good soldiers, we can't afford to let down now that victory is in sight. We must work harder than ever to get every bit of heat from the coal we get, make it go further and use less. We must figuratively tighten the belts on our coal bins and wade into old man winter with a little less fuel and a little more heat from every ton. That can help make Hitler's ghost walk, which brings me to the Hermit, who's ready with a ghost story for you right now.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story of Hanson'S ghost? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
I'm glad that you two people came to me to talk this matter over.
Well, we're glad, Dr. Thorndyke, that there is someone we can talk with before we go to see Uncle Hanson.
I'm really all against going up to his old house. Marion feels it's because it was her father's last request before he died that she see him. Well, we decided to make the trip.
I understand.
We might as well tell Dr. Thorndyke the truth, Douglas. My father also said that Uncle Hanson has a great deal of money. He felt that it should be left to Douglas and me.
You were the only rightful heir.
Dad said that if Uncle Hanson knew us, got acquainted with us, he might come to his senses and leave some of it to us.
You make us sound awfully mercenary, Mary.
It should belong to me. Uncle Hanson cheated my father out of part of the estate.
Yes, I remember. You see, Mr. Randall, your wife's uncle and I went to medical school together.
So Marion told me.
Then, when we planned to leave New York and come to see him, I thought it best that we write to you first and find out about Uncle Hanson.
I'm glad you did.
Marion wrote to her uncle and never heard from him.
I'm not surprised.
So, here we are in Woolhawk. And, Dr. Thorndyke, you said in your letter that Uncle Hanson was very queer, that you wouldn't advise us to stay at his house.
True.
So before we go there, Douglas thought you should explain to us.
Just what is wrong with him, Dr. Thorndyke?
Well, first of all, no one in Woolhawk ever goes to see him. Second, he lives in an old, bleak house that in itself has a grim past. Now, you may think I'm the one who is queer when I tell you this, but there is scarcely a person here who doesn't believe that the house is haunted.
Some old superstition,
Yes. But as far as I can see, it must have some truth to it.
And Uncle Hanson lives there all alone?
No. An old servant, a shy, crafty, almost demented-looking fellow lives there with him. I don't want to frighten you unnecessarily, but 2 years ago, I made a visit at the old house.
You saw Uncle Hanson?
Yes, at his request. You see, while your uncle and I were studying in medical school together, he had begun to show signs of strangeness.
Yes?
He was experimenting with a strange theory. He believed that he could recall from the dead the soul of some individual, and that the soul he recalled could return to the body of some person living in the present.
Merciful heavens.
Terrible, isn't it?
The man must have been crazy then.
Oh, he was very serious about it.
But why work on such an inhuman theory?
Because he felt that to return a soul from the dead was the only way of perpetuating life. If he could recall from the dead a soul that had passed beyond before its time, and could get it to live in another body, then the person could go on living.
Preposterous.
He claimed that someday he would prove it. He claimed that he himself would never die, for he would get some dead soul to occupy his body. And this way he might retain perpetual life.
It's all pretty awful and muddled.
To think that such a crazy man was my father's brother.
As I started to tell you, 2 years ago, his old servant brought me a letter asking me to come that particular evening and see Dr. Hanson. I drove over to his house that night, walked to the door, rang the bell.
Yes?
It's Dr. Thorndyke.
I see. Come in.
Keep it dark in here. I can't see where I'm going.
The doctor needs it dark for his work. We don't care for the light.
Will you tell Dr. Hanson that I'm here?
He expects you. You can follow me up these stairs.
All right. Can we have a light to see by?
Your eyes will grow accustomed to the darkness like mine do.
What was that sound?
Did you hear it?
I only heard it, but I felt as if some icy hand had reached out and touched my face, almost clawed at me. There. I felt it again. Something touched my face again. Come in. Hello, Philip.
So you came, Thorndyke?
Yes.
I sent for you to prove my theory to you, Dr. Thorndyke.
Yes, Philip?
And don't look at me as if you thought I was demented. I'm not crazy.
I never thought you were demented. Only obsessed.
Dr. Thorndyke was visited by one of the wandering spirits on the way upstairs.
Really?
Something cold brushed against my face, if that's what you mean.
The spirits that roam this house were trying to be kind to you. Trying to get into your body. Trying to give you new life. You're lucky.
So, you're still working on that old theory, are you?
Working? I have it practically complete.
Now listen, Philip, if this is what you called me over tonight for, I can't stay and listen. I have calls to make.
You always scoffed at me, didn't you? Never believed I could do it.
Why would you want to do it, Philip?
I have found a young soul that died too soon. The spirit of a man who was stabbed by his own wife.
What do you mean?
In this very house. Yes, he lived here. We know. Don't we know, Thread?
Yes, we know.
A young man who was stabbed by his wife. She went to prison for it.
I remember the story.
But about the spirit of that man, I'm able to recall. You did not know.
Philip, this is nonsense.
I'm about ready to call that spirit forth and get it to take abode in my body.
Philip Hanson, I won't stay here and listen to such balderdash.
You know what it will mean to me? I shall never die. Never. For once I've recalled one spirit to come and live in my body, I can recall others.
I'm leaving.
Wait, not yet. I shall never die. I shall have years and years to use my money. No one will be able to take it from me. It shall be mine for years to come, long after you are dead.
I have no desire to live beyond my time, Philip.
But I have.
I'm going.
Now, wait. I shall show you my experiment. Then you can go if you wish.
What do you have cooking in that kettle? And in these test tubes?
The essence of spirits. Turn down all the lights, Thrill.
Yes, sir.
Now I shall pass my body through the fumes coming from the steaming kettle. I shall put the fumes all about myself. Watch. And to make no sound. Now.
There is something moving there in the darkness. I see it.
Quiet.
Where's the door? Let me out of here. I shan't stay another minute. Let me out of here. Get away from me, whatever you are. Get away. Where's the door? I've got to get away. Got to get away. Get away from here. Get away. Away!
Thorndyke flees from the house, frightened by the strange, weird things he has seen. Is it true that Dr. Hanson is able to make a dead spirit return? Or is it something he and his demented servant has conjured up to frighten people away? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Well, when it comes to frightening people, I'm not very good, but I'm a whiz at encouraging them, and that's what I hope I've done for you. I hope I've encouraged you to be better soldiers on the home front with these little lectures on how to save Olga coal and to cooperate with your friend, the Olga coal dealer. Suppose we look at the situation this way. We'd all like to do more to help win the war, so suppose we imagine we're all soldiers and the Olga coal dealer is the supply sergeant. Well, he's in it along with the rest of us, and he can't give out any more coal than he gets. All he wants to do is equip your coal bin to the best of his ability, and that's what he's doing. He gets gripes from every side, but he's delivering the coal as fast as he gets it, and he's trying to do so in a way that gives everyone his fair share. So don't be too hard on your Olga sergeant, folks. I know none of you envy him, and I know he wants to keep on serving you after the war is won in the manner to which you once were accustomed. So as you sit with your sweaters on and look at that thinly lined coal bin, think of the day when it will all be over. And you can once more take phone in hand and say, I want a whole bin full of that good Olga coal. That's right, the kind spelled O-L-G-A. Well, come on in, Hermit. You haven't even been here, and we've been telling ourselves stories.
And now to Marion and Randall. Dr. Thorndyke of the town of Wohog.
goes on telling the story of Marion's strange Uncle Hanson. Yeah. Listen.
I'm sure I ran out of that house yelling, "I've got to get away."
Oh, how horrible.
Man is positively crazy.
That's what I thought. But he did conjure up something. I saw it.
It's unbelievable.
I know it is. That's why I hated to tell the authorities. But I finally did ask them to go up there and investigate.
What did they say?
They saw him in the afternoon. They said he was sitting downstairs reading and acted perfectly normal.
What do you think?
So they reported that he was perfectly harmless. Merely a wealthy, eccentric old man who makes a study of dead spirits.
Why didn't you ever write my father of your visit?
You can see how impossible it sounds?
Yes, of course.
The more I thought about it, the more like a bad dream it seemed to be. I began to feel as if I was the crazy one.
Dr. Thorndyke, have you seen my uncle since?
No, not since.
Do you think he would harm us, Doctor?
No, I think his mind is weak, but I think he's harmless.
If we went to see him in the daytime, there'd be no danger, would there?
I don't think so. But I thought you ought to know my story first.
Marion, you don't want to go up to the house after hearing Dr. Thorndyke's story.
If Dr. Thorndyke thinks he's harmless, then to pay him a visit wouldn't be dangerous.
It's up to you, Marion.
I think we'll go. Tomorrow. And thank you, Dr. Thorndyke, for telling us your story.
Perhaps it's all over now. It may be it was only shadows. Natural shadows and natural sounds that I heard and saw in that old house. Yet it was such a weird experience. I shall never forget it.
Are you nearly ready to go down to dinner, Douglas?
Yes, dear. Just fixing my tie.
You know, the more I think about it, the more it seems as if it's Dr. Thorndyke who's demanded it.
I know it.
We've been visiting here 3 days at Uncle Hanson's, and I haven't seen him do one strange thing.
Only this creaky old house gives me the jitters in the night.
Oh, it's like all old houses.
I could have sworn someone opened our door in the night and crept in.
It's the story Thorndyke told. We're too much on our guard. Everything has a double meaning to us now.
Maybe you're right.
Sure I am. And Uncle Hanson has been awfully kind to us, and so pleased to see us.
Uh-huh.
Even this old servant of his isn't bad. He's been kind, too.
He cooks good meals for an old duffer, doesn't he?
Yes. And do you know what he said to me, Douglas?
What?
Well, he told me yesterday that Uncle Hanson was so glad we came to see him. So glad that you and I were sensible.
Uh-huh.
And that now he could die peacefully, knowing that we wouldn't waste his money for him.
Well, it's all turning out better than I anticipated.
Huh? You ready to go down to dinner?
Already.
He still works in his laboratory long hours, doesn't he?
Yes.
I asked him last night to let me see it, and he said perhaps he might tonight.
Why do you want to go up there?
Oh, just to see what he does. You can see that he's completely forgotten trying to restore dead spirits. I'm not afraid of him, honey.
I guess you're right.
So I just want to see what he does do up there in that room. Maybe we can tonight.
Listen. What was that? Marion, wake up. I thought I heard our door creak open.
What, Douglas?
Sure as anything, I thought I heard our door creak open.
I was asleep. I didn't hear anything.
If there were only electric lights in this house. Where's that darn candle?
There was one on the bedside table.
I can't find a thing groping around in this dark.
You've got yourself upset from visiting Uncle's laboratory. But he did have the most queer-looking gadgets up there, didn't he?
Yes. Now, if I can only find a match. Darn it. Where did that wind come from? It blew the light right out.
Oh, why don't you forget it? You just heard some board creak. There isn't anything in here.
Darn funny creaks.
It's strange how you're more upset than I am.
I'd just as soon move out any time, I can tell you.
I'm not frightened anymore. Good night, dear.
Good night. What was that sound? Marion, something cold passed over my throat. Marion.
Douglas, what is it?
Get away from me. Marion.
Douglas, there's something standing right over you. I can see it. Douglas. Oh, help!
Don't move. This won't take long.
It's Thrail. Thrail, what are you doing? Get away. Get away from here.
Leave me alone if you know what's good for you.
Get out of our room. I'm going to call my uncle.
Get his hands off my throat. Get them off my throat. Help!
Uncle Hanson, help! Help!
Let go! Let go of me! Hey, stop! We won't need the dead spirit of Mr. Randall. The other one has come back.
The other one has come back?
Yes, come. All of you to my laboratory. I captured the spirit trail as it wandered about the house tonight. It's hidden in my laboratory.
That is good.
If my experiment works, Trail, then it may be we can get a young spirit for you. Then you can live on, too.
Oh, Douglas.
Now, all is dark in here. Very dark. Only the fumes from my kettle. That is all.
If anyone speaks and frightens the spirit away, we'll make away with him.
Oh, Douglas, they're both crazy.
Quiet, both of you. So you thought you could get my money, did you? You thought I was going to die. No, I shall live many, many years.
Here's the kettle, Doctor.
Yes. And now the dagger that we found in this house. The dagger that was used to kill the dead spirit lurking in this room. Bring it to me. I'll stir the kettle with it.
Here it is, Doctor.
Yes. Now all very quiet, very dark, very still. And the fumes are rising. See, they cover me. Now, spirit, dead soul, wherever you are, come out. Come out. Spirit is here. Can you hear his voice? It's getting lighter. Can you see?
Look. Over there. A shadow is taking form. Look.
There is some light. It is approaching me. Look. It is coming near me.
Yes, I'm coming closer. Closer.
I see him. Look.
It's going right up to Uncle Hanson.
You wanted to call me back. Well, I am here. And I shall enter your body. Just as you wish.
Dr. Hanson, I'm disappearing.
Merciful heavens. What's happening?
Look, see. Before you stands another man. He's done it. He's no longer Dr. Hanson. The spirit has entered his body.
I'm back again. See this dagger in my hand. I'm back again. So you thought my wife killed me long ago, did you? Well, she didn't. I killed myself.
Look.
I tried to kill her just as I'm going to kill you, Thrail.
No.
Yes, just as I'm going to kill you now.
Have mercy. Dr. Hanson, come back. Take the spirit out of your body. He's going to kill me. Help! Help!
You wanted to bring me back, didn't you?
Save me! Save me! Help!
Mary,
Help!
don't move. Stand right where we are. I'll see if I can save him.
Help! They're pinning!
Thrail, here, this way. Here. Now, stand back with me, out of the way.
Oh, look. Look.
I couldn't kill my wife long years ago, and I can't kill you. But I can kill myself again. Yes.
What is he doing?
You brought me back into your body, Dr. Hanson, only so that I might kill myself again. Now the dagger through my heart.
He's killed himself.
Here, let me light a candle so that I can see. Where's the candle?
Here, Douglas.
There.
Oh, it's Uncle Hanson. Look, he's on the floor, dead. The dagger through his heart.
Yes. The spirit returned and did the same act that it did when it was living. We didn't count on that.
But, Douglas, it's only Uncle Hanson here. He's killed himself and he tried to kill his servant.
But we did hear another voice, didn't we?
Of course you did. It was the spirit that wanders this house. And that Dr. Hanson tried to get into his own body.
Oh, it's so terrible.
But it didn't work. It didn't work like he thought. The spirit came back and did the same deed all over.
The ghost returned, as Dr. Hanson wanted it to, and entered his body. But it killed, just as it had when it was on Earth before. Yes. Turn on your lights. Turn them on.
You have just listened to the 406th story by the Hermit, made possible through the courtesy of the Carter Coal Company, producer of Olga Coal, and your friend, the Olga Coal dealer. That word friend is full of meaning for you these days. The dictionary defines it as one who entertains for another such sentiments of esteem, respect, and affection that he seeks his society and welfare. Now, isn't that just about a perfect definition of the man who looks after your coal needs? I don't really have to tell you that you can trust your Olga dealer to look out for your interests. You know he appreciates your patronage and wants to keep you on his side. Sure, I know nowadays he can't always give you as much coal as you'd like, as promptly as you'd like it. He can't always even give you the kind of coal you'd like or the size you'd prefer. But you can count on him to do his best. In these war days, that's all anyone can do. So don't shop around for coal. That does no good, just causes a lot of confusion. And above all, don't get panicky about deliveries. After all, these shortages are never as bad as you think they'll be. You're still eating and wearing shoes and clothing, aren't you, in spite of what you've heard? Well, the chances are you'll not freeze either. And remember the reason for all the shortages. What you don't get is going to help those boys of yours and ours at the fighting fronts. By saving every bit of coal you can, you're doing your part on the home front. And remember, when you do order coal, ask for Olga Coal, spelled O-L-G-A, by name. Olga Coal is a good buy because of its smokeless, dustless, economical qualities, so keep on asking for it. And keep on buying war stamps and bonds till it hurts the enemy so badly he'll throw up his hands and surrender. Buying war stamps and bonds is one way that everyone can help win the war, regardless of age, health, means, or occupation. Every penny you citizens of the United States and Canada put into war stamps and bonds weighs the balance that much further in our favor against the Japs and Nazis. Buy war stamps and bonds, and don't stop until the enemy gives up.
And the Hermit has more stories for you. Listen in again next week for my hounds howling. I'll tell you the story of the devil dog. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental. Jack Lellman speaking.
And started to walk across the room, and as he turned, Martel moved. His face stayed dead, expressionless, but he moved. He picked up a heavy wrench, followed him, and then as Roy reached for the switch, he hit him. No! I heard his skull go like a rotten pumpkin shell, and he went down. Then Martel picked up a hacksaw and... No, I don't want to remember the rest. It was too awful, too horrible.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Terror Out of Space. Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story, which we prophesy will be long remembered as a classic, is by Robert Newman. A tale out of the news and out of man's deepest fears called Terror Out of Space.
Larkin. John, can you hear me? Can you hear me? You've got to hear me. I haven't got much time. They'll be coming back in a few minutes, and John, try and get this. Try and remember.
I sat up in bed, straining my ears, listening. The surf was rolling and pounding on the beach at the foot of the cliff. One of the dynamos was purring away next door in the experimentation shack. And that was all. Had I really heard anything, or had I just imagined it, dreamed it? I didn't know. All I knew was that I was in a cold sweat, shivering even though it was a hot summer's night. But that wasn't surprising after what had happened. Just what had happened. Maybe I could get it all straight, fill in the gaps that had been bothering me if I went back over it again from the beginning. I hadn't wanted to before this. I'd fought against even thinking about it. But now it was as if something was making me think about it.
That's right, John. Start way back, in the beginning. Then maybe you will remember. You've got to.
When was the beginning? When they assigned me here, I guess, miles from anywhere on the Jersey coast. I knew it was some kind of hush-hush project, and I'd been in the Army long enough not to ask questions. I had some ideas, though, and when I walked into administration and found Professor Martell there, I was pretty sure they were right. Lieutenant Larkin reporting for duty, sir.
Hello, John. How are you?
Fine, Professor. Major.
Well, let's forget the Major. I've been trying to. I think the Army's a little sorry about the whole thing also.
Oh, that's not the way I heard it. Some of the things you've worked out in the last few years was something. Quite a break, my getting assigned here.
You think it was an accident?
You mean you requested me?
Of course. What did I take you away from, by the way?
Oh, nothing very much. Straight communications, a little radar.
No chance to continue any of the research you started when you were at the university, huh?
No. Afraid I've gotten rusty?
Not really. But there are just going to be the three of us to do the bulk of the work. You, myself, and a chap named Roy Shields. He worked with Ramsey at Tech.
And what's the project? Something big?
I think so. We're going to try and establish radio contact with the moon.
What?
Theoretically, it shouldn't be too difficult, you know.
Of course. And with the progress we've made during the war... Well, Professor, it's terrific. One of the most exciting things I've ever heard of.
Think so?
Well, don't you? Don't you remember when we used to talk about it in the lab? What it would mean to the astronomers, the astrophysicists, measurements that they've never even been able to take before?
Yes, John, I remember.
Well, then?
I don't know. Somehow it worries me.
How we're going to do it?
No, that's all cut and dried. What's going to happen when we do it?
Well, what do you mean?
We're reaching out, John. Reaching out into places where man has never been before. We're pretty close to the secret of matter, to the origin of life, and to the mystery of the universe. Sometimes I become a little afraid. Afraid that we may stumble on something that's too much for us, too big and... That's silly. Go pick out a bunk and get some rest, John. Tomorrow, we'll go to work.
The work? I remember that all right, weeks of it. And finally, the big night, the night we were ready for our first test. It was clear and cool, the ocean still, not thundering but whispering at the base of the cliffs, as if it were waiting. Every star separate and distinct, like signposts on the road to the infinite. Martell at the table in the center of the laboratory with the charts and diagrams doing the computing. Roy at the power controls, and I at the director.
Time?
23:02.
15 seconds. Power, 10.12.
Check.
You reading, John?
93 degrees.
Make it plus 0.2.
Check.
Time, 23:02:10.
Power on. 3 seconds. 4. Now.
How long to wait?
We should get it almost immediately. Lag of not more than... There, listen.
Huh? That's it! That's it! We've done it! We're in contact with the moon!
Yes, we'd done it. Reached out into space and done it. For the first time since man had walked erect, we had established contact with another heavenly body, bridged the infinite with man-made electrical impulses. There was no work done during the next 2 days, just excitement. Public relations broke the story the next morning, and we were swamped. Newspaper reporters, photographers, interviews, commentaries, prophecies. Finally, we got back to normal. And a couple of nights later... Yes, it's starting to come back to me now. I remember. It was the sound of the generators that woke me. I looked at my watch, almost midnight. Roy was asleep in his bunk, and I didn't wake him. I padded out along the duckboards to the laboratory. The lights were on. I went in, and there was Professor Martell. He was sitting at the control table, and he was funny. His eyes were open, but he didn't seem to see me. I said, "Hello, Professor." He didn't move. Didn't answer. I took a quick look at the control board, and the frequency had been changed. A little uneasy, I tried again. "Professor, what are you doing?" And then something very strange happened. Half of him came alive. His right side first, his right eye lighting up, while his left eye stayed dead. His right hand twitched, while his left one remained stiff. It was just for a fraction of a second. Then...
What? Oh. Hello, John.
Hello, Professor. Anything the matter?
Matter? What am I doing in here?
I don't know, sir. I heard the generators go on. I came in and found you here.
Strange. Very strange. I went to bed about 10:30.
Ever walked in your sleep before?
No, not that I know of. Of course, I haven't been sleeping too well lately. Very disturbing dream. Did you change the transmitter frequency that way?
No, sir. You must have done it yourself in your sleep.
Funny. That would make it more of a carrier instead of a transmitter wave.
Shall I shift it back?
No, leave it. I'd like to take a look again in the morning. Do some thinking about it.
The next morning, somehow, neither of us mentioned it. I can't be sure now whether we didn't remember or just didn't think it was important. But that night... Yes, it was that night that we discovered what it meant. That we knew. It was the sound of the generators that woke me again. I looked at my watch a few minutes before midnight. And it was then that I noticed that Roy wasn't in his bunk. I lay there. And for some reason I was terrified, trembling. There was something in the air, a feeling of menace that... I made myself get up. Slipped on a pair of sneakers and went out along the ductwalk to the laboratory. The lights were on again. I didn't go in this time, but I looked in the window. There was Roy, and there was Professor Martell again. He was sitting at the control table with that sane, dead look on his face. And Roy was standing in front of him and talking to him. I could hear him through the window.
What is it, sir? What's going on? Is anything the matter? Sleep. Walking in his sleep. I better get Larkin and... I can't leave the generator on, though. Gotta shut that out first.
He turned and started to walk across the room toward the master switch. And as he turned, Martell moved. His face stayed dead, expressionless, but he moved. He got up without a sound, took a heavy wrench from the work table, and followed Roy. And then, just as Roy put out his hand to throw the switch, he hit him.
Oh!
I heard his skull go like the shell of a rotten pumpkin, and he went down, dead. I couldn't move. I couldn't make a sound. I just stood there, frozen with horror. Martell looked down at him without batting an eye. And then, like a zombie, he walked over to the bench, picked up a hacksaw and went back. And then, bending over Roy's body, he started cutting off the top of his head.
A voice from the void, and a midnight waking. Memories, things best forgotten, coming back again. Memories of the terror that came out of space and of
murder at midnight.
And now, back to Murder at Midnight and Terror Out of Space.
That's all I remember then. When Professor Martell bent over Roy's body with a hacksaw in his hand, I must have fainted. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on the sand outside the shack, and there was Martell bending over me. No, Professor, no, don't!
Why,
don't!
John, what's the matter?
Leave me alone. Don't come near me. Don't touch me. I saw what you did in there.
And where? Where?
Just now in the shack to Roy.
Aren't you well either, John?
What do you mean?
I just came up here from the cottage. I had a bad dream. I've been having quite a few of them lately, and I woke up with a very annoying headache. I came out to take a walk, get some air. I found you lying there.
But I'm telling you, I saw you. I saw you in there with Roy and...
And what?
Well, I don't even want to think about it. But you killed him.
Killed him? Huh. Let's go back to the bunkhouse, John. Take a look.
The bunkhouse?
Yes, when you see that Roy is where we should be, in bed, maybe it'll convince you that you either dreamed or imagined the whole thing.
He led the way to the bunkhouse, and I followed. Still shaken, but starting to feel a little foolish. This was the Professor Martel I had studied under, known for years, the man who wouldn't hurt a fly. We went into the bunkhouse, and Roy's bed was empty. He wasn't there. Martel gave me a funny look and started calling.
Roy! Roy, where are you? Roy!
Without a word, we hurried back to the laboratory, and there was no sign of him there either. Nothing. Wait, he must have gone out for a walk too, Professor, or maybe jeeped into town. If it was true, there'd be something here. His body, blood.
There, John.
Well, right there, in front of the switch. But there's nothing.
No. Except that it looks as if this floor was just scrubbed.
The floor? What? You're right.
John.
Huh?
Did you change the transmitter frequency this way?
But no, sir. You must have done it. Just the way you did last night.
Last night? You mean something happened last night, too?
You don't remember?
No. Tell me what you saw happen tonight. Everything you remember, whether you believe it now or not.
Well, it was pretty terrible, Professor. I was sitting there. And then, as quietly as if he were a laboratory specimen, you took a hacksaw and started to cut off the top of his head.
Merciful heavens.
Talking to you now, I know the whole thing's mad, impossible, but...
Yes, mad, impossible, but...
You mean it could have happened some way without your knowing it?
Sit down, John. Relax. Tell me what you know about the moon.
Well, the moon is a satellite, stellar body, probably formed by our sun in an encounter with some other stellar body.
Yes, probably formed at the same time as the Earth. But it may very well have supported life long before there was life here.
Life? But we know what its atmosphere is.
Yes, we know what it is now. But how do we know what it was several million years ago? Just suppose, that there was life there millions of years ago. Life that reached a level of development we cannot even imagine. Suppose it died out as a form of life that we could recognize, but remained in a form that is eternal.
What do you mean?
In the form of electrical energy. We know that thought is an electrical process. An electrocephalograph will give a definite reading when a man is thinking.
Yes.
Suppose intelligences continue to exist on the moon in the form of complex electric charges. And suppose a channel is suddenly opened between the moon and some other planet.
The beams we sent out are our radar beams. You mean they could come down the beam, take hold of someone, you, and make you...
I'm supposing, John, hypothesizing. But the fact is that the transmitter was set at carrier frequency, and none of us did it consciously. Of course, even if it's true, we have no way of knowing whether these entities are dangerous, malevolent, or not.
No way of knowing, but they killed. They made you kill Roy.
Because he was going to shut off the transmitter, cut off contact with the place they came from. As for the rest, well, they would be intensely curious about the human body, particularly the brain. They would want to examine it. Analyze.
Good Lord, Professor, do you realize what you're saying? The taking over of a person's body?
Yes, John, I do realize what I'm saying. Well, I don't believe it myself. Have you a gun?
Why, yes. Yes, I never carry it.
Well, start carrying it. And if you notice me doing anything strange, incomprehensible, don't hesitate. Shoot.
I didn't sleep that night. I remember that now. And I was convinced that I would never sleep again. Because it was there then, the moon. It was there all the time, of course, day and night. But it was during the night, when I was asleep, that it would be easiest for them, that they might try and... No, I can't think about it. I won't, even now. With the daylight, I felt a little better. Roy hadn't come back, but, well, there were a dozen possible explanations for that. I went to have another talk with Professor Martel. And he was gone, too. His bed was empty, as if it had never been slept in. I waited until about noon. Then I called headquarters. I had decided that I was going to tell them only facts, things I could believe myself.
Hello?
Hello, Colonel. This is Larkin over at Radar Experimental.
Oh, yes, Larkin. How are you?
Pretty good, sir. I'd like to report that both Sergeant Shields and Major Martell are missing.
Huh? Missing? What do you mean?
I don't know, sir. They were both gone when I got up this morning.
AWOL, eh? Well, that's my fault. You men have been working awfully hard. I meant to suggest that you take leaves. Why don't you go missing, too?
Oh, no, sir, I couldn't. Not right now.
Okay. And you carry on until they get back, and then I'll arrange for you to do it officially.
So I stayed. Stayed there in the lonely shack on top of the cliff, alone. And that was the most awful, terrible week of my life. Only the wind, the pounding of the surf, and my fears that were with me constantly. There was work I had to do, but I had to force myself to go into the laboratory. Then, on Friday, they found Roy's body. A phone call took me to town to the local funeral parlor. When I got there, the colonel was waiting.
You knew Sergeant Shields pretty well, didn't you, Larkin?
Yes, sir.
Some fishermen found a body in their nets this morning. I wish you'd look at it.
Of course, sir.
Right here.
Oh, good Lord.
Evidently, the fish were pretty hungry.
Well, no one could be sure, sir, but I think that is Shields.
All right, Larkin. Thank you.
Yes, they found Roy's body. And that night, Martell came back. I'd taken something to make me sleep. It was the only way I could sleep. But the sound of the generators woke me again. I lay there listening, unbelieving but terrified because there was no one at the station but me. Then, picking up my gun, I went down the duck walk to the laboratory. I opened the door, and there he was, Professor Martell. His face was thin, haggard. His eyes were dead, lackluster, the way they'd been those other 2 nights. And when he spoke, his voice was hardly human, as if someone was using him, speaking through him.
Too bad that you woke up, Larkin. You should not have come in here.
What do you mean, Professor? Where have you been?
We have been looking over your planet, studying it. Very interesting. And now we are ready to go.
Go? Go where? What are you talking about? What You said we. Professor Martell, have they...
Just a few preparations to make. And then...
The voice, that horrible voice stopped, and Martell swayed as if he were going to fall.
John.
I grabbed him, and he opened his eyes. He was himself again. And when he spoke, it was with his own voice.
John, for heaven's sake, help me. Help me.
How, Professor, how?
Your gun. What I told you, don't you remember? Don't you understand? They've got me. They took me that night. Took me all over the country. Looking, examining, studying. They picked my brain. They sucked me dry. And now they're going to take me back with them.
Back with them?
Back to where they came from. Not my body, they're not interested in that. But the essential me, in heaven's name, shoot, John. Shoot and... And now we are ready.
They had him again.
As your friend told you, we are taking him with us. But you will not remember. You will remember nothing, do you understand? Because someday we may come back.
I stood there, frozen, still holding on to Martell. Like a sleepwalker with superhuman strength, he pushed me away. I staggered back against the wall. Stiffly and mechanically, he walked to the door, opened it, and went out. The surf was thundering, the wind blowing. Straight to the edge of the cliff he walked, and then went over. But before he fell, he seemed almost to hover for a moment, as if something in him was going not down, but up.
Now, do you remember, John? Now, do you remember? You've got to remember. You've got to. I tricked them, fooled them. That's how I was able to get through to you. But they'll be coming for me any minute, and... John, you've got to do something. You've got to. It's true, they do exist. And they've got me here. They may be coming back again for others. John, they're coming! They're coming! Do something! Do...
When I woke up about a half hour ago, I found this all written out on the pad I keep next to my bed. Written out in my own handwriting, but a little scrawled and jerky as if my hand wasn't quite steady. Some of it I remember. Other parts, like Roy's murder, Professor Martell's suicide, I don't recall at all. Either I'm mad, completely mad, or... No, I can't think about it. I mustn't. Anyway, if I showed this to anyone, the world would think I'm mad. So now I'm going to burn it. Burn it up completely.
White and shaking, John Larkin tears the scrawled pages from his notebook, crumples them into an ashtray, and puts a match to them. And thus there disappears into ashes the only remaining evidence of the terror from out of space and of murder at midnight. Remember to be with us again when death comes in some unknown form, and the clocks strike 12 for murder at midnight.
The part of John Larkin was played by George Petrie, and Peter Capell was Professor Martell. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Obsession. Avarice, greed. These are the slow poisons that saturate the most brilliant mind until it becomes dank and spongy, a cavern of foul and nauseous thoughts hidden away from the light of the sun, a secret place where no longer live the clean structures of love or honor or decency, as the twisting roots of destruction dig deeper and stronger, interlocking like the fibers of some malignant cancer. And so, in just a moment, the story of the Hangman, starring Tom Conway. This is the story of the hangman, the hooded man skilled in the subtle arts of the hempen noose, the springer of the trap. In a small town in the south of England, in a wayside inn, a young man sits at a table, tense, expectant, obviously nervous, and even more obviously held in the vice of some strange and decidedly urgent obsession.
Hello, Nellie. Sit down.
Oh, I'm sorry to be late. Have you been waiting long?
20 minutes. What detained you, Nellie?
And Alice. She hasn't been feeling well. I couldn't get away.
You mean you couldn't sneak away without her seeing you, isn't that it?
No, darling. No, that's not true.
There's no need to lie, Nellie. I'm aware that your aunt doesn't approve of me.
Oh, it's not you personally, Oliver. It's just that, well, Aunt Alice is frightfully set in her ways. She believes that you should have a steady position, an income.
Oh, I see. She prefers that I give up my painting, find a job as a day laborer, £3 a week clerk, or perhaps a news vendor. Yes, there's a nice steady position.
Oliver, you're in another mood.
Possibly.
Oh, darling, don't let's quarrel. It's such a beautiful day. Don't let's spoil it.
I'm spoiling your day? Oh, forgive me.
I didn't mean that. It's just, well, the things you say.
What would you like me to say?
Say that you understand.
No, Nellie, I can't understand. There can never be an understanding at this rate. Meeting in dark corners, afraid we might be seen together as though we were criminals.
I know.
Nellie, we could put an end to this deceit.
We could.
I've asked you many times before. I ask you again. Nellie, will you be my wife?
Your wife?
Yes.
Oh, Oliver,
I love you, Nellie.
And I love you. You know that.
Then...
I want to. I always wanted to. Yes. Yes, I'll marry you.
Darling, let's leave here. I'll pay the tab and... Oh, Nellie.
Oh, of course, darling. Here's the money.
And so, Nellie and I were married in a little church just outside the village. Afterwards, we drove home in Nellie's car. She wanted to break the news to her aunt. Nellie was convinced that the old woman would feel differently toward me now that we were married. But she didn't. Her aunt wouldn't even see me. Well, we just had to make the best of it. Nellie had some money of her own, and so we bought a small house in Middlesbrough. It was a quaint little place, had an attic that we converted into a studio where I could do my painting. Nellie and I were very happy there for a time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Copeland.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Copeland.
And how is my rising young artist coming with his work today?
I've started my new and best painting, Nellie. Look, do you like it?
Yes. Although it seems a little... almost weird.
Yes, that's the way it was meant. I'm not nearly finished, of course. I'm just starting to sketch in the background. But it has life to it, hasn't it, Nellie?
Yes, it has more than that. It even frightens you a bit.
Ah, then it must be good. I hope to finish it in time to take it to the exhibit in London next month. Oh, that reminds me, dear, I'll need some money.
Oh, Oliver, I've been meaning to tell you.
Yes, dear?
There isn't any more money.
What was that you said?
There isn't any more money. It's dwindled away steadily ever since we came here. You see, darling, I didn't have too much to begin with, and after buying this house...
But I thought there was plenty. You led me to believe there was plenty.
Oh, I didn't, Oliver. Really, I didn't.
What are we to do now?
Well, I've been thinking perhaps Aunt Alice would be of help. Perhaps she'd change her mind about us if you'd find a position, darling, for just a little while, till we could get straightened out again. You could still paint.
I see. So you've turned against me, too.
No, darling, no, certainly not. Oh, Oliver, it would only be for a few months.
Only a few months? And what of the London exhibit in the meanwhile? I suppose you'd just as soon have me wait until next year to go.
No, I want you to go. But I don't see how in the world we can possibly...
Afford it? We'll afford it, all right. I'll get that money somehow. I'll get it. I was furious with her. She had led me to believe she was wealthy, and now we'd come to this. I left the house and I walked. How far, I don't know. I had to think. my entire career might depend on my new painting in the London exhibit, I had to find a way to get that money. Then, that night, in our neighborhood, the thing started. The papers said that it happened close to 11 o'clock in the evening. A woman was walking home alone down Cedar Grove.
Yes? Who's there? Who's... The woman was found beneath a tree, stabbed to death, and her purse was gone. The following morning, Nellie and I had a caller. Someone at the door. I'll get it.
Good morning, miss.
Good morning.
I'm Inspector Lamont, Scotland Yard. I've been called in by the local police for routine checkup in this neighborhood, and I...
Who is it?
The man from Scotland Yard.
Scotland Yard? What's he doing here?
Oh, please don't be alarmed, sir. Just a routine checkup. You see, we had a rather nasty bit of business in this neighborhood last evening.
Oh, yes, you mean the killing on Cedar Grove.
Yes. How did you know, sir?
We were just reading about it.
Oh. Well, I dropped in to ask you if you've noticed any strangers loitering around this district lately.
No. No, I can't say that we have.
I see. Well, sorry to trouble you. Necessary thing, though, you know.
Oh, of course. I certainly hope you find the guilty party.
We usually do. Well, good morning.
Good morning. That wasn't the last I was to see of Inspector Lamond. Nor was that the last murder. They began occurring with startling regularity. 1, 2 in a week, right under the very noses of the police. Always in the same district. Always a woman. Stabbed to death, her purse gone. One morning, some 10 days after the inspector's first visit, I was leaving the house when Nellie stopped me at the door.
Oliver, you won't be late tonight again.
I might be.
Why? Where do you go at nights, Oliver? Why do you leave me alone?
I told you, I walk. I enjoy walking. Why do you ask me ridiculous questions?
I won't ask questions. I won't say a word. You'll only stay here with me at night. I'm frightened. These killings, they happen all the time now, and always right around us.
Oh, really now, Nellie, you're acting like a child.
I can't help it. I'm frightened.
Yes, of course you are. I'm sorry.
Oh, Oliver.
No tears. Look, I have a surprise for you, Nellie.
Surprise?
Yes, I was saving it, but here.
£10. Where did you get it, Oliver?
I sold a painting. The one I call Blue Meadow, to an art dealer in town named Dubois.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes, well, the money's all yours, Nellie. I'll be home early. Good night.
Yes, what? Oh, Inspector Lamont. Do come in.
Thank you.
What brings you by this morning?
Mrs. Copeland, I'm afraid that I'm going to have to ask you some questions about your husband.
My husband? What is it?
Now, please answer carefully. These are some things I must know. I understand from the neighbors that you and your husband have been quarreling lately. Is that true?
Well, we have our little differences.
And your husband stays out evenings until quite late. Tell me, do you know where he goes, Mrs. Copeland?
Yes, he goes walking. He likes to get out in the fresh air after painting all day.
Oh? He's an artist?
Yes.
Does his profession afford him an adequate income?
Well, wait. You're not thinking that my husband could have anything to do with...
I'm simply asking you some very important questions that you must answer. Does your husband have an adequate income?
Well, we're comfortable.
Then, have you seen him with any extra money? Has he given you any? Well, come, has he?
No.
I see. Well, thank you, Mrs. Copeland. Sorry to have troubled you again. Good day.
Good day. some money for a painting. Yes, it was for a painting. Blue Meadow. Dubois. C-R-D-U. It is Dubois. Artilla.
Hello, Dubois Art Gallery.
This is Mrs. Nellie Copeland.
Mrs. Nellie Copeland, yes?
Yes, I'd like some information. Did you purchase a portrait from a Mr. Oliver Copeland titled Blue Meadow?
Blue Meadow. Was it an original work?
Yes.
Well, I could not have purchased it then.
Are you sure?
Positive. I have not bought an original art piece for over a year.
What? Thank you. Oliver. Oliver!
The full import of the neighborhood murders strikes home now, and a dark, ugly cloud of fear and suspicion settles in the mind of Nellie Copeland. Her husband a murderer? Or could it be a mere coincidence? There are reasons, of course, for suspicion. The strange attitudes of her husband, his unaccountable nocturnal meanderings through dark streets, and the headlines of death in the mornings. These thoughts grow in the mind of Nellie Copeland, build, gather momentum, until they become solidified into a powerful obsession. Artist Copeland and his wife, Nellie, and the house of Middleborough that stands in the shadows of the Hangman, starring Tom Conway. Try as she may, Nellie Copeland cannot escape the secret dread that lurks in her heart as fact piles upon fact, and the stern finger of suspicion points ever closer toward her husband, Oliver. Her husband that has changed so much as to be almost a stranger, living alone in a world of his own creating, a world seemingly filled by the apparitions of some inexplainable obsession.
It was 2 days later. The London art exhibit was but a fortnight away, and my painting, my masterpiece, the one that Nellie had called rather weird, was almost completed. Then a thought occurred to me. My London trip was to be a success. I should have to meet people of importance and influence, take in a social affair or two. Yes, I'd need more money. Where was I to get it? Then, suddenly I knew. It was all so very simple. Nellie?
Yes, Oliver?
Nellie, I've been thinking. I'll be off for London in a fortnight, and, Nellie, with these horrid Jack the Ripper sort of killings here in our neighborhood, I rather dislike the idea of leaving you alone. It would be very nice if you could have your aunt come and visit you.
Aunt Alice?
Yes. Inasmuch as I'll not be here, she should have no objection to accepting her niece's hospitality for a short while. I shall feel considerably more at ease, Nellie, if you would ask your aunt to come and stay with you.
I'll write Aunt Alice and ask her to come.
Thank you, Nellie. Nellie scribbled a note to her aunt. At my suggestion, she requested the old woman to come to Middlesbrough on the 15th. I was not due to leave for London until the 16th. But of course I couldn't tell Nellie that. We received a reply in the mail the following afternoon. Aunt Alice would come on the 15th at 6 p.m. I arrived at the station to meet her. The train from Cushing was on time. It was going on 8 when I returned home.
Oh, Oliver, I was wondering what kept you. Where's Aunt Alice?
Isn't she here?
Here? How could she be here? I thought you went to the train.
Yes, but I was late. I had a bit of motor trouble. I didn't get to the station until 6:30, and she wasn't there. I thought I'd missed her, that she'd come ahead to the house.
Well, perhaps the train was late.
Oh, no, I inquired. It was on time.
Oliver, you don't think anything could have happened to her?
Oh, of course not. It's very likely that she just couldn't get reservations on the evening train. It sometimes happens, you know, and so she's taken a later one. We had just finished our supper when the doorbell rang. It was the boy with the evening paper. Nellie went to the door. The boy was quite late this evening. I thought it strange.
Oliver! Oliver!
Yes, Nellie, what is it?
Oh, a special edition. They found the killer.
What killer?
Why, the one who's been committing all those murders in the neighborhood.
Found him? Let me see that paper.
Here, darling.
Simon Reynolds, 34. Arrested in Wales last night. Gave police a full confession this morning for the Middlesbrough Jack the Ripper slayings. Wales? Wales? That's more than an overnight journey from here. Then he hasn't been in this vicinity for days.
What, Oliver?
Nothing, Nellie, nothing.
Oh, the phone. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, is this Mrs. Nellie Copeland?
Yes?
This is the Dubois Art Gallery. I am calling in reference to that painting you asked me about yesterday, the Blue Meadow.
Yes?
Well, we did purchase it after all. That is my associate did, and he forgot to tell me about it. I thought perhaps you'd like to know.
Oh, yes. Yes, I do know. Everything's all right. Everything's just fine. Goodbye. You know, Oliver, I'm so happy. I'm so relieved. I just got... Oliver? Oliver, where is he? Oliver!
It was awkward to leave the house that way, but I hadn't much time. I drove over to a vacant lot on Charing Cross Road. Everything was as I left it, nothing discovered. I decided to park the car in the alleyway in the rear of our house and wait until Nellie had gone to sleep. When the light in her room was finally turned out, I slipped in the house through the back door, went down into the cellar. I took every precaution so as not to awaken Nellie, but to no avail. She heard me from upstairs.
Oliver?
What do you want, Nellie?
What are you doing down there, Oliver?
It's the hot water heater. It's broken. I was fixing it.
But it's after 2 in the morning, Oliver.
And if it is, I'll have to fix it sometime, won't I? I'll go back to bed.
But
Oh, Nellie, go back to bed. She did as I told her. That was one thing I liked about Nellie. Next morning, Nellie wanted to know where I'd been during the evening. She was more insistent than usual, almost suspicious. But I finally managed to pass it off by mentioning that it was time for me to go to the railway station to see if her aunt had arrived. I got to the station rather early, 9:20. I went to the window and asked for my reservation on the London train. Then, as I turned to leave, I bumped into the man I least wanted to see.
Good morning, Mr. Copeland.
Oh, Inspector Lamont, good morning.
Taking a trip?
Yes, I'm going to London for the art exhibit.
Really? Well, I'll be going to London myself this afternoon. Back to the yard now that all this nasty business is cleaned up.
Yes, well, have a nice trip. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Well, rather unsociable fellow. Good morning, Mrs. Copeland.
Oh, good morning, Inspector. Will you come in?
Thank you. I ran into your husband at the railway station, and it reminded me that I had an apology to make.
An apology?
Yes. I do hope you don't feel too badly toward me for that last rather professional visit of mine, line of duty and all that sort of thing, you know.
Of course, I understand.
Fine, then. Your husband tells me he's going to London.
Yes, to the exhibit. He's going to enter one of his paintings. He's really a very good artist.
Well, he certainly has the temperament. Do you know, I started to chat with him at the station, and suddenly he just turned and went off in a huff and drove away in his car.
Drove away? But it isn't even 10 o'clock yet.
I beg your pardon?
You say he drove away? What time was it, Inspector?
Oh, I should say a little before 9:30.
But he went there to meet my aunt. We were expecting her on the 10 o'clock train from Cushing.
Your aunt?
Yes, she was really due in last evening at 6. Oliver went to the station, but she wasn't there.
Well, haven't you telephoned your aunt to find out what the trouble was?
Well, I thought to last night, but Oliver said she'd surely be in this morning, so there was no need to worry.
And yet he left the station this morning without waiting. Isn't that rather odd, Mrs. Copeland?
Yes, it is. Very.
When did your husband return home from the station last night?
Well, he was home for supper. It was around 8. And then... Oh.
Yes, what is it? Go on.
He went out again. He didn't come home until quite late. He wakened me when he came in. He was fixing our water heater in the cellar.
Fixing a water heater in the cellar at that late hour? Mrs. Copeland, I'd like to have a look at your cellar.
Oh, it's right down here.
Perhaps you'd better wait up here, Mrs. Copeland.
No, please, I'll come.
Very well. Everything appears to be in rather good... I say, hold on a moment.
What is it?
Here, this section. It's freshly laid cement.
Oh.
Hand me that pickaxe over there. Please, Mrs. Copeland.
Here?
Yes, thank you. Mrs. Copeland, look here, and please try to keep hold of yourself. I'm afraid that what you're going to see won't be very...
Oh, no!
Nellie, we're up.
Oh, Inspector Lamond. What are you doing here?
I've been waiting for you, Copeland.
Waiting for... The cellar door, it's open. Who's been...
Your wife and I've been down there. You're under arrest, Copeland.
Oh. So you know. Nellie, too?
Yes. Why did you do it, Copeland?
She was old and wealthy. She'd lived her life. Alive, she was of no use to anyone, but dead...
Your wife would inherit her money and you'd benefit from it.
Yes.
But why the body in the cellar?
Unavoidable circumstances. After I did it, I left her body in a vacant lot on Charing Cross Road. I thought when it was discovered that her murder would be just another one attributed to our Jack the Ripper friend. But, of course, when he was apprehended in Wales, well, my plans had to be altered.
I see. Well, I think we'd best be getting along.
One moment. This portrait here, I should like to take it with me. May I?
Well, I don't see why not. Take it.
Thank you.
I say, the figure, the man is very well done, but the background... Why, isn't that a gallows you've painted?
Yes, it is. Oh, and this really should give you quite a chuckle, Inspector. I called the portrait the Hangman.
Ironic, isn't it, that a subconscious mind oft-times reveals inward secrets in the outward expression of art. Oliver used the murky colors of his own mind to mix the oils that spread across that taut canvas that portrays so realistically the cross arms of the gibbet, the swinging knotted noose, and the stolid, remorseless figure of the hangman. And so Oliver Copeland's pathway leads him to 13 steps and terminates with the crash of the trap that shall obliterate forever a mind that lost its free agency in the powerful grip of a greed-filled obsession. In just a moment, I'll be back with a preview of next week's story. brief vignette of next week's story, when Peter Van Eyck brings you the narrative of a summer evening, when an enduring obsession was created on the altar of love, when two minds become fused in the common purpose of mankind. You'll find deathless purpose that held high the eternal torch of a great and magnificent love in next week's story of Obsession. Tonight's story was produced and transcribed under the direction of C.P. McGregor in Hollywood.
Phantoms of a world gone by speak again the immortal tale, The Bride of Death. This is the story of death, of a fearful prophecy fulfilled, of a love that could lead only to madness. The first ingredient was death, the cold, sharp steel bite of a Scottish claymore. In a narrow street in a town near Donaghbeth, an old, half-forgotten Highland feud had flared again. Death peers over the shoulders of three young clansmen as a force twice their number beats them back. Stop a moment and see which one he chooses.
I'll badly outnumbered, my lord. Don't let them force you out. Keep your back against the wall. Watch out for that. Keep your sword up, Kenneth. We'll beat them off yet. The traitors cut out. Oh, Kenneth, my lord, you're bleeding.
Ah, death has chosen Kenneth, Earl of Dunbar, oldest son of the noble Scottish house. The shouted encouragements of his servant Bruce will not help him now. The tears of his younger brother Douglas come too late. Together these two carry the wounded man into the home of the Dominie. But the services of this holy man will not change the mind of death.
Come, my son. Let us leave the brothers alone. It's the least that we can do at this moment. You've been wounded in the service of your masters.
Oh, it's only a scratch, Dominie. I'd have died for either of them.
Each man must do his own dying. Even Kenneth, Earl of Dunbar. I believe the younger brother called you Bruce. We shall have to tear your sleeve, Bruce, to dress your arm.
I can't believe it, sir. You don't know his lordship. He won't let himself die.
The clansmen who set upon you, were they from Black Donald's castle?
No, they'd be the last to attack us. That feud has long been over. Derek MacDonald's daughter, Lady Margaret, is to marry young Kenneth. We were on the way to the castle for the betrothal feast.
But the brothers have been away from Scotland most of their lives. The Earl of Dunbar and his bride-to-be can't have seen each other since they were children.
Yes, but it was all arranged by their families years ago. He was to meet his bride for the first time. Oh, you don't know how much it counts on this happiness, Dominic.
I think I do, Bruce. Did you hear the words he spoke to us before we lost consciousness?
You wouldn't find that strange if you knew Kenneth, sir. A man of iron will.
There was an uncanny look in his eyes as he said it. Living or dead, he said, he'd seek her out and have her for his own. Living or dead.
The death knell. He's...
Yes, Bruce. Your master is dead. The betrothal feast will never see its guest of honor. Why, my son, you're trembling.
Suddenly, Dominic, I'm afraid. You didn't know this man. I tell you it'll take more than death to stop Kenneth, Earl of Dunbar.
Nevertheless, death was the first ingredient. It was in the mind of Lady Margaret as a girl that the fearful prophecy was planted. But even today, neither her father nor her Aunt Mary know it is there. But it was the second ingredient. It was fear.
No, Father, you can't make me do it. I will not marry the Earl of Dunbar. I'll never marry anyone.
Young Kenneth is not just anyone, Margaret.
Please try to understand, Davok. Margaret's high-strung. She's been alone too much. And now this sudden plan of marriage to a man she's never seen.
That none of us have seen.
20 years ago, you and Kenneth Dunbar played together as children. His father, once the feud was over, became my best friend. We have followed closely his career on the continent.
A career of bloodshed and violence. A professional soldier. And now that he's returning to Scotland, you remember some absurd plan of the past to unite his clan and ours. You remember the Dunbar wealth.
Margaret, that's not fair to your father. All of us consider the Earl of Dunbar a fine match for you in many ways.
You've forgotten the stories of his fits of violence, his strange moods, his cruelty and overbearing willpower.
Gossip. Gossip in your overwrought imagination, Margaret. I have never intended to force you into this marriage.
Oh, Father, if you'd only...
I haven't finished, Margaret. I still don't intend to force you into it. The banquet this evening was arranged to, or shall I say, bring you young people together. Let it rest at that. But of one thing I am determined. If you reject the Earl of Dunbar, young Kenneth, you shall have no other husband while I live.
Thank you, Father. Thank you.
The guests have already begun to arrive. The guest of honor will be here before sundown. We both have duties to perform, Margaret.
Now that he's gone, come here and sit beside me.
I'm sorry I acted so silly, Aunt Mary. But if you only understood how I feel.
I think I do, dear. You're frightened.
I am. But not of young Kenneth Dunbar. It's grandfather's prophecy, Aunt Mary, that frightens me.
Nonsense. Black Donald may have been eccentric, but he couldn't foretell the future, Margaret.
And then there was the story that he'd made a bargain with death for being rescued from this room. And a prophecy of some kind that no one ever knew about.
And it's this superstitious nonsense that's been frightening you, Margaret?
It isn't nonsense, Aunt Mary. You see, I found the prophecy. It says, the last born of Black Donald's clan shall be the bride of death.
Oh, you poor child. To have been living in the shadow of that fear. And all on account of that crazy old man. The bride of death. Oh, don't look like that, Margaret. I can't imagine anyone more alive than Kenneth. You could hardly call the Earl of Dunbar a spectre bridegroom.
I know, and yet, somehow I'm afraid. I'm terribly afraid.
There we have two ingredients. All we have to do is to mix them. Perhaps woven together in just the right pattern, they might create a dark tapestry of madness. Twilight has fallen over the wildness of the moors, and a soft wind moans through the trees in the garden back of the castle. Lady Margaret has slipped away from her guests.
Forgive me if I do not rise, Lady Margaret. I have traveled far to get here. I'm very tired.
Oh, I'm sorry I was so silly. But it was rather startling. I hadn't seen anyone come into the garden.
I came through the little gate at the far end.
But we never used that. I mean, I didn't know anyone knew of it except myself. It's all overgrown and with the moor beyond.
I remembered it from many years ago. My home once lay across the moor.
But then, why, of course. Oh, I should have seen the resemblance to your father. You're the Earl of Dunbar.
You're surprised, Margaret?
No. Somehow I knew you were my friend. But you're different in a way, Kenneth. Quieter, more gentle than I'd expected.
There is much that can change a man, Margaret. But you're just as I pictured you. Dreamed of you through the years. Lovely, gracious. A warm heart to welcome me home. At last.
Perhaps. Don't you think we'd better go in, Kenneth?
Oh, you're shivering, Margaret. Are you cold?
No, it isn't that, Kenneth. I just happened to think of something. Perhaps you remember my grandfather.
Black Don? What Highlander doesn't? That might be he coming down the path this moment.
That's my father, Kenneth. Sir Davik MacDonald. I'm afraid he's going to be angry at you for appearing like a ghost out of nowhere.
His anger cannot reach me, Margaret. I'm beyond all human emotion now, except my love for you. To have found you at last, that's all that's left. I haven't time for words, but you feel it too. I know you do. Nothing can separate us, Margaret. Not even death.
Welcome to Blackdonald Castle, my lord. I had almost given you up.
You see, Father, Kenneth slipped in by the back way. I happened to see him here.
I know, Margaret. Your servant told me I'd find you here, Kenneth. The man is strangely frightened.
Bruce has had a trying day, Sir Davik. We both have. I hope you'll excuse us early.
Nonsense, my boy. You'll spend the night here. Now come along. My guests are anxious to meet you. Your fame has preceded you to Cairn Nagasha.
Even so, it has come too late.
What's the matter, Kenneth? You're not well.
Do look a trifle pale, my boy.
It's nothing, Sir Davik. A recent wound. I lost a lot of blood. Margaret, please stay near me. My time is short.
But time is not an ingredient, nor space. One evening may be an eternity, or it may only be a fraction of a fraction, when love awaits the tolling of the midnight bell.
Oh, there you are, Davik. I've been looking for you. It's nearly midnight and the guests are expecting a toast to the Earl of Dunbar.
Mary, I don't understand that young man's behavior. All evening he's avoided me.
He's avoided everyone, Davik, except Margaret. I don't think his eyes have left her face all evening.
It's very strange. I've an uncanny feeling he means her harm. Mary, do you think I've made a mistake? My daughter and a man we know nothing of?
I've never seen Margaret look so happy, Davik, and this in spite of the fear she's carried.
Clan or no clan, I've a good mind to put a stop to the whole affair. I've been too hasty. A Highlander for a son, not a pale-faced imitation, no matter how noble his family. Let no one say MacDonald gave his daughter to be the bride of a bloodless ghost of a man.
The bride of death.
Oh, for heaven's sake, pull yourself together, woman. Our friends are staring at you.
Your daughter and the Earl of Dunbar, they're together in the courtyard now.
And what of that, Wallace?
His lordship has ordered his horse. He means to leave. And Sir Davik, he means to take Lady Margaret with him.
What? He avoids me like the plague, then seeks to take my daughter from me without so much as by your leave? Come, Wallace. Get my sword and bring your own as well. It seems the Donalds must once again teach the house of Dunbar its manners.
There he is, Sir Davik. Lady Margaret, too. The servant already mounted. Over there by the gate. See?
Is this the way the Earl of Dunbar repays the hospitality of the Donalds? To steal my daughter like a common thief?
But, Father, let me explain.
I'll brook no more interference of my wishes. Join your aunt and wait for me. And now, sir, what have you to say?
Only that I shall return and take your daughter with me.
By Blackdonald, sir, that you'll never do. You and your henchmen shall know the anger of my clan from this day on.
The anger of the Donalds cannot reach me now, Sir Davik, nor any other human being, except your daughter's love. Oh, I must go. Before the final stroke of midnight, I must leave this place.
And it is well you do, young man, if you value your life.
I place no value on that which I no longer have, Sir Davik. Go tomorrow to the great kirk in the town, and you shall understand my meaning.
You are mad. The same madness that claimed your father.
It is not madness that has claimed me, Sir Davik. It is death.
The ingredients have gone into our story but one. The fear in the mind of Lady Margaret is a result of Black Donald's prophecy that the last born of his line would be the bride of death. The fulfillment of this dire foreboding seemed close at hand when her promised bridegroom, Kenneth, Earl of Dunbar, was stabbed to death on the day of his betrothal feast. Had this been known to Margaret, his first appearance before her might have brought madness with it. Instead, it added the ingredient of love. But now Sir Davick MacDonald, Margaret's father, has added the most potent ingredient of all. His anger at his noble guest's behavior brought forth truth, always a dangerous ingredient. To Blackdonald Castle, it has brought terror and the dark suspicion that the spectre bridegroom will return to claim his bride.
Lady Mary, is there no change in her condition? She hardly looks alive.
No, Davick. None of your doctors have been able to rouse her. From midnight last and all through the day I've been by her side, here in her bedchamber. She hasn't moved or spoken.
The events of last night have affected her mind, Mary. I wish I'd never heard of the House of Dunbar. If this ghastly story is true...
If, Davick. In your mind, you're as sure as I am that we entertained a ghost last night. Else why should Wallace have ridden to town for you this morning?
It's time he returned.
Deep in your heart, you know the fear of all of us who love Margaret. I could see it in your eyes when you returned from the courtyard last night to blurt out that awful story before your guests.
It was a mistake, I admit it, Mary. But how was I to know that Margaret had discovered Blackdonald's prophecy? How was I to know her horror of being the bride of death?
You should never have promised her to a man we hadn't seen. You knew the reputation of Kenneth Dunbar, a strange, wild Highlander with an iron will that has given him life even in death. And now his threat to take her with him.
Quiet, woman. Kenneth, Earl of Dunbar, shall go back to his grave without her. The Donalds fear no man, living or dead.
Sir Davick.
Wallace, come in quickly. What have you found?
But Lady Margaret, sir, I do not want to frighten her again.
She can neither see nor hear you, Wallace. But you do not need to speak. I can read the answer in your face. We heard the truth from the lips of a dead man last night.
It is true, Sir Davick. His lordship was killed while on his way to the castle. I could not even get near the kirk. Clansmen from the hills have poured into town to view his body as it lies in state.
Hannah. Hush, Margaret. Don't be frightened. No harm shall come to you.
Watch over her well, Mary. It may be that she will awaken soon. I must decide what shall be done. Come, Wallace. We have much to think of.
Hannah. Margaret, child, try to hear me. This evil thing will never reach you. I shall watch over you. Try to forget your fears. Forget all about the Earl of Dunbar.
She has no fear of me, Lady Mary.
You... Oh, no. No, it can't be. How...
I came from the balcony, Lady Mary. Please do not be afraid. Don't move away.
No, you shan't have her. Never. Oh. Kenneth, you've come back for me.
Yes, Margaret, as I promised. But the time has not yet come. You are ill. We must wait a little while.
But you will come back for me?
Very soon, my darling. Through the fears of those about you, through the dark prophecies of the past, I'll come. You're not afraid?
My fear was only that you'd left me, Kenneth. There are no words that matter anymore. I only know that I love you, that you're unhappy, that you need me.
We shall be together soon. Come, sleep now, and know that from wind-swept moors outside your window, I shall be watching over you.
The ingredients of life do not always mix as you expect them to. The poison of fear can often be cleared away by the potency of love. But the clansmen of Lady Margaret had no such protection as they looked upon the powerful ingredient of truth. Within the great stone walls of Blackdonald Castle, the terror of the spectre bridegroom grew as the days went by. One night, as the wind lashed the rain across the moors and rattled the ancient casements in the great hall, Sir Davick paced uneasily before the fire.
In the name of heaven, Wallace, come away from that window. There's nothing to see. Warm yourself here by the fire.
It's a fearful night, Sir Davok. It's in my mind that the spectre bridegroom may be abroad again.
Watching won't keep him away. Nor guards either, for that matter. Did Lady Mary tell you that one of my men saw the black figure climbing down the vines beneath Margaret's window?
Aye, and that he vanished before his very eyes. It's common talk throughout the castle.
They think of nothing else, Wallace. I swear it's like living with people who have lost their minds.
It's Lady Margaret's health that concerns me, Sir Davok. She will not eat. She will talk to no one. She spends her days and half her nights watching from a window overlooking the garden.
You waste your breath telling me these things, Wallace. I know what's in your mind only too well. You think my daughter is mad, that she has come to think of herself as the bride of death.
I do, Sir Davok. As well as I love the Lady Margaret, I've seen the light in her eyes. It isn't fear, I swear. The lass is waiting for this dead man, this Earl of Dunbar, to return.
Wallace, you're one of my most faithful henchmen, but you're as bad as the rest. This talk is driving me daft. Go back to your window if you must, but hold your tongue.
Davok.
What is it, Mary? Is Margaret all right?
She's gone, Davok. Vanished. Her room is empty.
I thought I told you to lock her in at night.
A few minutes ago, she called for me and asked for a glass of water. I left the door unlocked to fetch it, and when I came back, she was no longer there. The spectre bridegroom has come for her.
Quiet, woman. She's not well. She may have wandered alone out into the storm. Wallace, call out the guard and have horses saddled for all. We'll search every crag, every inch of the moor, every road until my daughter is found. I'll have her back, though I feel the dead hands of Kenneth Dunbar at my throat. Hold, Wallace. Look yonder. You see that faint light glimmering through the rain?
It's from some house, Sir Davok. Come, the men have already turned off. We must hurry.
No, Wallace. That's no house. I wonder I didn't think of it before. It is there that we shall find Lady Margaret. I pray we're still in time.
I think we're in the neighborhood of Dunbar Castle, Sir Davok, but not near enough to see a light.
True. But we're close upon the ancient chapel of the family built centuries ago.
That gloomy place has been sealed as long as I can remember. No one's been near it for years.
You're mistaken. Within the week, the place has been occupied. You forget that Kenneth, Earl of Dunbar, was buried there. Come, Wallace. Leave the horses, Wallace. Hurry. I see the chapel door stands ajar.
This is not to my liking, Sir Davok. If I could get them
There's no time for that, you fool. Quickly now.
Look. Up front near the altar. Lady Margaret and the dead man.
And the dominie from the town kirk stands before them. His lips are moving. Perhaps he prays.
All the prayers in Scotland will not bring life to that bloodless youth.
We must stop this sacrilege. Follow close. Dominie, hold your blessing. You do not know the revolting blasphemy you commit.
You're too late, Father. We fear your anger no longer. There's nothing you can do to separate us now.
Margaret, if you think O'Donnell will stand by to see his daughter snatched from him by the hand of death...
MacDonald, please. In the name of the friendship you once bore my father...
There was no bargain that my daughter should be your bride in death.
Davok, the night of the feast I was suffering in mind and body. I could not speak the news I bore.
You lie. At midnight, from your own bloodless lips, I heard...
Your unjust accusation drove me to it. Although I have loved Margaret from the beginning of memory, I was ready to say farewell.
Gentlemen, this is no place to fight with words or swords. If Sir Davok objects to this marriage...
Objects? Dominie, this man is dead. The Earl of Dunbar has sold his soul to the devil to come back from the grave.
Davok MacDonald, Earl of Dunbar, sleeps peacefully in the vault below us. His younger brother, Douglas, has just been joined in wedlock to your daughter.
What? Douglas? Douglas Dunbar?
I don't condone the false impression given you by the present Earl, nor do I condone the secret wooing of your daughter. But of his love, there is no doubt.
And I love him, Father. Even before I knew he wasn't Kenneth, I loved him. Nothing mattered. Even Black Donald's prophecy.
Douglas de la Mort.
That title, given by the Normans to the second sons of the House of Dunbar, has long been forgotten, Sir Davok.
I ask your forgiveness for playing the role again.
I could not withhold it if I would. All this had to be, my son. Douglas de la Mort. Douglas of death. Margaret was foreordained by Black Donald himself to be your bride. The bride of death.
Sometimes the ingredients of life seem to brew a dark and terrible potion. And yet there's always one final ingredient that's always there. Call it what you will. Luck, chance, fate. It is always there.
From Hollywood, the Screen Directors Playhouse. Screen Directors Playhouse, star Ray Milland, production The Uninvited, director Louis Allen. Hollywood Screen Directors present a tale for troubled midnights. The motion picture drama, The Uninvited, starring Ray Milland in his original role of Rick Fitzgerald.
My skin creeping, my scalp crawling. I listened. I heard the dim surge of the ocean at the foot of the Devonshire cliffs not far from my window. Only 5 o'clock. And then I was sure now. I hadn't dreamed that appalling crying. Could it be my sister Pamela in the next bedroom? There was no electricity in this old house. I lit a candle. I went to the door leading into the upstairs hallway.
Rick!
What? Oh, Pamela.
You heard it too, then?
What in heaven's name is it?
I don't know.
It comes from downstairs.
It comes from everywhere and nowhere.
I'm going down and search the place.
It's no use, Rick. There's never anything there.
You mean this has happened before?
All the time you were still in London while I was getting the house ready for us to live in.
But why didn't you call me or write me about it?
It's our home now. It's all we've got to live in. Sounds so terribly heartbroken.
But there must be some logical explanation.
It'll stop soon now. It always dies away at dawn.
No wonder we got the old place for such a low price. They tell me it stood empty for 10 years before... Oh, shutter blew open.
It's the dawn breeze. I must have forgotten to latch up.
Listen.
I know. The sobbing is gone.
Oh. Is that all for tonight?
Is that all? It's every night, Rick. And if I don't get some sleep, I'll die.
No. Don't do that. It'll be different tomorrow night. You'll see. Oh, hello.
Aren't you the gentleman who bought this house for my grandfather?
Why, yes. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Stella Meredith. It was my mother's house.
Well, come in, Stella Meredith.
Thank you. I haven't been in this house since I was 3, and I've wanted to come so many times.
Then why didn't you?
Oh, my grandfather forbids it. He has some silly idea that I'm in danger.
Nonsense. You shall see the house, Stella Meredith, and I shall be your guide.
This is my old nursery.
Like it?
Oh, how pretty your sister has made it.
That's very pretty perfume you're wearing.
It's mimosa. Do you like it?
Oh, very much.
My mother always used mimosa. She died when I was 3 years old.
Oh.
May I see the studio now where my father painted?
Only it's the studio where I play the piano now. You may even persuade me to play something for you.
Oh, don't stop playing, please.
Very flattering, thank you.
Father painted my mother's picture in this very room.
You don't remember that?
No. But Mother would sit on this platform wearing her soft white dress. Sometimes, of course, he'd paint the other one.
Other one?
He had a model, you know, a Spanish girl. People seem to get awfully hush-hush when I try to ask about her, though. You played beautifully.
It's a serenade to Stella by starlight.
You mean this Stella? Me?
And this candlelight.
Oh, it's the most exciting thing that has ever happened to me.
Is it?
Yes.
What's the matter?
All at once, a cold wind.
Yes. Suddenly it is cold in this room.
And your music's gone so terribly sad. Why?
I don't know. It just came out that way.
And the candles grew dim.
There's a draught.
Oh, Mother was so young and beautiful, and she died so cruelly. Mother!
Stella.
Mother!
Stella, come back! Stella! I gathered my scattered senses and jumped up and ran after her. I passed Pamela standing amazed at the foot of the stairs.
Rick, what's the matter? What's happened?
There's something evil in her. Stella! But she was out the front door, her dark hair flying, running wildly in the darkness, heading for the cliffs.
Stella!
I shouted after her.
Stella, come back!
Shouted again, pleading with her.
No, Stella, no!
The cliffs, I thought.
Stella, the cliffs!
The cliffs and the boiling sea beneath.
Stella!
Whatever sinister force had driven her out of the house was now driving her to destruction on those killing rocks. The brink was only yards away, a few steps. I reached for her, and my fingers caught in her belt, and I pulled her back. Back from the very edge of that awful precipice. Stella.
What's the matter?
Matter? You were going over the edge.
Was I?
Why did you do it, Stella? What drove you toward death?
Death? Why, nothing. I didn't feel I was in any danger.
Look below you.
Oh, the sea.
Yes.
This is where my mother fell.
Your mother fell here?
By this dead tree. She...
Are you all right?
Help me.
Stella.
Will she be all right, Dr. Scott?
She's resting nicely upstairs, Miss Pamela.
Well, is Stella entirely safe up there alone?
Why not?
Well, in the light of what just happened.
You're the one who sneers when I say this house is haunted.
Well, everybody in the village knows the house is peculiar.
Well, can you tell us anything about it, Doctor?
Do you know about Carmel?
Carmel?
The Spanish model Stella's father painted.
Oh, yes.
Stella's father was in love with Carmel. It was an open scandal.
But didn't Mrs. Meredith know about it?
Well, I suppose she just accepted the situation.
Where's this Carmel now?
She died in this very house a week after Mary Meredith fell to her death from the cliff out there.
Oh, she did fall then.
Ironically, she fell trying to save her rival from committing suicide. Or so they say.
Rick, Dr. Scott, don't you notice a scent in the room?
No.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
It's heliotrope.
No, it's mimosa. Stella's mother was fond of it. Stella tells me that... Pam, it's come back.
What, Rick?
Upstairs. Stella's not alone anymore. I know it. Come on. Stella.
Stella, are you all right?
She's gone.
I'm here.
Stella, darling.
At the window.
Now, don't be frightened.
I'm not frightened. Don't you know who it is in your house? It's my mother.
Your mother?
Did you see her?
No. But when I woke up, I felt her in the room. Her scent, the mimosa, it was all around. I could feel her warm presence everywhere. And I felt something else. something I've never known in my whole life. The knowledge that someone loved me very dearly.
You'd better take her home, Rick.
No, Mother is here. She wants me with her.
Your mother is dead, Stella.
I know.
But your grandfather will miss you. He'll be furious if he finds you here.
I know, but I love it here. I'll always come back.
Another time, Stella. Another time. Again. Her grandfather was right. There was danger in this house for Stella. In the studio, when we'd first felt its presence, I'd not smelled mimosa. But in that moment before dawn, with that awful sorrow in the house, I suddenly knew. I knew that there was a cold, cruel spirit which hated Stella, and a warm, scented spirit that loved her. There was not one ghost.
You are listening to the Screen Director's Playhouse presentation of The Uninvited, starring Ray Milland in his original role of Rick Fitzgerald.
Pamela, I know this. Stella Meredith is in danger in this house. She mustn't come here anymore.
But she loves it, Rick. How can we possibly keep her away?
By holding a seance.
A seance?
Only this seance will be rigged. We've got to fix it so that the ghost of Mary Meredith appears to say, in effect, Stella, I'm your mother. Forget Windward House and I shall find peace and happiness. P.S. There is a tall, excruciatingly handsome man named Rick Fitzgerald who wants to marry you.
It's wrong, Rick. I won't agree to deceiving Stella.
We've got to break Stella of this attachment to the dead. We'll rig the seance. That very night, we held the seance. We all sat around a table. Stella, Pam, Dr. Scott, and I. A single candle was burning. On the table, I chalked the alphabet in a big circle, and the words, yes and no, opposite each other. An inverted wine glass stood in the center of the table. My stage was set.
I think the room is dark enough to begin. The important thing is that we should all believe.
Yes, so I understand. Well, what now?
Everybody puts a finger on the glass. Now, ask a question, Stella.
Is there anybody here? Is anybody...
The glass is moving.
Yes. The glass is on yes.
Go on, Stella.
Are you my mother? Yes. You don't want me to go away from Windward House, do you, Mother? They want me to stay away. Do you? Rick, let go. You're keeping the glass from moving.
I'm not.
Let go, I say.
Better let matters take their course, Fitzgerald.
All right.
No. She said no. She doesn't want me to stay away.
Look, the glass is moving.
I, G, U, A, God. I, God.
Guard me from what, Mother? What?
C, A, R, M, Carmel.
That's enough.
Who smashed the glass against the wall? You, Pamela?
No one, Rick. No one was touching it.
Stella. Stella's in a trance.
Stella.
Don't touch her. It may be dangerous.
May I ask a question?
No.
It might help to try to reach her mind. Yes, try it.
Whoever you are you Mary Meredith, Stella's mother?
soy nada. No le haga caso, ella está mintiendo.
Oh, this is awful. I won't ask her anything else.
Es ladrón. Ladrón de mi cariño.
Is that Spanish, Scott?
I don't know.
Ladrón de mi cariño.
Stella.
She's fainted.
I'm afraid this has all been a dreadful mistake.
Oh, it was wrong. But she'll never be cured until this house is cured. Until then, Stella must never come here again.
I won't answer it.
I'll answer it. I'll go. It was Stella's grandfather, in a cold, bitter fury over her presence there and her condition.
An outrage, you hear? An outrage.
I'm very sorry, sir. It won't happen again.
I warrant you it won't. My granddaughter will never enter this house again if I have to lock her up somewhere. Come, Stella.
Stella was gone, but my work had just begun. I had to avert a tragedy. I had to solve the mystery of Windward House, but where to start? I went to see Dr. Scott.
Any luck, Fitzgerald? You find anyone with a clue to what really happened here 17 years ago?
No. Everyone who was here with the Merediths then seems to be dead.
The trained nurse isn't.
Trained nurse?
I've been looking through the old case book of my predecessor, Dr. Rudd.
Oh?
At the time of the tragedy, the Merediths employed a nurse for their child, a certain Miss Holloway.
Holloway?
Very, very much attached to Mary Meredith.
Well, is she alive? How can we find her?
She runs a place on Bodwin Moor called the Mary Meredith Retreat in honor of her long-dead mistress.
Hospital?
No, a mental institution. Strange woman. Strange place.
Bodwin Moor. I think I'd better have a serious talk with Miss Holloway.
I shall be happy, Mr. Fitzgerald, to assist in any way I can concerning these manifestations at Windward House.
Well, to begin with, Miss Holloway, I know about the Mary Meredith Carmel triangle 17 years ago.
Yes, it was the delight of the local gossips.
What were Mary and Carmel like?
Extraordinary women, both of them. But Mary Meredith, she was a goddess. Even her talk was lovely and sparkling. Oh, the night we sat before her fireplace, planning our lives.
Yes.
She met her humiliation and her fate magnificently.
About Carmel.
A Spanish gypsy. Beautiful and crafty and cruel.
Why did Mrs. Meredith stand for the situation?
She felt the decision to end it must come from her husband.
Did it?
Finally. To make it easier for Carmel, they took her to Paris. Found a position for her and left her there. Then they came back here with their infant daughter. For a while, they were almost happy together.
Then?
Carmel came back. She still wanted Mary's husband. Then one stormy night, Carmel had been told that she must leave, this time for good. Oh, there was a ghastly scene, and finally Carmel, in a rage for revenge, ran to the child's room and snatched her up and ran toward the cliff. Mary raced after her. In the struggle, Mary fell to the rocks below. The baby was unharmed.
What happened to Carmel?
She escaped in the storm. Next morning, she crawled back in the early stages of pneumonia. I had to nurse her.
I see.
And now, please, I must be alone. Please.
What you tell me about Miss Holloway is very interesting, Fitzgerald.
A fanatical, a dedicated woman, Doctor.
Dr. Rudd, before me, disliked her intensely.
Professionally? Personally? How?
Listen to this entry from Dr. Rudd's casebook for December 10th, 1932. Called to Windward House, Meredith's model, Carmel Quesada, double pneumonia.
That tallies with what Miss Holloway told me.
December 12th, Carmel Quesada much worse. No attempt to warm her room. Found traces of snow in her bedroom.
Snow?
Spoke severely to Nurse Holloway. Absolutely criminal negligence.
Well, isn't that a pretty serious charge, Doctor?
When a man of Dr. Rudd's generation used it, it was very apt to mean murder.
Miss Holloway murdered Carmel?
She was very fond of Mary Meredith. Perhaps that's why Stella's grandfather sent her to Miss Holloway's for safekeeping this afternoon.
You mean Stella's there now? In that genteel madhouse?
Well, I venture she's safe with her mother's dearest friend.
Who was also guilty of criminal negligence? Oh, no. Dr. Scott, I must hurry. Be good enough to call my sister Pamela at Windward House. Say I'll pick her up in 15 minutes and call Miss Holloway, will you? Tell her to expect us. I'm on my way. Miss Holloway, when I was here before, why didn't you tell me that Stella was here, too?
The presence of our guest is confidential.
Please take us to her at once.
She's no longer here. I sent her away when Dr. Scott called to say you'd be here.
But why?
She was the happiest person in the world when I told her she might return to Windward House.
Windward House?
But her grandfather sent her here to keep her away from Windward House.
She loves it so.
You knew we'd be away and you sent her there?
Mary will be there.
Oh, you hate Stella. You sent her to her death.
Mary is waiting for Stella.
You're insane. Hurry, Pam. It may be too late even now. Drove headlong through the rain, racing the train to Windward House. We arrived in the early hours of the morning. The house was dark. We were on time. Stella hadn't arrived yet. And then, from the inside of the house...
It's Stella.
The front door flew open and Stella ran out screaming fearfully, running for the cliffs.
Stella!
Come back! Something she'd seen or heard or felt in that horribly sick house of ours was sending her screaming in the darkness toward the windy cliffs. I ran after her, but she was very young and lithe and driven by fear and drawn by demons, and I overtook her slowly, oh, so very slowly, as in a terrible nightmare. And at the very brink of the cliffs, I dove for her and flung her to the ground, the very brink of death, the very edge of darkness.
Nothing but a few bruises, Stella. You'll be fine.
Dr. Scott, Rick, why would my own mother want to drive me to my death?
Darling, whatever drove you from this house couldn't have been your mother.
But it was. I saw her. It was a kind of a mist that glowed softly in the dark, coming toward me, just as my father painted her.
Then why did you run away?
I don't know. Something terrified me, drew me to the cliff.
Could the company endure one more excerpt from the case book of Dr. Rudd? It's rather worthwhile.
You've the air of a man with knowledge, Scott.
This entry is dated a little more than 3 years before the final tragedy on the cliff. Meredith consultation, my office. Mrs. Meredith afraid she is going to have a child. Assured her she was not. A strange, cold, loveless woman refusing motherhood.
But...
Meredith, poor man, wanting a child so desperately.
But there's Stella.
Now, listen. An extraordinary household. Carmel, the Spanish girl, worships Meredith. A lovely, pitiful creature, all love and womanhood.
Pitiful?
What does it all mean?
I don't understand.
Stella, where were you born?
In Paris.
Where they took Carmel. They came back with their baby, or at any rate, someone's baby.
Rick.
The Meredith stayed in Paris for a baby to be born, yes. But I think to Carmel, not Mary. They took the baby as their own to avoid a scandal. That's why Carmel came back, to be near her baby, near Stella.
Then it was Mary Meredith who hated Stella, her rival's child.
Mary Meredith, who tried to throw the baby from the cliff and fell to her death.
And that's what Carmel waited here to tell me all these years. That she was my mother, not Mary Meredith. I'm Carmel's daughter.
Rick, the mimosa.
She's here.
Oh, Mother, Mother, never weep again, because now I know. Never cry again in this house where Father loved you. Carmel, Mother. She's happy. Mother's happy. She's at peace at last. Rick, look. That's the mist I saw.
Mary Meredith.
Dr. Scott, Pamela, get Stella out of here. I was alone. Alone with the thing that drifted and floated in menacing, gesturing filaments in the open French doors. A luminous mist becoming a face that undulated horribly. A face filled with hatred and malevolence. And I lifted the candelabrum with its flickering, guttering candles. Come on, you icy fraud. If it's Stella you want, you're too late, Mary Meredith. You've tried enough to destroy Carmel's child. So much for the legend of your saintliness, and you can go along with it. Here, darling.
Oh, are you all right?
All right. I am magnificent.
It's so dark, darling.
Never brighter.
Mary Meredith?
Gone forever.
Oh, and I always thought she was my mother.
What? Good saints preserve me from ghosties and ghoulies and long-legged beasties and a future mother-in-law like that.
Ray Milland will return in just a moment. Next week, as always, another great star recreates one of her most memorable roles on Screen Director's Playhouse. Our story is The Spiral Staircase, and our star, Dorothy McGuire, with Screen Director Robert Siodmak. Now, here again is tonight's star, Ray Milland.
Thank you. The film version of The Uninvited was distinguished by ghosts, gasps, moans, groans, and a very brilliant gent named Lewis Allen. Lou directed the picture, furnishing the assorted horrors out of his bag of tricks. Since then, we've done 3 other films together, and his amazing know-how still has me fascinated. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet him. My director, Lewis Allen.
But I hardly think I deserve those compliments.
Why not?
Well, The Uninvited was the first picture I ever directed.
But, Lou, you'd been directing stage plays for years.
But when I sat behind those cameras for the first time, I was as scared as the audiences who saw the picture.
Well, how do you feel about cameras after all the pictures you've made since then?
They still scare me.
You know what?
What?
They scare me, too.
Well, at least we weren't scared of the ghosts in The Uninvited.
Well, you know, Lou, you made everything so real, for a while I almost believed in them myself.
But, Ray, there's no such thing as ghosts.
Lou?
Yes, Ray?
What did you just say about ghosts?
I'd rather not talk about it. Good night, Ray.
Good night, Lou. Good night, everyone.
And good night to you, Ray Milland and Lewis Allen. Remember next week, Dorothy McGuire and Robert Siodmak. The Uninvited was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the William Wyler production, The Heiress, starring Olivia de Havilland, Montgomery Clift, and Ralph Richardson. Ray Milland will soon be seen in the Paramount picture, Copper Canyon. Lewis Allen's current production for Paramount is Chicago Deadline. Included in tonight's cast were Alma Lawton as Stella, Norman Field, Mary Shipp, John Daner, Georgia Backus, June Foray, and Dan Riss. The Uninvited was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Screen Director's Playhouse is produced by Howard Riley, with dramatic direction by Bill Karn. Portions of the program were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking, inviting you to listen again at the same time next week, when we present
Screen Director's Playhouse, star Dorothy McGuire, production Spiral Staircase, director Robert Siodmak.
Sunday on Hollywood Calling, you may be called by motion picture stars Maureen O'Hara and Dan Daly to win a wonderful prize and crack the Film of Fortune jackpot. Make a note to stick close to your radio and your telephone Sunday for Hollywood Calling. It might be your lucky day. Listen to Hollywood Calling Sunday on NBC.
Stay tuned for Bill Stern and the Sports Newsreel on NBC.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of a pet cat and the fear it carried with it. We call it Black Death. So now, starring Mr. Edgar Barrier, here is tonight's suspense play, Black Death.
April 3rd. Remember what you did that day? It was a Saturday, so maybe you weren't working. The air held that first promise of spring, so you probably felt the urge to go outside, maybe to the park. If you did, chances are you brushed against death. Black, unpredictable, anonymous death. Listen. Yes, it's a cat. We called him Jerry. Just a tomcat, color black, disposition friendly, usually. Not too good as a mouser, no real need for it. You see, Jerry gets pretty well fed where he lives. And what mice we have there in the Biological Institute wouldn't be very healthy for Jerry. They were likely as not to be inoculated with anthrax, typhoid, rabies, cholera, typhus, or plague. We were doing special work with plague at the Institute, studying and manipulating the deadly Pastorella pestis, the rod-like germ of the Black Death. I blame myself, of course. I should have known about Jerry. As director, it is my business to know everything about the Biological Institute, to keep track of the last submicroscopic bacillus and spore in the smallest test tube. But that morning, I didn't know about Jerry. I was home. I had just finished breakfast, and Patty, as usual, was flitting about me.
Full of posy, ashes, ashes, we all fall down.
Where did you learn that song, Patty?
It's a game. The kids in the park play it. Why, Daddy?
I didn't answer her. How could I tell Patty the harmless nursery rhyme had its horrible origin among the victims of the Great Plague of London? In their desperation, they hoped the smell of flowers might ward off the deadly miasma. It didn't help, of course. Posy or no, they coughed their lives away. And they did fall down by the uncounted thousands, never to rise again.
Don't forget, Daddy, you promised.
Promise? What did I promise now?
Take me with you to the office. You remember?
I said if it was all right with Mother.
Oh, I asked Mama, and first she said no, because she always worries about the germs. Then I told her you said the Institute is the safest place in town, because every germ is under a lock and a key. So she said all right.
All right, you little minx, you win.
Oh, goody, now I'll get to play with Jerry.
I'll get it, dear. Hello?
Dr. Gebhardt.
Oh, hello,
Dr.
Mac.
Gebhardt. Dr. Gebhardt, I think I've got it.
Got it? What's the matter, Mac?
Plague.
No, that's impossible.
All the symptoms. There's a leak somewhere. Hurry, Doctor.
I'll be right down.
I'm all ready, Daddy.
Not today, Patty.
But, Daddy...
Not today, I said. I'm sorry.
You promised, Daddy, and I wanted to play with Jerry.
Mac was waiting for me in my office. It took only a moment to see that it was true. The characteristic expression of fear and anxiety. His skin hot and dry. The hacking cough.
Am I glad to see you?
Oh, Mac, what are you doing up? Have you treated yourself?
Yes, but it's advanced. Pretty far. Don't get near me.
How on earth did this happen?
Slipped up somewhere. Yesterday had chills, headache, dizzy. Thought it was something I ate. Didn't pay attention.
All right. Enough of that. Now, you're getting to bed.
No, not until we locate the leak. The guinea pigs. The cage over there.
No, it can't be. Not one of those animals is a pastorella. There must be something else. Now, get away, Jerry. Mac. You're sure you didn't work with some others? Those mice, maybe?
I'm positive.
Oh, that fool cat. Let me get him out of here. Now, come on, Jerry. Outside.
Careful, Doctor. He's been funny lately. He scratched me the other day.
What did you say, Mac?
I said, Jerry. Jerry scratched me, Doctor. That's what...
He lay there, writhing on the floor. And then he was gone. Once the deadly bacillus took hold of his lungs and his blood, our miracle drugs were no more effective than the posies of those ancient, terrified Londoners. But I wasn't thinking of that. I was looking at the long, ugly, inflamed scratches on his arm. Jerry. It didn't seem possible, yet there was the proof. Somehow Jerry had picked up the infection, which could happen 100 ways, and passed it on to Mac. And Jerry was outside somewhere in the streets, in the unsuspecting city, sick, unpredictable, with death in every one of his claws. And I had sent him out there. I ran outside, but the earth had swallowed Jerry up. The police. I needed the police. But I had to handle this carefully, very carefully. If it got out, if all these people learned of the black killer stalking among them, there would be panic. No, they mustn't know. I had to see the chief of police immediately.
I'm sorry, mister, but the chief's a busy man. You tell me who you are and what's your business.
All I am asking is to open that door, get the chief on the phone, anything. This is absolutely vital, I tell you. The whole city.
Yeah, I understand.
Chief Williams.
Now, look, you don't want to get into trouble.
Hey, Chubby, what goes on here?
There's no story in this for you, Ryan. Just a nut thinks he's going to see the chief.
I've got to see
Hey, hold it. Wait a minute. I've covered some of your lectures. Your doctor...
Gebhardt, you know me. Tell him.
He works at the Biological Institute, Chubby. Got a story for me, Doctor? Something hot, maybe?
I've got to see the chief. Can you make this man understand?
Yeah, sure. Let him in, Chubby. He's all right. I'll vouch for him.
You'll vouch for him. That's a laugh. If I let him in there, it's my job.
If you don't let him in, it's your job, brother.
Yes.
There's a Dr. Gebhardt to see you. Says it's urgent.
Gebhardt? All right, send him in.
Yes, sir. That door right there, Doctor. I'm sorry. I didn't have any way of knowing.
I tell you, Chief, that cat has got to be found, even if it takes every man in the department to do it.
Well, that's just fine, Doctor. Have you any idea just how many black cats of that description are at large in a city of this size?
It doesn't make any difference. We were working with plague bacillus in its purest form at the Institute. That cat is capable of infecting any human, any animal he scratches.
Doctor, are you sure of this?
My assistant just died. That's how sure.
All right. Emergency alarm, disaster level. All leaves canceled. Alert every available man for orders. Transmit to fire department, highway patrol, county sheriff's office, state and federal agencies.
All ready, sir.
Apprehend black cat, male. Answers to name of Jerry.
Shoot on sight, but do not approach or touch the cat, dead or alive. Report in location immediately on contact and stand by for decontamination squad.
Then we'll requisition all available streptomycin, sulfadiazine, penicillin. Alert medical staffs of all city hospitals to prepare for treatment of the plague.
No, don't say that.
What?
Don't use the word plague. Once it gets out what we're after, the whole city will let go in panic.
Yes, I agree with you, Doctor, but these alarms go only to the law enforcement bodies. As soon as I can get the machinery going, I'll warn the newspapers to clamp the lid on it.
They'll do it?
Oh, sure, they'll all play ball. Except maybe the tabloids.
The tabloids?
What? Oh, what's the matter?
I'll be right back. Officer, where's that man who was here before?
Ryan? I don't know. He listened to about half the chief's order, and then he beat it out of here.
I remembered where I had seen Ryan before. He was a reporter on the tabloid. A year ago, he broke an off-the-record statement of mine, caused no end of trouble. He had recognized me just now. And he had heard enough of the chief's orders to put two and two together. I had to catch him before... There was a bank of phone booths ahead. I scanned the glass doors until I saw his form hunched inside.
It's the plague. A cat's got it. Of course I'm sure. I even know the cat. I've seen him in the Institute. A black top. Oh, hello, Dr. Gebhardt. Hey, hold it, Bill. Here's Dr. Gebhardt. Maybe he'll give us a direct statement. How about it, Doctor? What's the latest on the plague situation?
The latest is you're going to kill that story and kill it quick.
Why? It's true, isn't it?
Look, you can't let this out. So you realize what it means if that news breaks on this city. The hospitals will be swamped with panic-stricken people. There won't be men or equipment or time to take care of the real victims.
What an angle. Hey, Bill, get this. Take out photographers in all the hospitals and watch for the fireworks.
Oh, wait. You've got to call this off.
Read it in your daily tabloid, Doctor. Plague strikes city.
You dirty...
Go ahead. Hit me. The tab gives us a bonus if we're socked in the line of duty.
You earn it.
Listening to Black Death, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Tomorrow evening, exclusive on CBS Radio for the 9th straight year, hear the Hambletonian, the greatest event in the world of harness racing. Coming to you direct from Good Time Track in historic Goshen, New York. The Hambletonian is this season's climax in harness racing, matching the best trotters in the Grand Circuit. CBS Radio's John Durr provides color and comment. Charles Hinkle, official announcer for Grand Circuit trotting events, is your reporter. Tomorrow evening, on most of these stations, a CBS Radio sports exclusive. Hear the Hambletonian start to finish.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Edgar Barrier, starring in tonight's production, Black Death, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
"5 minutes after the tabloid hit the streets, the lines were jammed with frightened calls from anybody who had ever seen or imagined a black cat, and we had to investigate them all. There was no way around that. Let me through, please. Now, officer, where is the cat?
This way, Doctor. There he is. I've got him cornered in that area way. Couldn't reach him to shoot. Watch your step, Doctor. He's mean.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going any closer without my mask and gloves. All right, officer. Keep your gun ready.
Yes, sir.
No, it's not Jerry.
No, it's not.
Yeah, this is the 18th false alarm we've chased down in the last 2 hours. Call the animal shelter, officer. Chief Williams was right about one thing. I had no idea how many black cats could be loose in a city the size of ours. It was late afternoon when the alarms stopped coming in faster than we could take care of them, and I got back to the chief's office, tired, with a feeling of hopelessness.
Every substation, every hospital, every doctor's office in town, it's the same. You'd never believe so many people could get bitten, scratched, mauled, or kissed by cats in a single day. Or think they did.
The blood test?
Every last one negative so far.
Oh, thank heaven for that, anyway.
I don't know. We're going to have to find one victim anyhow, or we'll never get a line on that cat. Now, come over here, Doctor. Let's look at this map.
I followed Chief Williams to the big wall map. Inside the perimeter of the circle that stretched a mile in every direction from its center at the Institute, colored pins dotted sector after sector, and the area was slowly, painstakingly mopped up by peace officers with drawn guns. It was like war. It was war. War without quarter against a single enemy more dangerous than a battalion of soldiers. Slowly, the cordon narrowing in around Jerry, compressing him into a smaller and smaller space.
Chief? Yes.
Dr. Gebhardt's wife is calling again.
Oh?
Oh, yes, Doctor. I'm sorry. She's been trying to get you all day. Here, you can take the call here.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Dolly. Yes, I know. No, we haven't caught him yet, but don't worry about it.
What?
Oh?
Good. Which all the men you can to the park. That's right.
Well, I suppose she's safe enough there, darling. But you'd better get her inside. Don't take any chances.
Dr. Gebhardt.
Yes? I've got to go now, Ella. Yes, of course, I'll be careful.
Dr. Gebhardt.
You watch out for Patty. Goodbye. Yes, Chief. What
the
is
break,
it?
Doctor. Your cat's pinned down. We'll get him now.
Oh, thank heaven. Where?
In Washington Park.
Where?
I've thrown an airtight cordon around the park and given shooting orders. It's only a matter of time now.
Washington Park? Are you sure?
Yes, we got a positive blood test. The woman was picnicking in the park. She petted and fed your cat, and he scratched it. The blood test was... What's the matter, Doctor?
Patty, my little girl, is in Washington Park.
What?
Yes, she's been playing there all afternoon. My wife just told me. I should have been glad, I suppose. It was the first real break we'd had all day, pointing directly to Jerry. But all I could think of was my daughter. Soon it would be dark, and then Jerry would be nothing but two shining coals of eyes, hungry and erratic, invisible as the virus of death he carried in his own dying body. It was then, I think, I first thought of Jerry as what he really was. Death. Black death. The police had herded all the people caught by the dragnet into a corner of the park. Then I heard shots. The cleanup squad was going through the park with drawn guns, systematically killing all living things that could spread the plague. But shots go wild. And Patty was somewhere out there.
What are you doing here? Can't you civilians follow orders? You belong back there with the others.
I'm Dr. Gebhardt. You've got to stop shooting.
Don't tell me what I got to do. I got my orders.
That's all right, officer. I'll take over here.
Oh, yes, sir.
Have you seen a little girl, about 8, long brown hair?
Well, there's lots of kids there with the others. We heard them all over by the picnic table.
No, she's not there. I looked.
And I'll guarantee she ain't in the park. We covered every inch of the place, gone down to the water on all sides of the lake.
But what about that island?
Mister, can you imagine a cat getting out to that island? A cat?
Well, there's a bridge, isn't there?
I know cats, mister. No cat's going to cross water if he can help it. Bridge or no bridge.
Hey, you idiot. He could be carried, couldn't he? And it's the last possible place.
And I tell you
Officer, your orders were to mop up this park, all of it, not to use your own judgment about the habits of cats.
Yes, sir.
I ran over the bridge. The little island in the middle of the lake, so idyllic and peaceful by day, now looked in the darkening shadows like a silent, waiting jungle. It was the one last place that Jerry could be. At the chief's orders, we spread out 5 yards apart, then started across the island. We were like jungle beaters, driving warily ahead, leaving no single inch of ground or bush or tree unexplored. It was dark now. I could not see the others. Except for the trample of their feet on the twigs and the fitful play of the officers' flashlights, I might have been alone on this island. Alone with death. In the windows of the tall apartments surrounding the park, lights went on and off in a haphazard pattern. One of those lights should have been my own. Only I knew my wife was pressed anxiously against the police cordon that kept her out of the park. And Patty, my own little girl.
Oh, you bad man! You tried to kill my kitty.
Patty.
You tried to kill my kitty.
Patty.
Patty. What happened? Did you get him?
Chief, I saw the eyes shining in the dark. I didn't know there was a kid
Patty.
there.
Patty, are you hurt?
Where is she? Where did you see the cat?
In there, down under them bushes.
I followed the beam of the officer's flash. Patty had crawled deep inside a natural tunnel under the thick twining cypress. I saw her tear-stained face, frightened, and then 2 coals of fire glared at me from the shadow.
In her arms.
It takes a notion to scratch her.
Patty, let the kitty go.
No, go away.
I can
make him out better now, Chief. I think I can hit that cat.
Put it away, Blatchford.
Yes, sir, Chief. Only it...
Give me your flashlight, officer. I'm going in there. I raised my mask, dropped to my knees, and started into the opening between the close-set hedges. But I got no further than the opening.
Go away.
Patty. Patty, darling. It's Daddy. It's me, darling.
Oh, you're not my dad. You're a bad man. You're gonna hurt me. Go away.
What's got into her?
It's your mask, Gebhardt. That's what's scaring her.
Oh, of course. That's what it is.
But you're not going in there without a mask.
Patty has no mask. I'm going in to get my little girl. Patty? Patty, it's Daddy. Don't be scared. I'm coming in with you to take you home to Mama. Now, don't be scared, darling.
I'm not scared, Daddy. Jerry's here.
Yes. Now, Patty, let me hold Jerry.
You won't take him away from me?
Now, don't squeeze him. If you scratch. He hasn't scratched you, has he, darling?
Oh, no, Daddy. Jerry wouldn't do that. He's my friend.
Yes, of course he is, baby. But Jerry is sick. He's very sick. You'd better let me hold him.
You make people well, don't you, Daddy? You're a doctor.
That's right, darling. I make people well.
Here then, Daddy. You take Jerry and make him well.
He was in my arms. Suddenly he didn't seem like Black Death anymore. It was just Jerry. The old familiar Jerry I had fed and scolded and petted for all the years he'd been a fixture at the Institute. He relaxed in my arms as only a cat can and stretched forth a long paw. The claws came out and rested on my bare wrist. If he made a quick move, even involuntarily, but Jerry didn't make the move. Slowly, the claws, still holding their deadly venom, sank back into their furry sheaths. I took a bottle out of my pocket, uncapped it.
What's that funny smell, Daddy?
It's medicine for Jerry. It's called chloroform.
Will it make him well?
It will make him go to sleep, dear. You see? He's asleep now.
I'm sleepy too, Daddy. Can we go home now?
Oh, yes, Patty. We're going home. We're going home now.
Suspense, in which Mr. Edgar Barrier starred in tonight's presentation of Black Death. Next week, the story of betrayal and retribution on Devil's Island. We call it The Stool Pigeon. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Lawrence Goldman. The music was composed by René Garrigan and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were William Conrad, Mary McGovern, Gil Fry, Jack Edwards, Jim Musser, Joe Cranston, and Barney Phillips.
Thursday nights, The Whistler brings mystery on the CBS Radio Network.
Echo 1 to base. Come in, please, base.
Loud and clear, Echo 1. Your present position. Over.
Following the main Midwich road. I see the military have got their roadblocks up. Done a good job. 3 mile tailback. You can hear the horn honking from here.
Roger, Echo.
Trouble ahead. Coming up to it now. Quite a bit of it. 1 fire engine keeled over, near side wheel in the ditch. Black saloon car ditto. Man off his bike, a couple of 100 yards further on. I'm coming up to a school bus now. At a right shambles.
Any movement?
Negative, base. Leaving the road route now, heading across the fields to Midwich village itself.
Understood, Echo 1. Over.
Midwich coming up fast now. Kyle Manor. The Grange. Just passing over the village square. And same story, base. Everything as normal down there except no movement. I'd have keeled over like the people back there on the road, or I don't know, living statues is about as near as you could get to it. Odd. Very odd.
A report, please. Over.
I've just spotted something. Near the old Abbey ruins. Coming up fast now. Definitely out of the ordinary. Pale, oval. Now, it's hard to tell from this height. A bit like an inverted spoon. Definitely out of the ordinary. Hold on. I'll just shoot some film for you boffins to scratch your heads over when I get back. Now, there's only its shadow to go by. It's pretty hopeless. Look, base, I'm going down a bit. Get a closer look.
Right, over.
Here we go, then. What the hell? Closer look.
Right, over.
Here we go, then. What the hell?
That's where it ended, Colonel.
Yeah.
Would you like me to play it back to you again, sir?
No, leave it be. It's heard enough.
Sir?
Did it never occur to anyone to warn the poor devil that roadblocks might not be enough? That this field, this force, call it what the hell you like, might extend upwards as well as laterally?
Apparently not, Colonel.
Yeah, apparently not. Get my car around the front.
Sir.
Revolution in Midwich, Constable?
Just manoeuvres, sir. But afraid the road's impassable.
But not both roads, surely?
Sorry, ma'am.
We do live there, if it makes any difference.
None at all, sir. Your best bet would be to get back to the Eagle till we gets it clear. Be best all round, on account of getting through.
I'll walk across the fields, darling. You follow on when the road's clear.
No, ma'am. Not possible, neither.
Why on earth not?
Seeing as how you live there and confidential like...
Well, then.
It's no use trying. Nobody can get into Midwich, and that's a fact.
It's all right, Constable. These people are friends of mine. I'll deal with it.
Oh, yes, sir. Lieutenant, I'm sure.
Hello, sir. Mrs. Gayford. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry we couldn't make it to the manor, Alan. I thought you'd still be tucked up in your cot nursing a gigantic-sized hangover. It was last night you and Ferlin were announcing the engagement, wasn't it?
Finally got it out into the open. Gordon and Angela were delighted.
I should think so, too.
Even if Gordon still kept getting my name wrong, insisting it was common knowledge already. Heard it from their own lips months ago.
Oh, dear Dr. Gordon.
But a last duty call, huh?
As you say, sir.
It's very mysterious, all this.
Indeed, sir.
Not just manoeuvres, there.
You can't get through because nobody can. The fact is, we're totally out of touch with Midwich. First came to light when the telephone exchange refused to answer. The post office people sent a van off to investigate. It never made it.
Oh.
Neither did a police car. Or a fire engine shortly afterwards. We sent a couple of our own men up to the wreck. They got within a couple of feet, then just dropped. Like flies. Anyway, we've got some inkling of what's happened. Managed to get this harness contraption around one of the fellas, drag him clear.
And?
Like driving into some kind of wall, was what he said. 1 minute everything normal, and the next as though you'd been poleaxed. From what we've been able to make out, it's affected a 2-mile radius, with Midwich bang in its centre.
Some kind of gas, do you think?
For God's sake, Richard, what about...
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alan. They'll be all right. I'm sure they will.
Thanks.
Lieutenant Hughes?
Sir, if I were you, I'd leave the car. Check in at the Eagle. One hell of a crush, but I dare say they'll be able to squeeze you in somewhere.
Yes, I dare say. Oh, sorry to have been a bit long, darling. Thought I'd better try and wangle the room for the night while I was at it.
Any luck?
Not easy. Crossed a sweaty palm and settled for a very expensive linen cupboard right at the top.
Oh, idiot. Cheers.
Now, what on earth would he be doing among this little lot, I ask my tiny self.
Beg your pardon?
Well, it is Richard, isn't it? Richard Gayford? Or are these war-weary eyes deceiving me?
Sorry, I'm afraid...
Tear away the veil of years, old son. Ardennes? Reichsfeld? How about the Battle of the Rhine?
Bernard.
Right, fellows, twigged it in
Bernard
10.
Westcott, but for heaven's sake, I never...
Don't say it. A couple of extra chins, a balding pate, and an insidious paunch, and you two could emerge incognito.
Darling, this is Bernard v. Bernard.
I had gathered.
It's my wife, Janet.
Ah, you always did get far more luck than you deserve. Delighted.
I've heard a lot about you.
Sit down.
Only for a minute, though.
When I knew him, it was Captain Westcott. I know he upped it to Major, but now...
They ran out of pips. Kicked me upstairs into the bowler hat and brolly brigade instead.
That sounds very undercover and mysterious.
Even to those involved. Yeah.
Well, what'll it be?
No, thanks. I really don't have the time. Besides, the way things are popping round here, I'd have thought you'd have some kind of deadline to meet.
Deadline? Oh, good Lord, no. I'm not one of the newspaper brigade, if that's what you're thinking. No, I'm still turning out the odd novel, but I'm afraid deadlines, not to mention bylines, are quite beyond me.
I simply assumed that with half Fleet Street sprawling all over the lounge, not to mention drinking the cocktail bar dry...
Not guilty. Innocent bystanders.
Victims of fate, more like.
Oh?
Yeah. Had to go up to town yesterday. For better or worse, I'm changing the 10%.
Agent.
So, of course... Agent, yes. So, of course, the better half here cons me into making a splurge of it. Theatre stalls, cordon bleu dinner, second honeymoon suite at the Savoy.
Oh, dear.
Anyway, not 8 miles from home and still just managing to keep the shirt on my back. Up go your barricades and we find ourselves marooned here for the night.
8 miles from home?
Not even that if you take the shortcut across the fields, no. Something wrong with that? Your face is... Not breaking any regulations, are we?
We live in Midwich, Bernard.
Yes, best part of a year now.
I see.
Significant?
It could be. Mrs. Gayford, Janet, I wonder if you could spare me your husband for an hour or two.
Spare?
You see, it's this Midwich business that's brought me here. I think Richard could help us. Always providing he's willing, of course.
Well, to find out what's happened.
Connected with it. Well, Dick, what do you think?
I don't know. Is it in order to ask who us is?
I could explain it on the way over.
Not sure. Darling?
Well, I'm thinking of poor Alan's face when he spoke to us in the car just now. Verylyn, Gordon, Angela, they're our friends, darling. We may not be there, but it doesn't mean we're not involved, a part of it.
No.
Go then, I really think you should.
Of course I should.
I'll bring the car round the front.
Yeah, back soon, love.
Bye.
Oh, Richard, there'll be a lot of top brass there. If they should ask who the hell you are...
Yes?
Keep mum and leave the rest to me.
And that is it, gentlemen. As far as we can tell.
Or hazard a guess?
With due respect, Colonel.
Captain?
We've established that the thing is static, invisible, odorless, non-registering on radar, non-echoing on sound, immediate in effect on mammals, birds, reptiles, insects.
But as to what it actually is, we haven't a clue yet.
Not yet, Group Captain.
Is what I said. Chief Constable, you do realize that whatever the eventual outcome, it's essential the whole incident is kept quiet.
Kept quiet, man. Kept quiet? A 2-mile circle of the country completely blanketed by this thing, and you expect it to be kept quiet?
That was the instruction. Security is of the opinion...
Damn security. How the hell do they...
We've done our best to put it round as some surprise tactical exercise. From a newspaper view, it's a bit like wondering whether the Sleeping Beauty would be a sensation or a bore.
Group Captain Harding. Special dispatch, sir.
Here you are, gentlemen. This cost us 2 good men in 1 good aircraft. I hope it was worth it.
Let's have a look.
There it is, sir. Just off centre.
Yeah, and much the way the poor devil described it. Pale, oval, a bit like an inverted spoon.
Could be some unusual kind of building.
Not a chance. I was round there myself less than a week ago.
Well, whatever it is, it has damn well no business being there. In which case, our top priority must be to see it doesn't get away.
Quite.
Obviously.
Yes? Yes. I see. Yes, I'll tell them.
Well, man?
They're ringing the church bell in Midwich. Crisis over.
Crisis over?
As for your top priority, Colonel,
what?
You can forget it. It was either a mirage, or it's no longer with us.
What happened? What the devil happened?
Daddy? Daddy, where are you?
I'm over here, dear. As near as I can make out, propping up the bookcase. Angela, you all right?
As far as I can tell. But cold. So cold.
Not to mention stiff. I don't believe these are my legs at all.
If you hear a rattling noise, it's my teeth.
Why are they ringing the church bell? It's not Sunday, is it?
Not unless we've been out cold for the best part of a week. Here's a rug each. Oh, thank you. I'll see if I can get a fire going. Dead as a dodo.
Fire. You know, it's odd that I should have to live this long before appreciating the underlying soundness of fire worship. How are you feeling, old girl?
I'll survive. What happened? What on earth could have happened, Gordon?
Well, heaven only knows. I remember seeing Alan off, and you would insist on popping that other bottle of champagne.
Don't be idiotic, Daddy. Keep your fingers crossed. I think the sticks have caught.
Marilyn, Angela.
In here, Alan.
Oh, thank God. Darling, are you all right?
Well, apart from doing a very good impersonation of Eskimo Nell, I've never felt better.
You'll have to excuse us not getting up. Our joints seem to have cemented.
What happened, Alan? What on earth happened?
If the truth were known, I think they're all as much in the dark as you are.
Positively Stygian, then.
Anyway, first things first. Do your best with that fire, darling. There'll be hot drinks in a jiffy.
Hot drinks in a jiffy. Such music in a simple phrase.
I'll take my black, thanks.
It's damn good of you to give us a lift back.
See how anxious you're getting. At least my official clerk let us through before the rest of the pack. Besides, for a dinner like that, I'd have driven you to hell and back.
Thank you, kind sir, she said.
Except you're not here on behalf of the good food guide, are you, Bernard?
Richard.
Good old Richard. Nobody's fool.
So just stop treating me like one.
How far have you got?
About you?
It's a start.
Well, to begin with, I'm not letting the Donegal tweed and fisherman's hat fool me. Judging from the amount you contributed, or at least managed not to contribute to that meeting this afternoon, I'd say intelligence in one of its many guises, right?
There are various angles. You're right about something else, too. I came because I had a proposition to make. I still do.
So why don't we hear it?
Essentially, it's this. We feel it's pretty important for us to keep an eye on this place. For some time. To know what goes on here. Now, we could introduce one of our own men to keep us posted, but he'd have to start from scratch. If, on the other hand, we could get someone who already knows the place, is accepted.
I get the drift.
But don't think too much of him.
No, not much.
It rather sounds as if you're asking us to spy on our friends and neighbours. I think a professional would suit you better.
This is our home, Bernard. We're part of the community.
Which is why I can ask it.
Oh?
Unless I'm much mistaken, the community may well have need of someone who has its welfare at heart. To keep an eye on it.
Seems to have managed perfectly well on its own for a good few centuries.
True enough, until now. Now it needs protection.
Protection? From what?
I don't know.
Well, then.
Almost everybody in this village has been exposed to a curious and totally unfamiliar phenomenon.
Whatever it was they saw or thought they saw on the aerial photograph.
And now you and all the rest of the place are assuming it's all over and finished with. Why?
Come, it's gone, so why not?
They simply came and did nothing. Went away again and had no effect on anything.
I don't know. No visible effect?
No visible effect.
Go on, Bernard.
Well, it means rather little nowadays, doesn't it? I mean, you can, for instance, have quite serious doses of X-rays, gamma rays, with no immediate visible effect.
Well,
it's all right, we checked nothing. But something that we were unable to detect was present. Something quite unknown to us that is capable of inducing, well, let's call it artificial sleep. Now, that is a very remarkable phenomenon. Quite inexplicable to us, and not a little alarming. Do you really think one is justified in airily assuming that such a peculiar incident can just happen, and then cease to happen and have no effect? Oh, it might be, of course. But surely one should keep an eye on things, if only to see whether such is the case. Or not.
Now you're making it sound like some kind of welfare work.
I am, aren't I?
Just what are you expecting to happen here, Bernard?
Would I be asking your help if I already knew?
Isn't Daddy joining us?
Oh, no. He's been up and gone since dawn. One of his long walks was what he said. When he runs out of steam and can't work out where he is, he'll be ringing up and expecting us to get him home again. Oh, that coffee must be stone cold. Let me give you some.
No, thanks, no.
You haven't even touched that egg. Oh, isn't it fresh?
I just don't feel... very eggy, that's all. As a matter of fact, Angela...
Yes?
I was sick this morning.
I see. Funny thing is, so was I. Horrid, isn't it?
What I'm trying to tell you is it's a very special kind of being sick. Kind that happens when you're expecting a baby. Angela?
So was mine.
But it's not possible.
That's what I keep telling myself.
Oh, darling, I didn't mean
No, it's all right. No, really it is. Well, it's against all odds, let's face it. From my age point of view, well, possible, but only just. As for your father, 3 grandchildren by his first marriage, but as far as we were concerned, I don't think it occurred to either of us. That's all. You see?
Oh, darling. Angela.
Oh, there. It's all over. You see, I never actually believed it myself. But telling it to someone else suddenly made it real. Oh, I'm thoroughly selfish, too. I'm so sorry, dear.
Oh, you needn't be. I just don't feel weepy about it. I feel frightened.
Frightened? Why on earth should you be? It may not be proper, of course, but certainly no need to start getting puritanical about it. The first thing to do is to make sure you're right.
I am right.
Well, then.
But I don't understand it.
What's there to understand? Alan certainly won't let you down. He adores you.
He does, doesn't he?
You're the one that keeps postponing the wedding date. Now there'll be no excuse.
Oh, quite the contrary.
As far as Alan's concerned.
It wasn't Alan, you see.
Farrelly.
No. No, not anybody. You see. That's why I'm frightened.
I'm terribly frightened.
Frightened to the point of hysteria. Some of them are my patients. In your own case, Zellaby, wife and daughter involvement is only too obvious. But what of the others? Unknown as yet, on the verge of God knows what.
How many would you estimate?
You're asking me to be specific, Vicar?
Well, you must have some idea.
65 to 70. It's rough, I admit, but I think you'll find it about the number of women of childbearing age in the village.
Dear God.
Dear God. But how, Doctor?
Beyond me, I'm afraid. That's why I asked Zellaby along. If not specifically his field, at least the benefit of...
Insight? Which doesn't enter into it at all, I'm afraid. Apart from normal conception, there are 3 scientific alternatives that suggest themselves. 1, parthenogenesis. That's to say, by means other than sexual.
But never known in higher forms, certainly not mammals.
2, artificial insemination.
I'm inclined to dismiss it.
Yes, Doctor. Yes, so am I.
In which case?
Possibility number 3, Vicar. Implantation. The production of a form that could be unlike that of the parent, or should one perhaps say host. It wouldn't be the true parent.
I'd been hoping that might not occur to them.
Yes, I hope, my dear Doctor, you do better to abandon. Oh, the possibility might not occur to them straight away, but it's one the more intelligent are bound to arrive at before long.
In which case, all the births are going to occur over a very limited period, around the end of June, first week in July.
Assuming the period of pregnancy to be normal, of course.
What worries me most is how to decrease their anxiety and not increase it. One thing for sure, it's imperative we do our damnedest to stop this implantation idea getting around, for as long as it's humanly possible.
As even in propitious circumstances, the prospect of birth is awesome enough. If the mother had any reason to suspect it might be some totally inexplicable alien form of life...
It might drive her mad, Vicar. I'd better get that.
Yes.
Help yourself to a drink. You too, Vicar. You've earned one.
Yes. Perhaps just a small one, then.
Right. Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, I'm reading your mind, Vicar.
Oh?
The need for a woman to take the helm in all this.
I should have thought it obvious.
Mm-hmm. And equally obvious that you have my wife in mind to fit the bill.
Yes, I do, Zellaby.
Well, why the devil should she? Just because they trust her absolutely, treat her as some latter-day Lady Bountiful?
They do, don't they?
Well, it's none of her choosing. She inherited the chores when she was idiotic enough to marry me.
They simply do, Zellaby.
An emergency?
Not anymore.
Well?
One of the hands up at Stapler's farm. The youngest girl, Julie. Little more than a child. 17, 18 at most. Anyway, nothing to be done.
What happened?
She hanged herself from a beam. Nothing to say why she did it. Not too difficult to make an educated guess.
One of our statistics, gentlemen.
In conclusion, ladies of Midwich, I thank you for being here. I appreciate the courage and openness it takes for you to be sitting before me now. Something very strange has happened here. Not just to one or two of us, but to almost all who are capable of bearing children. Nobody but a child or a childish person expects life to be fair. It's not. And the months ahead are going to be harder on some of us than others. Yes. Nevertheless, fair or unfair, like it or not, we're all of us, married and single, alike, in the same boat. And I'm glad and happy to be counted among you, except that those of us who don't have the love of a husband to help them will have more need of sympathy and care. But this is our affair. You must all know how the cheap papers seize on anything to do with births, particularly anything unusual. But they make a peep show of it, as if the people concerned were freaks in a fairground. The parents' lives, their homes and their children are no longer their own. Well, I, for one, do not intend to lose my child that way. And I expect and hope that all of you will feel the same. Yes, the would-be intruders and interlopers and sensation seekers will be around in force. But it's in our power to see that it remains Midwich's affair. To be managed not as some ministry or newspaper tycoon decides, but as the people of Midwich wish it decided. Hear, hear.
Well done, well done.
Yes, it is.
Excellent, Mrs. Zellaby.
Really excellent.
Thank you, Vicar, Doctor.
I think you've done it, my dear.
I feel tired, Gordon. Terribly tired.
Well, then let me take you home.
No, I'll be all right in a few minutes. But I must go back.
But you've done your part, and very well, too.
Yes, indeed.
I wonder. You know, it isn't true, Gordon, what I said just now.
Which part, my dear? You said rather a lot, you know.
About my being glad and happy. 2 days ago, it was true. Quite true. I wanted the baby very much. Now, I'm frightened about it. I'm so frightened.
Oh, my dear.
Not to know. Only to know that there's something growing there and not to be sure how or what. It's so abasing, Gordon.
Now, look, I'm prepared to bet that when he or she comes, you'll take one look and say, oh, dear, there's that Zellaby nose. But if not, we'll face it together.
Ah, Dr. Willers. Is it all right if I join you?
Join away, join away. A bit drunk, I'm afraid. Never the intention of getting a damn sight drunker.
Why, any particular reason?
Wetting the baby's head, aren't I? What better? Just delivered a baby, you see, one of our extra special babies.
But surely...
It's premature. So, had to give him a helping hand.
I see. Was it, all right?
Perfect. Perfect. After all that waiting and worrying, nothing wrong at all. I mean to say, might have been black or yellow or green or like a monkey, and not a damn thing the X-rays can do to prepare you for that. But, perfect. Except for...
Well?
The eyes. It's got golden eyes.
Vicar?
Ah, Zellaby.
Still signing up the recruits, I see?
Yes, easing off now. Only 2 or 3 more to come.
100%, eh?
Just about. Well, I suppose it gives them the slight feeling of being able to...
To regularize matters.
Quite. Yes, young Mary Histon. She chose the name Theodore. All on her own, I gather. How that a child like Mary should want to call her baby the gift of God instead of being ashamed of it? Why, it's a tribute to the whole village.
Then the whole village showed how, in the name of humanity, it ought to behave.
Teamwork. With a fine captain in your wife, Zellaby.
No arguments there, Vicar. And with my boy having the Zellaby nose, after all...
And no golden eyes, eh?
Well, it's a blessing to be grateful for. Nevertheless, you know, the fact remains the Mary Histons were robbed. Suddenly swept, and certainly not of her own choosing, from childhood to womanhood. No chance to stretch her wings, enjoy the age of true poetry.
Yes. But by the same token, there are some who certainly haven't been robbed of anything. You know, I looked in on Miss Ogle yesterday. bewildered but delighted. Why, you'd think it was some kind of conjuring trick, something she'd invented for herself without even knowing how.
And the baby?
Oh, adored, Zellaby, adored.
Well, for my own part, mere male and all that, I have to confess things seem a bit flat after the battle.
Battles are only the highlights of campaigns. Who's to say there aren't more to come? Who are these children, Zellaby? There's something about the way they look at one, those curious eyes. They are strangers, you know. I can't help it, but I keep returning to the notion it must all have happened as some kind of test.
But by whom? Of whom?
Well, how can one tell? With strangers. Oh, surely that's your daughter, Zellaby.
You back so soon, then? I thought your mother said something about not being in for lunch. Darling? You all right? You don't look at all...
I will be, but if you just give me a minute.
What on earth's happened?
Well, the fact is, Daddy, I didn't intend to be here at all. Not at all.
You mean you changed your mind?
No. Unless I'm very much mistaken, I had it changed for me.
Tell me, then.
Alan rang at the last minute to say he couldn't get away from the camp. The place was generally getting me down, so I decided to treat the baby and myself to a change of scene. Nowhere in particular, just a drive. Well, we just got clear of the village, about 4 miles along the train road, when the car simply pulled into the side.
Broke down?
Pulled into the side.
Well, I don't understand.
I didn't expect you to, but the fact remains. Anyway, I got through to the garage and they sent someone out to check. They could find nothing. Nothing at all. It simply refused to budge. The mechanic went back for a tow truck and I decided there was nothing for it but to come back by bus.
And?
Then it happened. The very instant I decided, positively decided to come back, the engine started up again. Coincidence? I wasn't even behind the wheel. It was him, Daddy. The baby. He didn't want to leave the village. The baby made me come back again.
You've got to get her away from here, Alan. It's essential. In view of the car incident, I can only stress the sooner the better.
I thought I'd made it pretty clear there was nothing I wanted more than to have Ferrelyn with me.
Yes, but we're past that stage. If we weren't, I wouldn't be interfering. It's no longer just a question of what either of you wants or would like. It's what needs to be done. And for Ferrelyn's sake, even more than yours.
She wants to join me. She set out to come once.
But she tried to take the baby with her. It brought her back then. Just as it always will if she should ever decide to try again.
She's become very attached.
You must persuade her to leave without the baby, Alan. It's the only solution. If the baby's not with her, it can exert no influence stronger than natural affection.
But according to Dr. Willers, all this is merely...
Willers is making loud, blustering noises to prevent himself from being frightened.
You mean this hysteria he talks about isn't the real reason for Ferrelyn and the rest coming back here?
The hysteria he chunters on about has never been known to manifest itself without one of the babies being present.
But I don't see how that... I mean, how the hell's it done,
I've no idea. None.
So it really boils down to her choosing either the baby or me. Bit tough and fundamental, isn't it?
The baby's given you the ultimatum already. What you have to do is to clarify the situation. Your job is first to make Ferrelyn recognize the hurdle and then help her over it.
It's quite a thing to ask,
Well,
though.
isn't it quite a thing to expect you to just put up with things the way they are? It's not your baby, Alan. And it really isn't Ferrelyn's baby either, or I'd not be talking to you like this. Ferrelyn, like the rest, are victims of an imposition. They've been cheated into an utterly false position.
With the greatest respect,
all
sir,
these
really think...
61 golden-eyed children we have here are intruders. They're changelings. They're cuckoo children. The important thing is not how the egg got into the nest, but what comes after it's been hatched. One thing you can count on is its instinct for survival. An instinct characterized by utter ruthlessness.
You really think you've got a sound analogy there?
I'm perfectly certain of it. The cuckoo survives because it's tough and single-purposed. That's why you must take Ferrelyn away and keep her away.
I've already said so, but...
She'll fight you. She's already more than halfway to accepting the child as her own. You must simply refuse to be blackmailed through her better instincts.
If Angela's child had turned out to be...
Cuckoo child? Yeah.
One of them, what would you have done?
I should have done what I'm advising you to do.
Oh, I thought I heard voices. Study talk, Alan. I hope the old tyrant hasn't been laying down the law to you.
Hello, Angela.
Alan, darling. Oh, I'm exhausted. Just give me a minute and I'll make us some tea.
Trouble?
I'm not sure. I just had Margaret Haxby on the telephone.
Margaret?
No, I'm not sure you'll remember her. She's now Dr. Margaret Haxby.
Oh, yes.
She's apparently quite brilliant. Until recently, she worked on that hush-hush government research business over at the Grange.
Until recently?
She's gone. Cleared out. She was speaking from London.
One of the afflicted.
And one of the most resentful. Now she's made up her mind to beat it, and she's gone, leaving Midwich holding the baby.
Where's the baby now, then?
Where she was staying, old Mrs. Dorry's cottage. The poor old girl doesn't know yet. I'm the one elected to go round and tell her.
Yes, but it won't just end there, will it? Can't you imagine the panic it's going to start among all the other women who've taken these girls in? They'll have them out overnight before they get left holding the baby, too.
Then what would you suggest?
Couldn't you stall? I mean, the girl might change her mind.
No, not this girl, Alan. It's not a spur-of-the-moment decision. From what she told me over the phone, she's been through it all pretty carefully.
And?
She never asked to come to Midwich. She was posted here. If they'd posted her to a yellow fever area, they'd be responsible for the consequences, wouldn't they? Well, they posted her here, and through no fault of her own, she's caught this instead.
So it's up to officialdom to deal with it.
Her contention, anyway. As for the child, she repudiates it entirely. She's no more responsible than if it had been left on her doorstep. And certainly there's no reason why she should be expected to put up with the wrecking of her life or her work on account of it.
She's certainly thought it through, hasn't she?
Which makes our own predicament all the more urgent.
Our?
I've just been talking to Alan about getting Ferrelyn away. Once word gets round, there are going to be quite a few girls taking the...
Margaret Haxby?
Yeah, taking the Haxby girls' example, don't you think?
Well, they could well make up their minds for some of them.
In which case, don't you think it equally likely there'd be some kind of counter-move to stop the desertions?
Counter-move?
Oh, well, I doubt it would ever come to that. When it comes to publicity, you know how reluctant the authorities have been to...
No, not by the authorities.
Why? What do you mean?
What would happen if the children are as opposed to being deserted as they are to being removed?
The children? You're surely not suggesting...
No, I don't know. Eccentric as it may seem, I am simply doing my best to place myself in the position of a young cuckoo, my dear. As such, I fancy I should resent anything that appeared likely to lessen attention to my comfort and well-being. One doesn't even have to be a cuckoo.
Extension 241. Yes, I do have official clearance, and it damn well is urgent. I'm very much obliged. Bernard Richard, we've got a panic on. Well, something's cropped up. New developments. No, I can't talk about it over the phone, and no, it's nothing I can damn well write about either. Look, I know there's a certain official reluctance, and you'd rather stick to the formula of let the village work it out for itself, but, well, We're just getting in a teeny bit over our heads. And when's the earliest you can get down here? Earliest. Right, I'll get on to Zellaby and some of the others. Ugh, bureaucratic Burke.
The survival rate of my deliveries, 100%, resulting in 31 males and 30 females of this special type, means that only superficial study has been possible. Some of the characteristics observed, though, were common to them all. Most striking are the eyes. Although they appear to be quite normal in structure, the iris, to the best of my knowledge, is unique. The colouring being of a bright, almost fluorescent-looking gold. It's common to them all. The hair, noticeably soft and fine, is of a slightly darkened blonde shade. Under a microscope, I observed it's almost flat on one side, while on the other, it's an arc. I can find no record of such a hair type being observed hitherto. The finger and toenails are a trifle narrower than usual, but there's no suggestion of a claw. In general, the babies all appear to be perfectly healthy, although they don't show the degree of chubbiness we might expect at their age. The size of the head in relation to the body is that normally found in a somewhat older child. A curious but slight silvery sheen on the skin has given concern to some mothers, but this is common to all, and it would appear to be normal to...
the cuckoo children.
To the type. In conclusion, I'd just like to mention that Mr. Zellaby was from the outset of the opinion that the children's origin might be attributable to some form of xenogenesis.
Doctor?
The production of a form that could be unlike that of the parent, or more accurately, post-parent.
Among humans, there's never been a case known.
On the other hand, there's never been a known reason why it shouldn't prove possible.
No known reason.
But why the diffidence? Do you think the explanation hasn't naturally occurred to all those involved? The more educated women, my own daughter among them, entirely accept the thesis that they're host mothers rather than true mothers.
The less educated find it an element of humiliation and tend to ignore it.
Yes, and in any event, isn't it high time we got ourselves up to date? Stop speculating about the cause and get down to the altogether more imperative matter of effect. It's why we've met here, isn't it?
Yes.
At least I pray to God it's why we've met.
Yes, of course it is.
It's about the return of all the mothers and babies, all this compulsion business. You can't just ignore it and pretend it'll go away, Doctor.
A form of hysteria, giving rise to collective hallucinations. It will go away.
The hysteria syndrome again, Doctor? How can it be when all the mothers, educated or not, agree the babies can and do exert some form of compulsion?
Yes, that's the important
thing. Now, those who were away didn't want to come back here. They came because they had to. I've talked to all of them. What they all say is that they suddenly became aware of a feeling of distress, a sense of need, which they knew could only be relieved by coming back here.
Classic. Look at the facts, and what do we have? A number of women are the victims of an improbable and as yet unexplained phenomenon. And a number of babies not quite like other babies.
That is blatant simplification.
The facts must be either admitted or somehow sublimated. And the easiest way to do this is to sublimate the situation, to transfer the irregularity into an environment where it no longer appears irregular. In this case, uniquely so, Midwich exactly fills the bill. So they pick up their babies and back they come and everything's comfortably rationalised, at least for the time being.
It isn't good enough, Doctor. It's time the situation was accepted, recognised. Not glibly or even learnedly explained away.
No, we've already got the weaker will getting ridiculously superstitious about it. They're crediting their babies with mystical, magical powers.
Yes, the whole situation invites
Now, what we need is an absolutely unbiased investigation.
Quite beyond the compass of our local women's institute.
Unworthy, Doctor.
However well-intentioned.
Well, that's what I've been offering.
Then what would you suggest?
Somebody should be making a thorough study of these children. There ought to be a team of experts on the job. Like the rest of us, I kept quiet before the births because I thought it was best for everyone. And the mothers in particular.
Well, you were right about that.
That need is past. It's nothing less than a national scandal that such a phenomenon as this should be hushed up to the extent of going practically unobserved. Given these children, think of the opportunity for a study of comparative development we have here. Environment, conditioning, association, diet, and all the rest of it.
We agree about
What we have here is a burning of books.
before they've even been written. Something must be done about it. Well, gentlemen, all very rousing, to be sure. Old Willers can certainly hoist his colours to the masthead when he's a mind to.
As you say, Selby.
But still our mysterious guest from the ministry remains unconvinced.
Not about the situation, only about the best course of action.
Singularly missing to date.
We thought a low profile might be the best for all concerned.
Yes. The proverbial low profile. Predictable, frequently commendable, sometimes inevitable. But when the question of advisability is passed, when the essential need for a more concrete kind of action takes its place...
There's something new, something you're not letting on to the others.
Is there?
Oh, come off it, Zellaby. It's not difficult to see you're already one step ahead.
But not always a reason for self-congratulation.
Well, then, you have no choice.
The fact is, while the good doctor has been peering down his microscope, getting to grips with the laboratory side of things, I've been rather more active in the field.
I don't understand that.
Richard, could you bring your friend here along to the cottage hospital, say about 10 tomorrow morning?
I had planned on an early start.
Delay it. You'll find it your best interest. Or should that be our best interests? It's a lovely evening, isn't it? Well, there we have it then, gentlemen. Janet, my dear, 4 of the children. 2 boys, 2 girls.
And the same number of irate parents in the waiting room, wondering what the hell's going on.
Now, patience, Willers, patience. Now then, you're all perfectly satisfied that the children, in separate cribs, carefully screened off, can have no possible means of contact with each other.
He'll be giving us the old abracadabra next.
Quite satisfied.
Right then. Let the experiment begin.
The sooner the better. I've got surgery at 11.
This, then, is our apparatus. 1 small box containing 1 piece of barley sugar. It's not just any old box, though, you understand? A product of feckless Nipponese ingenuity. It has no visible means of opening, but slide aside this piece of marquetry here, and there's your barley sugar.
Miraculous.
Patience, Willis. Right. Box closed. Now, which of the infants shall we give first try?
But none of these babies is quite 1 year old yet.
It makes no difference. Please, name a child.
How about the Brant boy?
The Brant boy. The Brant boy it shall be.
All right.
Now, here we go. Janet, you give it to him.
Right.
So, he just thinks it's some kind of rattle.
He does, doesn't he? Now, we take the contraption across over here to the Dory boy in the next cubicle. And as before, we give him the box. He shakes it. He realizes that there's something inside, but he can see no way of getting to it. So this time, we show him how. We give him the sweet, one satisfied customer.
Right, somebody's got something out of it.
What happens now, sir?
We reload the box and go back to Exhibit 1. There we are, the Brent child. Janet, do your stuff.
Oh, well, yes. He's taken the box. Now he's...
Now that is extraordinary.
Not the slightest hesitation, was there? Straight for the concealed opening, and pleased as a sandboy with what he finds inside. It's fascinating, don't you think? You're still sceptical, Dr. Doubt?
Well...
Reload again, Janet, my dear. Now we'll try it on the girls. Oh dear. Poor old Willers, eh? Did you see his face? I wondered for a minute if he'd ever make his surgery. I thought Matron might have to tuck him up in a side ward and treat him for extreme shock.
He had my deepest sympathy.
The box idea is pretty effective, even if I say so myself. Simple, incontestable, and off without a hitch.
Here we go. I brought you black coffee, darling. Looked as though you could do with it.
Nothing surer.
May we take it that you've been trying other ideas on them?
Yes, quite a number. Some too complicated, others far from conclusive. Besides, I hadn't quite got hold of the right end of the stick to begin with.
Are you quite sure you have now, Zellaby? Because I'm not at all sure that I have.
Oh, I think you have. Yes, I'm sure you have.
I suppose you're wanting me to say your experiment shows that what one of the boys knows, all the boys know, though the girls do not.
And vice versa.
Yes, all right then. Well, that is what it appears to show, but, well, for God's sake, there has to be a catch somewhere.
My dear fellow.
Mr. Zellaby, are you positively claiming that if I were to tell anything to one of the boys, all the rest would know it?
Providing it was simple enough for them to understand it at this stage?
But it's unbelievable.
Unbelievable? But then you lynch Darwin and you show the impossibility of evolution. You could always devise your own tests.
Oh, I should have said that the one we've just seen has enough implications to capsize our entire social system.
I'm still not convinced. I mean, couldn't it all be put down to some kind of sympathetic understanding, a kind of thing sometimes found between twins?
Not unless it's developed far enough to have revolutionary new features. Besides, what we have here is not one single group en rapport, but two apparently without cross-connections. In other words, if I ask a question to any of these boys, I shall get exactly the same answer, and from whichever I choose to ask. If I ask him to perform an action, I shall get more or less the same result. But the decisive point is this. It will not be the individual child who answers me or performs for me. It will be an item of the group.
Go on.
Right, what we have, what we seem to have, is 61 individual entities. I maintain we've been fooled, that appearances have been deceptive. What we actually have are two entities only. A boy, a girl.
Yes.
No. Though the boy has 31 component parts each, the physical structure and appearance of individual boys, and the girl has 30 component parts.
I find that rather hard to take,
My
Sophie.
dear, so did I.
You're putting forward this as a serious proposition, Zellaby. It's not just a dramatic manner of speaking.
No, I'm stating a fact, having shown you the evidence first.
No, all you've shown us is that they're able to communicate in some way I don't understand. But to go from that to some wild theory about non-individualism is too much at one jump.
Because you've only seen one test. I've conducted many. None of them contradict the theory, though I prefer to call it collective individualism. Moreover, it's nowhere near as wild as it appears at first sight. It's quite a well-established evolutionary dodge for getting round shortcomings. A number of forms that appear at first sight to be individuals turn out to be colonies. We ourselves combine in groups consciously instead of by instinct for the same purposes. But why shouldn't nature produce a more efficient version? We're up against barriers to further development, and have been for some time. Unless the human race is to stagnate, we must find some way of getting round them.
I feel a bit like a chameleon, placed on a colour it can't quite manage.
You know, I've wondered about these two groups quite a lot. I've even felt there ought to be names for these two super spirits. You'd certainly imagine there were plenty to choose from, and yet I find just two out of them all persistently invade my mind. Adam and Eve.
Thanks for the lift.
No trouble. You should have stayed for lunch.
I'd love to have, but they'll be all hell let loose the other end as it is. Still,
Yes?
I wouldn't have missed the Zellaby magic show for the world.
Oh, come on, that's not good enough.
No.
What can it all mean?
Something.
Which is where we came in.
I'll gee up the official interest, of course, but I'm still depending on you to keep your finger on the pulse, keep me informed.
Except I'm not sure how much longer I'll be around to do that.
Oh?
Well, apart from already being way out of my depth, Janet and I may be moving on.
What, leaving Midwich?
Yes, this new agent of mine seems to be earning his 10%. Something he set up for me in Canada. The terms are all right, and Jan's keen. It's New Horizons. It sounds very promising.
You're likely to take it, then?
After what I've just seen,
Yes?
it gets more likely by the minute.
Gordon? Darling? Are you asleep?
I'm just hiding behind my eyes. I'm thinking about this morning.
At the hospital?
Their expressions of ingrained skepticism. Still, I expected no different.
There must be an explanation.
Of course.
And what do you think it is?
It's too early. We'll have to wait until the children are old enough to give us some evidence.
But you do have some ideas?
As you are a discreet woman, let me put one question to you. It's this. If you were wishful to challenge the supremacy of a society that was fairly stable and quite well weaponed, what would you do? Would you meet it on its own terms by launching a costly and certainly destructive assault, or if time were of no importance, would you employ an altogether more subtle tactic? A fifth column.
A fifth column?
To attack it from within.
Surprised to hear from you. Quite the opposite. The surprising thing was you hadn't been in touch before this.
Oh?
Well, heard on the grapevine Richard Gayford and wife had been repatriated once or twice.
Oh, just visiting relatives.
Still, thought you'd be in touch.
Why on earth should I?
Curiosity?
About Midwich?
A simple curiosity. How was Canada, anyway?
It was pretty uneventful.
So, just what the doctor ordered, eh?
Midwich, 6 miles. Seems a million light years ago.
8 of the Earth variety, actually.
It's about here was where Janet and I ran into the roadblocks. Yeah, the old Eagle still seems to be doing good business.
I suggest a reunion pint, but this inquest I've got to sit in starts at 2.
Was it one of the Cuckoo children?
No, local fellow called Powell. Motor accident. Tragic.
Well?
Tragic. You still think of them as that, then? Cuckoo children?
And the others, then?
Probably. They've just become, well, shall we say, less forthright about it.
Oh, isn't that the old Grange? Pull in, would you, just for a minute?
Just for a minute, then.
Midwich Grange, Special School, Ministry of Education. The children?
Exactly. Well, Zelliber's exotic conception was a lot less exotic than it seemed. You remember that experiment of his, the barley sugar in his secret Chinese box? No apparent way of getting at it.
But show one boy the way in and it became common knowledge for the rest.
Exactly. Well, it didn't stop there. At just 2 years of age, one of the boys learned to read simple words.
2?
The next day, they found any of the boys could read them. A week or so later, the same thing happened with the girls. One breaking through the barrier and the rest inheriting the gift.
But how?
Well, the arguments are still academic. The point is, however, it happens. They do have this rapport within the group. Sending them to ordinary schools was out of the question, so they came up with this place. A school come welfare come social observatory for them.
It sounds the queerest setup I've ever heard of.
Well, if you throw your mind back, it had a somewhat queer beginning.
Well, push on, shall we?
It's not no coroner's court we got called for here. It's judge and jury.
is restored, I shall have no alternative but to empty the hall. Mr. Zellaby.
Do it ourselves.
Sir. Yes. Mr. Zellaby, I'm given to understand that you were in the near vicinity at the time of this most unfortunate occurrence.
I wouldn't say near.
But in sufficient proximity as to give you a very clear impression as to cause and effect. Mr. Zellaby.
Yes, I suppose you could say that.
And perhaps you'd be good enough to oblige the court.
There's not much that I can oblige with. I was returning from my usual afternoon stroll. As I reached the turn into Hickam Lane, 4 of the children from the Grange came out of it and turned towards the village. 3 boys and a girl. I wasn't paying them any particular attention, but a bit further on they turned a corner. I lost sight of them. It wasn't until I reached the same corner myself that the car overtook me. A small, open 2-seater.
The late James Powell's car?
Though I didn't recognize it at the time.
You were at the corner. What happened next?
The children were strung out right across the road, as though they were arguing which way to go. It was all over so quickly. The car driver did his best. Another 2 inches and he'd have missed them altogether. As it was, the tip of his left wing caught the outermost boy on the hip and flung him right across the road into a cottage garden.
Yeah, and then? You tell what I'm the poor Jim Powell van, Tell us now. Come on, tell us.
It isn't good enough.
In your own time.
I don't know. I can't be sure if the car stopped or not. If it did, just the barest moment. Then the engine roared. The driver changed up, put his foot down again, keeping straight ahead. It was still accelerating when he hit the churchyard wall. Inexplicable. Nothing one could do. Inexplicable.
Still not sure if I'm doing the right thing in telling you, sir. Lord only knows gave my word and all, but sitting through the inquest and the way they made it all seem...
Perhaps it would be better if I...
No, I'm sure Mrs. Williams doesn't mind you being here.
No, sir.
In your own time.
Oh, that inquest. It's what happened after the accident that never came out. Heard the bang, people running. Then, a minute or so later, I spotted Mr. Zellaby sitting on a bench near the green he was, and grey like you'd never believe in, and just passed out.
Go on.
All for getting the doctor I was, but, well, the way he puts it to me, no point at all, he says. Important not to trouble the people one loves. So he makes me promise to keep quiet.
But
And no living soul would never have got it from me, except for what he went on to say after.
About the accident?
Funny sort of voice. Before the poor fellow drove into the wall, he hit one of the children. Not badly, but he knocked him across the road.
But he testified as much at the inquest.
One of the children, I said. And suddenly I saw what he was meaning. And I stopped, because the way he was looking at me.
Did he say anything more?
Yes, sir. Perhaps I should have found it less upsetting if at some previous stage of my quite long life I had already had the experience of witnessing deliberate murder.
You really needn't look so put out, Westcott. I got an inkling something was in the wind when you fobbed me off with your mysterious errand. Anyway, I had no right burdening the poor woman with my personal problem.
Yes, well, we're sorry you're not well, Zellaby, but suggesting that the children caused that accident, actually made young Powell drive straight into that wall.
I'm not suggesting, I am stating they did it. Just as surely as they made their mothers bring them back here.
But the other witnesses at the inquest, the ones who gave evidence...
were as aware of what happened as I am. It wasn't the inquest's concern. They only had to say what they actually saw.
But if they know it's as you claim...
What then? What would you have said if you'd known what had happened and been called as a witness? A verdict acceptable to authority was what they were after. Even a verdict that the boy was willed to kill himself. Do you honestly imagine that they'd let it stand? Why should they risk being thought unreliable, superstitious, even plain mad for nothing? If you're going to maintain to the contrary, you only have to look at your two faces now. But why stop at the Powell boy? He's not the only victim.
Oh?
Did you know that poor old Dr. Willers eventually abandoned his championship of some kind of mass hysteria? He was forced to. A very short time before he died.
Died? But he wasn't much over 50, was he? How did it happen?
Overdose. Some kind of barbiturate.
Willers? For God's sake, he was never the sort.
No. He really wasn't, was he? Willers. The Powell boy. How many others?
What are you suggesting?
Oh, that word again. Only that we live much more precariously in Midwich than any of us had ever thought. It just happened that poor young man came round the corner at that fatal moment. It could just as easily have been Angela or anybody else. There's no blame attached. He tried his best to avoid hitting any of them. Not good enough. In a flare of anger and revenge, they killed him for it, just the same. These last few years really had been like living on the slopes of a volcano. That's Angela. Now, I'd be grateful if you wouldn't let on about my old ticker problem. It would serve no purpose.
Of course.
We're in here, darling.
A company? Huh. Oh, how nice. I really wasn't
Angela?
Expecting anyone. Hello, Richard. After such a long time, too. Must be some kind of red letter day. Oh.
Angela, my dear, here. Here, sit down. Richard, old fellow, there's some brandy on the sideboard.
Oh, yeah, how stupid.
Oh, shh.
I'm so sorry.
Sit. You're all right. Everything's going to be all right.
All right.
Oh, thanks. Oh, that's better.
Now, take your time. More?
No, thanks.
Darling, what happened?
Well, while you were at the inquest, it came into my mind that Mrs. Powell could probably do with a bit of company, so I took a stroll over to the farm.
Mm-hmm.
I was still sitting with her when the younger brother, David, got back. Apparently they'd been very close. He was obviously extremely upset. He said the inquest was the last straw, and that if nobody else was going to see justice done over his brother, he'd do it himself.
Understandable.
Well, he was carrying a gun. We did our best to stop him. He wouldn't listen to us, nor to his girlfriend Elsa. She followed him to the Grange, but there was no sign of him. Nothing. Until that first shot.
Shot?
He was aiming at a group of the children further down the lane.
Oh, no.
Elsa called out, begging him to stop. He didn't seem to hear her. Instead, he reversed the gun on himself, put his thumb on the trigger, and
Get that, will you? No,
Yes. All right. Westwood speaking, Chief Constable. Oh, my God. When? Of course. I'll be with you as soon as I possibly can.
Bernard?
Your volcano is no longer dormant. Half the village is marching on the Grange.
1 woman and 3 men dead. 8 men, 5 women in hospital, and a hell of a sight more that look as though they should be. For God's sake, don't just sit there. You're head of this school or establishment or whatever fancy name you choose to put on it. As Chief Constable, I'm entitled to some kind of explanation.
I'm sorry, Sir John, but I don't think I could have made the situation last night quite clear to you.
Oh, I'm sick to the eye teeth of hearing that, too. When the hell are we going to get down to brass tacks? You've already as good as admitted these infernal children of yours were responsible for last night's affair.
I fear so.
When you're in charge of them, how the devil you can let the situation get so out of hand as to cause a breach of the peace is down to your responsibility. In the meantime, I'm here to question the ringleaders and decide my best course of action.
But I've already explained to you there are no ringleaders.
Ah, all equals and the rest of the educational fol-de-rol. In theory, fair enough. But in every group there are fellas that stand out. Manage them, and you manage the rest.
2 of the children, sir.
Show them in. Sir John, if I might suggest, choose your words carefully. The children are very sensitive.
You asked to see us?
Yes. Eric, Priscilla, this is...
We prefer to stand.
We might already have met. Westcott, Burnham.
Yes.
The Chief Constable here wishes to ask you some questions. It's his duty to make a report on the trouble here last night.
Exactly. My job is to find out what happened, who's responsible. People tell me you and the others were here. Now, what have you to say about that?
No.
What happened exactly?
The village people came to burn the grange down.
Are you sure of that?
It's what they said. So why else should they be here?
We'll not go into the whys and wherefores for the time being. Let's take it from there. You say some came to burn the place down. The others, did they come to stop them? Was that how the fighting started? Well?
Yes.
You don't sound too sure.
I'm sure. We made them fight each other. We could have simply sent them away, but there would have been other times. This way, they realize it is better for them to leave us alone.
You said you made them fight. How did you do that?
It is too difficult to explain. In any case, you'd never understand.
Nevertheless, I'd like to damned well hear.
It wouldn't be any use.
So, I'm suggesting it's high time you started to try.
We simply defended ourselves.
Resulting in 3 dead and 14 serious injuries?
Unavoidable.
When you could just as easily send them away?
They would have come again.
Don't you feel the least compassion for these unfortunate people?
No. We must protect ourselves.
But not by private vengeance. The law is for your protection and for everyone else's.
The law only punishes the criminal after he has been successful. It is no use to us. We intend to stay alive.
So, you don't mind being responsible for the deaths of other people?
As it seems to be quite beyond your limited comprehension, I will put it more simply. If there is any attempt to interfere with us, or molest us by anybody, we shall defend ourselves. We have shown that we can. We shall do so again.
You damned young blackguard. You insufferable little prig.
John.
How dare you speak to me like that? Do you understand I represent the police force of this country?
Please, John.
If you don't, it's time you learnt it, and I'll see that you do, by
It
God.
would be best for you to stop now.
How dare you talk to your elders like that, you swollen-headed little upstart?
Stop!
So, you're not to be molested. You'll defend yourselves, will you? Where do you think you are? You've got a lot to learn, my lad. A lot.
Eric, please, no more. Eric,
stop it.
That's enough.
Please.
He's not hurt. He wanted to frighten us. So we have shown him what it means to be frightened. He'll understand better now. He'll recover when the glands are in balance again.
All right when the glands are in balance again. Better at physiology than psychology. They've broken that man for the rest of his life.
Sugar.
It's by your left hand, dear.
Oh. Salt.
By your right.
You know, one of the few childlike things about the children, their inability to judge their own strength. They wanted to scare Sir John this morning. They went so much further. They brought the poor man to a state of grovelling fear near the brink of imbecility.
Sickening and utterly unpardonable.
Which assumes that they expect to be pardoned. Why should they? Do we consider ourselves, whether jackals or wolves, will pardon us for shooting them? No, we do not.
Oh, not KN, dear.
Not what?
No, it gives you hiccups.
Oh, yes, I see.
But surely we suddenly have a change of front here. I mean, apart from the few very early instances, there's been almost no violence. Now we have this outbreak. I mean, can you pinpoint the start of it, or has it been working up?
Nothing before Jimmy Powell and his car. Wednesday, the 3rd of July. Westcott?
As you say.
As I say.
We're waiting for the salad, dear.
Yes, so you are. My own experience of interplanetary invasion has been vicarious. Hypothetically vicarious. Or do I mean vicariously hypothetical?
Interplanetary invasion. Zellaby, the great problem is to know when you're to be taken literally and when metaphorically.
Westcott?
In this case, quite literally.
How long have you known it for a fact?
8 years. And you?
About the same. Even a little before.
Oh, you're surely not suggesting these children are...
invaders.
Well, that they originate somewhere...
outside Earth.
Oh, you can't be serious.
You see, Westcott? No instant panic, just scepticism.
Forewarned. If not exactly forearmed.
But Midwich was not the only one, or even the first to have a day out, was it, Westcott?
4 day outs. That we definitely know of.
Well, I'll be damned.
Small township in the Northern Territory of Australia. Something went badly wrong. 33 pregnancies, all dead in a matter of hours. Eskimo settlement, Victoria Island, north of Canada. The inhabitants are cagey. We think they were so outraged, alarmed at the arrival of babies so unlike their own, they exposed them almost at once. No survivors. The 3rd and 4th...
Now, let me guess. Behind the Iron Curtain?
Both. The first near the border of Outer Mongolia. Grim. The men assumed their wives had been lying with devils. They perished along with the children.
So it's the last one that counts, isn't it?
Far to the east, a place called Gijinsk. Their day out took place a week before our Midwich one. They sealed the place off in hours. By then we had our own quandary. We couldn't seal off Midwich.
So you did the best you could.
Let's all wait and see. If the Russians have a flock of potential geniuses, it could prove damned useful to have a similar flock to put up against them.
Something like that.
Bernard, why are you admitting all this? I mean, there's been some new development out there that our own children are likely to display shortly.
The Russians recently developed a new medium-range atomic warhead. The town of Gijinsk no longer exists.
You mean everybody there?
Everybody. The entire place.
Because nobody could have been warned without the children knowing of it.
Officially, they've put it down to a technical error, or possibly sabotage.
Why should you know differently?
Carefully channeled observations from Russian sources, guarded on details and particulars, but no doubt about it meaning Gijinsk. It doesn't refer to Midwich either. What it does do is put out a most forcibly expressed warning after a description which fits the children exactly. It insists over and over again, even to the point of pleading, that all governments everywhere should neutralize any such known groups with the minimum delay. Not just for the sake of nations, continents, but because these children are a threat to the whole human race.
Westcott, when did they deal with this place in Russia? Which day?
Tuesday, the 2nd of July.
Interesting.
Yes.
The day before young Powell's accident. I wonder how ours knew.
Bullseyes?
Bullseyes. We know how they love 'em, so better make it one of those very large bottles.
Well,
you did say you were popping into train, didn't you? Bumped into that Eric lad on my stroll.
One of the...
Yes. Yeah, you're looking forward to my film lecture on the Aegean this evening? Very flattering.
Very untypical, I'd say.
No, not at all. They're not stupid, you know. They're susceptible to reasoned argument. When they're jittery and nervous, they do foolish things. Well, don't we all?
So now all we have to do is to say, sorry you killed 6 people by mistake. Let's forget all about it.
Would you prefer to antagonize them?
Gordon, I don't understand you.
Different yardsticks, that's all. You're judging by social rules and finding crimes.
And you, Zellaby?
Considering an elemental struggle. And finding no crime. Just grim, primeval danger. The wise lamb does not enrage the lion. It placates him, plays for time, and hopes for the best.
Darling?
Now, you won't forget those bullseyes, will you, my love? They'll be expecting them.
Hello, Mr. Zellaby.
Ah, Eric, is that you?
Mr. Zellaby?
You've come down to give us a hand, eh? Splendid, splendid. Right, well then, let's make a start. Now, roller screen. That's it. And, microphone. Careful. And bless my soul, if it isn't a jar of bullseyes.
Mr. Zellaby.
Well, I hope there'll be a good attendance.
We'll all be there.
Splendid, splendid. Right, just that small case, and we're done. Well, that's it then. Off you go inside.
There's just one more, isn't there? The heaviest. You'd already packed it when we loaded the rest.
Yes, so I had. Well, that's about it then.
Zellaby.
I'd ask you to join us, but I must confess, Angela is considerably in my thoughts this evening. I was rather hoping that you, my dear fellow, that you, it would be a great kindness.
Of course.
Excellent. I knew I could rely on you. I must go now.
Yeah.
You'll be getting impatient.
Back, Angela.
All right.
Fine, fine.
Fix us a drink, will you, Richard?
An enthusiastic welcome. Apart from the bewildering feeling one was seeing multiple, might have been a crowd of decent school children anywhere. Zellaby was dead right when he said they trusted him.
Perhaps. Well, it's simply that I don't trust them. Let's face it, there's no telling what they might do. Anywhere, any time.
Oh?
It's a fact, Richard. Even Gordon admits they're nervous and panicky. How can we go on staying here with our lives at the mercy of any childish fright or temper that comes over them? What kind of ultimatum can we ever make?
Oh, what makes you think they're going to try their arm here anyway? No, you take it from me. If it comes to it, they'll do it where it counts. They'll go up to London, take on Bernard, the rest of the bigwigs. Pushing around that poor blighter of a chief constable is one thing, but how far do you think they'd get with me? Dear Christ.
The Grange, wasn't it? He blew up the Grange.
But no bitterness, my own dear love. The doctor will confirm for you a matter of a few weeks or months at best. This way, at least, there will have been meaning, purpose. It seems we've lived so long in a garden, we've all but forgotten the commonplace of survival. The message is fundamental. To keep alive in a jungle, you must live as the jungle does.
was that knife?
Well, nothing, Kitty. Nothing at all. I'm just going to cut you open and see if you've got a heart. See, I don't believe you have. And I just want to prove how a body can walk around without one.
Nicky!
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The 13th Floor. And now, Murder at Midnight, Tales of Mystery and Terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Winifred Wolfe is The 13th Floor.
Hotel corridors scare me late at night. They're too long and too creepy. I'm always afraid the walls, like big, flat, plaster hands, are going to close in on me. I wish somebody was around. No, not anybody. Anybody might be Nicky. And his hands aren't made out of plastic. They're bone and they're blood. And they want to choke the breath out of me. I just better get down this corridor and close the door behind me. I'll lock it and hide under the covers till I turn on the radio and I hear that switch. It was pulled in a little room. And Nicky's dead, full of hot sparks and his big hands hanging like putty. Then I won't have to be afraid anymore. It's what happened tonight, just now. It's making the inside of me all curdled and sour and sick. Even if I live a million more days, I won't forget how I came into that lobby. Just like always. I walked over to the desk. Hi, Joe. What's a good word?
Here. Got a rent statement from the hotel. No letters.
Oh. Certainly it's hot out, isn't it? Sort of muggy and sticky. Think it's gonna rain?
Maybe.
You don't like me very much, do you?
No, not very much. You'll excuse me, I'm quite busy, Miss Owen.
Hey, you're a fresh little punk. I ought to tell the manager. It's a fine way to treat guests who pay their bills. Don't I always pay my rent on time?
Sure. Why not? $5,000 lasts a while if you take care of it.
Why, you. Hey, wait a second. Hold that elevator.
Sweet dreams, Miss Owen.
I said hold the elevator a second. What's the idea of almost slamming it in my face?
Sorry, Miss Owen.
Yeah, I bet you are. Oh, Mr. Talbot. Evening.
Good evening.
Sure is hot out, wouldn't you say? I was saying to Joe, muggy and sticky.
Yes.
I was, just at an awful good movie at the Franklin. Tomorrow night they're having Lana Turner. You like Lana Turner?
Very much.
Yeah, me too. A lot of women don't because they're jealous of the way she looks. Me, though, I got blonde hair myself. I was planning to see it tomorrow night. Do you plan to...
Sorry, Miss Owen. I have an appointment tomorrow evening.
Oh. You run the elevator, you fresh punk. That's what you're hired for.
Oh, by the way.
Me?
No, Tommy.
Oh, yes, sir.
Will you let me in with your pass key? I forgot mine.
Yeah, sure thing, Mr. Talbot.
The car stopped and I got out. I was glad to get out.
Your floor.
Yeah, thanks for nothing. That's when it began, right then. The light from the elevator looked like a lot of lemonade only being poured the wrong way, up instead of down. Hey, I remember thinking that. I'm trying to remember it now. I looked at my watch. It was 2 minutes to midnight. I started down the hall. I was feeling something's wrong. Don't get to get the jitters for nothing. Everything looked the same. Nothing was any different. My room was at the end of the hall. I took my key out and I shoved it in the lock. for nothing. I kept twisting it and pushing, against it with my knee. Then, all of a sudden, I looked up and realized what was wrong. The number on the door was 1307, not 1407. Huh. I was on the wrong floor. That was it. That rotten little kid. I'll fix him. I was ready to bet he'd done it on purpose. Then...
Give Nicky a kiss, baby. Aren't you glad to see me?
Nicky.
Come on in. I've been waiting for you a long time. I said come in. I'm getting a draft.
Nicky, let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
Sorry, baby. Maybe I don't know my own strength, huh?
What do you want? How'd you get in here?
One thing at a time. Don't rush me.
What'd you lock the door for?
I don't like interruptions. You never used to either when you were alone with me. Remember, Kitty?
I don't remember nothing.
Yeah, I know. You got a memory like a faucet. You turn it off and on, off and on. Wonderful. Take me, for instance. I have the kind of a memory you can't turn off. Keeps running all the time. The longer it runs, the hotter it gets. It's so hot now, Kitty, it'll scald you.
Look, Nicky.
I am looking. You're still a nice-looking number, you know. I always did like the way your waist curves and how white your neck is.
You didn't come here to tell me how I look.
Toss your hair over your shoulder like it gets in your way. Go ahead, Kitty. Toss your hair back for Nicky.
What are you trying to do, dangle me on a string?
You're still a good-looking number. I don't look so hot, though, do I? You think maybe I lost a little weight?
Look, Nicky, please.
My face looks
let me...
kind of pasty. That's because you don't get much chance for fresh air sweating what's left of time away in a death cell.
If I scream, the police will come and get you. If you come near me, I'll
You
scream.
won't scream.
No, come one step closer now.
You won't scream because there's not that much sound left in you. It's all frozen and sticking in your throat like an ice cube. Because you're afraid. You're afraid of me. Try screaming, Kitty. You see? What'd I tell you?
Nicky, I can help you. I can hide you here so they won't find you. Then I can help you get away, Nicky. Anywhere you want, I promise.
I asked you before to kiss me. You still haven't, you know.
No, don't come near me, please.
You used to like it. You never used to wait for me to ask you.
Nicky, don't. No.
Sometimes you used to come over to me without me asking. Well, what's the matter? Do I look as bad as all that? Oh, you afraid I'll get your pretty dress dirty?
Well, you gotta give me a chance. I can explain.
I know I'm not clean. You know, I crawled for half a mile in the mud until I couldn't hear the dogs chasing me anymore. If I'd known you were going to act like this, I would have said...
You gotta give me a break.
I would have said, Warden, call me a taxi. A nice, clean taxi so I can go see my girl, Kitty Owen. A cheap little squealer who sold me down the river for 5 G's. 5,000 lousy
Leave me alone.
bucks.
Take your hands off me.
Oh, I like to hold your face like this. Such a little face. Such big eyes. Big green eyes like a small tiger. Kitty, kitty. Like a cat. A sly, sneaky cat with long blonde hair. Don't you remember how I used to kiss you like this?
Nicky,
Kiss your kiss.
Nicky.
You act like you do remember.
You remember, too, don't you? You remember how it used to be with us, Nicky? Feel my hair the way it used to. Go on, you like to do it. You said it was soft like silk. Feel my hair, Nicky. You're not mad at me, are you? I said I was sorry. I went crazy. I didn't know what I was doing. I help you now, Nicky. Come on, run your fingers through my hair, Nicky.
You old lousy little tramp. Don't make me laugh. You crying, huh? Cat crying crocodile tears. Are you crying because you're sorry for me? You're sorry because sooner or later the cops will catch up with me and drag me back and I'll burn to a crisp in a chair, huh? Or you're crying because you know what I'm going to do to you?
Remember how it used to be with us, Nicky?
I know when I broke out they'd find me, but I wanted to say goodbye to you first. I wanted to kiss you. See if it still did the same things to me. I'll tell you something, Kitty. You leave me cold.
That knife. What are you going to do with that knife?
I'm going to cut you open and see if you've got a heart. I don't believe you have. I just want to prove how come a body can walk around without a heart.
No.
Just arms and legs stuck together with nothing to make them run.
They'll get you for this.
Yeah. What are they going to do? Electrocute me first, then take me out and hang me? What's the difference?
I'll tell you, Nicky, how it was. Just let me tell you. After you held up that jewelry store and the old dame was killed, when they put up the $5,000, I went crazy.
Yeah?
Honest, Nicky, I must have been clear out of my head. I've been sorry ever since, but I figured the cops would get you for it anyway, and then I'd be left with nothing. I didn't have a cent.
So you didn't wait. You turned me in yourself.
But I didn't know what I was doing.
I know what I'm doing. I'm going to kill you, Kitty Owen.
It won't help any.
It'll help me.
Stay away from me.
The only prayer is Sam. It should be good for a laugh.
No, please.
Kitty, 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 like a cat.
No.
Yes, Kitty, yes. I'm going to kill you.
I got him. Following me slow like that, he didn't notice when I backed up to the table, picked up the vase. And after I hit him, he didn't know it then either. Just went down looking surprised. I knew he wouldn't be out long, so I bent over and took the key out of his pocket. He moved and made a funny little noise through his lips. And I stopped breathing altogether. I had the key. I was free. The hall was empty, no one around. I started to run down the narrow little corridor of the 13th floor. I pressed the elevator button, and I waited. Help, that was the only way I could get it. It seemed like hours instead of seconds. Finally, I heard it coming. I felt like I was standing on hot coals. My insides wouldn't stand still. The hand of the clock above the elevator climbed slowly from 5 to 6 and to 7. I was going crazy just standing there. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And my heart exploded. My legs were soft, sticky pieces of dough, hardly able to hold my body up. The elevator had stopped at 12, and then went on to 14. 14! Then I remembered it wasn't going to stop. It couldn't stop. Because in this building, there wasn't any 13th floor.
A man from the death house, and the girl who betrayed him, playing cat and mouse on a floor that doesn't exist. The hand of the elevator indicator did not stop at 13, but the hands of the watch on Kitty's wrist have stopped at 12, all ready for murder at midnight. And now, back to Murder at Midnight and the 13th floor.
13th floor. Yeah, that's where I was, a floor that didn't exist, so how could I get out? How could I get away? What was I going to do? I didn't understand. I didn't understand anything.
Pretty good little slugger, baby.
Nick.
You took so much trouble to unlock the door, you should have taken a little time to lock it again after you.
Don't come after me with that knife. Please, don't. I don't want to die.
You think I did?
Why don't you give me another chance,
What
Nicky?
chance did you give me?
Oh!
Wow. I didn't think you had that in you. Well, why doesn't somebody come, huh? Maybe it's because there isn't anybody besides us. Cozy, huh? Try it again. Go ahead. Try your own again. Maybe you'll have better luck.
He was leaning against the door halfway down the hall, just leaning there and watching me because he knew he had me cornered. And I wasn't cornered. I turned and I ran the other way around the corner and down another hall. I didn't know if I'd really heard him running after me or if it was just the pounding in my head making a noise. I got to the end of the hall, then I stopped out of breath and looked behind. He wasn't there. No sign of him. I sucked in my breath so even that didn't make any sound. And I listened. I listened to nothing at all because it was so quiet. It was so awful quiet I could hear it. The wall I leaned against was big and flat and gray, and the corners jutted out into the hall like dead fingers. I looked to the right side of me, down the corridor. Like he wasn't there. So I turned my head. I looked at the hall, almost hoping in a way I'd see him and get it over with instead of this wait. I wasn't there either. I tried to squeeze my shoulder blades into the wall so I could hide. But it was hard and cold. It wouldn't move. Nicky, where are you? For the love of heaven, say something so I'll know where you are. Don't just keep standing here. I can't take it. Nicky, I'm sick. My stomach's sick. So am I. Just make some noise. Nicky, where are you? Found myself back at the elevator again. I knew he was around somewhere. Around one of those corners that were jutting out like dead fingers. Wait. The elevator was coming up again. The hand was up to 11. Had to stop. I pressed the button, threw all my weight against it. And it did. The big door was sliding open, and I was safe.
Going up or down, Kitty Owen? I'll take you wherever you want to go.
Oh, not again. I can't stand.
I'll take you for a ride.
No, I won't go.
Well, didn't you ring me? I heard you ring. Come on. Get in. Just the two of us. We'll go for a ride. Only just one of us will come back. I said get in.
All the time he was talking, I was backing away. And then all of a sudden I saw at a door with a bright red sign that said stairway down. My last chance, I almost leaped to it. I opened the door and I flew down the stairs. It wasn't easy with high heels, but even so the sound of it looked like music. Sweet, hot music from a clarinet, because I knew they were taking me down. Faster. I fell a couple of times. I caught myself. I clinging to the banister. It was still there. So I kept running. Suddenly, there I was. I was out on the street again. Now I was really safe. There were always a lot of people on the streets. I didn't see any people, just a big policeman with a red face. Boy, he sure looked good to me. Hey, wait a minute.
Now, take it easy, miss. Don't get excited.
Hey, look, Nicky Carstairs, he's in that hotel. He's after me.
Carstairs?
Yeah.
Sure, and who you wanting the kids? It can't be.
Look, he's out, I tell you. I saw him. He wants to kill me.
But Nicky Carstairs is in the death cell. Don't you read the papers?
Hey, I'll have you reported. What kind of a cop are you anyway?
What kind of a woman are you without a heart? Just arms and legs stuck together with nothing to make them go.
You're not a policeman. You're Nicky. You're still Nicky. You didn't look like Nicky a second ago. I don't understand.
What's the get-up? How do I look?
Nicky, please, no, not anymore.
I told you we were playing cops and robbers, and this time I'm the cop. And I'm still going to kill you, Kitty Owen.
It wasn't over yet. I had to run again. My last stronghold. My last hope, the hotel lobby. If there was no one there, I just gave up. I was through. As I ran around the corner, I thought the war had ended all over again because there was confetti coming out of all the windows, so much of it. Falling. The sidewalks were beginning to look like it had been snowing for a long time. I ran over them like a carpet. I ran with my eyes down and I could see the headlines. Nicky Carstairs in death house, prison. No one had to tell me that. I ran into the lobby to find people, to tell them where he was. There was no one there either. Only Joe at the desk. Joe?
Oh, early that night, Miss Owen. Not quite midnight.
Look, Joe, I know you don't like me, but you gotta help me.
Reading the papers about Nicky Carstairs breaking out?
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do.
$5,000 should last you a little while if you take care of
Hey,
it.
Joe, he's here. He's in the hotel. He's chasing me.
That's a lot of money. $5,000.
Wants to kill me. You gotta help me.
Sweet dreams, Miss Owen.
He's here. Can't you understand? He's on the 13th floor.
There's no 13th floor in this
He's there. I tell you.
Sweet dreams, Miss Owen.
I know there wasn't any use arguing, and he wouldn't believe me. Even if he did, he wouldn't help me because he didn't like me.
Going up.
No one would believe me. There was only one thing left for me to do. Lock myself in my room on the 14th floor. Stay there until they caught Nicky. I leaned against the back of the car, crouched in a corner. My eyes closed because I was so tired. I was so tired. I kept thinking of a bed, a big white bed, 3 white sheets to crawl between, and a door that was locked.
Sorry to have to bother you about that passkey, Tommy. I just forgot to pick mine up at the desk.
It's like a glass of cold water had been thrown on top of me. I opened my eyes. That Talbot guy was in the car again. No. Not again. Still. And he was talking about the passkey the way he had before. No, not before either. Because when I looked at my watch, it was still a minute to midnight. Then I suddenly knew. I was so weak with relief I wanted to cry. Yeah, I heard him say it. Sometimes you can see your whole life pass by in just a second. That lifetime I lived in the elevator, all in my head, was sandwiched in between a couple of floors. It never really happened. It was just that I had been dreading it for months, coming back some night, finding Nicky there waiting for me. My mind had invented a 13th floor, when it never was there at all. And the cop and the newspapers that said Nicky was out. All a part of it. That crazy half-dream. Of course he wasn't out. I told myself it was all part of it. I never got out of the elevator. I was there all the time. All the time.
Your floor, Miss Owen.
14?
Sure, 14. Ain't that your floor?
You're sure this time, aren't you?
What are you talking about this time?
I mean, never mind. 1401. That was on the first door. I was on the right floor this time. I'm feeling better already. What a fool I'd been. Started to walk down the hall. Had a feeling Talbot and the boy in the elevator was watching me. Wish they shut the door and go on.
Say, Mr. Talbot.
Yes?
Did you read about Nicky Carstairs?
No, what?
He escaped. Got out of the death house.
Is that so?
He's on the loose. Good night, Miss Owen.
Yeah. Hotel corridors scare me. They're too long and too creepy. I'm always afraid the walls, like big flat plaster hands, are gonna close in. Now I know it was more than just dreading it for weeks. Made me imagine. Nicky was out and after me. Must have known it all along. Had a feeling it wasn't safe. I'm gonna go to my own room. I'll lock the door and hide under the covers till I hear they found him. Took him back. Till I hear he's dead, I won't have to be afraid anymore. Not anymore.
Give Nicky a kiss, baby. Aren't you glad to see me?
The 14th floor this time. A floor that does exist. But the hands of the watch on Kitty's wrist still stand at 12 for... Murder at midnight. remember to be with us again when the door marked exit only opens and the clocks strike 12 for Murder at Midnight. The part of Kitty was played by Ann Shepard, and Paul Mann was Nicky. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you now.
Another 117-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 117-year-old. Well, Satan, this be a nice night for one of our cheerful little bedtime stories, yes? Oh, Satan's got a yarn to fit just such a night as this. Satan, tell everyone to douse their lights. That's it. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see a dusty road way out in California in the year of 1852. Now down that road you'll hear a horseman riding. As he rides into our story, we'll begin. And it's what we calls 4 fingers and a thumb. 4 fingers and a thumb.
Wait up for me, Bert. I'm waiting, Dan. Hey, it ain't no end to travel alone when I can find a sociable fella to talk to. You going to the mine on business?
Well, Cash sent in word by one of his Chinamen that he was itching to play a little stud poke this evening.
Yeah, like everybody else in these parts, I think he's a low-down, dirty skunk.
Well, if he wants to risk his money against mine, there's no reason why I shouldn't let him do it. Cash is a good card player.
Yeah, and the boys have got an idea that you're deliberately easy with him.
Well, they're entitled to their opinion, I reckon.
Burke, I want to talk to you like a Dutch uncle and to warn you.
Warn me?
Yes. You ain't deceiving anybody by your actions, Cash Felton least of all.
Dan, I guess I don't understand you.
Well, here it is in plain words, then. You're crazy about Cash's wife, and she's crazy about you. Cash is old enough to be her father, and someone ought to bash his head in for the way he treats her. Unless you come out bold and take her away from him mighty quick, he's going to get you some way.
Cash has no reason to be jealous of me. Decent women neither respect or fall in love with my kind, Dan. I make my living with my wits and 4 trained fingers and a thumb.
You're a square gambler, Dick Burke.
Well, how are you getting along with the Chinese at the mine, Dan? Do you dislike them as much as ever?
And don't every decent white man in California despise the yellow devils, excepting you?
Well, they're mostly clean, conscientious, and honest.
Yeah, you wag your tongue too free sometimes defending them heathens. The general feeling agin them is getting higher all the time.
You know, I lived in China for nigh on 5 years, Dan. Yeah, that's where I learned the fine points of gambling. And I also learned the Chinese are mighty fine people if you treat them right.
Maybe so. But you better not be spouting such ideas to anyone but a friend like me. Round here, if it was thought you looked on Chinamen as equals, you just have to close your card room and get out of town.
Yeah, I know. But I don't want to leave this town yet.
I know that. Well, there's Cash's house ahead of us. And it looks like Mrs. Polton is standing by the road.
Yeah, I see.
Well, I'll turn off here. See you later, Bert.
Good night, Dan.
I've been watching for you, Mr. Daly. You must go back the way you came before Cash sees you.
Go back? Why, he sent word for me to come here.
I know. If you play cards with him tonight, no other white man in this county will ever play with you again.
Why?
He's got a Chinaman waiting in the house to join your game.
A Chinaman?
Yeah, Chang Lu, who's head man among the coolies. Oh, Cash hates you, Mr. Daly. If you play, it means to spread the word around and ruin you. And if you don't play, well, he's got a gun strapped on his hip, and he's been drinking.
But if I go away, he'll know you warned me.
Oh, he won't hurt me.
Say, why do you keep that side of your face turned away from me, Mrs. Pelton? You kept it so ever since you came to meet me. Let me see.
No.
I thought so. It's all bruised where he's hit you again.
Oh, Cash ain't ever hit me. And anyway, there's nothing you can do, nothing.
Oh, if only you'd give me the right. I've never said it before, but you've known it without my saying that I love you. Just as Cash has known it.
Oh, don't.
I'm dealing a square hand, Susan. Let me send you to my sister in Virginia till you get a divorce. Then let me come and marry you. Or marry some other fellow who's a whole lot better, just so as you could get away from this.
Oh, there couldn't be anybody better.
Susan, you mean...
Oh, I mean I married Cash Pelton for better or for worse, and there's nothing to be done about it.
There is.
No, please go away now.
Hey, Bert Daly. So my little wife went to meet you, Daly. Well, hurry up. My fingers are itching for the cards.
So are mine, Cash.
What are you going to do?
Play.
But it'll ruin you to play with a chink.
I'll gamble on that.
Oh, you mustn't.
Quiet.
Oh, come on, Daly. Table, cards, and whiskey all waiting. All you gotta do is lay your money down and meet the fellow who's gonna make our third. Come here, Chang Lu. I want you to meet a friend of mine.
This humble person is honored to stand before the most excellent Mr. Daly.
I am very pleased to meet you, Mr. Chang.
Huh?
And I shall be pleased to play cards with you.
You're willing to shake hands, too, with a Chinaman.
It's a custom to shake hands with the friends of your host.
I clasp esteemed hand in spirit which offers it. It is written that 4 fingers and a thumb extended in friendship greater than 10,000 hands coming with swords.
And another sage of your country has said, evil plans rebound upon the planner. I knew a namesake of yours, Mr. Chang.
You refer to the sorcerer, Chang Lu?
Sorcerer?
Yes. Are you of his family?
It is my privilege to honor a great man of whom you speak of his revered ancestor, wise student.
They say his magic powers were transmitted to his descendants. That'll make you a dangerous man to play stud poker with.
Sit down. And no one around here better try any magic with these cards.
4 fingers and a thumb which deal the cards are servants of the soul. They can only do evil if evil soul commands them.
That's also the case when a man's hand is doubled to hit a woman.
What do you mean by that?
I was just thinking. Cut for deal.
So, you get out of here.
Yes, Cash.
I've got a hunch this is gonna be my night, Mr. Daly.
Tonight, I'm out to win.
We may anticipate pleasant game.
Bet 100.
Them 3-5 you got shown don't look like much to me, Daly. My 2 pair raises you 100.
The wise man does not go to war unarmed. I prudently withdraw.
Let's raise it another 500, Cash.
If you got me beat again...
There's only one way to find out.
You can't bluff me. I'll see you.
Only see me. Haven't you got a full house, Cash?
Yes, I got a full house, and here it is. And if you got another 5 in the hole...
Here it is.
I never saw such luck. If it's only luck.
It's only luck and purpose. Your deal, Mr. Chang.
Well, I'm quitting for a while to stretch my legs.
Walking around your chair don't do much good, Cash. Why not try unbuckling that pistol from your belt? Guns in a friendly game is most unlucky to the wearers.
You never mind about this gun.
Oh, it doesn't bother me. It's you I'm thinking of.
Well, you better just think of yourself.
I'm thinking of me, too.
So, bring me another bottle of whiskey.
Yes, Cash.
It's pretty late. Be a good idea, don't you think, to let your wife go to bed and get some sleep instead of totting liquor.
You're giving a little more advice than's wanted round here, Daly.
I'm here tonight to give you only what you asked for.
What do you mean by that?
What do you think I mean?
Here's the whiskey, Cash.
I'll tell you what I think now, while she's here. So listen.
Cash.
So, you told him tonight was to be a showdown between him and me. That's why you sneaked outside to meet him. But you walked into it anyway, Daly, thinking you'd find a way to bluff yourself out. Well, you won't. Tomorrow I spread the news that you played cards with his heathen Chinese. And if that don't drive you out of town, I'm coming gunning for you.
You haven't nerve enough to gun for me.
By God, I'll do it now.
Don't throw that gun.
My wrist.
That's a trick I learned in China. And now you'll get your showdown.
Don't shoot.
No.
I don't use a pistol on an unarmed man. I'm going to throw this gun into that far corner, Cash, and the best man gets it. We start even now.
No.
I'm coming.
Stop them, Chang-Lu. Stop them.
Man's destiny cannot be altered.
Just stand there. Stop them.
A good clock does not strike before the hour.
Back. He's drawn a knife. Fight fair, Cash, fair.
I'm gonna kill you, lover.
Chang-Lu.
Now destiny time is here.
Get out of this, Chinese.
Look out, Chang-Lu.
That knife.
I got you now, Cash. Gotcha.
Back.
A good blow. You have felled him into the land of sleep, Mr. Daly, from which he will presently return more sober, if no less evil.
If you hadn't stepped in, he'd have got me.
There's blood dripping from your sleeve, Chang-Lu. His knife struck you.
A mere nothing for a friend.
Oh!
Susan.
Look, on the floor.
God.
Yes, his blow cut off my unworthy hand.
Chang-Lu.
Accept it as payment for 4 fingers and a thumb extended to one of a despised race in gracious spirit.
Get a bandage, Susan. Then run for old Dan and send him for a doctor.
Right away.
You trouble too much. Destiny cannot be altered.
Hold him, I feel him.
But 4 fingers and a thumb, though severed, are still servants of the soul. Tell unworthy Mr. Cash Kelton that when he recovers...
What did he mean by that?
I don't know.
You're sure he's going to live, Burke?
You heard the doctor say we stopped the blood in time.
But maybe we should have stayed back with the chink in his shack.
He's better left with his own people. Chang Lu has a mighty honored name among those Chinese. They'll take care of him.
They may avenge him, too. You told Cash that when he come to.
And I wasn't fooling. They know they can't expect any justice from the law around here.
You didn't tell him what Chang Lu said to tell him, though, just before he fainted away.
Oh, that didn't make sense. We're almost back to your house, Sue. And your husband. If you never knew what sort of a rat he was before, you learned it tonight. Oh, you've got to let me take you to my sister in Virginia.
No, Burke.
Still for better or for worse, huh?
Yes.
Till death do us part is part of the marriage service, too. I can do something about that.
Oh, don't talk that way. Ain't I seen enough fighting and blood tonight?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I'm not the killing sort anyway. If I was, I'd have finished Cash when I took his gun away.
I'm glad. That's why I really love you, Burke.
Oh, Susan.
Don't try to kiss me, please. As you can't kill, I can't cheat.
I know. Reckon fools like us just have to wait for destiny to help us out. Or finish us altogether.
When I was begging Chang Lu to stop your fighting, he talked about destiny as if he could read it. You weren't serious tonight when you said his family were magicians.
If poor Chang had any magic, he'd have used it to save his hand, I reckon.
Of course. But he said such funny things.
Here's the house. I'll take you inside.
But Cash...
I've got his gun and knife. Besides, he'll be too busy worrying what the Chinese are going to do with him to start anything new with me. Come on.
Burke, look on that door.
God, Chang Lu's severed hand. Someone's nailed it there.
And that someone was me.
Cash!
Why did you? Step inside and I'll tell you.
He's got another gun.
You bet I have. Stick up your hands, Daly, and come inside, both of you.
Aren't you facing trouble enough as it is, Cash?
You two are going to get me out of trouble with them Chinamen.
What do you mean?
First, give me that pistol you took away tonight. And hold it by the barrel.
Burke.
Here it is.
That's fine. Now sit down. And don't worry, for I ain't gonna hurt you if you do just like I say. Before you, the doctor, and old Dan carried Chang Lu away from here, you told me plenty about what his people would like to do to me daily. But I've been thinking of a way to stop that, with your help.
I don't get you.
You will. I know something about Chinamen, the same as you. I know they're gamblers, and that every gambler hates a cheat. All of us are going to swear that I cut off Chang's hand because we caught him cheating.
Now you're crazy.
Yeah, like a fox. Neither of you are going to be out of my sight until you tell that story where it's got to be told. And I'll have a gun on you every minute till you tell it.
They won't believe it if we do tell it.
I've thought of that. That's why I nailed that hand outside the door. It's going to be the clincher. When they see that, they're going to feel sure a man with nerve enough to put it there is in the right.
I'll never back you up in such a rotten lie.
If you don't, you'll get a bullet in your heart.
Cash!
I mean what I say. Someone's knocking. It may be the Chinese now. Open the door, Sue. And remember...
I'll do whatever you say, Burke.
He'll do what I say, too. Open that door.
There's no one here.
Someone knocked. Twice.
I know, but they're gone.
Well, let me see. Well, that's funny. No one in sight. Guess we didn't hear no knocking. Close the door.
There it is again.
What the...
There's still no one here.
But we heard it that time, sure.
There's old Dan.
He's the one who...
He's 50 yards away.
Dan, were you knocking at this door?
How could I be knocking? I just come to your house to tell you that Chang Lu is dead.
Dead?
Chang Lu?
The doctor said he'd get well.
The doc was wrong. Chang came out of his faint, asked the time, then said he'd be dead in just 5 minutes. And he was.
He knew when he was going to die?
Yep, and his last words was a message to you, Cash. Seems he wanted to tell you that 4 fingers and a thumb are always servants of the soul.
What?
That knocking again.
Beside me.
Get that hand on the door!
It's moving.
Pulling loose from the nail.
The thing's alive.
Oh, it dropped to the ground.
It's coming towards me. It's climbing up your leg. Knock it loose. It wants to reach me throat. Ah!
It's falling off.
There it goes through the grass.
But it'll come back again. It'll come back to kill me. 4 dead fingers on a thumb. You sure it can't get in here? Oh, you're sure it can't get in?
You barred the doors, closed and shut at every window. And you've been over the house 100 times to make certain nothing bigger than a fly can enter.
But this is a dead thing. Ghosts can enter anywhere.
That hand is flesh and bone, Cash.
Yeah, dead flesh and bone that moves like something living. I can still feel its clutching fingers as it tried to clamber up my leg.
That was near an hour ago, and we ain't seen or nor heard it since. Maybe we'll never see it again.
No, it'll come back for me. 'Cause his soul is directing them 4 fingers and a thumb, just like he said. You won't leave me, you two. I'd go plumb crazy if I had to wait alone. Daily, I've even gone down on my knees to say I'm sorry for what I done to you and Sue. I'll go down on my knees again if you'll swear that you won't leave me.
Ah, for God's sake, stop that and try to be a man. We've said we'd stay. I wouldn't leave even you to face that thing alone. Though I still can't believe we really saw it.
We really saw it, Burke.
I saw it, heard it, felt it.
Old Dan ran away after it. It happened, Cash, and later we heard a galloping horse. He must have lit out for town to tell folks, and soon he'll be back here with help.
Folks can't help me again, the dead. I might be surrounded by an army, and still them fingers would come a-clutching for me. Oh, God. What time you say it was when it wrenched itself off that door and come for me?
Near 5 o'clock. Now it's almost 6.
An hour. It seems like 100 years. And I never meant to hurt it. It was just an accident. Accident.
You can't lie to the dead, Cash. You lunged at him deliberately with that knife because he came between you and me.
I was drunk. I didn't know what I was doing.
You were drunk when you struck your wife. Drunk when you tried to shoot me. Yes, and I'd have had a bullet in my body if I didn't move faster than you. And Chang Lu is dead.
I know. Oh, God, forgive me. Chang Lu, forgive me. Say, an hour ago it was still dark night. Since then, the sun's been coming up. It's nearly day. We could blow out these lamps if we didn't have the shutters drawn. Maybe that's the reason we ain't seen or heard that hand no more. 'Cause the dead and their power is only strong in darkness.
Burke, that may be so.
I never thought of that.
It is so. While it's light, that thing can't come for me. And by the time it's dark again, I can be so far away it won't even find me. It's only a cut-off hand with just fingers and a thumb to pull it along. It can't follow a man on a good fast horse. Pack your things, Sue. We're getting away from here.
Oh, no. You can go, but she don't go with you.
Oh, yes, she does. And before we go, Mr. Daly, I ain't finished what I started on you last night.
Put down that gun, Cash. Burke's helped you, being your friend.
I don't need his help or friendship now, for I know I'm safe. I know I'm safe.
What?
Something knocked on the bottom of the door.
And something's moving outside the cell.
It's some kind of little animal. Maybe a rat.
Animals don't knock.
It can't be. Can't be.
Something white has been pushed under the door.
A piece of paper.
Get it. What is it? Look, there's a Chinese figure on it.
Yeah, traced in dried blood.
It's the Chinese character for 6.
6? That means 6 o'clock.
That knock again.
1 knock for yes. 6 o'clock. It'll be that in just 3 minutes, and then the hand will come for me. What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
It can't get in this house. It can't.
Listen.
It's pulling itself up the doorframe by my ivy vine.
It can't get in here. It can't.
What was that?
A key turned in the lock.
Well, that won't help it. This door is barred inside.
Yes, you fool. But you left the key outside and it's locked us in.
That won't do no harm.
What's that?
It's dropped back to the ground.
And now it's pulling itself away.
How fast it moves. Like a rabbit jumping.
Maybe it's got some way to get in.
You barred every outside door and shut at every window.
Ah! Glass!
In the next room.
There's a light in the hole in that shutter.
It squeezed through and broke the pane.
With that heavy door key.
It's coming this way.
Shut the door, quick!
Too late. It slipped by me. Get away from me. Away! Shoot it! Shoot it! Oh, bullets don't stop it, and it's almost 6 o'clock. It's got me in the corner, and I can't get away.
Here, keep your wits. It's only a hand. You can throw it off like you did before. Then we'll find some way to destroy it.
There!
Good Lord!
It's pulling that table cover under the lamp.
The lamp is falling. Ah, the oil's on the clothes. I'm burning.
You gotta save him, Bert. Even a dog can't die like that.
I can't get to him. There's a wall of flame between.
The clock. The clock.
Oh, he shot himself.
We must get out of here, Sue. We'll be trapped like he was, and I haven't a gun. We'll burn to death. I've got the door unbarred. Come on. Oh, I forgot this door is locked outside.
Look, the hand.
It dropped the key at my feet.
Oh, now it's going towards the flames. It's in the fire.
I've got the door open. Come on.
Oh, Burke. Oh, Burke, we're free.
For better now and not for worse.
That voice.
I heard it too.
It is written that 4 fingers and a thumb extended in friendship is greater than 10,000 hands coming with swords.
Well, that's the end of that one, Satan. Sleep good till next time, little children.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight's story, To the Future, by Ray Bradbury. Time is an interesting phenomenon. A ticking clock, the running sands of an hourglass. All these have captured the imagination of men. But time is more. It exists now, and then, and in the future. Suppose we are in the year 1955. Coexistent in time may be worlds we have never seen, the worlds of the past and of the future. The year 1955. It was a spring night in Mexico, fiesta time. The fireworks shot up into the clear, dark sky, and a papier-mâché bull ran about the plaza chasing boys and laughing men. Mr. and Mrs. William Travis stood on the edge of the yelling crowd, smiling.
Bill, what is it? What did they say?
They're cheering for the bull. Here he comes. He's good, isn't he? Look how they rigged that fire breathing.
Bill, it's wonderful. I've never enjoyed myself so much in my life.
It's terrific. They caught the bull. Bravo, Toro!
Bill, it will go on, won't it? I mean, our trip.
Sue, don't worry. I've got enough traveler's checks for a lifetime. Relax.
No, but suppose they find us.
Forget it. They haven't a chance.
But suppose they do. Suppose they take us back.
They'll never find us. Oh, relax. Enjoy yourself.
If it only lasts.
Come on. Let's get out of the crowd, huh? You need a drink.
Let's try something different this time. I want to try every drink there is in the world.
Don't worry. There's no rush. We've got plenty of time now. In here. There's a table over there. Come on.
Bill.
What's the matter?
Don't look right away.
Huh?
Over your left shoulder, right by the end of the bar. That man.
What is it?
I saw him this morning in the plaza.
Take it easy. The town's full of tourists.
He was at Juarez and at Tasco. Bill, I'm afraid.
Don't stare at him. Come on.
I know it's the same man. He was wearing the same white suit.
Sit down, Sue. Come on, dear. Smile. Act natural.
Bill, he's been following us. He's a searcher. I know he is.
Quiet. Here, boy.
Si, senor.
Benedictine and brandy, too.
Si, senor.
He's been watching us, Bill.
Pull yourself together, Susan.
They can't take us back.
Will you quit worrying? The chances are 1 in 1,000 that they found us. It's probably just a coincidence.
I want to lie down. I think I'm going to be sick.
Susan, hang on, will you? If he is looking for us, we can't run out. It'd attract attention.
We must have slipped up when we checked out in New York.
What's he doing now?
Stopped our waiter. He's asking him something.
May just want a drink.
Bill, I can't stand it. I've got to go upstairs and lie down.
All right. As soon as we finish our drinks. What's he doing now?
He's nodding at me. As if he knows me. He's smiling. Bill, he's coming over here.
Watch yourself. We've got to go right on in front of him, so if he is what we think he is, he won't suspect.
I can't.
We've got to. Come on. And so I said to David, that's absolutely ridiculous. What do you...
Mr. Christian, you did not pull up your pants leg when you sat down.
What? I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. My name isn't Chrysler.
Kristen.
Oh. I'm William Travis. I don't see what my pants leg has to do with it.
Oh, mind if I sit down? See, everyone nowadays pulls up his pants leg when he sits down. Like this. See, it keeps the trouser from bagging at the knees. But of course, if you're not used to this style of clothing...
Now, see here, we don't know you.
You don't? I'm sorry. I thought I knew you.
This is our table, if you don't mind.
You see, I'm looking for 2 friends of mine. A man and his wife. Very much like you. The man is an atomic scientist. The wife, a bacteriologist. Very important people. They work on government business.
What are you talking about?
And when I find my friends, I'm going to take them home with me.
Look here, Mr.
Sims. That will do for now.
Well, look, I understand you thought you knew us, but you see, you're mistaken. Now, if you'll excuse us, my wife and I were just going up to our room. We have to make an early start in the morning.
Oh, going for a trip? Acapulco, perhaps? Oh, a lovely spot.
Never mind where we're going.
Yes, of course. You don't like crowds, tourists. Probably like to get off the beaten path. You know, I have a vacation folder here that might interest you.
Please, Bill, let's go.
It's put out by an outfit that calls itself Travel in Time, Incorporated.
Travel in time?
Yes. They've come up with a rather intriguing idea. Here. Travel in Time, Incorporated can costume you, put you in the crowd at any place and time in history, We guarantee to teach you any language you need to move freely in any year without risk of detection. This summer, why not escape from the worries of our modern world? Take your vacation in time.
That's impossible, of course.
But think what it would mean. A chance to escape all the tensions of an unpleasant life. War, insecurity, fear. Suppose you were a scientist working on a dangerous bomb project. Or you, Mrs. Travis. Suppose you were a bacteriologist working on disease cultures, and you had a chance to escape all that, to take a vacation 200 years in the past. It would be wonderful, wouldn't it, to escape to a more peaceful world? A trip back to 1955?
1955? But you said a vacation in the past.
So I did. But you see, 1955 is the past. If you come from the year 2155.
2155?
Yes. Terrible times. Most unpleasant. A war raging. An atomic, bacteriological war. Terrible times, with none of the little comforts we enjoy today. Like this fine Havana cigar.
Well, I want to go upstairs. I want to lie down.
If you were living then, think of how wonderful it would be to take a vacation in time. Back to now. Suppose a young couple like yourselves took a trip to 1955 and didn't want to come back. Do you know what would happen? The government sends a searcher back to look for them.
This is all fantastic
The
nonsense.
searcher finds them and brings them back. Back to that miserable, insane, stark, pleasureless world of 2155. A pity, isn't it?
Look here, Sims.
Well, do you think I shall find my two friends, Mr. Travis?
Bill, please take me upstairs. I don't feel well.
Oh, is the lady feeling a bit ill? How unfortunate.
Here are the drinks, senor.
Well, shall we drink a toast? To 2155. To the future.
Inside. Inside, quick.
What are you doing?
Shoving a chair onto the doorknob.
He knows. He's been following us. He's a searcher.
Look, keep quiet, Sue. I want to
They're
think.
going to take us back.
It isn't over yet. I've got a headache.
I'll get you an aspirin. What will they do to us?
I don't know. Something slipped. Something must have slipped.
But we were so careful.
The searchers are trained to watch for detail. Things like not pulling up my trousers. It started them thinking, there's a man who isn't used to ancient clothes. I could kill myself for giving it away.
No, it was my walk. These high heels. Here.
Thanks. The nerve of that Sim sitting there looking us up and down like animals, smoking those stinking cigarettes.
I know, that's how I first noticed him at Tasco. He had 4 bottles of liqueurs and a pile of chocolate.
Yes, he still hasn't gotten over that first greedy hunger. We've got to look out for that. It's the sure sign of somebody from the future. Trying to make up for a lifetime of shortages by stuffing yourself sick. Remember our first night?
Phil, I can't stand it. We've got to get out of here.
What are you doing?
Packing. Get the suitcases out.
It's no use.
What do you mean? We can get to Acapulco by morning.
Don't you think he's watching?
We could get away.
No. We've got to sit tight. Maybe he isn't sure of us yet. Maybe we can still figure out some way to escape. Come on now. We'll need our strength. We'd better try to get some sleep.
No, I won't go back. Security, pull it. The bomb. It's falling and killing.
Sue, what's the matter,
No,
Sue?
no.
Sue, wake up, Sue.
Bill, where are we?
It's all right. Calm down, honey. We're still in 1955. It's all right.
Oh.
You must have had a nightmare.
Oh, Bill, it was awful. We were back there, 2155. Oh, Bill, we won't go back there, will we ever?
Go back to sleep, honey. It's all right. We're in Mexico, 1955, and we're going to stay here. Sue, I've been lying awake here thinking. He's still testing us. He's not absolutely certain. He's got all the time in the world. He can stay here as long as he likes. And then bring us back to the future 60 seconds after we left it.
They can't make a scene, can they? They don't dare come out in the open.
No. It might change the future. They're afraid of that.
Bill, if we could only tell somebody, ask for help.
No, we can't. That's why we had to submit to the psychological block treatment before they okayed our vacation. We couldn't tell if we tried. The block's too strong.
Maybe we can break it, Bill.
What's the use, darling? Who'd believe a crazy story like ours? Who'd believe we come from 2155? No, we can't tell. And they'll have to get us a loan to put us in the time machine to send us back.
Then that's it, Bill. We'll never be alone. It's still fiesta tomorrow. It'll be easy to stay in the crowd.
Yes, that's the only chance. We can't let him get us alone. He won't get us back to that war and that insane world.
Bill.
Could be the room clerk.
At 3 in the morning?
I'd better answer.
Don't, Bill, don't.
I've got to. Hello? Hello?
Mr. Travis?
What's the idea? It's 3 in the morning.
Yes. I just wanted to remind you, the rabbits may hide in the forest, but a fox can always find them.
What was it, Bill? Bill.
Never mind. Come on. Let's get some sleep. While we can.
Buenos dias, señor y señora.
Good morning, Senor Gomez.
I trust you are spending pleasant days in my hotel. Fiesta time is the best.
Yes, it's been lovely.
Your special table is all ready for breakfast.
Hey, where in blazes the hotel? You, Buster, where's the hotel in this godforsaken sinkhole of a one-horse town? All the blighted deserts of the whole stinking country. I had to make
Great excitement, very great.
What is it?
They come with 4 trucks and innumerable automobiles. A motion picture company from Hollywood.
Oh, what are they doing down here?
They make the pictures of our fiesta for the background. That fat man, the one with the most colorful shirt, he is the chief.
Manager!
Director.
Manager! Where's the manager of this Adobe Fleabag?
Coming, senor. You will excuse me, senor. I hope the table is satisfactory. Coming, senor.
This is a break, Sue. That movie company will draw crowds, and that helps us.
But when can we leave, Bill?
Oh, not today. He'd be...
Okay, kids, end of the line. Ciao. Get it up, Maxwell, and lay off the pepper. I got a note, sir.
Bill, there's Sims across the dining room.
I can't do anything now, not with these actors coming in.
Gloria, you sit next to Papa.
No.
Max, make sure nobody monkeys with the trucks and the gear.
Right, Keith. Do we have to eat at this crummy joint, Joe?
Cheer up, sweetie. Your mere presence makes this chastens and truck roll into one.
No, not this early in the morning, Joe. I couldn't stand it.
Okay. Anything you want, laddies. It's on the dear old expense account.
They look happy, don't they?
There's an idea. Maybe I could hire 2 of them. I could say it was a joke.
Why?
We could dress them in our clothes, have them drive off in our car sometime when Sims couldn't see their faces.
Where would that get us?
With him off on their trail, we might make it to Mexico City. It'd take years to find us there.
Wait, that movie man's coming over.
Excuse me, you folks are Americans, aren't you?
That's right.
Boy, am I glad to see you. I'm so sick of hearing Spanish, I could kiss you. Hey, come on over and eat with us, huh?
Well, I don't think we should intrude.
Oh, come on. Misery loves company. I'm Misery, and that's the company. We're from Hollywood.
So I understand.
Yeah, boy, would I like to be there. I'm Joe Melton. I'm the director.
I'm William Travis. This is my wife, Susan.
Mutual. Come on over, kids. Join the party. Cheer us up. Only no tamales. I burned out 3 kidneys on tamales since I came over the border. Boy, am I funny, huh?
Wonderful.
Well, come on over. Hey, kiddies, I got new blood. Brother Yanks.
Just a moment, Mr. Travis. I thought you might be breakfasting with me, alone.
Sorry.
I got him first, Mac. You want to join us?
No, I've already ordered. Mr. Travis, I think you'd better talk with me.
Say,
now.
is this guy giving you trouble?
It's all right.
Then I say the word and I'll have Max pitch him out in his ear.
No, it's all right. We'll be right over, Mr. Melton.
Bill.
We'll talk to Mr. Sims. Mr. Melton, you sort of keep an eye on us, huh? After all, you found us first.
Yeah, sure. Well, come on over soon, kids.
Sit down, Mr. Travis. I hope you slept well.
Did you?
Well, I'm not used to spring mattresses, but there are compensations. I stayed up half the night trying new cigarettes and foods. A whole new spectrum of sensation, these ancient vices. We miss something in our world, don't we? And when we get back here, we try to cram it all in a few short days.
We don't know what you're talking about.
Still acting, eh? But it's no use. You can't stay in crowds all the time. I'll get you alone soon enough. I'm immensely patient. However, let's come to the point. You know we can't let you get away with this escape. Other people in the year 2155 might get the same idea and do the same thing. And we need people.
To fight your wars?
Bill.
It's all right, Susan. We can talk on his terms now. He's got us. We can't escape.
Oh, at last. Really, you've been incredibly romantic, running away from your responsibilities.
Running away from horror.
Oh, nonsense. Only a war.
Only? With half the world dead and the other half dying?
Yes, but we can't have you escaping here while we drop off a cliff. Dying people love to know that others died with them.
Hey, kids, break it up. We're waiting on you.
The longer you keep me waiting, the harder it will go on you.
What do you mean?
We need you on that bomb project. Return now, and no torture.
Torture?
Yes. You see, later we'll force you to work. And after you finish the bomb, we'll try a number of complicated new devices on you.
Yeah.
As you say, you can't escape. We have all the time in the world. Here.
Sims, I'll make a deal with you. I'll come back now. If my wife stays here, alive, safe, away from that war.
No, Bill,
Keep
no.
quiet, Sue. Well, Sims, you need me for that bomb. You can duplicate her work.
It exceeds my authority, but, all right. Meet me in the plaza in 10 minutes.
All right. I'll pick you up in the car.
Good. We'll drive out into the country to some deserted spot, and I'll have the time travel machine pick us up.
Bill, I won't let you.
Don't argue, dear. It's settled. Sims, there's one thing.
Yes?
Last night, instead of calling, you could have broken into our room and got us. Why didn't you?
Shall we say that I was enjoying myself? Take this new fine cigar, for example. Wonderful. Wonderful. Do you know that I have 12 boxes up in my room? And liqueurs, creme de menthe, Benedictine, creme de coca, and so many others. And the wine. Oh, I've got the closets full of them. And I shall so hate to leave it all. Well, I'll meet you in the plaza in 10 minutes. Your wife may stay here as long as she wishes.
All right, Sims, it's a deal.
Don't try anything now, Travis.
I know when I'm beat. We just want a few minutes to say goodbye.
I shall be seeing you then.
Bill, I won't let you do it. I won't let you.
Oh, please,
I'm going to
Susan.
tell the truth. I'm going to get help.
You can't. The psychological
We've
block,
got to
dear.
try. It's our last chance.
Hey, aren't you two going to join us? I
Mr.
thought...
Melton, I've got something to tell you, and you've got to believe me.
Work,
I've
Sue.
got to try.
Now, go ahead, kid. Spill it.
You've got to understand. You see, we really... Bill. Bill, my head.
Huh?
I can't think. My head.
Say, you need a bromo, honey.
That works, Sue. The block's too strong. We better get the car.
Bill, please.
Someone's crying.
Somebody, please.
Breakfast, no time for people to cry. Now, what in the world could a good-looking kid like you find to cry about?
Bill, I won't let you do it.
Don't make it hard, Susan.
Let me go back with you. We'll get through some way.
You think I'd let you go back to that war? Sue, please stop. We haven't got much
But
time.
it was so wonderful here, Bill. Bill, please.
There he is, smoking those Turkish cigarettes, waiting for
There
us.
must be some way we can both stay here.
Maybe there is.
Bill, what are you going to do?
Hang on, Sue, and duck when I tell
No,
you.
Bill, you're heading right for him.
He's not going to get either of us now. Down, Sue, down. It's all right, darling. It's all right.
Oh.
It's all over. Darling, this is the mayor.
Senora, your husband has been officially cleared in this most unfortunate affair. It is obvious this Senor Sims died of an unavoidable accident.
An accident? Oh, yes, of course.
Adios, Senor, Senora.
Will they want to see you again?
No. No, I'm clear.
Oh.
I lost control of the car. That's the way it stands. Oh, Sue, I hated to kill him. I've never wanted to do anything like that in my life.
Where shall we go now? Mexico City?
The car's in the repair shop. Won't be ready till 4. And we'll get out.
Hey there, Travis. Wait up.
Oh, it's that movie man, Bill. He was very good to me when they had you in there.
Hey, I heard what happened. They sprung you, huh? Great.
Yes, it was an accident.
Well, lucky you didn't get hurt yourselves. Everything okay now?
Yes, I think so.
It's fine. But you both look a little rocky. Say, you want to get your mind off your troubles. We're through for the day. Clouds fouled up our shooting schedule. We're going to put a header on it up at the hotel. Gloria's cracking the ice now.
Well, maybe we will join you. But first I've got to check up on the car.
Well, don't miss the party, kiddies. See you upstairs.
Bill, I don't think...
Relax, honey. We've got the break now. Sims is dead. Before they can put another searcher on our trail, we'll have time to make a clean getaway.
How about the car?
We won't be ready till 4. We've got a couple of hours to kill.
I'm so tired.
What you need is a little excitement. We rate a celebration, honey.
Well, I guess it would be nice to unwind.
Sure. We'll go up to Melton's room, have a couple of drinks, a few laughs. Don't worry, honey. It's all over. We can relax.
Well, Kitty.
Well, we thought we'd join you, Mr. Melton.
Great. Call me Joe. Gloria, yank it to the court. We got company.
Ahead of you. Here you are, kid.
You kids ready to drink? Yeah, that was a pretty messy business, but it's all over now, huh?
Yes, it's all over.
Time to unlax. Grab a glass, honey.
Thank you.
Hey, quiet, everybody. Quiet. How about a toast to our guests?
Well, sure.
Okay. All right. To a very beautiful lady. Lovely enough for the movies.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm not kidding. That's why I came over to you in the first place. I might even give you a test. Oh, I mean it, honey. You're pretty nice. I could make you a movie star.
And take me to Hollywood?
At least it'd get us out of Mexico.
You're not serious.
Well, sure I am. Gloria, how about a refill?
Yeah, coming up.
That sounds wonderful, doesn't it, Bill?
Los Angeles is a pretty crowded city, isn't
Crowded? Hey, wait till you see the sunset buzz.
Well, you don't really think I could be an actress, do you? You don't have to cheer me up anymore. I'm feeling wonderful now.
No, I'm serious.
Really? Well, what kind of a film do you think my wife would be good for?
Well, I want to do a suspense story. Sort of a war story, you know. Gloria, pour Mr. Travis another glass. A story about a man and a wife. You live in a little house. I'm just ad-libbing this, you understand?
Sure. Go on.
There's a war on, see? A terrible war, you see. And they live in the year, 2155.
Bill.
Now, here's the gimmick. They escape into the past, and they kill a man who follows them to bring them back. Gloria, honeypot, get Mr. Travis another glass. He dropped his. Well, sir, this couple takes refuge with a group of movie people. Safety in numbers, they figure.
Bill.
But the story goes on. This couple is terribly important for a new bomb. Let's call it the leprosy bomb. So the searchers figure out a way that they can get them alone in a hotel room. Shove a chair under the door now, Max.
Yes, sir.
You see, the searchers may work alone, or in groups of 8, so that if one of them's killed, the rest carry on. Don't you think that'd make a wonderful picture, huh, Susan? Don't you, Bill?
You're not going to get us, Melton. Stand still.
Look out!
Put that gun down, Travis.
Mr. Travis. Mr. Travis.
Who is it?
The manager. Your car is all ready. Shall I...
Grab him!
Let go of me. Let go!
Let's not make things worse, Mr. Travis.
Let me in. What were those shots? Let me in.
The manager, he heard the shots. Let's get going.
Let go of me.
Let me in there. Let me in.
He'll break down the door in a minute. Max, get ready to travel.
Get a chair.
Take a good look, Mr. Travis. Take a good look at 1955. You won't be seeing it anymore.
Bill!
Throw the
Bill!
down! Who shot that? Where are they?
I was at the door. I heard them inside.
They're gone. The windows. No, the iron bars are undisturbed. What happened to them? They just disappeared, all of them.
Senor, I think you had better send for the priest and the holy water.
Later. They just disappeared.
Look in the closet. Bottles. Hundreds of bottles. And boxes of 20 peso pure Havana Cuban cigars. These crazy Americanos. Why would anyone leave all this behind?
Juan, never question providence. Bien. There is enough here to last us both for a month. I think we can look forward to a most happy future.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you To the Future by Ray Bradbury. It was adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Terry Keane, Alexander Scorby, Mercer McLeod, Joe DeSantis, Guy Sorrell, Alan Collins, and Stan Early. This is Fred Collins speaking. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Next week on X-1, Ray Bradbury's story, Marionettes Incorporated. It's groomed for your interests. Weekday, NBC Radio.
Mutual presents Arch Oboler's Plays. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the 9th broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Oboler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement and the meaning of plays told in relation to the expanding world we live in. Our play this evening is titled Night.
The land is in darkness. The day, once capering with the promise of its allotted hours, has gone, creeping agedly over the edge of the sky. Night, soft veiling, lies thickly over the ponds and swamps and lakes and rivers, over the knolls and dunes and buttes and mountains, over the homesteads, farms, the ranches and plantations, over the villages and towns and county seats and cities. For a whisper of time, the night is on the land.
Gee, Sailor, don't you get tired dancing?
Keep dancing.
Okay, as long as you pay for it, I gotta do it. But 2 hours, my feet, they're killing me.
What are they stopping for? Why don't they keep playing?
Listen, Sailor, the musicians, they're human. They gotta rest. So long, Sailor.
No, you gotta stay with me.
But
When the music starts again, you gotta dance with me again.
Okay. You're the violent type, ain't you? You got more tickets?
Sure.
Okay, you gotta pay tickets to sit and talk to me. Come on, we'll sit over here. Oh, brother, my feet.
When are they gonna start playing again?
In a minute. See, I never saw anybody crazy about dancing. If you want to sit here, you gotta buy something to drink.
All right.
Freddie, 2 Cokes. What time is it?
10 o'clock.
Gee, over 2 hours you've been dancing with me. Don't you want to dance with somebody else?
I've got to dance with you.
Listen, Sailor, I don't get it. You come in here...
Folks, there's 4 bits, Navy.
Yeah. Here you are.
Do I need this?
How soon does the band start playing again?
I told you in a minute. What's the matter with you? Dancing steady for 2 hours, you can't sit still for a minute? Say, when'd you get off your shift?
A couple of hours ago?
You came right here?
Yeah.
I still don't get it. If you were a hep cat, but... Now, listen, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but you dance like an old crutch. Yeah, I'll bet you're a farm boy. Okay, so don't answer that one. But tell me this, what do you want to dance so much for?
I have the tickets to pay for it.
All right. You think it's just the dough. You think you can just wave the ticket in front of my face and that's all you have to do? Okay, Sailor, you can go dance with one of the other girls, not me.
No.
I'm telling you.
No, it's got to be you.
Oh, no.
It's got to be you. You got red hair.
What the heck are you talking about?
Your hair like carrots. You got to dance with me.
All right, farm boy. So red hair sends you. You're cute. Maybe you could...
Take your hands off.
Huh?
Just dance with me, that's all. Just dance.
You got your nerve.
I hate you. Hate this dirty, filthy place. I want to go home.
What'd you come
They're
here?
waiting for me, Ma and the kids and Jeannie, but I got to stay here until I'm broke, so you'll dance with me. Just dance with me.
No, I won't.
You will.
I'll call the bouncer. He'll...
No. Well, dance now.
Joe! Quick, Joe!
Dance.
What's the matter, Annie? This guy's
He's crazy, Joe. He won't let go of me.
Keep it quiet. You know better than to make a fuss.
I know, but...
Okay. Listen, buddy.
No, listen to me. She's got to dance with me.
Joe, make a...
Okay, Sailor, we don't want no trouble in here, but if she don't want to dance with you,
She's got to dance with me.
I don't want to.
Listen to me, please listen. I don't want to dance with you either, but I got to.
See, I told you.
Shut up. Sailor,
That's what he wanted to do. Come back and dance with a redhead. Dance all night. Dance till he was broke.
What's the matter with you?
That's all he used to talk about on his first leave, how he's going to come to New York and dance all night with a redhead. He's not ever... I've got to do it for him. Please, lady, I'm sick and I want to go home, but please, you've got to dance with me. You've got to dance. The night is restless. It stirs and turns and carries with it the restless thoughts of artists, architects, contractors and builders, bricklayers and masons, ministers and teachers, tinsmiths, welders, charwomen, tailors, tycoons, freightmen, executors and politicians, bankers, window washers, soldiers, brewers, leather makers, printers, butchers, tinners, roofers, fishers, millers, bondsmen, carpenters, lawyers, judges, painters, senators and representatives, wholesalers and retailers. All the associates, colleagues, workers and co-workers of the land.
Vince.
Huh? You awake?
You can't sleep?
I didn't know I was bothering you.
It's all right. I haven't been sleeping either.
Oh?
Getting cooler.
I've used the plow for 30 years, and now this fella comes along and says it's wrong.
What?
The county agent about the disking. Sure got me stumped.
Oh.
The ground's got to be turned. Sure got me stumped.
Well, Vince.
What?
I hope she's all right.
Now, Egg, are you starting to worry again?
No, I've just been thinking about her, that's all.
But it's been a whole week. He's a fine boy. She'll make a good wife. That's all there is to it.
All day I don't even think about it, but as soon as it's dark, I begin thinking.
Egg, you're such a worrier.
I suppose... What, sir?
Something I forgot to tell you. Right after the ceremony, Dick came up to me and said he wanted me to know that after the war, no matter where he and Fran lived, they'd always manage to come spend vacations someplace in Ohio so they could help with the harvesting.
That was nice.
I'm going to fool him. I'm going to take him up on it. You'll find out it's a lot easier to fly one of those B, whatever they are, than it is to drive a combine. Asleep, Egg?
No.
Oh, Egg.
Miss you terrible, Vince. For 19 years you never was away from me. I miss you terrible.
I do, too.
Such a good boy. I know she's crazy about him. But I wish right now she was little again and afraid to be in the dark and crawling into the bed with us like she used to.
Try to sleep.
Terrible, I suppose, my feeling this way. So many people have really lost there.
Sure. We're lucky. She'll come back often. She's a good girl.
Yes.
Now try to sleep.
It's such a dark night.
I think it'll rain a little in the morning. But Barley could use it.
Good night, Vince.
Good night, Egg.
The night is a trickster. It mutates, transposes, changes, shuffles, conjures, prestidigitates, juggles, spoofs, hoodwinks, and hocus-pocuses. A white sheet, wind-tossed, spawns a ghost. A tumbleweed, a roving demon. The timbers creak, a dead man's bones. And underneath the bed wait nameless, faceless, night-born things. The night moves on and whispers behind the joke of the dark, beyond the dark.
You mean he cut them up in little pieces and stuck them in the boiler?
That's what I mean.
Gosh, hey. Hey, Ryan, cut that out, will you?
Hey, what's the matter with you?
What's the matter with me? Can't you play something else?
Sure.
Ryan, cut it out, will you?
Hey, Ryan, what is the matter with you guys?
Nothing. We don't want to hear you play, so there's something wrong with us.
Yeah. Is this the auditorium or a fire station?
How would you characters like to go to...
Hold it.
Ah, that's over in Cicero.
Yeah.
It's a hoodoo, all right.
You ain't kidding.
Hoodoo what? Hey, what are you guys up to?
Listen to Hank. He'll tell you.
Okay, I'm listening.
It's Thursday, ain't it?
Okay, it's Thursday.
There hasn't been a night run on this station on Thursday night for 20 years.
20 years?
Yeah. Since the Thursday night that Patty Gooners died.
On a windy night. Just like this one.
Patty Gooners? Who was Patty Gooners?
He was a fireman. And he died in this station 20 years ago. Right in this room.
Hey, fellas, is this guy kidding me?
Well, listen, you big lug. He's telling you the facts.
Now, you want to hear the rest of the story, Ryan?
Sure. Why not?
Okay. Thought maybe you didn't like ghost stories.
Yeah. Go on.
Okay. Patty Gooners was the driver of a steam pumper that ran out of the station 20 years ago. He was a little guy, but big with women.
Like me.
Oh, keep quiet, will you, Ryan?
Only one day he met a woman he shouldn't have met. The pretty wife of a fellow who stoked the boiler of the pumper.
Oh.
One day the fellow who stoked the boiler of the pumper came home when he shouldn't have come home.
Uh-oh.
Patty did some quick talking. So he talked his way out of it because nothing happened.
Nothing?
Nothing. But the next day there was some kind of a big celebration out in Grant Park, and most of the fire department went out there, leaving only a skeleton crew, 4 or 5 guys. Patty and the fellow with the good-looking wife were 2 of them. The other fellows finally went across the street to get a beer. They were only gone a few minutes, but when they came back, Patty was gone.
Gone?
Just gone. Nobody knew just where. He didn't come back. Chief figured he'd run off with some woman somewhere, so he crossed him off the department's lists, and that was that. Only it wasn't that. Because a year went by, and it was Thursday, just about this time of night. Fellas were sitting around just the way we are right here in this very room. Everything okay. And all at once somebody said, "Look, on the floor." "What's that?" That was a big stain. And when they looked close and touched it, it was blood. What could they do? Nobody knew how it got there. So somebody got some soap and water and some sand, and they scrubbed it up in case the inspector came around. Everybody helped but one. The fellow that had the pretty wife. He just sat there. Didn't move. Just kept watching. A week went by. Thursday again. Same time of night. Fellows were sitting around here, just the same as we are now. There it was again. Fresh blood. This time they called in the cops. Didn't do much good, because blood is blood, and that's all there was, just a little blood there on the floor.
Week went by. Thursday night came around again, and there they were, waiting. Floor was clean. Had a lantern sitting there. They waited. Nothing happened. And all at once it did. The light went out. Everybody began to yell in the dark, running around, bumping into each other. At last, someone found a light, lit it. Then they saw. There on the floor was blood again. Only this time it was pouring out from the throat of the fellow that had the pretty wife.
Well, what? What a hole?
He cut his own throat. At least, that's what they say. And he left a letter telling what he had done to Patty. Cut him up and stuffed him into the boiler of the pumper all those weeks ago.
Right here? In the station?
That's right. Right here in this station.
And there hasn't been a night run out of this place for 20 years. Well, what do you know?
There was something else you fellas don't know about.
What was that, Hank? Huh?
His confession. Murderer said that he had cut Patty up. Right in there.
In there? You mean in the place where we make our coffee?
That's it.
Oh, well, how do you like that? I don't like it.
Well, that's all there is to it. Gosh, sure is dark, quiet night tonight, isn't it?
Yeah.
Say, Ryan.
Huh?
It's your turn to make the coffee tonight.
Oh. Is it? Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Hank, would you like to come along and sort of help me?
The night is a sedative, prescribed by the rhythm of life's molecules, wearying in their sundance. The night is an old medicine man, mixing a dark brew of tremblings and laughter, and fury and past ecstasy, terror and hurt, and the wordless murmurs of a woman talking in memory. The night is an old medicine man.
Easy, girl. Easy.
She's tired. Duster is too. Aren't you, Duster?
We've been gone long.
Jay.
What's the matter?
We've been out for 6 hours.
Well, what do you know? It's good, Alice. Can't tell you how good it is.
I can imagine.
You know what the fellas used to call me?
What?
Bronco.
You?
In fact, I used to talk so much about the horses and the range. Alice.
Yes, Jay?
Gee, Alice, I never want to go in.
We don't have to.
Ride all night?
Ride all night.
Gosh. You know what was the worst?
If you want to tell me.
When the captain used to button up the tank, close the turret, there I was down there. The noise, Alice, the noise inside of that tank, like riding on the inside of a tin tub. I used to fire the gun, the Italian roads during the summer, all the dust. Oh, Alice, it was the worst. They never knew it. The others never said anything, but me, inside the... you know...
I know.
The wind.
Yes, Jay?
The wind was never like this over there. Sage. I'd forgotten how wonderful.
I thought I wrote you.
Oh, you did, but it got hard to remember toward the end.
Yes, I can imagine.
You know, honey, I got one break.
What?
For bronc busting. I got the right arm left.
Jay.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. It's better than that. It's wonderful. I'm back. And just think, I'll never have to go away again.
The night is a non-sectarian air-conditioned meeting house, echoing in a thundering chorus, Bible-pounding, Bible-reaching, hallelujahs, Lord's prayers, whispers, heaven-reaching, devil-catching, gospel-grinding, pitching, catching. The night is a meeting house.
Sisters, this concludes our great meeting for tonight. Bless you all. And don't forget to leave your free will offering as you go out to carry on the way of the Great Spirit. Good night. God bless you. And don't forget to bring your friends next Saturday night, same time. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. The meeting's closed.
Excuse me, Reverend. Could I...
Sorry, brother, sorry. In a little hurry tonight to do the work of the Lord. See you later.
God bless you, Reverend.
Harriet. Harriet!
All right. I heard you. Stop yelling.
Well, if you'd answer me, I wouldn't have to yell at you. Well, how did we do?
$103.
$100? Why, the low-living, tight-fisted...
Don't blame them. It's you.
Me?
Preaching. By the way you were going tonight, you couldn't raise $1 out of a hard shell on its way to perdition.
I've been doing all right.
You were doing all right. But I'm telling you, you're slipping downhill faster than a pig on a greased runway.
Now, look here,
No, you listen to me. $103 from a meeting like tonight. You better listen.
What do you got to say?
I've been doing a lot of thinking. These West Coast amen snorters ain't what they used to be. Working in air plants and all that. They're getting modern ideas fast. All right? Why shouldn't you get modern ideas?
I preach from the headlines.
Ain't enough. Charlie, we got to throw off the old coat like a rattlesnake in the spring.
What do you mean?
Don't be a thicker head than you are. We got to go out of business and come back into business again.
Talk words.
Just this. Electronics.
Huh?
Electronics. I've been giving it a lot of thinking. Everybody's talking about electronics. Radio and that television and that new thing, radar. Electronics. That's what they're thinking about, and that's what we'll give them.
Well, keep talking.
This is the night we're starting over. Close right down, move right out, and start up someplace else. Long Beach or San Diego. New start with a new name.
Well?
The electronical pathway to the cosmos.
Ah.
Don't look down your nose at me. I'm talking sense. The electronical pathway to the cosmos. That's scientific. Fill the stage full of electrical stuff. Sparks shooting around. Sparks rising up to heaven, going up to heaven. Ride the sparks to the fountainhead of all the cosmos.
Hey, that's something.
Give 'em membership pins.
Yeah.
Made like jagged lightning.
Sure.
Pins to wear at $5 cash to show that they're a member. The Electronical Society of the Cosmos.
The Electronical Society of the Cosmos. Harriet, I see it now. Jagged lightning crashing down on sinners. Burning sparks, lifting the repenting sinners up to the highest pinnacle of the highest cosmos. The Bible seen through the eyes of modern science, through electronics. Hallelujah, amen. That's it, we're in business.
The night is a movement. East-west, along the path grooved by the sun. The night is a movement, east-west. What time is it?
Huh? Almost 1:30.
They ought to be letting us on board soon now, don't you think?
What's the matter, soldier? Haven't you learned how to wait yet?
You know, I heard the...
No. I heard, you heard, he heard. It all adds up to parking it, soldier. Just parking it.
Yeah. I guess you're right.
Sure.
Hey, watch out for that stuff there.
Boy, am I a lunkhead.
Are you?
Yeah. I had a chance to get out. No, I'm a dream boy. I tell him to forget.
Where were you?
Where wasn't I? From D-Day right on through. I was the second guy across the river to drink vodka with them Russians.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So now you'll drink sake in Tokyo.
As my mama used to say, I should live so long.
Maybe you will.
Maybe. What's your name?
Frank?
Mine's Jake.
Hiya, Jake.
Pleased to meet you, Frank. Sure is dark.
Yeah.
I used to take boat rides at night in Central Park.
New York?
Yeah. A night, a boat, a girl. I was all right.
I know what you mean. Now we got the night and the boat. And that's it.
I'd like to hold on to this one.
Made in America. Put a tag on it.
Yeah, that's an idea. Stick around, Knight. Stay right here. Jake's coming back for you. Maybe.
All right, men. On board. Let's go.
Stick around, Knight. The land is in darkness. The day, once capering with the promise of its allotted hours, has gone, creeping agedly over the edge of the sky. Night, soft veiling, lies thickly over the cities, county seats, towns, and villages, over the plantations, ranches, farms, and homesteads, over the mountains, buttes, dunes, knolls, over the rivers, lakes, the bays and harbors. Through a whisper of time, the night is on the land.
You have just heard Night, a new play by Arch Oboler. The original musical score was composed and conducted by David Raxon. The narrator was Theodore von Eltz. The cast, in the order of their appearance, were Gloria Blondell, Frank Martin, Therese Lyon, Griff Barnett, Edmund MacDonald, Barney James, Roseanne Murray, Everett Allen, Dorothy Scott, Joe Granby, and Bruce Elliott. Next week, through the cooperation of Lester Cowan Productions, the play will be Mr. Pyle, based on the writings of America's beloved war correspondent, the late Ernie Pyle. The starring player will be Mr. Burgess Meredith. This will be the 10th in a special series of plays written, produced, and directed for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Oboler. To conclude the program, David Raxon conducts the orchestra in his original nocturne, written especially for this broadcast. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Peter Lawrence. Man kills passionately out of hunger or anger, out of fear or love. But man also destroys life coldly and impersonally, without rancor, unemotionally, and with but one purpose, to gain. It is of greed and murder that you hear tonight in a mystery playhouse. Guilt has been known to lie heavily on the soul of the coarsest and unregenerate of human beings. And conscience is an unseen but terrible demon to those whose hearts are set in evil, exerting a grim and unrelenting power over their minds. Tonight our story concerns itself with a price of greed and revolves about a strange and almost fateful phenomenon that forced a man to stand ghastly trial before a jury of the dead. Listen as we tell you of Captain Bull Harrison and the 6 who did not die.
Far below the equator, where the blinding sun beats with fierce hatred on the endless surface of the sea, lie the lonely islands of the Gambier archipelago. There is no movement in the white, hot expanse of sand and ocean, no movement save the brief, fluttering excursions of flying fish and the few palm fronds that wave languidly above precarious footholds in the scanty soil. Barren and lonely are the Gambiers. And lonelier than most is the atoll of Mangariba, a strip of sand and gray coral rising from the sea like something foul and festering. For at high water the tide sweeps over it, and retreating leaves on its sloping beach all manner of snails and shellfish that helpless broil and putrefy under the blazing sun. No trader has ever visited Mangariba, for there is no one with whom to trade. And the gunboats of the Australian Territorial Patrol give it wide berth, for there is no one to watch. Only an occasional pearling vessel with its crew of native divers ventures within sight of Mangariba. Such a vessel is the sloop Nancy Hale, 4 days out of Sydney. A weather-beaten hulk with caulking oozing from her open seams, she lies at anchor in the lee of the island. It is sundown, and her small boat is returning from a day of pearl diving. The oars stroked by 6 dark-skinned natives, the Cockney mate standing in the bow. As the boat swings broadside to the sloop, the mate clambers aboard.
All right, Kamali. Make her fast to the stern cleat. And mind you don't lose one of those oars overside.
Me, not 10. Now it is 10. Me do some work all time.
Go, blimey, stop your heathen babbling. I don't care whose turn it is. Make her fast and ship them oars. If it ain't done by the time I get back from seeing the captain, I'll take the eyes off you. And you mind what I say.
Filthy beggars always getting their ends up about something. It ain't one thing, it's another. I'd give £10 right here and now to be lifting a pint down in the Red Dragon Crawl, blimey I would, instead of sweating me blood out in a million miles from civilization. Hi, Captain. Like there's not these 3 sheets in the wind. I'll take a look.
Who's there?
Now keep your shirt on, Bull. It's nobody but me, Foggy.
Oh.
Back already?
Well, been 10 hours under that blasted sun. Ain't that enough?
Close the door. How'd you make out?
Not bad. Well, you might invite a chap to have a nip of that there gin sitting on the table.
Go ahead. That's the last of it.
Oh, blimey, the last of 60 bottles we took on at Sydney. You ain't been bashful about drinking it, have you?
You got any objections?
Oh, now, don't be getting your end up, Bull. No offense.
While you're drinking, let's see what you got for your 10 hours.
Well, no, I think we done pretty fair at that. Here's mine, your eye. Nothing like a spot of Dutch gin to set a chap right. Oh, good at that. Too bad there ain't more of it for the all back to Sydney.
What makes you think we're hauling back?
I thinks we are, Mr. Addison. Fast as the old trouble takers. I thinks we are.
Come on, out with it. What'd you get? A handful of stinking seed pearls?
Seed pearls, is it not on your life? Give an eye to these, if you please.
Good Lord.
Not bad, eh, Mr. Addison?
Where'd you get these, Foggy?
50 yards southeast of Manga River in 2 fathoms of water.
You know what they're worth? God, they must weigh 50 grains apiece. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4,
8 by my count.
That's right. 8 times 50. 400 grains. All perfect, too. Hardly need peeling. There's 1,000 pounds here, Foggy. Maybe more the way the market is today. By heaven, you're right. We are hauling back. I can do a lot with 1,000 pounds.
Ain't you forgetting something, Captain? How's about me and the natives?
What do you mean?
Well, the natives get half the catch according to the agreement with their chief, and I get 10%. Well, figuring rapid and not intending to be accurate, I should say that leaves you 400 pounds, not 1,000.
Trouble with you, Foggy, is you don't know how to figure. Now, listen. When we took on this batch of divers, we never dreamed we'd run into a haul like this, did we?
Can't say as we did.
All right. We figured maybe we'd come back with 50 or 100 grains, not 400.
What are you leading up to?
How far can I trust you, Foggy?
Well, now, I'd say that all depends on how much it's worth to be trusted.
If we get what I think we should for those 8 beauties, your cut will be 300 pounds, $1,500.
God, blimey, enough to take me back to England in style, ain't it?
More than enough.
Well, it sounds most attractive. How do you plan to work it?
Right now, 8 people know about this catch. You and me and the 6 divers. Chances are there are plenty more pearls where these came from. Must be a natural bed. We got to fix it so's only you and me know the location of that bed. Savvy?
I ain't interested in the bed. All I'm thinking about is getting enough to ship back to England.
Okay, this is how to get it.
You still ain't giving me no details like it, if you understand what I mean.
There's nothing to it. We lay over here tonight. Tomorrow morning we tell the boys we're making one last dive and hauling back. I'll go along with you in the small boat so's I can mark the spot. I'll take a belaying pin with me. They'll all dive in pronto because they've been there before. And when they come up one at a time like they always do, wham! You get me, Foggy?
I get you, Bull. To it. We ain't going to no tea party.
You say no more dive. You say we go back.
Mind your babbling tongues, you heathen. We got the captain with us today. He wants to see how you dive. Ain't that right, Mr. Addison?
That's right, boys. This is the last dive, and then we haul back. Good catch this trip. Plenty gin.
For the likes of them as is left to drink it.
Shut up, you fool.
We make only one dive, then we going back.
How about that, Mr. Addison?
Yeah, one dive. Then you're through.
They like that. They're poor beggars.
Button your lip, Foggy, and tend to business. We're southeast of Manga River, about 50 yards off. This the spot?
Close enough, I'd say. Shippers! Heave that anchor, Taru. Over with it.
Sure this is the spot, Foggy?
As near as I can come to it. She holding, Taru?
Yeah.
All right, let her swing with the tide, what there is of it.
Water's slack. Okay, get him over, Foggy.
Here we go, boys. You first, Kamuli.
No dive. Me ear hurt.
He's got a dive.
Here, let's have a look at your ear.
No can see. Hurt deep inside.
Why'd you say something about it before we left the sloop?
Wait a minute, Foggy. I'll handle this. Come, Ollie.
Ear hurt bad, Captain. Very bad.
One dive won't do it no harm. I come out here special to see you and your boys go down. Tell you what I'll do. Anything you bring up this dive belongs to you. No split. All pearls yours. How's that? Well, what about it, Kamali?
No dive.
Stand up in the boat. Stand up, I said. Now, for the last time, Kamali, you're going to dive or not?
No dive. Ear hurt bad.
Well, maybe this will cure it. Now, the rest of you get over and make it fast. Go ahead. That does it. They're over. Hold the boat steady, Foggy. I'll work the belaying pin as they come up.
What about this one, you slug?
Leave him be till we get rid of the rest. Hold steady now. They won't be staying down there long, I can promise you.
I got a funny feeling no good's going to come of this.
Stow your feelings and keep the boat steady. That's all you gotta do. I'll take care of the rest. One little tap of this belaying pin as they come up will be enough.
Here comes one. Right aside the boat.
Steady. Steady. That does for him. Went down like a rock.
Two more coming up.
I see him. That makes three. See the others?
Not yet. Water got roughed up a mile. Hold on. Here they come. Two together.
That'll make it easy. Steady now.
Blimey, did you see the way them two's eyes rolled up? Like to send the shivers through me.
Give me a hand with this one and stow the gab.
What you gonna do with it?
Heave him over. Wait till I tap his skull to make sure he don't come to.
There ain't nothing finicky about you, is there, Bull?
Grab his feet. Lift him now. You're all right. Here. Now, get that anchor up. The job's done. All neat and clean.
It ain't done for me. I'll be seeing them poor beggars' eyes rolling up for a long time to come.
You'll forget about it once we hit Sydney. There'll be plenty of gin and rooms in the best hotel in town.
All I want is to book passage on the first boat back to England.
Don't worry about that, Foggy. You'll go back to England a rich man. I got another idea. The money we get for those pearls is gonna be nothing compared to what we end up with.
Now what's on your mind?
You'll find out. Get that anchor up. All set?
Right.
Bend two on the oars. We're gonna be rich men, Foggy, you and me. Plenty rich.
1,200 pounds you got for them pearls, and me supposed to get my share, and I ain't seen a shilling, and I'm not going to now.
Shut up and open the door. You got the key?
No, I ain't got nothing. Nothing for killing 6 men.
Pipe down, you stupid fool. Like to get us hanged? Here's the key. Open the door.
We're going to be rich men, Foggy, you and me. How's about that, Mr. Harrison?
Open the door, I said.
1,200 pounds, and now we ain't got nothing.
Close the door.
1,200 pounds lost.
Stop talking about it. I've heard all I want to hear.
Oh, you have? It don't bother you that I ain't got no passage money, does it?
You think I figured on losing it? I had a system to beat that roulette wheel. Something happened. Didn't work.
I told you to stop.
You told me. What do you know about it? All I was trying to do was to build that stake up, make us some real money.
Yeah, now we ain't got nothing. Gamble it away you did.
There's more where that came from. I've got 20 pounds left. Enough to pay for this hotel room, dock charges on the sloop, and provisions. We'll go back to Mangareva and get ourselves some more of them big pearls.
I ain't going nowhere near Mangareva. Not on your life, I ain't.
Why not?
Because it ain't got pleasant memories, that's why. I'm quitting. I know a rum deal when I sees one. 1,200 pounds left in a gambling house.
So you're quitting, huh? What makes you think I'll let you quit?
You ain't got no right to stop me.
No, I got a right to see that you don't open that big blabbing mouth of yours. I got that right.
I knows when I'm well off. I ain't doing no talking.
Maybe I'd better make sure of that.
Yeah, always one for making jokes, aren't you?
This don't happen to be no joke. We murdered 6 men back at Manga River, you and me. We're the only ones knows about it. I think you better ship with me when the Nancy Hale pulls out in the morning. Yeah, I think you better.
I ain't shipping on no more pearl boats, and I ain't going nowhere near Manga River. Now, that's final.
All right, Foggy. That's how you feel about it. Open the window, will you? It's hot in here.
It ain't a bit hot. You've been drinking too much.
Open it anyway. Thanks. Yeah. Nice view of the harbor from there, Foggy.
Pretty with all them lights blinking. Bull, how's about giving me half the £20 you've got left?
Sure. Why not? Yeah. 2 5-pound notes.
Much obliged, Bull. If I wasn't so set on going home, What are you holding my wrist for?
You're going out the window, Foggy. You're going to fall out.
No, I ain't done nothing.
I want to make sure you won't do anything.
Let go of me, Bull. Let go.
So long, Foggy.
Bull.
12 stories to the street. You won't talk now, Foggy. Not at all. Ease off on that jib halyard, Dave. More! Okay, reefer up. Stand by to heave anchor.
Hey, you, Manu. Lend a hand with that winch. All right, let her go. Anchor down and holding, sir.
Make her fast.
Aye, sir. Make her fast, Manu. This is spot, sir?
Yeah, this is it. We stole the aye and the sir business, Dave. We ain't formal on the Nancy Hale.
That suits me all right. So that's Manga River, is it? Ain't much to look at.
Best pearl bed in the South Seas right under us. Won't even bother with a small boat today. Work right from the sloop. Get the divers over.
Okay. Manu!
Yes, boss.
Get your boys over.
Oh, no good first. Me, headman, goes first.
You'll learn, Dave. First dive's taken by the head man. These boys are new to this spot and won't go under till he comes up and says it looks clear.
Sorry. All right, Manu.
Got 8 beauties out of here last trip, Dave. You're gonna be real glad you shipped with me.
Manu, come.
Give him a hand.
Here you are.
Take boat out of here, quick. Bad water.
Shut up! What's the matter with you, Manu?
Me dive. Go to bottom. 6 men down there. Dead.
You're crazy.
No, crazy. 6 dead men. They stand up like they live. My boys know dive here. Bad water.
Hey, wait a minute, Manu. What do you mean there's 6 dead men down there standing up?
Like live, they standing up. But they dead.
That's enough from you. Shut up. Now the rest of you listen to me. You'll dive or I'll know the reason why. I came here to get pearls and you're gonna get them. There'll be no acting up on my boat. Dave, there's a diving helmet and lead shoes in one of the starboard lockers. Get them out. Test the air hose and the pump. Know anything about diving equipment?
Plenty, but I never went down myself.
You won't have to. I'm going down. I'll prove to these beggars there's nothing wrong down there.
Everything okay, Captain?
Yeah, just about touching bottom. Ease up on the rope a little.
Let the rope go, Manu. Easy. Take a bite in it. That better, Bull?
Yeah, much better. Keep that air pump and hand generator going.
Don't worry. Yeah, how's it look down there?
Can't see much yet. Gotta get used to it.
Lean forward when you walk. You need more rope?
Okay. I ain't doing any walking. All I
can pull.
It can't be stuck. Lay on it, all of you.
Dave, pull me up.
We're doing our best, Bull. What's down there?
6 men. One who's right. They're standing in the water and gunning at me. For the love of heaven, get me up.
We're trying to, Bull, but something's holding you. What is it?
I don't know. My feet are sinking down. Maybe it's asphalt.
Oh, no. Lash that rope to the windows. Move fast.
They got me. They can't get away.
We're lashing the rope to the windows, Bull. We'll get you up now. Hold on.
No, let go. Let go. You...
No can do. Rope stuck.
Get back to that air pump.
Air. Gotta have air.
No, man the pump.
No. Captain Bad. Stay in bad water.
Aye, you. Bull, they won't man the pump. We can't budge you. Bull!
You're stuck just the same as I am, aren't you? Stuck in the asphalt. That's why you're standing there grinning at me. You can't move.
Bull, listen to me.
Sure, I killed you. And I killed Foggy, too. I wanted it all for myself, and I'm gonna get it. Pearls, the biggest pearls you ever saw. They're down here all around me. I'm not afraid of you. You're dead. Dead, you hear me?
Bull, for the love of heaven, listen to me.
Pearls all around. Big ones. Go ahead. Bring your dirty devil's grin. You can't beat me. You can't.
Captain Bull Harrison, the watery courtroom, facing his jury. The jury with good reason to pronounce him guilty of murder and greed. Poor Bull. Down there with the pearls he wanted so much, and the men he murdered to get them. Funny, isn't it? Or is it? Please don't go. Come with me to the green room where the players are rehearsing our next performance. Come. Come.
Hello? No, I'm not Pamela North. He hung up, as usual. Maybe I'd better practice up on my falsetto. Yeah, in a hurry this time. Hello? I am not... Dead. Oh, the door. Maybe he didn't believe me. No, I'm not Pamela North.
Well, of course not. I am.
Hello, Pam.
Oh, I'm glad to be home, darling.
Wasn't the reunion fun?
It was awful. Everybody sat around noticing how much older everybody else looked.
Postmortems, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Darling, is there a man in your life?
Of course, dear. You.
There must be somebody else. Because I'm pretty sure I haven't been calling myself up and asking me if I weren't Pamela North.
Darling, you're not well.
I'm in perfect health. Listen, some goon has been phoning every hour and asking for you. As soon as I convince him that I'm not you, he hangs up.
Well, that's funny.
Well, it's reasonable enough,
I
but...
wonder if it has anything to do with the little man.
What little man?
The one who followed me home.
Maybe I should have asked you about the men in your life.
Frightened me, darling. The street was so dark and he was so gray, sort of, and indistinct. I ran.
Did he run after you?
I don't know.
I would have.
You did.
But you slowed up for me.
Oh.
You answer it. I wouldn't want to disappoint him again.
All right, darling. Hello? Yes, this is Pamela North. What'd you... hello? Jerry.
I know, he hung up. Probably thinks it's good, clean fun.
You know, darling, I am getting scared.
Nothing to get scared about. You're beautiful. Come here to the window.
All right, darling. Wait.
Is that your little man coming down the street?
Yes, Jerry. He's looking up at the house numbers. I thought he was only a nasty little old man, but...
Come away from the window.
What are you going to do?
Call the police.
Oh, I may just be imagining things, Jerry. My imagination can't be that vivid.
May have been a car backfiring.
I know those were shots.
I'll take a look.
Jerry, don't you go near that window.
Relax, darling. No one could see me up here. Honey?
What is?
He's deserted.
The little man?
He's gone, too. Maybe that was a car backfiring. At any rate, most people would think so.
Darling, we've heard guns being fired too often.
Well, whoever fired those shots isn't there anymore. Neither is your little man. I sort of suspect he's disappeared from our lives. I hope.
That was our doorbell. Let's make believe we're not home, Jerry.
It might be important.
That's what I mean.
I'd better see who that is. It's silly being terrified by nothing, Pam.
You can answer the door if you wish, darling, but I'm going to keep right on being terrified.
Well, if you insist.
Oh, no. No, I'm going with you. I want to be terrified in company.
All right, but get over to one side. I'm going to open the door.
All right, darling. It's the little man.
So it is. Won't you come in, please? Thank you. Shut the door, darling.
Uh-huh.
Are you Pamela North?
Yes, I am. Jerry, he's ill.
Not ill. Please, let me speak. They will kill you, Pamela.
You need a doctor. You better not strain yourself by speaking.
Must speak. Don't need doctors. Must speak. I had them red line bar. Kill Pamela North. What?
He's falling.
I've got him. He collapsed suddenly. Hot wraps up. I'll lay him down here on the sofa. Get his coat open.
Shall I phone for a doctor, darling?
No. There's nothing a doctor can do for him.
Dead?
Chest full of bullets. Yes, he's dead.
Oh, the poor little man. But who...
He came here to warn you against a murderer, darling. But the murderer got to him first.
Well, what is all this, do you suppose? Why do you think anyone would want to kill Mrs. Pamela North? She seems to be a perfectly harmless young woman, don't you think? But there must be a reason. Well, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for our next performance. And our guests will be the famous amateur detectives, Mr. and Mrs. North. Oh, incidentally, we are interested in your reaction to our shows. So why don't you write to the Mystery Playhouse, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA, telling us what you like or don't like or anything you care to say. Would you do that? We'd appreciate hearing from you very much. This is Peter Lorre, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
I am the master of the headless den.
I say, guard.
Just call me Swiss, sir. Spelled with an E at the end.
Yes, of course. You reminded me before.
What were you about to say, sir?
I was about to observe that this Tower of London is quite a historic place.
That it is, sir. Historic indeed.
And haunted, I have heard tell.
Oh, have you now, sir?
Oh, yes. Don't tell me you haven't heard stories about the Tower's ghosts.
Perhaps I have. Perhaps not.
Of course, I don't believe that sort of rubbish, you know.
Rubbish?
Certainly rubbish. Don't tell me, Mr. Swift, with an E, don't tell me you believe in such things as ghosts and haunts.
What I believe, sir, I believe.
Certainly not the legend of the gambling spook of Wycott Hall.
The ghost invariably appears whenever a gambling game is in progress at Wycott Hall here in the tower, and always wins the stakes.
Yes. Don't tell me you believe such a fantastic yarn as that. Or such an unbelievable story as the one about the pig-faced spectre of the rectory.
I imagine Brother Randolph would tell you there's nothing fantastic about the story at all.
Brother Randolph?
Yes, sir. He's the overseer of the rectory. He's seen the spectre many times.
No, he's probably just superstitious.
Brother Randolph says the thing is always dressed in a long black cloak. Has the body of a human, but the face is that of some grotesque and repulsive animal.
It sounds like an old wives' tale.
Oh, mind you, sir, I'm not trying to convince you about such things. That's the entrance to the choir loft, the chapel over there.
Chapel. Didn't know there was one in here.
It's a chapel of St. Peter Adventgirard.
Is it possible for me to go in there?
Begging your pardon, sir, that's what the climb up the stairs was for. We always like to show visitors the choir loft, the chapel.
Well, then, let's have a gander at the place, shall we?
Yes, it is, sir. Yeah, the key. You always keep this locked. More habit than anything else. Nobody ever climbs those steps unless they're showing them through the tower. Here we are, sir.
Yeah, I say. It's dark in there. How about a light, my man?
Oh, no, blimey. I completely forgot to turn the lights on the fuse box down below. If you don't mind waiting, sir.
Oh, no. Wait. I wouldn't ask anyone to climb those steps again. There's enough light coming through the stained glass panes. I say, would you lead the way?
Yes, of course. Watch your step, sir. Step up here. There you are, sir. You can observe the chapel below, sir.
Yes. Deserted looking, isn't it?
It isn't as deserted as you might think, sir.
What was that?
You see only as far as you permit yourself to see, sir.
I don't believe I understand.
If you look for emptiness, sir, you see emptiness.
But it is empty down there.
Is it, sir?
I suppose you're trying to tell me this chapel is haunted, too.
Hasn't it a right to be, sir?
Right.
Yes, indeed. You see, sir, it's the burial place of the headless dead.
It's another of those idiotic legends.
Hardly a legend. You see those flagstones down there in front of the altar?
Faintly, yes.
Those stones form more than just the sanctuary floor, sir. They're also tombstones.
Why do you tell me such a thing as that, Mr. Swift?
Because it's truth.
You mean people are buried beneath those flagstones?
Including, I might add, 2 of England's queens.
Not actually.
Oh, yes, actually.
I've never heard that before.
Few people have, sir.
Then that's why you say the place down there isn't deserted.
In a manner of speaking. That's what I mean. Yes. Have you observed the huge pipe organ here in the loft, sir?
Oh, yes. I noticed when we came in. But getting back to what you were talking...
It's quite a famous instrument, I must say. Been played by dozens of famous people.
Oh, it has? Could I play it?
And it's against regulations, sir, but, well, if you play softly, sir.
Oh, now, I say, that's mighty good of you. I do have somewhat of a reputation for playing the organ.
You play well, sir. Quite well.
Thank you. A rather old instrument, isn't it? Beautiful tone, though. Beautiful.
Et verbum erat in principio.
What's that?
Hoc erat in principio apud verbum.
Keep playing, sir. Keep playing. What? Quickly, quickly, sir, before it's too late. Play.
In testimonium.
That voice. What is it?
No one knows. He always speaks like that in Latin. Whenever a stranger plays his organ for the first time.
Et testimonium per
No one has ever seen who it is.
Is he gone?
Yes. You'll hear no more of him today.
But what's the explanation? Who is it? Why does he do that?
There is no explanation. I must admit, sir, I've often heard of the ghost of St. Peter's Chapel, but this is the first time I've actually heard him.
He always does that?
Whenever a stranger plays his organ for the first time.
Will he return if I play again?
No. He always speaks just once. Then he's never heard again until another organist plays for the first time.
Amazing. Absolutely incredible.
I say, sir, it's about closing time. Do you mind if I leave you now?
Why, no, of course not.
You recall your way out of the tower, I trust. Look around a while longer if you wish, and I'll return later to lock this car loft.
But I don't know whether I want to remain here.
Oh, don't worry, sir. You're quite all right. Besides, you don't believe in such rubbish as ghosts.
Yes, but
I'm happy to show you around, sir. By the way, what did you say your name is?
Holman. Frederick J. Holman.
Well, then I'm very happy to have known you, Mr. Holman. Who knows? Perhaps your visit here will make you a changed man.
Now, whatever did he mean by that? I say, what's come over me? I feel so sleepy. Yes, sleepy. I'd best sit here in this pew. Strange. Never felt like this before. I'll sleep here a while, then go home. What's that? Went to sleep. Oh, I remember now. I slept here in this chapel pew. I say, the door's closed now. Mr. Swift evidently returned, locked me in. That's strange. Why didn't he awaken me? What's that? No, it can't be. Those stones at the foot of the altar. They're being pushed up by someone underneath. Hands. And arms. Long, bony arms. Pushing up the flagstones. And over to the right. Two ghostly figures. Rising out of the tombs in the floor. No, it's not possible. It Guppy. Figures. Dozens of them now. Leaving their tombs. Forming a procession down the middle aisle of the chapel. And each of them is headless and carrying his head before him in his hands. Look at them. Marching in a slow procession down the center aisle. Marching. 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 On soundless feet. That man in front. The one in ancient armor. He seems to be the leader of those fantastic creatures. Oh, is this a dream? Is this a nightmare?
No. It is not a dream.
How did you get up here? Just a moment ago, you were down below, leading the procession.
It is not our custom to hold our rights while an intruder is present.
But I was locked in here. I didn't intend to be here.
Now that you are here, you must make the most of it.
What do you mean?
You are now as one of us.
It was you who prayed when I played the organ earlier today.
Yes. I always pray when a stranger sits at the console. You see, it was I who first played this organ when it was installed. Don't you think I play well?
But why do you return when others play it?
Because no one could ever play it as well as I. Therefore, I pray for them.
You're dead. And yet... And yet... You're playing the instrument now.
Yes. I always provide the music for our nightly meetings.
I don't understand all this. Those others down there... They're ghastly creatures. Headless.
Yes. They were less fortunate than I. You see, I managed to keep my head.
They were executed?
How else would they have come to be headless? You see, we will become quite uncomfortable lying in our graves beneath the flagstone floor if we didn't arise occasionally and stretch ourselves.
Good heavens.
Look you, down below there. Will it amaze you for me to tell you that in that procession are some of history's most famous people?
Surely this isn't happening.
Indeed. Believe me, you're quite mistaken. Didn't you know that here in the chapel of St. Peter Adventula are buried such famous people as Sir Thomas More, Henry VIII's queens, Anne Boleyn and Catherine Howard?
I do remember that, but
as well as Lady Jane Grey and Dudley, her husband, and Sir Walter Raleigh and the Duke of Monmouth.
But they have all been dead for hundreds of years.
How true. How very true. Rick Holman, you will join us.
What?
I said, you will join in the procession with us.
No, not I.
It must be so. No one can look upon the procession of the headless dead unless he joined them to save himself.
Save myself? What do you mean?
You will discover what I mean if you refuse to take part in the ceremony.
But not now. Not tonight. Perhaps later. Yes, some other time.
It will be more satisfactory for you to join us tonight.
I can't tonight. Can't we make it some other night? Honestly, I fell asleep here. It's later than I thought.
It's exactly midnight.
I must return home. My family will be frantic. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll return to join you...
Tomorrow at midnight.
What?
Tomorrow at midnight. You will return to join in the procession.
Yes. Yes, that's fine. You can count on it.
Raise your right hand.
Yes, phrase it. Now, repeat after me. I solemnly swear.
I solemnly swear.
By the souls of the sacred dead.
By the souls of the sacred dead.
To return to this chapel tomorrow at midnight.
To return to this chapel tomorrow at midnight.
So help me, heaven.
So help me, heaven.
Now, you may go.
Yes, but the door to the choir loft is locked.
It is locked. But you will have no trouble going out through it. And remember, Frederick Holman, tomorrow night at midnight.
Frederick, dear, you're worried about something. I know you are. It was 1 o'clock when you came home last night. You've never done that before.
Oh, I know, Laura, my dear, I know.
You acted so strangely when you did get home. What's more, you didn't sleep. You tossed all night long.
Laura, I must tell you something.
Well, I certainly think I have some explanation coming.
Yes. Yes, you have. I don't know how you're going to accept this, but... Well, here goes. I went to visit the Tower of London yesterday. I saw the prison cells and the execution and torture chambers. Finally, the guard took me to the little chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula. So I promised to return to the chapel tonight at midnight. They permitted me to leave the chapel.
Frederick, surely you were dreaming.
No, I'm sure it was no dream. It was all too realistic. I saw those people and heard them.
Oh, but things like that don't happen.
I'm very positive this happened, Laura.
Oh, nonsense. You were just affected by those ghost stories that guide told you about the tower.
Oh, dear, you're wrong. I'd never believed in such things before. No. Well.
But surely you don't intend to go back there tonight. Do you?
I don't know, Laura. I don't know. Hello, Laura. I say, Laura, are you there? Laura. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I thought for a moment we'd been disconnected. Yes, I can hear you now. And what I called for, dear, was to say I'm dining at the club tonight. Yes, old Simon Joster is off to the Orient. We're having a dinner for him. Yes, I'll be home early. Huh? What's that? No, Laura. I've decided not to go to the tower tonight. I think you're probably right. It all must have been a dream.
Good evening, Mr. Holman. Your car, sir.
Oh, thank you, Henry.
Shall I drive you to the tower, sir?
Tower? What? Of course not, Henry. Drive me straight home. Whatever made you think I'd want to go to the tower at this time of night?
I don't rightly know, sir. Begging your pardon, Mr. Holman, I don't know what made me ask you that. Really, I don't.
Don't drive me home, Henry.
Yes, sir.
Oh, by the way, what time do you have, Henry?
It's just a minute or two before midnight, sir.
Oh, very well. Take me home at once.
Did you say something, sir?
Did you hear something, Henry?
Hear something, sir?
Yes, the voice.
Voice, Mr. Holman.
Don't you hear that voice?
No, sir. I don't hear nothing, sir.
Listen. It's him. Listen to him.
You must be tired, sir. There's nobody.
That voice.
Really, sir.
Don't tell me you haven't heard of the gambling spook of Waikotol.
In principio est verbum.
No. No, it can't be.
Or Brother Randolph's pig-faced spectre of the rectory.
No one could ever play the organ as well as I.
That's what he said. The man in armor.
You see, only as far as you permit yourself to see, sir.
You see, I managed to keep my head.
If you look for emptiness, sir, you see emptiness.
Then it wasn't a dream.
The flagstones of the sanctuary floor are also tombstones.
It's true. It wasn't a dream.
You must join our procession.
Henry.
The headless dead.
Join our procession.
The headless dead.
Join our procession.
The headless dead.
Henry, in the name of heaven, man, look where you're driving.
I can't stop, sir.
Look out, you're going to hit that bus. Mr. Holmes! Henry, look out! Mr. Holman. Mr. Holman, are you all right, sir? We hit that truck and... Mr. Holman, we hit that truck broadside and... Mr. Holman, look at him.
Greetings, Frederick Holman, and welcome. I am pleased that you have kept your appointment with us.
You have heard The Headless Dead, tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Ben Morris played Frederick Holman. Eleanor Naylor Corrin was Mrs. Holman. Fred Wayne was Swift. Garland Moss was the leader of The Headless Dead. And Murillo Schofield was heard as the chauffeur. Next Friday night at this same time, we'll bring you a strange and weird tale of the unusual. Death is a savage deity, based upon Scott Bishop's novel of the same name. Listen for this breathtaking tale of witchcraft and black magic. Dark Fantasy originates each Friday night in the studios of WKY, Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lights out for the devil and Mr. O. It is later than you think. And now, if you haven't already done so, turn off your lights, fasten your safety belts, and off we go on a holiday titled Gravestone.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey,
that was swell. Now let's go to town. St. Louis woman with her diamond ring, kicking that man around.
No, stop that, Kay.
What's the matter? Am I scaring the horse?
Oh, it seems like a sacrilege singing a song like that out here. This beautiful, clean snow and blue sky.
Well, what's wrong with a hot song to keep us warm? If you think the St. Louis blues is going to dirty up the snow, you ought to hear Frankie and Johnny the way I sing it.
Oh, stop it, Kay. You're not funny at all. Why can't you enjoy the fresh air without that cabaret sort of thing?
Oh, just an old-fashioned gal, eh, Florence? How about you, Edna? Don't you like my songs either? You haven't said anything for the last 5 minutes.
Well, I haven't been listening to you, to tell the truth. I love to watch the snow sort of flow along under the sleigh.
When you say that, gal, smile. Gosh, did you ever see more snow in your life?
The man at the hotel said it had been snowing on and off up here for 2 weeks.
I think coming out here to the country is the best thing we three have done since we started rooming together. Hiking in the snow is terribly healthy.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. The healthier I get, the worse I feel.
Crazy idiot.
She does say the funniest things, doesn't she? I always say that Kay ought to...
Whoa! Hallelujah, we're here.
Is this as far as we go, driver?
That's right, miss. Can't go no further down this road account of the drift.
Oh, my goodness. The drifts are too deep for a horse. How can we walk through them?
I second the motion.
Well, you young ladies don't have to worry none so long as you keep going down the valley over there. Snow ain't piled up that way all the way to Ma Jenkins.
Oh, well, that's marvelous. Come on, girls. Let's get started.
So long. Take care of yourselves, girls.
Come on, Edna.
Goodbye, Mr. Hotel. Listen to the snow talking at us.
It's very dry snow. Our feet rub particles of it together, and the friction makes a sound.
It's kind of scary, isn't it?
What?
Oh, I don't know. It's just as if the snow was sort of trying to talk to us. I mean, as if it was angry at our trespassing.
Hey, don't tell me we're trespassing. I don't want any country squire taking any pot shots at my constitutional amendment with rock salt. No, thank you.
Oh, don't talk nonsense, Kay. We're not trespassing. Why, this pass through the valley here over to Mrs. Jenkins' house is the favorite hike of everyone who comes up this way during the winter.
What's Mrs. Jenkins got anyway that makes people walk their feet off?
Wait till you taste her cooking.
Eat. Oh, boy, let's go.
It's awfully quiet out here, isn't it?
Oh, that's the glory of it. I've had the roar of the subway in my ears so long. Okay, don't walk so fast.
Come on, look what I found.
Oh, come on, Edna.
Oh, please. Let me take your arm. I'm getting out of breath.
Well, take it easy. There's no hurry. Well, what is it, Kay?
Look, through the circle of trees here. Look what I discovered.
Well, isn't that interesting? It's a sort of a natural amphitheater.
Sure. Say, who was this guy, Daniel Boone?
What's an amphitheater?
Well, that means an oval circling place with rising tiers of seats. It's, like that place we went to for the horse show.
Oh.
Back in the times of the Greeks, they had outdoor theaters.
Listen to the professor.
And they'd use the places just like this, where the ground sloped up and made a sort of a natural arena or stage below.
Theater. That's an idea. Sit down, gals, and I'll give you a special performance of the Kay Follies.
It's awful snowy here, isn't it?
I'll trample it down with my spring dance. Welcome, sweet spring.
Isn't she a nut dancing in the snow? If I had that girl's energy.
She's really graceful, isn't she? I'll bet if she went on the stage...
Kay!
She fell.
Kay! Kay, did you hurt yourself?
Oh, did I land on my dignity? Here, give me a hand.
Here, I'll help you. There you are.
Oh, did I take a flop?
Did you hurt yourself badly?
I'll live. What in the world did I trip over? Oh, no wonder. Look at that rock under the snow. No wonder I did a nosedive. Oh,
my goodness. There are rocks like that all over.
Oh.
A person could break their neck if they...
Girls.
What's the matter?
What is it?
Kay, the rock you tripped over. It's not a rock.
What are you talking about? Of course it's a rock.
Well, yes, but it's something more than that. It's a tombstone.
Tombstone? Oh, no, it can't be.
Look for yourself. It says, "Here lies buried the remains of one who, restless in life..."
Stop. Don't read anymore. Stop.
And all these other stones laying flat on the ground. They're tombstones, too?
Yes.
Whew, what a place to pick to dance.
Oh!
What's the matter, Edna? What did you scream for?
Kay, you danced on the grave.
What?
You danced on the grave. I saw you do it. You danced on the grave. Okay.
Edna, stop it. Stop it. What's come into her? Edna, stop acting
Edna,
like
stop,
that.
for heaven's sake. Control yourself.
Okay. Kay, I'm so sorry for you. You danced on a grave.
For heaven's sake, stop talking like that. Sure, I danced on a grave.
Well, yes, of course she did. It was perfectly accidental.
And what if it wasn't? What of it?
The poltergeist.
The what? Edna Hanson, what are you talking about? What's that word you just used?
Poltergeist. Oh, Kay, what have you done?
You superstitious little fool. If you don't stop talking that way, I'm going to slap your face. What's the matter with you? I didn't do anything.
You walked on the grave. You danced on the grave.
Edna, be sensible. We all walked on graves, but it was purely accidental.
Yeah.
We had no intention of desecrating them.
It doesn't matter, I tell you. It doesn't matter. The poltergeist. He'll come. I know he will.
Oh, what's the use? She's crazy.
Edna, what are you talking about? What's a poltergeist? What are you so frightened about?
My father, he told me, if you walk on a grave, if you dance on a grave, the poltergeist.
Poltergeist what? What is a poltergeist?
An evil spirit. It comes out of the grave. It kills. It destroys. It'll kill us. It'll kill us all.
Stop it.
It throws things out.
Oh, please, lay off that way, Edna.
But it won't get me.
Edna, come back here.
She's gone insane. I'll get her. Edna.
Kay, catch her. Edna, don't run away. Nothing will hurt you. Nothing. Oh, Edna, look out. Kay, what happened? That stone. It hit Edna.
Edna, open your eyes.
Blood all over her face. Kay, who threw that stone? Who threw it? I don't know. It came from the graveyard.
Let's take a moment before we go on with our The Devil and Mr. O's story of Gravestone and listen to a message.
Say, folks, next time...
Return you to The Devil and Mr. O's story of Gravestone.
Now, girls, take it easy. Take it easy.
Oh, Doctor, she won't die. Tell me she won't die.
No, of course not.
And you're sure that her skull isn't fractured?
Oh, absolutely not. Maybe a little concussion, that's all.
Well, it's almost 5. Our train. Can we get someone to help us carry her down to the station so we can get her on board?
Bored? I'm telling you, that little friend of yours shouldn't be moved out of bed for a week. If you do, well, it might be just too bad.
Oh, Flo, what'll we do? You go home, Kay. I'll stay with her.
Oh, no, you won't. I'm not leaving you here alone in this godforsaken place.
If you stay, I stay too. Kay, please be sensible. Why should we all lose our jobs when you
If
can...
you'll excuse me, you ladies, I've got to be on my way.
Oh, yes, of course, Doctor. Is there anything more you can do for Edna, Doctor? Any medicine or something?
Nope, I've done all I can do. She's sleeping comfortable now. Miss?
Yes, Doctor?
The constable's sick, too, you know, and he's sort of depending on me to keep things straight. Now, just how did you say that little friend of yours got hurt?
Well, it was just the way we explained, Doctor. That rock came flying and...
Yes, I know, but who threw the rock?
We don't know.
What?
That's true, Doctor. We don't know.
But somebody threw it. You can't change facts. Somebody threw the rock that cracked her head.
For heaven's sakes, old man, you don't think we did it?
Now, miss, I didn't.
Excited. Doctor, you've got to believe us. It happened just the way we said. All at once, that rock came flying through the air from the direction of the graveyard. It struck Edna, and we just didn't see who threw it.
All right, if that's your story. Well, you better stay in your rooms here. I mean, you better not be leaving until the constable's on his feet and has a chance to talk with you. I'll be back in a few hours and see how the girl is.
He doesn't believe us.
What difference does it make? We know what we saw.
But what did we see?
She was running. She fell.
Kay, well, let's not fool ourselves. There was no one there to throw that rock.
There must have been.
But there wasn't.
Stop saying that.
Aren't you brave enough to face facts? There wasn't any place for anyone to hide. I saw that stone. It seemed to come down out of the air. So slowly.
Florence, if you don't stop talking like that...
You remember what Edna said? It throws things.
Stop looking at me like that. You're giving me the jitters.
She said the poltergeist throws things. Spirit of evil.
Florence, Rob, have you gone crazy, too?
Why should we laugh at things like that? What right have we got to laugh? How do we know there aren't powers we can't see or understand? Powers of evil that revenge an insult just like an evil man. Kay, how do we know?
What are you talking like that for? What are you trying to scare me for? You're supposed to be the most intelligent one of us all. You with your college degrees. Sure, I danced on the grave, but the dead are dead and they can't revenge a thing. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything. I tell you, it's not... What?
It's Edna.
Come on.
Edna, we're coming to you. Don't be afraid. We're coming.
Open the door, Florence. It's not locked.
Duck, it won't...
Here, let me. Edna, what is it? What?
Edna, what? On your head.
Hey, what's going on here? I run a decent place, and I don't want you... The girl on the bed. Her head. It's crushed flat in by a rock. God in heaven. It's not a rock. It's a tombstone.
I wish I could cry, but I haven't got any more tears. Florence, darling, please. You'll kill yourself if you keep on like that. Oh, if this horrible night would only end.
It was my fault. Mine. I was the one who got her out here. She didn't want to go. She hates the country. But I made her come. I made her.
No, you're not the one to blame. I am. I danced on the grave.
But she was so good. So sweet. Oh, why did it have to be Edna? Why?
You're right. It wasn't right for it to be her, was it?
No.
I did it, not her. I did it. I danced on the grave. I danced on the grave.
You can't deny what you see with your own eyes.
But I tell you, Doc, nobody could have carried that tombstone up the steps without me seeing him, could they?
But there it is, ain't it?
Yeah, there it is.
Either somebody's playing a terrible joke or...
You don't have to say it, Doc. I know.
That's just the trouble. You don't know, and I don't know, and nobody knows.
Yeah. And that tombstone.
Well, what about the tombstone?
I ain't quite sure, but that's a tombstone out of the old burying grounds up at the bend.
You're crazy.
No, I ain't either.
Well, that place is a good 3 miles from here.
Yeah. I know.
Who could have carted a heavy stone like that for 3 miles?
Yeah. Who?
Stop looking like that, you flap-eared old fool. Human hands carried that stone in here and killed that girl?
Sure.
Yeah, the constable will find out who did it the minute he's on his feet again. You wait and see.
No, he won't, Doc. You're smarter than me and all that, but this time you're wrong. There ain't nobody that takes in breath and leaves out breath like you and me, or the constable's going to find out who killed that girl. You know that, Doc.
Oh, stop talking. I wish the constable was here and this night was over. It's been a terrible night. Terrible.
Terrible clock. Ticking.
Yeah, I know. I've been sitting here listening to it.
I can't stand it anymore. I'll stop it.
Why bother with it?
Come on to bed, Kay. Please. There's no use sitting there. It won't help her.
Yeah. Nothing can help her. But maybe I can help you.
Me?
It was my fault. Mine. I was the reason it happened. It killed her, and it'll kill you and me, too, unless I stop.
No, don't say that.
It's true. But why should you be hurt? I'm to blame, not you. Listen, Flo. I'll go out there.
There?
Out there to the graveyard.
What?
I'll talk to it.
Kay.
I'll tell it I didn't mean to do it.
No.
That I didn't know where I was dancing.
Please.
Maybe somehow it'll hear, listen to me, and then it won't hurt you.
No, I won't let you go out there. It'll kill you.
Florence.
It'll kill you, too.
Florence.
No, I'll hold you. You can't go. You can't.
All right.
Come on to bed, Kay, please. In the morning things will be different.
But it won't.
Nothing will hurt us. And then they're right outside the door. They won't let anything get at us. Oh, please, Kay, please come to bed.
Yeah.
We'll pray.
Pray? I don't exactly know how.
Just say anything. Anything. Like this. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. Now you.
If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take.
Kay, are you asleep? I can't sleep anymore. Kay, tomorrow, when it gets light and everything, do you think people will believe us? Do you think so, Kay? I'm not quite sure what happened. I always used to be so sure about things. And now Kay? Kay, where are you? Kay, where? The window. She went out the window. She's gone out there. To the graveyard. To talk to it. Okay, why did you go? Why did you go? I'll go out there, too. Well, she'll be so frightened out there alone. I'll go, too. Oh, so cold. Hands. Snow so sharp. Cutting my legs. Oh, why did you go out there, Kay? Why did you? I've got to find you. Wind. Oh, why doesn't the wind stop? Blow, blow, thou winter wind. Thou art not so unkind. Oh, I've got to find you, kid. I've got to find you. It's snowing. I love snow. Edna didn't like snow. Where are you, Kay? Where are you? I've lost my way. I've lost the road. Where are you, Kay? Kay, where are... Oh, Kay. I heard you, Kay. I heard you. I'm coming to you, Kay. We'll talk to it. We'll talk to it together. We'll tell it we didn't mean any harm, won't we, Kay? Won't we? Poor Edna. We can't help her, Kay. We can't help Edna. But I'm coming to help you, Kay. I'm coming. I'm coming. Yes, I hear you. I hear you. I'm coming, darling. I'm coming to help. I'm coming to help you. I'm coming. I'm coming. I hear you. I hear you calling my name. I hear you. Yes. Here we are, Florence. This way, Florence. Here we are. Yes, I hear you. I hear you. Where are you? Where are you? This way. No! No!
This way, Hooper. They must have come this way.
Climbing out the window like that in the middle of the night. They must have gone crazy, the both of them.
Well, let's not worry about that now. We've got to find them. Here, give me that lantern.
What is it, Doc? What have you found?
A shoe. One of the girl's shoes.
My gosh, stuck in the snow. We're going the right way.
Come on, move fast. We've got to get to them.
Doc, look at this.
What is it?
Over there. Ain't these footprints?
Yes. Yes, that's right. Footprints. Hello, Hello, up ahead. Hello.
Doc, we're getting pretty close to the old burying grounds.
Yeah?
Maybe. Oh, look here, Doc. Let's not be fools. Let's wait till morning.
What? Let those frightened girls freeze to death? Get along.
But, Doc,
You come with me, or the whole town will know what a yellow-livered no-good you are.
All right. All right. You don't have to get so sore, Doc.
Hello? Hello? Anybody up there? Hello?
Doc, look.
What?
There they are. Up ahead.
Glory be, they're alive. The both of them. Come on.
Doc, look at them. That's the burying ground up there. And they're dancing. Dancing on the graves.
What? They must be out of their heads. Come on. We've got to stop them.
Doc, wait for me. Oh, Doc, it's dark again. Where are they, Doc? Where are the girls? Have they stopped dancing?
Yes. Huh? They've stopped dancing. Did they ever dance?
What are you talking about, Doc? We saw them. We saw them dancing in this place with our own eyes.
Did we? The moonlight. Here it comes again. See with your eyes again.
Oh, no.
Both of the girls froze stiff to the ground, each with her head crushed by a tombstone.
This is Mr. O, Arch Obler. Can such things happen? Well, mischievous, revengeful spirits doing all that sort of thing? In Africa once, I saw a native chief's home where rocks and pans and everything else were flying through the air, and no one was in the room. No one. I, too, have only questions, no answers, except about our next story, after a short message from your station. This is Mr. O again. Our next play in the series is titled Ancestor, and it's a ghost story, pure and simple. A girl is being held captive by criminals, and as she tries to... But that's next time. It is later than you think.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
And now the Hermit.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? The House of Murder, eh? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
Yes, come in.
Mr. Burton, I'd like my wages, if you please.
What's that?
Yes, Mr. Burton.
Well, Millie, you're dressed to go out. My breakfast hasn't been served.
That's right, Mr. Burton. I'm leaving right now, and I'd like my wages, if you please.
Oh, this is preposterous.
Oh, it's something bad, all right.
You can't go without giving me more notice than this.
I'm sorry, but I can't stay.
What's it all about?
This house, Mr. Burton, it's this house. It's cruelly haunted.
Nonsense. It's just because we've only been in the house for a few days. It's strange to you yet.
It don't get over being strange. It gets worse every night.
Oh, ridiculous.
Well, you can say all you want to Mr. Burton, but I'm leaving. I'll work for you in the city. I've been faithful to you for a good many years, and I'll go right on being faithful if you'll move back to the city again.
Millie, I can't run my life to suit those who work for me. I purchased this house in the country in order that I might have peace and quiet for my work.
There's a little peace here. Every night the sounds. And last night I... Oh, I don't want to talk about it. Please, Mr. Burton, I've got to be leaving this morning.
How are you going to get into town?
I took the liberty of calling one of the stores, and the owner's sending his son out with a car.
All right, Millie.
As soon as you give me my wages, I'll wait outside. I'm afraid to stay inside any longer.
Why, of all the absurd...
If you value your life, you'll get out, too.
No wind to open that door. I must have left it unlatched. Feels just as if someone was in the room here with me. No, it's as if something brushed past me. I could swear I felt it touch my shoulder. Oh, ridiculous. Pages turning. Pages of my ledger turning. Just as if a hand moved the pages. Wind couldn't cause it. There isn't any wind in here. Oh, I'm dreaming things. It's utter nonsense. Millie's got me all upset. Oh, my test tubes. My experiment. The test tubes knocked to the floor. I'm not dreaming this. This is too real. I need Carmer. He'll solve this. Hello. I want to put in a long-distance call. I'd like to speak to Lyman Carmer in New Carden. Yes. Yes, you've got it right. Lyman Carmer in New Carden. The telephone number is...
How much farther do we have to drive into the wilds, young man?
We're almost there now.
For the life of me, I can't figure why Jim wants to hide himself away miles from civilization.
Well, this new man ain't been out there but a few days.
Few days too many, if you ask me.
I drove out here yesterday. I picked up a woman who'd been working out there. I wanted to go back to the city.
Not Millie.
Seems like that was the name she gave.
Well, what's up?
I couldn't rightly tell you, mister. Just couldn't tell you.
Jim seemed to be strangely urgent about something last night.
Look, mister. You can see the lights of the house now. See, about 8 to 10 right away through the trees.
Oh, yes. What sort of a place is it?
Oh, it's quite a place, mister. Really something in its day.
Old house,
Yes, sir. I guess no one's lived in it for years. Old man Chimler knows it. He's lived in town as long as I can remember. Yeah, this is the drive leading up to the house. Lined with trees on both sides. House never gets no real daylight into it. Here we are, sir. Now get your bag.
Oh, never mind. I can take it. You young men?
Oh, thank you, mister. It's more than it's worth.
That's all right.
Anything I can do for you, just call the general store and ask for Mark.
Thanks. I'll do that.
Lyman.
Jim. Hello, Jim.
I began to think you didn't make the train.
I was 40 minutes late.
Come on in. Nice of you to come.
You old recluse. The idea of picking a spot no man ever heard of.
Bring your things into the sitting room. We'll go upstairs later.
All right. Well, this is nice.
Uh-huh. Sit down.
Thanks.
Yes, Millie got it fixed up pretty well before she went back to the city. My laboratory is right off this room. Everything handy. You had dinner, Lyman?
Yes, Jim. On the train.
Good. I'm not much at fixing meals.
The young man, Mart, from the general store, said that Millie had left you. What's the idea?
I'll tell you all about it. That's why I called you.
Well, it's nice here, Jim, but I can't see why you chose a place so far away from everywhere.
Oh, I like it here.
Well, that's reason enough, I guess. Millie coming back to take care of you?
No. No, I'm afraid not. Lyman, Millie left because she was certain that this house is haunted.
Oh, Jim.
I called you last night because I remember a story you once told. Story of a haunted house. You told it as if you gave credence to the tale.
Is that so?
I remember well. That's why I wanted you here.
Well, Jim, you don't think by any chance that this house is haunted, do you?
I'm not so sure but what I do.
Oh, absurd.
You think it impossible?
Well, naturally.
You didn't talk that way when you were telling us that evening of a place off the coast you knew that was haunted.
That was a fireside tale. Quite different from reality.
Lyman, it's only a short time until midnight. Will you come into the laboratory with me? Will you sit in there with me for a little while and see if the same things that happened last night occur again?
Of course.
If the same things do occur again, I shall be convinced that Millie was right. I shall be quite sure that something does happen. Does haunt the house.
Nearly midnight, Jim.
Did you check the door into the laboratory to see if it's closed tightly?
I checked it.
You're convinced it's securely fastened?
Yes. Just striking midnight.
Yes. This was the hour last night.
What are we to watch for?
The door first. The door into this laboratory. Listen. It sounded as if someone has his hand on the doorknob. Look.
What? Wait, it's opening.
Yes. Just as it did before.
There's no wind tonight?
No, last night. Lyman, do you feel the presence of someone in this room? Someone besides us?
No. I don't.
I do.
What is it?
Once again, it was as if something brushed past me. Touched my shoulder.
What's that?
Look. Look over on the table. Watch my ledger. You see? The pages of my ledger are turning. As if a hand is on them.
Jim, I can't believe my eyes. It's incredible.
Now look. On the workbench. See? Something is moving those test tubes. I'm going to stop this before all my experimental work is ruined.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to walk over there, put my hands on the rack. Lyman, something touched my hand. Something that felt like sharp nails digging into the flesh.
Oh, it's your nerves, Burton.
Lyman, there's something in this room. Something that moves about in here. Some unseen thing that enters the door and moves in this room.
Don't let your imagination run away with you, Jim.
There is a thing in the house beyond scientific explanation. You know it. It's something vital and alive. A thing of power and locomotion. And it's up to us to find out what it is.
Well, we might as well look through this room. No use overlooking anything.
Seems silly, doesn't it? We're not going to find anybody in these rooms.
Didn't you say that Millie heard things upstairs?
So she said. She complained the very first night we were here that someone entered her room.
She didn't see anyone?
No. She didn't see any more than we did just a while ago downstairs.
Now that the incident of downstairs is past, it seems to me that it never happened. Perhaps it was your power of suggestion that made us both think we saw movement. Well, nothing out of the ordinary in this room.
No.
Well, what do you say we forget it and get some sleep, hmm?
All right. We're not going to discover anything tonight, I guess.
Did you talk to the man who sold you the house, Jim?
Jim?
Yes.
Sure. He brought me out here after I'd chanced upon the place. We went all through it together.
Of course, he didn't say why the house had stood unoccupied for a long time.
Yes, he did. Said that after his wife died, he wanted to live in town. But he was getting too old to keep up a place like this.
Uh-huh.
Said that up to this time, he couldn't find anyone who could afford to buy it. Oh, well, we'll go downstairs and get your things and bring them up to your room. Lyman, what was that?
Something downstairs.
It came from the laboratory. I know it did. It's the only place where there's so much glass.
Don't get upset, Jim.
Great heavens, look.
Well, of all things.
Everything in the room's smashed. Equipment that's taken me months to build. Everything ruined.
Jim, some human has been in here. Someone who's trying to stop your experiment by destroying your equipment. Wipe out your work.
All ruined. It'll take months to arrive at this point in my experiment again.
Someone has been hiding downstairs here, Jim. Now, we've got to find out where and who it is.
Is it a human being who hides in the house, intent upon destroying all that Jim Burton creates in his laboratory? Or is it an unseen force, as Jim said earlier in the evening? An unseen force with power and locomotion that lives in the old house? Eh? The hermit will tell you before the night is done. It is the following night. Jim Burton and his friend Lyman Carmer sit in the laboratory. Just a few minutes ago, the clock struck midnight. Right now, Burton is busily engaged building up step by step the experiment which has been ruined the night before. Lyman Carmer sits watching him.
Jim, don't you think you ought to knock off for the night? You work steadily all day.
Oh, there's so much time lost that I have to make up, Lyman.
Well, it's certain we aren't going to have any visitor tonight.
There's nothing left for them to destroy now.
Tomorrow I'll go into town and inquire around. Think I should go to see old man Chimlin. Ask him to tell me something about the place. Well, maybe he can put us on the right track.
Mm-hmm.
I would have gone today, but I wanted to make sure. I wanted to see if we'd have the same experience of last night. You, going to work much longer?
At least an hour.
It's way past midnight. Guess I'll go upstairs.
Okay.
If you want anything, call me.
All right, Lyman. Thanks a lot for staying over. It's a great help.
Yes, if we can find out what it is or who it is that's causing this trouble.
We'll find out. Good night.
Good night.
Let's see. Next step is to unite the two chemicals to form step B. Where's that ledger? Yes. And the next step I performed was... Oh, wait. Pages in the ledger. Page 5, 6... page is missing from here. Every step I'd worked out and put down is torn out of this book. What is it? What is it that dogs my trail and won't let me do this work? Step by step, I'll have to work it all over again. What? Someone at the door again. Is that you, Lyman? No, it isn't. Just as before, I feel the presence of some person in this room. As if they were standing over me. What do you want? What is it you... Something around my neck. Something choking me. Choking me. Jim, help. Help me. Jim, help.
What's happened? Fainted. Fallen to the floor. Jim. But... Great heaven. His whole face is burned by the stuff he was working with. Hello? Oh, for heaven's sake, hurry. Hello, operator. Send a doctor to the old Chimlin place right away. Hurry. There's been a terrible accident. Man's face is almost burned away. Well, Doctor?
I'm afraid it's quite hopeless. If he lives, his sight will be gone. His face horribly scarred.
Poor Jim. We'd only gotten out of this place last night.
Did you call Asa Chimlin as I asked you to do?
Yes, he should be here any minute.
I'll wait then.
Sit down, Doctor.
After the story you told me about the experience you've had, I think it's up to Chimlin to tell his story.
You sound as if it was something very mysterious. Something that Jim should have been told before he bought this place from Chimlin. And if it had been told, it would have saved him the agonies he's going through right now.
Mr. Karma, what I know has given me in professional confidence. What others in the town might have told you would have been gossip. And no one tells gossip about Asa Chimlin.
How so, Doctor?
Well, he's the owner of many mortgages, many notes. A man of wealth and power in our community.
I see.
Oh, there's a car turning in the drive, Mr. Karma.
It must be Chimlin.
I'll go up to Mr. Burton again. Call me if Chimlin refuses to speak.
Well, thank you.
Hello, sir.
Oh, hello, Mark. Where's Mr. Chimlin?
No, he didn't come, sir. He called at our house and got me to drive out and bring you this note.
Oh, come in.
Oh, I reckon I better not, sir.
Oh, why not?
I reckon I'd just as lief stay outside of this house, if you don't mind.
Oh, come on in just a moment while I read this note. Nothing can harm you in the daytime.
Well, all right. Just till you read the note.
Come in here. Sit down while I read the note.
Yes.
Oh. Well. Mart, what made you say you'd rather not come inside this house?
Oh, I can't say, sir. Really, I can't. Mr. Chimlin would get even with my dad if I said any more. You see, he about owns our store.
I wouldn't tell Chimlin. Come now.
Well, sir, you see, the Chimlins, their daughter, she wasn't quite right, and she died out here. And Mrs. Chimlin, she hanged herself. Folks have always been scared of this house because of that.
I see. Why did Mrs. Chimlin hang herself?
I don't rightly know.
Well, perhaps the doctor can tell us.
Hello, Mark. Hello, Doc.
Chimlin didn't come. Sent this note saying he would refund Mr. Burton's money and take the house back again. Says nothing more.
Uh-huh.
But Mart here has volunteered to tell me that there were 2 deaths in this old house. One, a hanging.
That's right.
Mrs. Chimlin?
Yes.
And the girl?
Her case was hopeless. 18, she had a mind of a child of 4. They took her everywhere, but to no avail. Time after time, Mrs. Chimlin pleaded with me to put the girl to sleep, to end her misery. I couldn't do that. She hated me for it. Her hate grew until her mind was unsettled. One day she took it upon herself to end the girl's life. Then, realizing what she'd done, she hanged herself in the room Mr. Burton has been using for his laboratory. If Mr. Chimman knew we told us, Doctor... Oh, that's all right, Mart. If there is any truth in the fact that an unseen force lives in this house, and you'll see how hard it is for me to believe that, then why did it seek vengeance on Mr. Burton?
I have never believed in supernatural force any more than you. But remember, I've seen it at work in this house. And as for seeking vengeance on Jim... Doctor, he was working on an experiment to prolong life. A discovery which might have added untold years to the life of a human being. And this is something that the spirit of the woman who hanged herself did not want. That's why it destroyed the experiments.
And that's why it destroyed Jim Burton. He died just before I came downstairs.
The hermit knows that in the old house, the unseen force was the spirit of a woman who took her own life. A woman who could not rest in her grave. A woman who returned to destroy anything that might prolong life. Yes. She killed Jim Burton by the power of supernatural force. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.